Good afternoon and welcome to day 2 of the IPA Tour event here in Gosforth. And Stevie Walker joining me once again here in the studio. It's getting a bit of a habit now, you joining me.
Absolutely delighted to be here again. And what a day of pool we have here. Already some crazy results in, so it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk a little bit about yesterday. I know you mentioned towards the end of the show last night about Harry Peart. You know, it was one of the standout performances for you, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it was the first match on stream yesterday. He just has... He's fearless. He's got so much ability. For me, he's the one to watch right now. He's a top kid and a top player.
And we saw the return of Ben Davis as well yesterday, playing against Corey Reese, but Corey Reese was just slightly a bit strong for him. Yeah,
I think Ben, it probably showed that he's not been sharp, he's not been on the table, really busy in life. What he's been doing, it's absolutely fantastic. You can actually see it on almost every player that's in this building, but Corey just had a bit too much for him in the end. Bit more on the table over the last while, and yeah, I think the best man won at the end of the day.
And the battle of the internationals in our last match there, Johan Attard against David Adinol, that proved up to, a bit of a tough classic, to be honest.
Yeah, it was. It was one of the games. I spoke to Dave after it, and he just felt that he couldn't get maybe the better chances in the match. Johan maybe just had a little flicks at the right time, and there was a couple of frames that got really scrappy. Johan managed to get them over the line. Again, I think probably the
events for the professional and the ladies event that'll be concluded later on. Tonight for the men's, and then probably early evening for the ladies as well. So a little bit about the ladies and that. So we've already got one finalist, haven't we, Stephen?
Yeah, that's Deb Burchell.
Yeah.
Deb, she's been flying. I think she beat Rhianna Graham, and she's had a good run as well. But Deb's had a few really big results. She's flew her way into the final, and then we've got, is it Tilly Edwards is playing right now?
She's playing Yvonne Ewan, who got to the final last year against Ashley O'Neill, and who did Tilly beat?
That's right, exactly.
Well.
And Tilly beat Ashley. She beat Ashley in a 7-6, and then she won her next match 7-6
against Rachel Tucker, the number 2 seed.
Yeah, exactly. She's fought her way into the position she's in right now, and I spoke quite well with Tilly at an event not so long ago, and I watched her. She's playing some fantastic stuff. I seen a lot of that match yesterday with her and Ashley, and yeah, I mean, she's absolutely flying right now, but she's had a few tough matches, so will that grind her down? Will Deb being a bit more relaxed? Let's see what happens. She has to get there first.
Yeah, have you got a bit more of a latest score on the Tilly match? I know when I last looked, it was 2-0 to Tilly Edwards against Yvonne Ewan.
Yeah, I think she's still I think, is it 3-1 now, maybe?
Oh, okay.
I'd have to have another check back, but when I was looking at it, I'm sure she's 3-1 up.
Yeah, but that match is obviously in action now, and it could be a bit of a juicy final, that one, isn't it? But still a long way to go in that second semi-final.
Yeah, I just think these games, right now, the talent in the elite ladies is just stepping up every single time, and they're pushing each other so hard. So, yeah, exciting times.
And the pro event, the men's pro event, obviously we've already started already. A couple of upsets already, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, probably if you're a betting man, not many people are going to bet against Liam Dunster, but young Harry has absolutely blown him away. 7 dishes in that match.
Wow.
And apparently he's just one maybe tough ball away from making it 8 dishes in the match. He's a talented kid, and probably the only way to beat Liam is to keep him off the table. So, yeah, I mean, it probably comes down as an upset, but for me, after watching him yesterday, probably not so much.
Well, Harry's got the easy match as well, next one, playing the number 1 seed, Mark Boyle. How do you think he's going to fare in that one? Because at the moment, he's not faring anybody.
No, that's it. He is fearless. He seems to take everything in his stride. He's not one of the kids that sits back and gets maybe starstruck, if you want to put it that way. But Mark Boyle's he's a different beast altogether. He is Mr. Magic, as they call him. He's probably the best guy in the world for a long time there, but is he the man on form this year? So Harry might feel this is the time to get him.
Yeah, and obviously just about the match that's coming up right away. We're quickly on this one before we get started. Obviously Dean Shields against Craig Brown. How do you see this one going? And these two are due a title, aren't they?
Yeah, well, I watched a bit of both of them yesterday. Dean looked like he's maybe back to his best. I know he's been playing a lot of other Cuesports. He's been travelling all over the place, but right now he was on some of the stream tables yesterday, and he looked really sharp. And Craig, you know what Craig's like. Craig's one of the guys that never goes away. So for me, this is got the makings of a really tough match, but I'm maybe edging towards Dean in this one.
Well, I know you're going to go over into the comms as well, so let's get over to the comms now with Dan Fairway, and we'll get this match right underway.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Newcastle race course here in Gosforth Park. Stevie Walker joining me in the commentary box. He's made the short hop across from the studio. Literally, you probably could hop that.
Yeah, it was only one step away, and I'm absolutely delighted to be here. This should be a cracker. I mentioned there, Dan, I was watching a bit of both yesterday, but Dean looks very, very sharp right now.
Little bit of a contrast in styles, I would say.
Yeah,
Dean,
most definitely.
a slightly more aggressive player. You know, Craig can turn that on when he wants to, but I think he's more likely to go into a sort of more tactical battle. Dean, I would argue that the slightly more positive player of the two in the way that he plays the game, but both of these players are capable of running racks.
Yeah, I think Mark just alluded to it there. These two guys probably maybe a bit more time than they would have liked from getting a title, but I think right now, Dan Davey for me is the man of this year, but he's probably the inspiration to some of them, because as soon as Dan got that first one, he just seemed to start steamrolling. So all these guys in the pro ranks, Dan has to give them some kind of inspiration, and the fact he's not here gives someone else a chance, because he's been a man on fire lately.
Absolutely, yeah. I couldn't agree more. Both of these players will be sort of itching for that IPA title. Both of them have come very close.
Yeah.
Notably Dean, who's had a fair few final losses now. He won't thank me for that comment, but the fact is it's true. He's called himself the Jimmy White of pool. And he's taken a bit of time away from the game, actually, Dean, in some ways, because I know he's gotten quite heavily into 9-ball recently.
Yeah, I just mentioned that there. I've been watching him every now and again in some of the 9-ball events, and I mean, he's absolutely phenomenal at the game. He really is. He's one of the, I think he's probably caught between a few disciplines, and maybe that's to his detriment that he's not gone on to maybe win numerous titles, and maybe because he's not given his all to just one, but he's a machine with a cue in his hand. He's so talented, and if anyone can do it, holding two different cues, it's probably Dean Shields. He started off well here.
Yeah, he really has got the bug for 9-ball recently,
Yeah.
and I think it's a relatively recent endeavour of his.
Yeah.
As he makes a bit of a mess of that plant and
Yeah.
opens up the table for Craig.
I think he was worried about putting the red onto the side cushion with where the two yellows were situated, and he's tried to just pinch it in off the near jaw, and unlucky for him, or unfortunately for him, he's giving Craig a chance.
Yeah, a bit of a grimace on Craig's face there, because he's underdone that one slightly. I think he wanted to play that yellow over into the centre pocket.
I'm actually surprised he didn't just screw straight into those two.
Yeah, you can. There's certainly an argument for it. I suppose if you were going to hit the left-hand side of the yellow,
Yeah.
you might think maybe not. But
He's got a chance to go into it now. Just needs to watch the double kiss.
the double kick, and that he doesn't catch it too thin, because if he catches it thin, it might not go anywhere.
Yeah. He's controlled that well.
Really well controlled.
Looks like he's going to be nudging the red, so he's going to have to just leave himself a shot, take his medicine here. With the one closest to the bottom left cushion, I think. Unless he can somehow force the cue ball round, but I don't think he can.
No, I wondered if he could sort of top it through and flick off the side of the red, but I think if he plays it hard enough to do that, he's just going to stick on it. So, tricky one coming up.
Probably the right decision here. He's gone in off.
Oh, no.
I'm thinking he's just jabbing back nice and easy to leave the long plant there, but he's actually decided to be really aggressive and try and come over, and it's ended up a mistake.
Yeah, and you don't get chances like this missed by players of Dean Shields' calibre.
The only thing surprising me here is the time Dean's taking on this. I think this is as straightforward as it comes. I think Dean just has to I would be putting the white on the other side of that red and just playing it across the table.
I mean, yeah, it's
And even that is just as good.
it didn't matter, did it?
Yeah, it's so many options there. I think he was confusing himself at times.
Maybe just trying to remember the rules.
He's absolutely perfect. He won't be making any mistakes from here. Craig had a chance. It wasn't easy. Once Dean missed, although you knew Craig was going to have a go. I don't think there was too many places he could hide the cue ball. Maybe the 3 yellows down the bottom, with all Dean's reds being up the top. But Craig fancied a go early in the match. And unfortunately for him, it's 1-0 Dean Shields.
I mean, going back to Craig, he is the kind of player who he's very tenacious. He never gives up, but he's a little bit streaky with form, I feel. Like when he's on it, and when he's not, you can really tell. And I think in a couple of frames' time, we'll find out.
Yeah.
You know, obviously he's playing okay because he's got this far through the tournament, which is an achievement in itself. And an 8-0 win yesterday over Alan Robinson got him through to this stage. So he's obviously playing all right.
Yeah, definitely. He's, as you say, Craig's one of the guys over the last maybe few events. I've seen a lot more of him. And if he is bang on it, he is a nightmare for anyone. And I know you get people saying, well, that's anybody, but it's not, because you can have two guys that are bang on it, and Craig, he won't go away. Whereas some other guys, eventually, you see them folding. Keane was really looking sharp yesterday, but eventually Harry just had too much, and you get that. But Craig's the kind of guy, it doesn't matter what you throw at him. If he's feeling it, he's going nowhere.
A little bit of frustration there from Dean Shields. In off from the break.
Yeah, it's not what you want.
It's not, but it's going to take a really good shot here from Craig to open this up into a great chance. It's a big cluster, that. What, three reds, 2 yellows up by the top right corner.
Yeah, he has to find a way to open them up in one go. Use his free shot to his advantage. How does he do it, though? That's the question.
I mean, the red closest to the right-hand side, there, sort of just below the pocket, he could play that up onto the yellow. You know, push the yellow safe, push that other red further down table a bit further out. That's a similar shot, to be fair, but
So he's playing.
slightly different execution. The only what I don't like now is the red to the right of the cue ball there, just below the baulk line. Whereas I feel like if he played the one closest to the rail, he could have actually got himself on that with this shot.
Yeah. As he was always going to be playing on the hanger after that shot, so the table's opened up now, and that's not a great shot either.
Don't really understand that one, to be honest.
That's actually a couple. The one that was in the first frame hanging over the top left, he's under hit, and then that one as well. So maybe the pace of this table, he's taking a little bit too much off it.
Yeah, maybe he's overcompensating because, you know, we always talk about how quick the TV table plays, and he's missed that one. Is it going to run safe? It is. That's helpful for Dean Shields because Dean doesn't really have a fantastic chance here on yellows just yet, but that miss from Craig has put a red in trouble.
Yeah, I don't think the way the yellows are sitting at the top right that he can get over the pocket, but if he can manage to get both of them in play, he might become favourite in this frame.
We talk about, you know, the players compensating for the TV table, but as you know, and the audience at home might not, we've had a bit of a change of the way that the tables arrive to us here at the tour. They are now, they all arrive sort of fresh at the same time.
Yeah.
They're exactly the same tables. And I wonder whether that might have an impact on how differently the TV table plays, whether it will play more like the outer arena tables.
Yeah, actually, a couple of the guys I was speaking to yesterday, Dave Adenall was one, Gav Robinson was another, Mark Farnsworth on the commentary last night, and he was saying that normally it does play very different. He's saying just now, although it still feels different, it's the lights, the fact that there's a lot more space, maybe the fact that this table doesn't get used as much as obviously all the outside tables from the Flyer on the Thursday, and maybe people practicing at night time and stuff. Nobody gets to practice on that one, so it doesn't get as much wear. But when they come, I don't know, you maybe know better than me. When they come in, is it the exact same table that takes place, or is it just any one that gets delivered?
It's anyone.
So
there's, in theory, no difference.
Yeah, so that's what Mark said last night. He went, I think the only difference is the camera, the arena, the lights are a bit different. He says, but for me, the table is just the same. But
yeah,
that wasn't always the case. As he said last night, he went, it wasn't always the case because some were different.
No, and previously we had a sort of a wrapped table with sponsors on it. So that was obviously the TV table.
Whereas now, they're probably all as similar as you're ever going to get them.
I'm not entirely sure what's happened, but I think someone might have just fallen over at their chair on the behind the arena. Oh, the backdrop's gone down.
So
that's why there's a bit of a delay. Dean Shields does get an extension, but yeah. Apologies for that.
I hope it wasn't someone that fell through it.
In all that, we should point out Dean Shields had a huge bit of luck as well, because he missed the yellow by a long way, and it flicked in off the red. So we're just going to get that backdrop reseated, I think, before Dean gets on with this. Craig didn't even move, like a statue.
I remember, I think it was it the World Championships, in the hotel just across from where we are, and you've got the tiered seating and stuff, and one of the guys had been putting his chair too far back, and he's pushed it right off the back, and off he went, but he was caught between the bars and the chair. As much as he was okay, it was one of the funny moments, and it always seems to happen in Newcastle, guys, one of their places. And the few guys that's on there, Alf, is that Chatity, Andrew, and Bullet 147. Welcome, guys. I hope I got that right. Is that Chatity or is it Charity? Looks like Chatity.
It does. Maybe it's just very chatty. Maybe it's a nickname. Maybe you could do a bit of commentary.
Hopefully nobody fell through it.
No. Well, we're still not quite sure what happened, even though we're only about 20 feet away. But our view of that that is blocked. We only have the camera angle that you're looking at as well.
Talking about the tables, you see it right across the front of your screen. The Supreme sign. A fantastic deal that the IPA has struck with one of the best table manufacturers, if not the best, in the game. And I think it can only benefit us, Dan.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I've played on a table better than a Supreme winner, to be honest. I do think they're kind of the gold standard of English pool tables.
This table is obviously a new design, and as far as I'm led to believe, there is a new design again for 2025.
Is there? That's new news to me.
So
new news.
Don't quote me on it, but it's something I've been told, and apparently it's to do with the fresh deal with the IPA, and so we've got these ones to the end of this year, as far as I've been told, and that might not be 100% true, but I'm going to back myself on it. But I think this table is probably one of the best I've played. I think there's something different about it. The bags are a bit tighter. It's got a different feel to it.
It is definitely playing slightly. Yeah, they are playing a bit tighter than normal, which is a good thing.
Definitely.
I think this game can be too easy at times. I think it's about time we put people under pressure when they're playing. I mean, for us mere mortals, perhaps not, but you know, for these professionals, yeah, you should have to hit the middle of the pocket.
100%.
And I'm sure we're going to get the odd one where we go, oh, that shouldn't have dropped.
Yeah,
you're always going to happen with fresh cloths and fresh tables,
new balls, stuff like that. But there's a lot of the pros. I travelled to Wales a couple of weeks ago with Mark and Liam, and that was one of the big things that they spoke about, saying that they love the fact that the tables are a bit tighter. Now, I don't know if that was a deliberate thing, or if that's just the way the new tables are, or they had a plan to make them tighter, but for some reason they do play that bit tighter. And for me, that's a massive bonus. We sit here on a daily basis at these events, and we see the comments, people maybe the bags are huge, it shouldn't be dropping from there, and we see it ourselves. There is times when certainly, how many times have you went to get off your seat when someone plays a shot and all of a sudden it's dropped in? But I just think there's something about these tables that are a step up from anything. Even though the tables we used in the past were really good, I think these are a massive step up.
Yeah, I think they're playing lovely. Like, I can only attest to what I've played.
Yeah.
But I've not had any problems with them so far. And we're a fickle bunch, pool players. if there is a problem, oh boy, we'll tell you about it.
Yeah. Probably the hardest people to please on earth, pool players.
100%, yeah.
I will definitely put myself in that bracket anyway. It's never my fault. It's always the table. It's always the venue. It's all.
I've never played a bad shot. Not once.
And hopefully they get this all sorted very soon. Well, Dean's extension's going to run out.
Yeah. Yeah, Craig must be livid. Dean's had so much time over this finish. There's obviously some delay in getting proceedings back underway. I'm not entirely sure what that is. If we do find out, we will let you know.
In this situation, Dan, so I was actually, every now and again, you speak to people that they want to throw new rules at the game. Last night, Mark Farnsworth was in and people were asking some questions about different rules and stuff. But one of the things I heard over the last while is if a situation happens away from the table and you're at the table, you should be told to get into the corner and face the other way so that you can't plan anything while there's something else going on.
Like a naughty schoolboy.
Yeah. And I was like, so...
Stand there, boy. Look at it, face the wall.
And the reasoning was, well, basically it's unfair because in a 30-second shot clock, you're getting a few minutes to figure out your shot.
I can see that. And well, I think the delay might have hurt Dean's mindset there a little bit.
I suppose if it's a tighter kind of, when he's got a tough shot to play, he can maybe figure it out a bit more. But I thought it was quite of all the rules that people talk about, bringing breaker nominates in, or only one shot from the break if you go in off, put the black back on the table. There's loads and loads. That was one of the maddest ones.
I mean, I think it's sort of a fair suggestion because it depends on the situation. So in that situation there, the fact is, within 2 seconds, Dean Shields knows what shot he's going to play. If that was a trickier table, and Dean's got 5 minutes to check that shot, I can kind of see the argument.
No, definitely. I think there's probably some good reasoning in it. It's just, I mean, was that okay? I think it was just about.
Oh, it was tight, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, Craig had a look at the referee, but it's deemed okay. Maybe did just slide off the yellow onto the red, but it was very tight.
There's no VAR in the IPA, so referee's word is final.
It's another well-judged shot if it stops.
Maybe.
And he's called total. He's looking for the snooker. And it is. And it must be the red that's just in the way.
Big shot this from Dean, because this is missable now. He could quite easily swerve and hit the yellow over the pocket. Well, I kind of assumed he was going after the other yellow, to be honest. Because I would have thought that was, if he was going to go for that yellow, it was an easy swerve. So I think he was going for the other one.
Yeah.
Because he didn't want to pot it, the pace he's played that at.
Yeah, I don't think, as you say, it's a very easy swerve. I think he would have probably been thinking that he's not going to get on the other yellow, so just go and hit that one. Keep it quite tight, but there's no way that he's been trying to get the one over the pocket.
Dean's going to need to show a little bit of mental fortitude here now. Because obviously that delay, I mean, he should be getting that yellow every day of the week. But
Yeah.
he's obviously maybe going to feel like that delay has affected him.
Yeah, he looked like he got a bit of fortune, and then he's in a bit of a float, and all of a sudden he's had to take a break. He's had to sit there and wait. It's obvious what he was going to play, but unfortunately it led to him making a mistake. And yeah, Dan, I think you're right. The delays ended up affecting him rather than helping him.
It's a little bit of a shake of the head. Now, as with all these things in pool, how Dean's reaction goes to this, in my opinion at least, will partly depend on his own mental strength, but it will partly depend on the run of the ball in the next couple of frames. You know, if Dean goes in off again and Craig gets a good break and break dishes and it's 3-1, then it's so easy to just let your game fall apart if things like that go against you, especially after that delay, which Dean will fit. You know, in his head, he was 2-0 up at that point before that happened.
Definitely. And that's probably one of the biggest strengths in most of the guys that are playing at the top end of the game. They don't let these things affect them too much, but they're all human, and it just depends. Dino want to hit back as quick as he can and try and get the frame on the board after making a big mistake, but he won't be blaming anything out with the delay, so he has to just get himself back at it. That match you were just seeing there, guys, Johan Attard and Corey Rees. I think Corey might have just taken that frame, so that's 2-2.
And if you do want to watch that match, that is available on the YouTube channel. If you've got a couple of monitors, you can watch 2 matches at a time. A couple of monitors and a phone, you could watch 3 matches.
You can watch them all. TV, the iPad and the phone, and you are absolutely laughing.
Now, Craig has made a good break, but this has come out really nasty, actually. He's going reds. He's got one chance, really, I feel, here to break out that awkward red, the one to the bottom left of the cue ball now.
I think this is the way to play it. I don't think being aggressive here is the way to win this frame. I think he can just take real control. I don't think he can get into it.
See, I think he might be able to get into it sort of off the yellow.
Off the yellow?
Yeah. If he screws it off the yellow, I think it might.
To play at pace.
Take that.
He's on the one to the top right.
He's on the plant as well, to be honest, to the top left.
Yeah,
he could just run into that. Like, he's got options here. I feel like he's done the hard work, actually, and it's the first couple of shots that have really opened it up for him.
Just has to stay composed here. I don't think he wanted the 3-ball plant, but I think he might have to play it now.
No, it's why I thought he might take the 2-ball plant first, because now he's going to have to play the 3-ball plant unless he goes down table again. And you could quite easily end up knocking the red that you're hitting into a safe position behind that yellow. So, well, can he see it? Oh, just about squeezed through there.
That red has not even moved, so he's only just clipped it and no more. So, a bit of fortune there. Because if he had to play that 3-ball plant, I think both of us were in agreement he was in a bit of trouble. It definitely would not have come out the way he would have wanted.
No, I think if he couldn't get through that, he may well have gone down table first, because it looked like the sort of shot that you could play 100 times and 99 times it'd come out bad for you.
Yeah, I think he would have had to play it at pace to get the yellow away and then go from there. Good control. Craig's in the zone. A couple of nice cannons in this frame. And Craig Brown, 2-1 in front. Dean, he's lost 2 frames from that.
Yeah, just before the camera cut away from Dean there as well, there was just a little shake of the head. He's always been quite an expressive player, has Dean. He lets you know how he's feeling. But it can affect him at times.
break, trailing 2 frames to 1. Time running.
Nikki Moody will stand down, enjoy your lunch, you're through.
An update, guys, on the elite ladies as well. Tilly Edwards, who we spoke about at the top of the show, is 6-3 ahead of Yvonne Ewan, so she's got one more frame to get on the board, but she was 6-1 up in that match. And it will be a Deb Burchell, Tilly Edwards final, if that happens. The last one was all Scottish. This one looking to be all English. I'll keep you updated on that as that result comes in. And right now, Craig Brown is a man in the zone. And it's not an easy table. As you can see, the black at the top end, surrounded by 2 reds, 2 yellows. So opting for yellows here. He's going to have to open the table up. I think he's looking at the plant. Try and kick the black out at the same time and stay on the yellow at the top. And he can play it into the left top pocket. I think he'll just drop through here, push past the red. He wants to get his cue in. I think he would have liked a bit more away from the cushion. It's not easy, guys. He's going to have to jack up here. There's work to do. And he needs a bit of luck. What a shot. What a shot from Craig Brown that was, Dan.
Absolutely phenomenal.
He has controlled that again to perfection. He's had 2 underhits in the match. Since then, some of his shots, pace-wise, control-wise, have been absolutely first class.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's going to have to take this in the bottom now.
That wasn't the way I expected him to play that shot. I sort of expect him to run full ball into the yellow and hold. But, I mean, it's come out all right. But, again, it could have gone worse.
Yeah, it could have. If that other yellow comes down, covers the one in the middle of the table, all of a sudden he's got no shot. He's got a bit of fortune. Fortune favours the brave.
Ooh, yeah, just about. Shaved the near knuckle with that one, but pace was good.
I think here he's looking at the one closest to the red and does the yellow pass into the top right corner. He had a look there. It looks tight. Yeah, I'm thinking it's best to maybe just push through off the red.
Yeah, it's just got to be careful not to stick to it. He's actually going for the other.
Yeah, that's the shot.
Yeah.
I didn't think he was always looking at the bottom yellow of the 2, but I think that was always a shot. Simple screw back now. Doesn't want to underhit this one. Yeah, he's got his feel.
That was, again, one that you could overhit.
Yeah.
By such a large margin. Just don't under.
Yeah, Craig's feeling it now. And Dean, since that mistake, has not been back at the table.
Hasn't seen the table. And that's what I said about, how will Dean react? Well, it's not just about how you react. It's about actually getting the opportunity to react. And if the next couple of frames go the way the previous 2 have gone, Dean might feel like he's out of it before he started.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can understand why. You've got to have sympathy with that.
Yeah, he was heading for 2-0. And then a big mistake has led to him falling further behind. But that's that match, guys, I was just telling you about. Yvonne Ewan. She's at the table against Tilly Edwards. Tilly absolutely flying just now.
Yep, the elite ladies semi-final. These 2 going at it. With the hope of playing Deb Burchell in the final.
Yeah, Deb has been in phenomenal form. The #1 seed.
Ooh, that's a great shot, actually. I thought Yvonne had just underdone that, but it's perfect. And when it rains, it pours for Dean Shields, because that cue ball was incredibly close to dropping in from Craig Brown. as it turns out, if that yellow that he's closest to passes down the rail, these yellows are very much all there.
He had a look at the red straight away. I think
Does the red pass to the middle? I mean, if it does, they're a better chance, but it doesn't look like it does to me.
I don't think it does. I think he's going to have to play the yellow to the middle. I don't think he's got any other option. It's not easy.
Does it pass down the rail behind that other yellow?
Is he looking at a 3-ball plant here into the middle?
I'd be tempted to play that first if it does.
You might get your answer here. This might go.
I think it does. Oh, slightly surprised at the pace he's played that, because he's run into the yellow on purpose, but he's actually pushed it safe. I know you don't like to drop them in at that pace, and perhaps that's the reason why, but he's now got to come back and play the yellow. He's just pointed his cue out into the right centre. So it's not fatal, and he's played that really nicely.
Yeah, it looks like he's now got the pace down to a T. He's definitely feeling it, and you can't help go back to that frame, that moment with Dean Shields. For me, if that delay doesn't happen, I think Dean is on 2-0. But what a miss that is!
I was looking at that, and Craig got down to play that quite quickly, so I sort of assumed that he was dead straight on that yellow and could run past the reds, but slightly off angle, and you saw it with the cue ball as well. He flicked that red, and if that had gone in, he's nowhere. This is a great chance for Dean now.
It actually has me wondering if it did go clean, if he had to maybe hope to drop it in off the back jaw, but
he still caught the red as well, though, so it's hard to know.
But this is exactly what Dean Shields needed. Well, this match was going to be getting away from him fast. From a moment where he was heading to a 2-0 lead, to 3-1 down, 4-1. Would have been a mountain to climb. He's been given a lifeline. And is he just... I think he's just overscrewed a bit. He's not liking this. He's now got a shot to play. Can he just drop it? Yeah, he was trying to just nip it.
It's not ideal. It still might work out okay. He's just got to judge the cannon.
And here we go, guys. That semi-final match about to come to a close. Telly Edwards. Is in the final.
And that final will be brought to you later on the stream. The Elite Ladies final. Probably in, 2 or 3 matches time, I would suspect.
Yeah, congratulations, Tilly and Deb Burchell. That should be a cracker of a final.
Now, can Dean judge this cannon well? Yes, he can. Terrific shot. It looks like he's got just enough angle as well to punch up table.
Yeah, good shot, Dean.
Was just enough angle as well. He really had to force that.
Good finish. He overran the cue ball a bit. He had a bit of work to do. I actually had him screwing on and off the cushion to get back on those reds. He decided to try and nip it, but all of a sudden he had a shot to play and he played it superb. And Dean is back. But Johan Attard, this man since he's came to the IPA has been a breath of fresh air.
Yep. Yep, phenomenal. We go back to his performance earlier in the season at Coventry.
Yeah.
A final and a trophy as well. 2 finals and a trophy, I suppose, if you like. He was incredible.
Round number 6, Dean Shields to break, trailing 3 frames to 2. Time running.
The one thing Dean Shields has been lacking in this match is a bit of luck off the break.
And this is the moment he gets a chance. Is it a good chance?
Oh.
It's one of those tables, again, where there's so much work to be done. You would want a red, I think, here, but he's not got one easy.
I think he can plant the red he's closest to the one over the pocket. It's a missable shot, but if you get it, everything's there. So it's sort of all legs in one basket, really.
I think he's going to play it. I don't
think he's got a lot of choice.
Yeah.
You know, you could take the long yellow, but you don't want yellows. Not really.
Table 6, please. Reece Thomas, Declan O'Callaghan.
And he has to get the pace of this.
Table 6.
That red needs to slow. I think that's... I don't know. I don't know if that's all right or not.
I don't think that red goes anywhere but the right middle now. Or has he got an angle to just flick it right now? But he's got work to do.
Or has he got an angle on the red in the bottom half of the table to screw back into them?
I think he's going to play this, just flick it, and then worst case scenario, he's on the bottom one.
Yeah, it's a great shot.
Now, is he too straight? I think he is. I don't think he can get on any of these reds at the top, so he's going to have to stay upstairs.
Yeah, I think the body language there tells you the whole story. This is a little nippy one. It'd be really helpful if the red to the right of the cue ball here would go to the top left. But as I say that, he's taking this one on, so... Oh, we screw back.
Well, do you know what? I know Dean he's kind of shaking his head here, but...
He'll take it, I think.
I think you just drop that in the middle and you've got the frame.
Yeah.
I really do. I think it's... This red to the right middle is essentially Dean's black. If he nails this, I can't see him missing this finish. I don't think that red is the ball, but you never know.
It's such a twitchy one, that's the only thing.
Yeah.
And I think it looks easier
It's
from
playing
this camera angle than it is.
Playing it off the yellow.
Hasn't got it.
Yeah, I don't think that's a shot. I'm not going to tell Dean how to play. He's one of the top guys, but he's obviously not been feeling confident enough to maybe drop that in the middle. But
I mean, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, I wonder if it's a 9-ball thing.
do you know what?
Because you can't drop balls in the middle like that when you're playing that game.
No, true. That's very, very true. He's maybe not even thought about dropping that in the middle because of that.
Kind of, yeah. I wouldn't have thought so, but equally, you know, we're both sat here in the easiest place
No, of
to
course.
sit.
And I've never missed a shot sitting here, neither of you.
No.
So,
But we're both sat here going, yeah, you drop that in the middle. So maybe it just didn't enter the mind.
it looked like he didn't even look at it. So I don't think it ever did cross Dean's mind. But
It was me and you on commentary yesterday in the Harry Kean Monaghan match where Kean, as far as we're concerned, took completely the wrong colour set. And I do think, you know, players just do lose that bit of... it's not even concentration. You just have a moment, don't you? We've all been there.
yeah, I think I've actually spoke about. I played. It was a Scottish Grand Prix, and I played Dan on the TV table, the 30-second shot clock referee. It was great. I really enjoyed it. I won the match. Not many people have beat Dan Davey this year, so I was actually quite chuffed with that. But
Great win, that.
I felt really good. The 30-second shot clock really suited me, and I've mentioned to people, they go, "What was it like?" And I'm like, I just felt like you had to make your decision, and then you stuck with it because you didn't have enough time to change your mind. Maybe in certain situations, these guys are stepping to the table. They've got 30 seconds. Once they've made their mind up, that's it. They don't really consider anything else. And
I think under shot clock pressure, there's certainly an argument to do that. To not spend, you know, too long thinking about what shot you're going to play, where just to make up your mind quickly.
Yeah, it just makes me wonder sometimes when that from Kean yesterday was one of the big ones. To go down and play definitely the totally opposite colour set from the balls that were all, well,
Yeah.
the easy ones. There was nothing really troubled, and we both agreed that he must have just not known, and he came to the table, made a decision, and without really realising he's definitely played the wrong colours. But again, there, Dean's not even looked at that. And I would imagine most people at home, most guys in the arena would maybe have been looking and saying, "We just drop that in the middle." It's not an easy shot by any stretch, but I think it was a far better option than what Dean tried to play. I actually believe if Dean was sitting here right now and you said, "Dean, why didn't you just drop that in the middle?" he'd probably go, "I never even looked."
Yep. I think it's possible. Like I said, I don't think the camera angle necessarily made him look great there either, because
No.
that is a tougher shot than I think.
Oh, super tough.
Yeah. So Dean's going to play this plant. He's got one tricky red left after this shot, as long as this goes well. Which, I think he'll take that. I think he might almost be happy with that. Because how he was going to get on that red in balk, for me, was questionable.
Yeah, I think he would have had to maybe bring the white another touch forward and the red into the left middle. He would have had a chance, but I think he'll be more than happy with the result he's got there. He's a big favourite in this frame, but if anyone knows Craig Brown, he will be looking to find some way of opening this table up. And I think maybe just nicking that yellow across, but the cue ball's going to be travelling.
Yeah,
It's not easy.
The one on the bottom rail there, if you can just get the pocket, it makes it into more of a 50-50 game.
Yeah. It's not easy though. It's definitely the shot he's going to play.
That's not good. He's caught it a bit thick and at just the wrong pace. You know, a little bit harder.
Yeah.
It might cause Dean a problem. A little bit softer, it definitely causes Dean a problem. But he sort of Goldilocks it in the wrong way.
So it looks like Dean is just going to leave the cue ball at the top left-hand corner, which I actually quite like that shot. He just doesn't want to leave anything.
Oh, yeah, I don't know about that. Because he has left Craig on the same ball that he's just missed, if you like.
Yeah, I actually thought he was going to play it in such a way where he was going to maybe slide off the red and bring the red back to it. And if he did leave anything, it was just maybe the edge of a yellow.
Yeah, see, I thought he could have just bounced it off the cushion and welded the cue ball to the back of the yellow, like left him nothing. Now it's left Craig some sort of option.
And the thing is, Craig has a number of balls now in the open.
Oh, he's on a perfect one here. This yellow to the right centre. This could open up almost the whole frame. He's still going to have one yellow. That one down towards the bottom left corner. That's going to be an issue. But you could get down there. You could get on it. So if this shot goes well... And it hasn't. Wow.
It could not have landed any worse.
No. So what do you do from here? I mean, he's in real trouble. Referee's checking whether it's a total. Referee's still checking whether it's a total, so it must be tight. But either way, that's not good news for Craig. Because if it's taking this long to check, then he definitely doesn't have any kind of attacking option on. Looks like is there a gap between red and yellow where he can come off the side cushion and try and push the yellow back over towards where the cue ball is now. It's a big... Well, it was a sort of a big pocket, but he didn't quite catch it. It's a great effort, though, from Craig Brown. Dean's just got to take his time here because Craig's managed to only leave the plant. And the red he's playing now is going to go in the wrong direction from Dean's point of view. Not absolutely straightforward this yet. It might be in a shot's time. He's got to control this clip into the right corner really nicely. If he finishes somewhere near straight on the one to the right centre, then that would be ideal.
Touch the left-hand side and come over towards that yellow, but he's under-hit it.
Yeah, he's killed the cue ball there because he didn't want to end up behind the yellow.
I think that's one of these shots. If he plays it, touch the left-hand side and a bit of pace, there's a good chance he's going to knock the yellow out the way, and he'd been okay, but he's kind of tried to kill it so that it doesn't come behind. But I think even if he goes too far there, the red goes in the top right-hand corner, the red goes in the bottom right corner if he goes to the left-hand cushion. So he had options, he was just trying to be perfect, and it's led to a mistake.
I think he just feels like the world's against him right now.
It's like every shot he tries, every little flick and kick just seems to be going the wrong side.
I don't know if he can cut this into either corner. But if he does, I mean, he's trusting to so much luck with the cue ball. I don't think he can't even play it off the yellow towards the bottom right because he's still not going to have a shot next up. Is he trying to cut this in? Wow.
It's a cue ball going straight in the middle pocket here.
I tell you what an effort that is. And it's a pretty good result for Dean. I think, again, where the cue ball's landed, he'll probably be happier that it hasn't gone in.
Yeah, he'll take that. In Africa, we have top-seeded player.
Just the one.
Congratulations, my friend. I am absolutely over the moon about that. And why was there no streams earlier? The stream was always set to start at 2 p.m. today. I think that's just the scheduling for the TV. So I don't have much more information on why. It just
I
was.
mean, the truth is that, you know, we're a fairly small crew.
Yeah,
There's not that many of us.
Yeah, that's a big part of it.
People can't work for 16 hours. That's the reason, basically. Apart from Bronny.
Yeah, I mean,
At the top table. And the refs and us. And I mean, we do, but yeah, there's a limit. It's the honest answer. There's a limit to how much people can do in a day.
I actually spoke to Craig that obviously does all the work on the stream yesterday, and I said, why can we not start it? And he went, because I want to sleep.
Yeah.
And he's only had, since Thursday, he had 4 hours sleep right through to yesterday. I think that was 1 in the morning or something last night. So he just wanted to have a little bit of time just to get himself set, and I think the schedule it's perfect because it's going to be non-stop. It's going to be full of finals and semi-finals and what have you. So yeah, I think it's absolutely perfect. So
I mean, we'd like to broadcast 24 hours a day.
Yeah,
of course we would.
Of course we would.
There's only so much you can do. Craig Brown's left himself on a double. Craig Brown's missed the double.
Yeah, he's missed that.
That's actually really quite a long way off. So to not even catch the jaws.
It's one of the. It was quite good that last night. The insight from Mark Farnsworth about this table. He did say, as we just mentioned, it's not as different as it has been in the past, but it obviously doesn't get as much play over the weekend, so it will keep that little bit of skid and slide. To me, a shot Mark spoke about was the doubles, and Craig has maybe overcompensated on the slide there and just tried to square it up because he's missed it by a long, long way. You generally see the doubles going high because of that slide, and you go,
Yeah,
he's just
absolutely.
not judged it, but he's missed it in the low side there.
Probably quite soft as well. You know, you sometimes see a shot missed on the low side when
you
it's
hit
been
it hard,
pumped.
yeah.
But it was quite a soft shot as well. So yeah, it's definitely a bit of an error there from Craig. Now let's take a look over on table 1. Corey Reese versus Johan Attard. Corey was trailing by 4 frames to 2. It's 4-3 now. This is a big shot, and he's overcut it.
He's overcompensated by a long way there. Stevie Statham Walker. That's a new one. I've had them all.
As
Dan,
in
I've been called every...
Statham, as in Jason Statham?
Apparently, I'm every bald guy on earth.
Oh, I see. It's a bald... Right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Believe me, some of the names, some I can go, yeah, I'm all right with that one. Other ones, I'm like, what? But
Lovely to be here with Ainsley Harriott.
every bald guy on earth. One of the ones not so long ago was James Blake, a tennis player. And I was like, right, listen, not in any racial way, but not the same race.
No.
And it was like, yeah, but you're his double. And that's not possible.
No.
But
No.
yeah, that's I've been called everyone under the sun. But that's a new one. It's the first time Statham's been mentioned.
Yep. Congratulations.
I'll just stick to the talker.
I was going to say, I've got a horrible feeling you've made a real rod for your own back there, and the next few comments are going to be
I know.
brutal.
Fire them in, guys. The Mitchell brothers. Yeah, I've been one of them.
Which one?
Well, I've got a mate of mine, Richie. He's a bit smaller than me, and so we were Grant and Phil, and obviously I was Grant, he was Phil. I used to walk into different pubs and clubs in the town. They go, "Oh, there's the Mitchell brothers in." So that was something. There's one of the Mitchell brothers.
That one's
Me and
definitely
Johan.
better than James Blake. Definitely better.
I'll need to get Johan, and me and him can be the Mitchell brothers.
On table 21.
Now there's a commentary pairing for you.
Do you know, he actually says last night, up the Rangers at the end of he says, because that's my team, and I'm sitting looking at him. I'm a Celtic man, and
I did wonder.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, he's Maltese. And he says to Mark said, is there anything you want to say to your people back home? And he has a keep supporting us, up the Rangers.
It's actually, it's the logo on the back of his shirt.
Right.
That one there. So that is a Maltese football team.
Right, okay.
And I'm not even going to try and pronounce it, but it begins with a C, and they are called the Sea Rangers.
Oh, right, that makes
is
better
why
sense. Right, that's
Up the
better.
ra- It wasn't an insult to you. I don't think it might have been.
No.
He might have been listening and thought, "Yeah, I'm gonna wind Stevie Walker up," but I don't think.
I'm sitting right across from him, and I'm thinking, is this at me? No.
Did you have your green and white scarf on at the time?
I had a green hoodie on. No, he was actually really good fun, I must admit.
Stone Cold Stevie Walker. That is the one. Actually, that is your nickname now. That's better.
Stone Cold. There was a time when I did enjoy the wrestling. Stone Cold was one of my favourites, I'll say that much. And Dean Shields could be doing with some Stone Cold right now. He is having a bit of a time. He's stealing frames. He's not really getting them in any great fashion. He's managing to just grind them out. And another scrappy one, but for a few of these.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do. Well, either one of these players here. Craig taking the most aggressive shot possible, and I mean, he's absolutely nailed it.
He's got one more tough pot that at this standard, I don't see him making any mistakes. The cue ball should run round the angles, and I would imagine he's going to be on the one to the right middle. Oh, he's going to screw it in. Even better. I didn't think he could play it that way. Fantastic shot. He's on the same ball, but he didn't have to have the cue ball travelling. And this is what I mean. Craig just seems to have that little bit more quality right now. Dean will feel like he's been unfortunate in certain times, but I think Craig has just edged it so far, and the result on the scoreboard for now at least shows that evidence.
Yeah, I don't think any players really run away with it in terms of the way that they're playing, but I agree. I think Craig has been the better of the two. There's probably an alternate universe somewhere where that break didn't happen and Dean Shields is 7-0 up at this point.
Well, not exactly. It's one of the moments you'll maybe always think, what if? But you can't. You actually mentioned it a few times there. Dean doesn't want to let that get to him. He needs to get that out his head and just, maybe it's in there, maybe he's not even thinking about it now, but there has been a couple of small errors and Craig has taken full advantage, but it's not been a classic, that's for sure.
No, it hasn't.
There's a young man who's on good form right now, Declan O'Callaghan. He is in the later stages of the amateur. He went abroad, was it Thailand? And he ended up winning one of the...
No way. Excellent.
Yeah, he went over and he won one of the tournaments. And now, I've been told last night, an exclusive from him himself, he's going to move over there and play the game.
Is that a genuine?
Yeah, he's wanting to go and give
He
it
really
a
is
go for a
gonna-
year. Yeah,
wow.
he's going to give it a year. He went over and won one of the... I can't mind the name of the tournaments. It was one of the disciplines over there. Whether
gonna
it was
say, what
American
code would
pool or
that be,
Chinese,
'cause-
I think. But he won one of them, and it was a... And the mad thing about it was, I mean, getting... Bushy had put it online that because he got there late, they couldn't get a right... It was a handicap event, but a lot of really good players in it. So the handicap he got was a lot less than what he should have had. And he still ended up winning the tournament. So
Wow.
he's fell in love with the game, and he's going to go and give. He's like, listen, I'm young, I've no kids, I want to go and give it a go for a year. He's already spoke to some people over there, and it looks like he's going to be making a dash across the water for a while just to see how it goes. So good luck to him. He's playing really good stuff right now as well, and he's a nice guy.
Too right. If you're going to do it, do it. Absolutely.
I said that to him last night. If there's ever a time to do it, then it is now. If you've not got any ties, nothing holding you down, then there's a big world out there. And who knows, he's in with a chance of maybe winning something this week. He's still in the tournament.
If you're still in at this stage, then you're having a very good time. This will be last 32 at worst, possibly last 16.
I think he told me he was due on to play the last 32 before I stepped in here, so I think that's the position he's in right now.
Yeah. So the last 32 in the IPA amateur, for those that don't know, is where the single elimination starts.
Yeah.
So the fact is, it's an achievement in itself to get through to the last 32. You know, there will be some of the top amateurs, probably, you know, every tour, say you've got your top 16 amateurs, I reckon every single tour, 5 or 6 of those at least will be out by the time you get to the last 32. It's such a tough field, and it's such a high standard that you have to achieve.
So they were talking about it last night, and Craig Marsh, someone said, well, at the end of the day, if you're going to win one of these events, you have to beat the best players. And Marshy says, yeah, I don't mind beating the best players, I just don't want to beat them all. So, and as you just mentioned there, you're going to get 4 or 5 of them, because they're all going to, some of them are going to knock each other out.
Yeah.
And then, but to get to the real latter stages of these events, you're going to have to beat some top guys. And they've been mentioned, some of them are speaking about it on the chat function yesterday about Gio, Adam, Jake Dillon, Newlove. There's so many top guys at the top end of the amateurs. If you're going to win one of these, you're going to have to beat some really, really good players.
And then, for those that do make it through to the professional ranks, they are then going to have to come up against players like this.
Exactly. Well, this is a chance.
Yeah, neither of these players have really stamped their authority on this game. Every time it looks like one is going to perhaps just start to run away with it, they give up a chance. And Craig's last couple of breaks haven't been amazing.
He just has to deal with the one really awkward yellow. I think he could actually go into it right now. If the yellow passes to the bottom right corner, he would be on the one at the top left.
It's either that or that's his last ball, and he can cut it into the left centre, run the cue ball into the red, and hold for the black. But he did not want to do that, and we will never find out now, I don't think.
Yeah, Dean's just having a little bit of a problem on the flicks and kicks.
He might just get away with this, you know. The yellow he's just moved. That looks like it goes top right. So, and he's got what looks to be a decent angle to get on it.
Yeah, he actually might. He might have to just flick off the red. Yeah, he's looking at it now.
If he's definitely going into that red. He's trusting to luck a little bit. If he catches it full ball, he might find himself snookered behind it. He's gone round the back of the whole thing. How do you manage that?
The thing is, you've actually saw it quite early, Dan. He didn't have to move it. He didn't have to move the ball. He just had to drop on it. And you could see where the cue ball hit on the left cushion. So he had the angle to hold. And he's going to have to get back on it now. And this time he has played on it. And I've got a feeling these yellows down the bottom will be moving if he pots this.
Thing is, if they don't, and he gets the pot but misses the yellows, there's no way he's holding the cue ball in that half of the table.
Referee top table,
So,
please.
I mean, is he looking at coming down table first? Can he play the
Yeah,
yellow
he is.
to the bottom right? He can. He's opened up the pocket for the one he's near now.
In the professional red
Oh,
top
wow.
table 2,
Oh, it's
I thought it was
unfortunate.
in. I was convinced that was in.
table 2.
Good afternoon, Drew. I hope you are well, my friend. Team LPP, I love that.
You might have to explain that to the rest of us.
Lola's pool party.
Of course. How could I not have known that? It's almost like a setup.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. Drew was the DJ for that phenomenal day. I'm pretty sure everyone enjoyed it. And it looks like Mr. Magic Lola's pool party is on, having a look as well. Seen him when I came in earlier, and what is that Uncle Fester talk? What is that? Elmer Fudd. Kill the rabbit.
Table 19 in the ladies, please.
I think you're a better lookalike than sound alike, not going to lie.
19.
It's mad how certain things from your childhood just come to mind when you see something. Hope you're having a great time on holiday, Murray. Looks like another frame. Dina's going to be punished.
He looks more relaxed than I expect, Dean,
Yeah.
in the top left corner of the screen, actually.
Things just haven't gone for him. There's been quite a few uncharacteristic mistakes. But there is still time in this match. He just needs to get his break going. Needs a couple of good chances just to kind of get him in the zone. But right now, it seems as if every time Craig comes to the table, half the table has been cleared already for him. And he's not got much traffic just to take out the finishes. It's now about getting the right angle. He doesn't want to come too far here. Is he too straight?
Looks it. That looks very straight. Maybe if he digs down, maybe he might have to screw out.
Yeah, I think he might.
No,
Maybe
or
just
top
stun.
through.
Yeah,
Oh,
good shot.
timing and power on that one.
Forced the angle. A fantastic shot from Craig.
Table 10, please, in the open. Scott Davidson.
6-3
Scott Davidson.
is on the cards here.
Table 10.
Barring a monumental mistake, which I just cannot see from Craig right now. And it's not to be. Dean with a mountain to climb.
On table 3 in the open, please. Gio Edgar, Charlie Bentley. Gio Edgar, Charlie Bentley, table 3.
As you can see, quite a big crowd sitting around the table now.
It's a cracking venue, this. And I think that will, will filter in quite a few. I think the crowd for tonight's final
Yeah.
might be one of the bigger we get. But for several reasons, partly because there's a lot of local support around. It will certainly depend who's in it as well. If Mark Farnsworth's in it,
Yeah.
then, we'll pack the house out.
It was actually Thursday night. A guy came in and he was asking us, what's happening here? And so we were looking around and went, well, a pool tournament.
It's a darts tournament, mate.
And he says, no, I get that. He said, it's just, I was driving past towards the McDonald's which is just outside the road up to the venue. He said, and I'd seen
I wouldn't know.
he said, I've seen people walking up with queues, and I thought, well, wait a minute, I play pool, I play in the leagues, I want to see what's happening. So he came up, and he actually sat the full night watching the flyer, and he's saying, can anybody play in this? We say, well, anybody can, but you need to join the tour, you need to enter the events. But it's entirely possible for anyone in the area to do it, but you have to sign up via the right channel. So put him onto the IPA page. He was having a look at the website and stuff like that, but he was just one of the local guys, and he says, you know what, I'm going to come up here with some of my mates. He says, all right, if we come in and watch some of the pool, even have a beer. And I was like, I said, yeah, exactly. And
be our guest. And if you are local, be our guest.
Exactly. So, but it was just mad. He just saw some guys with queues and thought, there's something going on in there that I've never seen before. And up he came. And he was absolutely loving it, and it was only the flyer. Now, I've not actually looked out to see if I've seen him over the rest of the weekend so far, but he did say he was planning coming up. Today is probably the day. He was talking about Saturday, so there might be a few of the locals. And if you're watching and you're local, why don't you get down here? There's loads of space, loads of matches. You will not be disappointed. Great food, great drink, great company.
Craig playing a plant first up. That's a terrific shot. Tap of the knee from Dean Shields, because that one shot from Craig has probably won him this frame. He's knocked out that yellow on the left-hand side. He hasn't covered the top right pocket with the red that he played the plant with. Yeah, he's looking good here.
He's not too happy with that. I think he was hoping to come a bit further and get the angle to go up, but instead he's landed slightly wrong side of where he wanted to be. I might be tempted to, I know he wants the yellow between the reds as his last ball, but it goes in the bottom if he's on the side cushion or even close to that area. I might be tempted to take that just now and then come back up. He's going to play a cannon here. Oh, he's got work to do. This is not easy.
I'm with you there, because I feel like he could have played the yellow that he's just played. That could have been his last ball instead. You know, he could have taken the one in the middle of the table, screwed back up.
And you see the position he's in just now. He's only about a quarter of an inch away from being perfect for the black if he did decide to take that last.
Oh, he's not done that. He's not hit that. It's not going to make it.
Yeah, that all. He's planned it out in his head. He's had a map. And just in this situation, he just didn't change his mind. And maybe that is that 30-second thing. We're talking about that earlier, not getting enough time to change your mind. So he didn't. Indecision caught him out in the end.
Dean Shields, really, one long pot will put him in good position.
It's a fantastic chance, but it's a tough opener.
At 6-3 down, there's so much on this. So much pressure.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that I don't know what it is, but over the last while, I always look at where people's feet are. And it's because one of the coaches, a young guy, Elliot Sanderson's came up to Scotland, and he's been a breath of fresh air. He does a lot of pool coaching, snooker coaching, you name it. And he talks about your foot position and stuff like that. Dean's always seemed to be, and see on that type of shot that he played a moment ago, the long length of the table, his feet are always so square, pointed towards the area that he's aiming in, and I just didn't feel for a second he was going to miss that there. Didn't even touch the sides, but he has to take the rest of them out. There's no point in getting the long, tough one if you don't take the finish in the end. It's a big chance. And at 6-3 down, he needs to take it.
Just can't quite get away from him, Craig. You know, he's been threatening to run away a couple of times, and he's just made that error at the crucial moment.
He had me wondering there if he would maybe just come out and take the red closest to the yellow on the top, and then use the one he's going to play now to go up. So he's going to have to just drop up and leave a nice angle so that he can screw up the table. I think he's got it.
Yeah, it looks good.
Just a stunt, slight stunt just to the left. Give himself just enough angle. He just doesn't want to overdo it. Even if he underhits this, he's okay. That is as close to perfect as he's going to get.
Yeah, that was exactly it. He was never going to try and get really close to that red because it was fraught with danger if he... You know, the two yellows are big in the way if you try and get close.
Yeah, he's taking these well. He had a really tough opening red. He stayed composed, 6-3 down, knowing that any mistake was going to lead to Craig getting on the hill. But it's one back for Dean Shields. And that's a very good question, Dan. Do we think this venue is better than the hotel? Well, for me, I think the hotel's fantastic. I think all the venues in the IPA are fantastic. I mean, my favourite's Coventry. I've always said that. But
have you considered entering politics?
Do you know, this is God's honest truth, right? I've got a friend who owns a bar in Tenerife, and every single time I see him, he says to me, "Are you not in politics yet?" I keep telling you every time I see you, you should be a politician. And I'm like, I don't know what he's talking about, but...
It was a very diplomatic answer, that.
No, I do. I like the hotel. Coventry's always been my favourite. People say to me, "You're mad, it's miles away." For you Scottish guys, it's further. Well, it's not about the distance. You asked me what venue I like.
Yeah.
Coventry's my favourite venue. I like the massive foyer type area where everybody can kind of mix, get your food, whatever it is. It just seems to have a better feel for me. But this venue, as like the size and space and stuff, this is second to none.
From a purely pool playing perspective, yeah, I think this might be my new favourite. You're right. Coventry's got that real sociable aspect to it, which is really great. Isle of Man's got a casino, which is even better. You know, every venue that we go to on this tour has real positives and not many negatives.
No, that's true.
You know, there are no bad... And there's going to be people sat at home going, yeah, well, you have to say that. And maybe I do. But the fact is, I'm not lying. It's true.
No,
you know, there is not a bad venue on this tour. The hotels are great. The rooms are very good. Coventry is sociable. Coventry's a little bit tight for the number of tables we've got. You know, there are issues sometimes when you've got spectators where there's not really enough room for necessarily for the players, and you can feel a bit hemmed in. But 99% of the venues, the tables, it all just works.
Yeah, I totally agree. I've never had any issues with any of the venues. I mean, there was one time there was a bit of a... Fortunately for me, I couldn't actually make the event, but I noticed that I had basically missed out on booking my room for Coventry, and it ended up falling in a time where I couldn't make it. But I was so disappointed. I messaged Bron and I says, "Listen, there's no chance I'm staying in an overspill. That's my favourite hotel. That's where I want to be." And she's like, "Steve, I don't know what to do. there's no rooms." So, and I was like, and then about a week later, I went, "Do you know what? I actually can't make the event. I have never been so happy that I couldn't, because I did not want to be in another." I just think it's just comfortable for me. I feel like it's one of the places where you can really, I don't want to say let my hair down when you've not got any, but it's just it's definitely the one for me. But this is as you just mentioned there, is a pool venue. This is different class. It's the space for people round about, the space round about the tables, never mind anything else. It's definitely...
This is one of, if not the best room for pool.
Yeah.
That I've been to. I mean, I've been on the tour for, 5-6 years now. Dean's played a lovely shot there. Wow, what a safety shot that is.
Absolutely superb. Yeah, the one in Scotland next year, guys, is in the Normandy Hotel. Very good hotel. It gets used for a lot of boxing shows, darts events, like Scottish Open, stuff like that. And it's a cracking hotel, cracking venue. And I actually asked Kev last year, why are you not speaking to the Normandy? And he's went, well, nobody's told me about it. And then Paul ended up getting in and having a chat with him. And all of a sudden, a deal's been made. And there is one in Scotland next year. But it is a very nice hotel. Cracking big room. Yeah, that should be good. That should be really, really good.
It's something that we get a lot of messages about, which is, why haven't you got a tour here and why haven't you got a tour there? And I have to say, it is so hard to find a suitable venue.
Definitely.
I've been looking for one in the south of England for a long, long time because I'd love one.
Of course.
You know, I'd love to have a tour that's not a minimum of 4 hours drive. But, answers on a postcard. And if you do have a venue that you'd like us to bring the tour to and you think would be suitable, then do message any one of us.
Yeah, exactly.
And we'll take it to the powers that be and say, look, here's a venue. But I mean, its price, its size, its number of rooms, it has to be so perfect, and they are vanishingly rare.
Yeah, that's the big thing that people don't realise, that you can't just rock up to, or you've got a cracking big room, perfect for all the tables, but it only has 25 rooms. Well, it's not going to work. It has to tick all the boxes, as you say: price, rooms, the hall that can store all the tables, well, can handle all the tables, the amount of people that's going to be there, the spectators and what have you. There's a lot of stuff that goes into it. So, but it would be great. I mean, I'm one of the guys. I'll go anywhere for a game of pool. It doesn't really make any difference to me. I just enjoy being part of it. But if there's one at the very, very bottom of England to the very top of Scotland, then by all means, if the venue's there,
Or Barbados, Maldives.
Well, that's even better. I mean,
I
even just Mallorca will do. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't have to be.
we're not fussy. We just want a holiday. That's all. I tell you what, Dean's played a terrific shot, the previous shot, but he's going to need another one here. This is huge.
What's a foul?
Oh, Dean.
Oh. His tee-shot, his polo top, has it managed to land on the red.
It's horrible when that happens. Yeah, genuinely, just, you feel for him. But it's a little bit careless.
Yeah.
It's a little bit careless.
It's one of the tough things. Every now and again you hear some of the arguments on the outside tables. Somebody leans over and there is I don't know what it's like, Dandow, where you play, but in Scotland, if two players are playing and someone's T-shirt or something goes on the table, you actually can't call it because there's no referee there. It can be easily disputed, can cause arguments. You say, listen, mate, your T-shirt's on that top. Opponent says, no, it's not.
Well, I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, so it was taken out. Yeah,
wow.
It's been taken out in the sense of it just causes arguments. So you just hope that the guy you're playing is maybe a bit more honest, or they tuck their T-shirt in and hope for the best kind of thing. But it did cause some contention in the past, and if there's no referee, it was basically said that you can't call it if someone's T-shirt's on the top, on the ball. So
I can see the argument, I suppose, because if it is just a T-shirt, you can't feel it.
no, exactly.
It happened to us actually recently in a county fixture, and I felt so sorry for the guy because it was we were playing East London, and one of their players. So he's broken dished essentially, but on the black, he's leaning over. And it's actually the part of his shirt underneath his armpit.
Wow.
Has touched the ball. And like both teams saw it. There was no contention over it. But I just felt so sorry for him because it was so unlucky.
This is getting to the stage now where Craig is going to get over the line unless Dean has some kind of miracle, but he's not had much go for him.
No, he hasn't. But he also hasn't really been precise enough to win this match. He's run out of position one or two too many times. He hasn't been at his best, Dean. And he started the game so well, and we're going to talk about the incident. I'm sure it will come up again. Whatever happened with the backdrop and that big delay when Dean looked for all the world like he was going to go 2-0 up and he was flying, and then he's 4-2 down. And but the fact is, Dean hasn't played well enough in the second half of this match.
Yeah, there's been a couple of kind of strange shot choices where balls that have got a pocket, he's trying to move them, and then when he gets the flick of the kick, it's just not going his way. But that is quite careless in the last frame there. As I mentioned there, it's not like a written rule in Scotland for the T-shirt. It's just, I think, if I walk up to someone in the venue and say, listen, I was playing my opponent there, the T-shirt's on, they go, well, what can I do? I've never seen it. So you're just having too many re-racks. So it was kind of taken out in the sense of, listen, you just have to play on. There's nobody there to make that decision. So in Dean's case, the referee's right there in the right position. And unfortunate, that's one of his best breaks.
If we get to see his face, there will be either a massive scowl or he'll be laughing.
That is one of the best breaks he's had. And the black goes in off, which is a re-rack. And Corey, 7-4 down, hanging in there just about, has to get this black. There's Dean there.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the whole, you're talking about you can't call the shirt thing, but do you not tuck your shirts in Scotland? Is that not
of
a
course.
thing? Like,
I think it's one of them where
it doesn't happen that often, does it?
if someone's T-shirt's on the ball, I think 90%, if I was to say to almost every guy I'm playing, just say Morgan, your T-shirt was on the ball there, I would bet my life that he would go, oh, right, okay, 2 shots. I think most guys are, I think it's just there's been so many contentious moments on that situation that if someone goes up to say the tournament director or the referee or whoever's in there, they'll say, well, there's nothing I can do about it, and we can't just give a re-rack every time someone decides to say someone's T-shirt's on the ball, because the fact is there's also going to be players that say make your top was on that ball when it wasn't.
Yeah.
So they kind of, because there's no referee in every single match on the outer tables, it became that way. As far as I'm aware, and I've been in the situation myself, so it was just a case of, listen, there's nothing that can be done, you just need to play on kind of thing.
It's sort of depressing that there are people out there who'll do that to win
Yeah.
a game, but the fact is they exist. Yeah. Dean Shields doing a nunchuck impression with his cue after that break, because, and honestly, who can blame him?
That break a moment ago was Dean's best of the day.
Yep.
And the black goes in, and then it's like an unwritten rule. If you pot the black off the break for a re-rack, you don't get anything after it. But that's not great.
No, and it's symptomatic of Craig the entire match, this, where, yeah, he's played the better of the two, but he definitely hasn't been at his best. And he's just thrown in the odd slack shot, and that's one of them. And now is he looking at this plant? This is a hugely tough shot. Probably a lot easier when you're 7-4 up, mind. But that one was a bridge too far for Craig Brown. And Dean Shields is back at the table with a pretty presentable chance on yellows. Possibly just the yellow next to the 8 ball that's any kind of a problem, really.
Yeah, it's no mistake pull from now. Dean has to be pretty much flawless.
I don't know if Dean can play the yellow in balk just above the cue ball and swing round. Maybe try and develop that yellow on the left-hand side. Doesn't need to, but it would be nice if he did. He couldn't get there. He'd have loved an angle to be able to screw into that now.
Yeah.
Again, he hasn't got it. Can he play the plant to the right centre and at least free the yellow and black? It's hard to tell.
He's just played on it. He's come a bit. He's got options now. Yeah, he just has to hold it with a flick.
I wonder if the yellow that's sort of bang centre of the table will go past the yellow. Yeah, and you can see there that it will. So that goes clean into the middle. So that ideally will be his next ball as long as this drops in. And now he can just flick into the 8 ball.
He's controlled that very well. He's given himself just the perfect angle here. He doesn't have to play this with any pace, just run it in.
Yeah, he wants no more than a sort of quarter ball clip on the 8, because otherwise he might stick on it. That's perfect. if he can see the yellow over the centre pocket now, I think he'd play it. But
Yeah.
it looks like the 8-ball's in the way.
He's looking at it. He might have to. Oh, he looks like he can. Maybe a touch aside. Yeah, tiny swerve. Just slid it in off the near knuckle. He's got a nice angle to drop down.
It's been a nice finish, this, so far.
It needs to be pretty much perfect pull from here. And I'm going to assume the black passes the red into the right middle. He's had a look at it a few times.
It's tight,
Yeah.
but I think far draw. Yeah, it definitely does.
And he's down quick, so there's no issues here. And Dean gets another one on the board. He's not going away, but Craig is on the hill. And he'll just be wanting an opportunity to get himself over the line. And Corey Reese,
Feeling like everything's running
Yeah.
against him. He's not given up. He's not let it get to him because he trails Johan Attard by 7 frames to 5. And Johan's in control of this frame, I would say. You'd much rather be on yellows than reds with that
Yeah,
8-ball
most
hanging over
definitely.
the pocket.
Craig ready to break, leading 7 frames to 5. Time ready.
yeah, it looked like Corey was time travelling there round the table.
Well, the shake of the head from Dean Shields shows you what he thinks about that, but that's a monster break, isn't it? Surely no complaints, unless the cue ball spat out of a pocket or something.
Yeah, that is. That's one of the breaks when you're on the hill that you want every day of the week. And Craig has it here. It looks like every ball has a pocket. He just has to map out his finish.
Yeah, there's a yellow on the left-hand side that looks a little bit tight down past that red. And also the 8-ball looks a bit tight going past that red as well. So for me, it's all about that bottom left pocket. But they both do look like they go, but
Yeah, I
not
think-
by much.
Yeah, I think he'll play on it. I think he's just going to drop it down. And I think the one at the right bottom corner will be his last ball for the black in the opposite bottom corner. But it looks like he's already got this mapped out. And I think Dean Shields is staring down the barrel of defeat here. It's just about the angle that he gets on the one to the right-hand middle. Now, I thought he would have pushed through there so he wasn't getting anywhere near the cushion.
Yeah, it was just a fraction tentative, that.
Yeah.
And now, if he's cueing this last yellow off the rail, he's got to leave the perfect angle because it can't be straight. You
Yeah.
can't do anything if it's straight. So it's not quite over yet, this.
So he's just stopped it to make sure he can get his cue underneath the white. And the cue ball is going to come down. It's still not easy. That's a big angle, more than he wanted, but he should be okay. He's absolutely perfect. Oh my word.
No way. Dean's out of his seat like a whippet.
I am in total disbelief. Wow.
I've just seen Pickers walk past me with head in hands.
Craig Brown could not
He's just turned around and
have asked for a better break. He took the finish almost to perfection and then stumbled at the last.
if Dean takes these out, it is going to be a hammer blow to Craig.
Wow.
They're not easy. There's no obvious link ball for that red near the right-hand cushion. There's a lot of work to be done here for Dean Shields.
It's a good start.
Can he flick that in the middle? It's not a dissimilar angle to that one earlier. It's probably a bit harder, but if you can drop that red in the middle now, if you play it at the right pace and you miss it, you're probably going to...
Yeah.
It'd be a good safety if not.
He's going to kick it. He's going to screw into it right now.
Oh, it's perfect. It's brilliant. I tell you what, as well, he could play the skill shot now. He could cut that in the middle, pot the yellow, and it would open it up for the 8 ball.
I honestly do not see any more obvious shot on the table right now because the reds are sitting so good. I think that's the way to go. And I will be so surprised if he doesn't, and he's not.
I suppose the only reason I can see that he didn't play that shot is that there is a chance if you come down and catch the yellow wrong, you don't land on your next ball.
I've got a feeling he's going to leave that red to last and possibly just drop down on it. He's got, I suppose the black has numerous other pockets, but...
It is the perfect pocket for it, though, yeah.
Yeah, it's a fantastic shot he's just played there. He's going to play the one into the right middle last. But again, it has me wondering, is Dean playing different disciplines, taking his eye off?
He's just checking his angles. He knows what he's doing. That's fine. Fraction overdone, perhaps, but he can pinch the pocket slightly to hold.
Yeah, he's just having a look. It goes in a couple of pockets, so he's going to have an option no matter where he lands here. And that is perfection. But Craig Brown, what will this do for his mental state? That's one that got away.
I can't believe we're still going. I cannot believe we're still going here. And 7-6 now.
Dean to break.
Yeah. And everything's been going against Dean, but I'd lay some pretty short odds that he's going to make a ball on this break and it's going to come out quite nicely.
If there's a turning point in any match, and is it going to be late? It is now. Dean Shields has a break, and he's a one dry break away from maybe winning this. Now you see, guys, Adam Griffiths, Gav Robinson. I think that match is not long underway. Yeah, 2-1 to Adam. And here we go. What can Dean do here?
Oh,
What
the
a
cue ball
break.
was so close to going. The cue ball was kicked away. What's he on?
Has he got a shot? Yellow to the top left. Maybe 3/4 pocket.
Yeah, he's also got the yellow queuing over the 8 ball, which is not easy, but... The fact is, he's free rolling. He shouldn't be here. He knows he shouldn't be here.
This is a tough opener. It's not easy. But as you say, the alternative was he's out.
Exactly. You know, you've got to just take this chance as it comes. Yeah. Could it be easier? Of course it could. But, you know, he really should be back in his hotel room.
Exactly.
Does that yellow next to the 8 ball pass that red to the top left? If it does, it is the shot. But he doesn't have a full pocket.
Oh, he's... and it's gone in off it. And is he on this one?
The cue ball has just held up in time, I think.
Guys, this is the drama that we love in the world of IPA pool.
See, we said that yesterday's first match was probably the most entertaining we were going to see all weekend. This might just top it for drama. Maybe not for entertainment at times, but certainly for drama.
Yeah, this is absolutely unbelievable stuff. Can Dean take these out? He's got as good a chance as he's ever had
he shot in 2 shots time, really. Going to pop this in the middle, land on the one down the rail. It'll be the shot down the rail that determines whether we go to a decider or not, I suspect.
That's how he plays this one. That's very clever. Doesn't want to bring the cushion into play, making sure that he is the man deciding on the angle. And just a stun back to around the centre of the table. Absolutely brilliant stuff from Dean Shields.
Terrific finish, this. Given the position the ball's landed out of the break, and given the pressure of the situation, that is a great finish. And we go to a decider.
The opening pot was absolutely incredible. To slide it off the red, now we didn't mean to slide it off the red, but and then to land absolutely spot on the one really awkward yellow from there. It's give us a bit of excitement, guys. Dean and Craig all square now. I don't think many people putting the bets on would have had Dean coming back a few frames ago. Well, he's hung in there.
No, I mean, and let's not forget as well, the ball that Craig missed to win this, I mean, such an easy shot. You know, it just tried to be a bit too precise. But that was also the frame where Dean hit his best break of the match and the black went in. Like, mentally, Dean must have been back in his hotel room. He must have been already sort of shut down, if you like.
Going into this last frame, Craig with the break, how much does that miss play on your mind? That is the question here for me, because he will be feeling that he should already be long gone, waiting to...
Yeah, he should be at the bar.
Waiting to play his next match, wondering how that's going to go. Is he going to break well? Is he going to win? Is it going to be a nightmare? Is all these thoughts going through his mind? But instead, he's still sitting at the table, wondering how he's still here. Well, what a massive break this is. He's got one. This is as good a break as you could ever ask for.
Look at those reds.
Wow.
Look at those. I mean, I feel for Dean. I do. I think the writing's on the wall, but then we said it before.
I think the big thing here is how is Craig feeling about that miss. You've either got two ways. It's either put it to bed and get this done, or it's ringing in your ears saying, don't do that again, don't do that again, don't do that again. And it can be tough.
This first shot is key. He's surely going to take the red near the pocket and then come down table from it, because it would be ludicrous to take on a harder red at this stage. But it is about what he lands on after this shot. So it's about getting into a nice area. That's not great at all.
I am very, very surprised in the way he played that. He's checked off the top cushion. I honestly do not know why he didn't just screw across off one, basically off the top right-hand cushion and back out.
I wonder whether he's just caught the red a bit thicker than he wanted, potted it thick.
Possibly.
Because I thought if you caught it thin, you could easily get down into the bottom half of the table. But, well, is this a cutback? This is a... Oh, he's gone for the double.
And it's
He's gone for the double and he's fluked it. He's fluked it. Dean's out of his seat. Dean's turning round, going back to his...
Wow.
Have you ever seen anything like it?
I've said it a couple of times now, guys, but wow. And that is unbelievable.
And that red goes to the centre.
Yeah.
And he's on the other... Dean has the demeanour of the unluckiest man in pool, and I think there are moments where, do you know what? Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, he was off his seat like a gazelle.
Yeah, absolutely. And too right, I would have been.
Yeah.
He was almost at the table. He was going to start playing a shot, I think. Oh, Craig, what have you done?
What is he doing?
Why
is he not just rolling that in, play the one into the middle, then the one in the bottom, and then I don't know.
Pressure does strange things, but this is something else. Is he still on this? Can he cut it in and hold on the 8 ball? Yeah, he can.
It's really thin.
Still might come out all right. Needs a good contact on the 8 though, and it's perfect.
And he's
missed the pot.
Now, a moment ago, when Dean would have came to the table, he had a massive chance. This is not easy. He might actually have to start with a double, come down for the ball at the bottom first.
I mean, this is ludicrous, isn't it? If I was Dean, I'd be tempted to take the yellow above the cue ball up to the top right and then play a safety.
Yeah, I mean, if he can get a really good safety here, I think that's a shot.
The other option is the red and yellow that are together, they look like a 3-ball plant.
Yeah,
so if
they
you
do.
can leave yourself an angle on that yellow in the centre pocket to go into the red, you're almost guaranteed to open things up. Of course, the flip side of that 3-ball plant argument is that it's now a 3-ball plant for Craig Brown if he can't get through to that red. But I think he might be able to.
Yeah, this is... it looks like there's some nerves out there. But the problem there with Dean is he's almost killed every yellow on the table in that shot.
Yeah. And it just sums it up, doesn't it? Sums it up. And this is frame. This is match.
Yeah, that is all she wrote, guys.
One of the most topsy-turvy, mad games in IPA history, I think. It looked like it was going to go both ways. In the end, it's Craig Brown who is victorious by the barest of margins. A single frame victory, the odd frame in 15, and just I'm gobsmacked by how many chances Craig Brown managed to miss but still won the match.
Yeah, it's one of the games. It could have been finished a long time ago, and Craig just couldn't get himself over the line, and Dean fought back like a warrior. Dean's not going anywhere. He's one of the guys. Craig's the same. Probably we didn't expect both of them to make the mistakes they made at certain times in the match. Maybe some nerves at the end, but eventually Craig getting over the line. Probably, I mean, it's ended up 8-7. Craig probably a worthy winner.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm going to give all credit to Dean for the way that he fought back in that game. But yes, I do think certainly in the sort of middle part of the match, the real meat and potatoes of the match, that Craig Brown was the better player at that time, and that Dean missed one or two chances too many in the match. Let's see. So Craig Brown will go on to play Johan Attard in the next game. So the games don't get easier in this tournament.
Yeah, guys, you can see Gav playing just now against Adam Grivis. Gavin a bit of trouble. Not just talking about that last match, obviously. In a few moments, we're going to hand over to the studio. But while we're waiting, you can see some of this match. Well, that was mad. That was mad.
I'm lost for words. A little bit lost for words. I mean, how Craig's missed that original yellow to win that 8-5, I will just never ever know. But maybe, you know, the man himself can tell us.
Yeah, he's going to be there in a moment anyway. But that's why we love it. That is why, because as much as they are top class, but we're going to hand over now anyway.
Yep. Here's Craig Brown with Mark Pickworth.
Thanks, guys. And here I am with what I've got to say, a relieved man. Would that be true to say that one?
I mean, yeah, in the end, I mean, when it starts going like that, I mean, obviously I've done it myself. I've done it to myself, sorry. To be fair, I expect, you know, when it goes 7-6, I expect him to get them. Like, you know, he obviously breaks and clears, and then I've just thought I'm just going to hit him. Because I still felt good, to be fair. Like, even though, I mean, that shot that into the corner, it's unforgivable, but stupid things happen, don't they? Especially when the shot clock's on your back, and yeah.
Yeah, and these race to eights, you know, it's never over. There's always like two halves to the game, because you started off like really well at the start of the match. Do you think, you know, you both had a really good standard, and you've got a bit of daylight in between you both?
No, I think I took out some decent finishes, but I don't think I played well at all. Like, if Dean was on it there, he finds a way to win, I think. But we were both making errors, so I mean, it was a game of two halves. But if I put that ball away in the corner, which I should have, then it's 8-4, isn't it? And we would have been sat here 25 minutes ago.
Yeah, 7-4 up, and then you just started to underhit a couple of balls into the corner. You had a yellow in the top left, and you had another one where you just underhit it into the centre, I think it was. Just short of pace. Was it a little bit of nerves, would you say, or just concentration?
No, it's not nerves. I've got a bit of a dodgy wrist, so like when I'm delivering the cue, sometimes I kind of like I'll grab too early kind of thing. So it looks like a deceleration, and maybe there probably is a little bit of tension in there as well, obviously, but. If you look at the ones in the middle of the match, like that one that I've topped into the corner, the red into the bottom corner, like I haven't even hit it with topspin. I've came over to the left-hand side of the table, do you know, like, and I'm dead in the water again. Like, there was just too many poor shots really, but I've got away with it this time, thankfully.
Yeah, and I think what I noticed a lot about the way that match went on, there was a lot of respect between you both. You know, you could see yourself applauding each other's shots, etc. You know, you have got a lot of respect for each other.
Yeah, I think me and Dean get along quite well, so we've played each other probably 4 or 5 times now, so yeah, he's a good lad, so it was quite relaxed most of it.
Do you find it tougher to like play sort of closer, well, playing partners if you want to call it that as well? I know you live at different places, etc., but you know you're still quite close to him as a friend, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just no. I think I just play it regardless, to be honest, but obviously. It wasn't the greatest match in the world, but it's probably good for people watching the drama.
Yeah, it is. I mean, let's just talk about towards the end of the match then as well. You know, at the end, you know, you obviously just potted the final ball and you went over to your corner, and all your sort of playing pals and all your friends and that was talking, you know, to you. And then what sort of things were you saying then?
I was laughing more than anything, to be honest, because I put myself in that position and then I've somehow managed to get away with it. Like, the way that I felt, I think I would have dealt with it pretty well, even if I'd have lost, to be honest, because I'd kind of accepted it. But that allowed me to stay kind of relaxed in the last frame, even though I still made a meal of them, to be honest. Like, it's tricky though, because like there's certain shots on that table where you want to land in a nice tight area kind of thing, and it's hard to be brave to land on exactly where you want, because it catches you out, you know. So you end up playing it a little bit more like in areas, and then you get more testing shots.
And me and Stephen was talking at the start of this afternoon session about, you know, you two have been pretty much the nearly men. You know, you've made the finals, but you've never really got over the line. Do you really think that you can go on and maybe, you know, lift the trophy tonight?
Well, I know I've got the ability to do it. I know I've got the game to do it. Not based on that, obviously, but I can only get better from that. And if I click, then yeah, I'll beat anybody, to be honest. So let's go.
Okay then, well I'll let you get ready for your next match, and good luck for that one. Hopefully a few more dramas along the way.
Cheers, Mark.
All right, thanks a lot, Craig. Thank you. Well, there's Craig Brown into the quarter-finals, and here's a bit of a blast from the past. It's Kev Barton. How are we doing then, Kevin? Nice trip down, and
yeah, it's a bit of traffic actually today. So, but yeah, good to be down. Good to see the arena and the guys doing what they do, and yet another IPA classic. Plenty of drama to watch and enjoy.
Yeah, so obviously you must have brought that drama with you as always. But what a great start to this afternoon session.
Yeah, absolutely, and a good win for Craig in the end. I mean, crikey, he made hard work of it, and you know, for certainly at the end of the match, it looked like Dean was going to pinch it from being 7-4 down. I think he was. Yeah. So I think that's a good win for Craig. You know, he can now go settle down, wait for his quarter-final opponent, and regroup. Because at the end of that match, I know he said he felt good, but it didn't come across that way where I was watching. He looked to be in a
place he didn't want to be.
A bit of stress.
Yeah,
a bit of stress.
He really did.
But he got there in the end, and I think Dean will be. I've just been chatting with Dean. I think he's not playing as much pool as he has been. He's focusing more on the 9-ball a lot these days. So his expectations are a little bit lower than probably normal. However, he's a competitor, and he'll still be disappointed to lose.
Yeah, and I think, when I said to Stevie Walker in the opening of the show about them two, a bit much the nearly men, aren't they? They've not really got an IPA title yet, but they keep knocking on the door, don't they? So there was obviously a little bit of that sort of pressure in there for both of them players as well.
Well, one of them is in the quarters, and that's Craig, and he's 2 matches away from a final, and could it be his time? Well, he's a 2-time world semi-finalist, and obviously Dean has lost in multiple finals. It's so difficult to win one of these events as it is, and we've got the likes of Boyle, Farnsworth, Clint Jansen, Hibbert, all still in the mix as well, and whoever wins one of these titles tonight is going to have earned it.
Yeah, definitely a worthy winner. I mean, obviously, I know you'd have kept sort of track with some of the results, etc. I mean, there's one guy that sort of keeps popping up, young Harry Peart. Have you been seeing any of his matches so far, or keep a look at his results?
So when we were looking to plan the stream matches during the week, and the matches that he was involved in just stood out. He's just a fast, attacking, dynamic player, such a raw talent, and he bashed up Liam Dunster, former world #1 and world champion in the last 16, 8-4 I think it was, and I also saw the back end of that match. But this kid is fearless. He's absolutely fearless, and he's going to go playing the best player in the world in Matt Boyle, and he will not give one hoot about who he's playing. He's going to go there and try and do his stuff.
Yeah, and there's no better time to do it, playing the #1 player, the current #1 player at the moment in Mark Boyle, but he's really going to have to come up with the goods, especially, at the latter stages.
Yeah, so they're coming on the stream table next. They'll be coming on at 4:15, Boyle and Harry, so that's got all the ingredients. Have been an absolutely fantastic match. I think one thing's for sure, it won't last long.
No, definitely not. And the ladies' final, that's going to be coming up very soon as well. Deb Birchall into another final, but there's a new competitor into the final, and she's no stranger to an IPA title, but Tilly Edwards, she's caused a couple of upsets along the way.
Well, you say upsets, Mark. I mean, Tilly is one of those players that you've seen what the elite status has done for her, and she has gradually got better and better and better through this elite series, and she has won a title. She won a title in Coventry, I think, did she?
Isle of Man,
I think it was the Isle of Man. Yeah, she won the Open, I think it was.
I think she's definitely won something this year as well. And
no, she did. You're completely right. Yeah.
And she's one of these players that's just improving and improving and improving. It's just great to see, and that's what the elite ladies series has done. That given the likes of Tilly the opportunity to develop their game and compete for titles, and that's what she'll be doing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, she's had a couple of 7-6s, obviously beat Rachel Tucker, #2 seed, which on pen and paper she probably shouldn't have won, because obviously the seeding sometimes don't tell a lie. I mean, Rachel did have a chance to beat her, but didn't take that opportunity until he got a place, to play Yvonne Ewing in the semi-final. Yvonne Ewing, on the back of the disappointment of losing in the last final, she came short against Tilly as well.
Yeah, she's beaten two very, very good lady players in Rachel and Yvonne, and Yvonne is a seasoned campaigner. She's won pretty much everything in the game, and a tough opponent to beat. And Tilly's done well, but again, it just goes back to what this elite series has done for the women's game. It's up the levels, and we're starting to see the benefit. Well, they're starting to see the benefit of these high standards that they're playing to.
Yeah, and I remember I was talking to Debs and Rachel, and I spoke to them again this weekend. And I think on the back of obviously Ashley O'Neill taking the elite title of a new winner, if you want to call it that, I think that's obviously what really pushed Debs along, trying to get back to winning ways.
Yeah, Deb don't like losing.
No.
We all know that, and especially in the final. And she's lost a few recently. And she's obviously maybe put a few extra hours in over the past few weeks. And she's always a tough competitor. She's won everything in the game. So, but she'll want to make sure that she wins the final tonight. Otherwise, it'll all been pointless for her.
Yeah, and obviously the ladies' final, that's going to be coming up obviously throughout tonight's action. Another game that we've got scheduled. Not sure if it's still scheduled at the moment. Mark Farnsworth against Clint Irons, and that's one not to be missed.
Yeah, so that's coming up our second quarter final. So we've got Mark Boyle, Harry Peart next. And then coming up after that, we have got, as you say, Mark Farnsworth, Clint Hansen. What two tasty matches they are, not to be missed. And I don't think you can pick a winner in either. You know, I mean, obviously Mark Boyle is a massive favourite, but what Harry's just done to Liam Dunster, he can quite easily do to Mark Boyle as well.
Yeah, and you know, a little bit about the way the tour's going. It seems to be pretty opened up, and the rankings, I mean, it's probably going to be hard to budge Mark off them rankings at the moment with everything that he's done so far. But, you know, it's all the other places, you know, and come to the end of the year when all the double points are up for grabs at the Isle of Man, you know, that could come to an effect as well.
Yeah, and obviously the World Championships in February, what people will start to be thinking about now, you know, it's only 6 months away. And as you say, we've got the double ranking points event in Isle of Man and the Masters. That concludes the year, and then you know, everyone's eyes are on Bradford and the World Championships, and you know, the seedings in the World Championships are pretty important. So everything that they do now is geared towards those rankings for the Worlds.
Yeah, obviously we're still talking of possibility of another ranking event in Bridlington. Do you think that's still going to go ahead?
Yeah, that's still happening.
I mean, that's going to be important for some of these players that are really pushing for ranking points and spots.
Yeah, absolutely. I forgot about the English Grand Prix on the 19th and 20th of October in Bridlington. I do know it's definitely happening because I'm running it.
Yeah,
well, you're running it as well.
Yeah.
So that is definitely happening as well. And all these points, they're all going to add up. And you know, like I say, those particularly top 4, top 8, you know, they're some of the key places in terms of the seedings, and those that are on the fringes, you know, they need every point that they can get. As you say, Mark Boyle is number one by a country mile. You know, he's not going to be dislodged this season, even if he takes the rest of the year off. But, you know, as you say, all the rest of the places are up for grabs.
And a little bit about one of the players that's not here this week, and Dan Davey, the way that he's sort of come about and come onto the scene. We knew he had the ability. Obviously, we like him in the common spots because he does a great job at that. But the way that he's fired onto there, and he just seems to be booting every player.
Well, I think it's fair to say that Dan Davey, on current form, is the best player in the world. I don't think that's in dispute. The way he's been playing, the way he's been breaking. I mean, his break has gone up 20, 30, 40%, and that's what's giving him the opportunities, you know, to take the clearances out and win matches. But he's beating everybody, and you know, he's winning. You know, he's won 2-3 titles in the last 2 or 3 months. So I think he is probably the form player in the world right now. And obviously, he's not here. He's probably enjoying himself at a wedding somewhere. Not his, I don't think, but he's at
in Sardinia, isn't he?
Oh, is that where he's at? Yeah. You know, he'll be gutted that he's not here, because you know, this form, you never know how long it's going to last.
Yeah.
So, but you know, come the end of the season, come the World Championships, his name is definitely going to be in one of the main contenders.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's obviously definitely going to be happening. I mean, obviously, I was talking to Mark Farnsworth about him, and he said, Dan just plays the game exactly how it should be played, and he punishes for any errors that you make. He said he just plays faultless ball, and it is you know, really tough to play against, and even for that to come out of Mark Farnsworth's mouth, you know, complimentary in that way. Yeah,
I mean, Dan has got a good all-round game, and he doesn't push the boat out. You know, he knows when he needs to play the tactic side of things. Whereas, you know, when we see Harry Peer, you know, he's just going to be going all guns blazing, and you know, that's his style. And yeah, Dan, great all-round game. You know, he's been around a long time, but you know, like a fine wine, he's coming good with age. And the way he's been playing, as you know, as Mark Farnsworth says, who's been on the end of a few kick-ins from him, so he's seen at first hand just how well Dan Davis playing, and yeah, he's as I said, he's one of the best players in the world right now.
Yeah, and obviously another player that's in some good form at the moment, that's had a great start to 2022, is Gareth Hibbert.
Well, Gareth Hibbert, what can we say about Gareth Hibbert that hasn't been said already? I mean, the guy is an absolute legend of the game, the only 2-time IPA world champion, and he's just relentless. You know, he's just relentless. He plays at such a high level every single frame of every single match. He gives absolutely nothing away, and he's just so good. I mean, I'm not quite sure how or why. You know, he seems to defy time, age, everything, but he shows no sign of any. You know, in a lot of sports, you know, as you get older, you know, things don't. You know, you don't see as well, and you know, things don't. You maybe don't practice as much because other things take over in life. But he is just defying all logic and just producing the performances time after time. And you know, that final with him and Mark Farnsworth at the last event, Crikey! I
We've
mean,
had 2 brilliant finals this season, haven't they?
One of the best matches ever. And if you haven't seen that, just watch that back on YouTube, because the standard that they were playing at, and what Gareth has played at for years, it seems, it is phenomenal. You know, he will go down. You know, whenever he hangs his cue up, he will go down as one of the best players ever to play this game.
Yeah, don't look any time soon either.
No.
He's just started his match, hasn't he, against Scott Anderson, and you know, so we'll keep you up to date on all of that though. So, but down to this match then, Kev. Obviously, Mark Bole against Harry Peart. You've already said that Mark Bole obviously heavy favourite in this match for the right reasons and that, but you won't be surprised there's another shock on the line.
No, well, you know, we've talked all this season about the class of 23. You know, all the 13 amateurs that came through and qualified to turn pro this season, and everyone is talented. You know, it's been the strongest contingent of players that I've seen in my time that have come through the amateur ranks and turned pro. And Harry is one of those players who hasn't done too much this season. He's had the odd result, but you know, probably Rob Wilson has been the standout player so far. Yeah. I mean, he got beat first round.
He did, lost 8-7. Yeah.
That just shows, doesn't it? But you know, this tournament, it's all about Harry Peart, and what can I say? You know, what a talent, what a natural talent this kid. He just gets down and whacks the balls in. You know, the kid is fearless, and you know, people who play like that are hard to beat. But he's got to play at that level throughout the match, you know, to beat someone like Mark Boyle, who we all know is, you know, again one of the best players in the world right now. Yeah,
and you say obviously he's a very fearless player, Harry. But, you know, when will he start feeling the pressure? Because he don't look like he's showing any signs of that at the moment.
Well,
it's hard to think.
Not yet.
Yeah, definitely not yet.
I mean, we'll see. You know, we'll see when he's on the stream table. You know, with the lights and the cameras, and you know, it's obviously different to playing on the outer tables. But you know, the shot clock's not going to phase him. He probably won't use an extension in the match.
Yeah.
But what he can't do is make careless mistakes, and you know, sometimes that can happen. You know, with the pressure of the situation. But if he plays the game that he played against Liam Dunster, then Mark Boyle has got his hands full. That's for sure.
Well, that match will be coming up in the next 5 minutes, so I think we're just going to be about a few minutes away or so from this match starting, but we'll hand over to the commentary box now with Stephen Walker.
Thank you very much, guys, and I am delighted to say joining me for this match is the pint-sized powerhouse Lee Shepherd. Welcome, mate.
Hello, Stevie. How are you, pal? Good to see you, mate.
Yeah, and whilst we're waiting in that match starting, we've got the luxury of Scott Anderson here, and he is playing against Gareth Hibbett. He's 3-0 down. He actually made a joke to me earlier that the match was due to start at 3 o'clock and he should be beat by 15:15. So obviously not confident.
No, I think it's a bit tough, isn't it, when you're playing the likes of Hibbett. He's not called the Godfather for anything. He's just one of them players, Hibbett, where he's just there every single time. When it comes to the business end, you're always seeing his name, and I think we should all just set a direct debit up and just send it straight to his account.
This is... I've been asked a few times on the chat function, which is great. People say, who's been the top player of 24? Who's been doing the best? And there's 3 guys that have stood out to me this year: Mark Farnsworth, Dan Davey, and Gareth Hibbett. These 3 guys are just always there.
Yeah, if I had to pick one, it would be Dan Davey. Yeah. I think I didn't realise how good he actually was. Obviously, I've only been on. This is my second year on the tour. Obviously, coming up as from an amateur last year to a pro. I didn't realise the level that he could play at, but every time I watch him, I don't actually think I've ever seen him miss a ball. and I must have watched like in depth maybe 6-7 matches, and I've never seen him miss once. Like, how is that possible?
Mate, it just seems to be. I remember a long time ago in Scotland, there was a young kid, Jason Shaw, right, a big name now in the world of pool, and he was only young. He won his first tour. I can't mind what tour it was or what event it was, but he went on to win like 4 or 5 different ones in a row. He just seemed to ride the crest of a wave, and I've noticed that with quite a lot of people. Once they get that first win, they seem to go up so many levels. But Dan, I mean, it's not like Dan's going and playing in your average tournament in the local pub, but this is like the best of the best guys he's playing, and he's went up so many levels. I think he's 2024 Player of the Year. That's something I've spoke about. I think something like that should be brought in. That end of year, maybe Player of the Year, the end of year #1, certain trophies for it, something to keep something.
I agree with that. Yeah, I said before, even like Amateur of the Year, and then like Rookie of the Year, obviously for like new pros coming up. But I mean, Player of the Season, I don't really think it matters who probably wins this weekend and the grand final in Isle of Man.
Totally
I think he just gets it anywhere. Yeah, it's probably a bit unfair to other people who think, well, what, so if I win back to back, I don't get anything. But Dan Davies just been phenomenal, and the level of players he's beat in finals as well. And I know he's just won obviously away from the IPA, just won a big tournament last week or the week before. So he's just, everything he enters, I think he's probably thinking, I'm going to be close, if not winning it.
Yeah.
It's habit, isn't it?
Every time I seem to be on here and Dan Davey gets mentioned, I've had a few people writing, go on Stevie, tell them about your match with Dan. And it's like as if it's the only thing I talk about. But we played in the Scottish Grand Prix and I was unbelievable. Dan drove up, he got there late. I've beat him quite comfortable, to be fair. Dan wasn't at his best, and the very next morning I seen him driving. He was driving out and we almost crashed into each other in the car park. And I'm shouting, you're going the wrong way. I didn't know who it was. I'm screaming like a madman out the window, and it was Dan. He'd just lost his next match and he was heading home. He got there at 8 o'clock the night before, lost to me, lost the next day, and he was heading home for 12 o'clock. And I'm screaming at him out a window.
I'm surprised that he's ever drove home early, to be honest, because he's usually a stalwart for getting home at 9, 10, 11 o'clock on a night, isn't he, on a Sunday?
I think it was just one of the weekends. He had problems getting up. There was a lot of issues with travel. I think it took him about 8 or 10 hours to get from, I don't even know where he left from, but I don't think it's that kind of journey. I think I added maybe 3 or 4 hours on his journey because of traffic, roadworks, whatever it was, and it was just one of the weekends. But I totally agree with you. I think Dan Davey is definitely 2024 Player of the Year. He's been absolutely incredible.
Yeah, he has. I mean, just obviously on this game here with Scott and Gareth as well. Doesn't actually, don't want to give Scott a hard time. He's a good player, but he doesn't look like he actually believes he can win. Obviously, the comment that you made, I think it's hard if you're playing these good players. You can't basically roll over and let them know that you think that you're inferior straight away. But onto this game, one of the best players in the world, if not the best player, and the young talent that's Harry Peart from Hartlepool.
Yeah, perfect gamer saying show the table. We were obviously showing you a match that was in play just for your viewing pleasure whilst waiting on this match starting, which it just has now started. And this will be the table that we're on for the foreseeable. In between frames you will see matches on other tables, but young Harry, a man on fire, but he's playing against Mr. Magic here. This is a tough ask, but
yeah, and he's early doors there. He's going to make himself a tough little shot of play here. He's nailed it though. Oh, wow.
Do you know what? I mentioned a shot he played yesterday against Keane. He was in the bottom jaws of the right-hand pocket. And you see where the yellow is, just below the baulk line? And he cut it back into, I mean, it wasn't as thin as that. It was just a touch inside, but he cut it back into the opposite top bag. And he did it like it was just in the middle of the table. I just feel like this kid won't miss a single pot. The only problem he might have is plays quick and maybe runs his cue ball out of position every now and again, but he is a freak of nature, by the way. He is unreal. Yeah,
I've known Harry from being a young kid. He's probably only 5, maybe 6 miles away from where I live, and he came on the scene as a snooker player originally. And he kind of he got himself to the level of being under break player, and then he sort of transferred to pool maybe 4 or 5 years ago, if that. And he's just kind of, obviously he did well in the amateurs last year and got himself to the pro level, and everyone keeps saying, and I've said it to him as well, you need to slow down, it's just a little bit too quick. And I think he kind of gets a bit stubborn and says, well, yeah, I know, but I start to think too much, and to be honest, he probably will. He just plays on instinct, and I think you've just got to accept that that's his style, and it can go wrong occasionally, but when that style works, if he beat anybody in the world 8-0, it would never ever surprise me, or 9-0 or 10-0 or whatever, because he's just that level.
I think that he will go up maybe 2 or 3 levels when he does naturally slow down and start to feel maybe just map out finishes a bit better and stuff like that. But right now, it is natural to him to just go down and play the game. And probably the worst thing that could happen is taking him away from that. I said yesterday maybe he does need to slow down. He would maybe get 2 or 3 months where he would struggle, but he would become a better player for it. But maybe right now, he's such a young kid, fearless, it's probably the best thing to do is just leave him to it.
Yeah, just crack on. Just crack on and get the improvement. First lot of the Bole break. Yeah, you'd be just laughing your way at the bank, wouldn't you, over the break like that all the time?
I mean, that's the one thing here. Harry will feel that he can break and dish every time. But keeping Mark Boyle away from the table is probably the biggest weapon that he'll have. So
it'd be good. It'd be good as well. I mean, a lot of people, myself included, you can sometimes fall victim to showing the likes of Boyle too much respect. But
yeah,
I just think Harry doesn't. I don't think he buys into that. He's just, I am who I am. If I break well, I'm going to clear up. I'm not really. There's no reason to fear anybody because I can only control what I can control.
Yeah, I think that's. The break looks like it's going to be massive in this match already, but Harry, yeah, I don't see him fearing any single player. You see the finish he took in the first frame there, the way he's played against Liam Dunster. Harry will have no worries about anybody he plays. You mentioned before if he's playing at the table rather than the man. From what I see, he is absolutely fearless, and that is a big mistake from Mark Boyle so early in this match.
Yeah, I think at first glance, obviously, there's 2 yellows at the left-hand side. I think he'll play the one that's above. Maybe try and punch into the other one and make something happen. Or screw into it even. Maybe try and flick the yellow across the bottom rail towards the... Not sure if that's on.
Yeah, well, he's an aggressive player. This is probably the longest I've ever seen him take over a shot. So
that's one. I was talking to him after the Dunster game. Actually, obviously his performance against Dunster was unbelievable. But he did. I'll take that. But he did look to me like did take that little bit more time just when he needed it. But he pops his bottom ball here and screws to the right hand cushion. I think he can just play the yellow straight up the rail off the other one. Maybe had a bit more angle. Looked like he could just screw back.
Yeah, he made the decision that he was going to use the one in the middle to kick it.
I think he'll take that, you know. If he can just drop that one in the top now, if he's not on the bottom, the one he's closest to, just take the one in the top and then the one in the middle will come down.
Yeah, he's...
That's what I mean, like, he's just thinking, I'll just smash that out, it'll be alright, because I don't really care how long the pot is, because I'm not good at potter anyway, I'll just knock it in. I've just jinxed him, sorry, Harry.
I'm so surprised he's played it that way. I think he can just punch that in.
Yeah. Well, you can't have been thinking, like, if I miss it, I'm going to cover the bag, surely, because there's no real value there, is there?
And I don't think he's that kind of player. I think...
Just missed it, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he's just missed it. And
it's a shame, because obviously playing likes of Boyle, if you can get a little bit of a head of steam early and try and nullify him late on. Because obviously, people like Boyle are never dead and buried, so if you can get a couple of frame advantage, you really need it.
yeah, that's the thing with Harry. I mentioned it yesterday. I've mentioned it today. I don't expect him to miss a pot. The only time I expect things to maybe go wrong is because he's played too quick. He's maybe run out of position. He's got the wrong kick on a ball, like just going down and smashing into something. But I don't actually expect him to miss a single ball when he's actually just playing the pot.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, like you say, there's sometimes when you've got a little bit of a smelly finish, and you have to kind of like manoeuvre your way around balls, and I think you can fall victim sometimes to just kind of playing the ball and then realising after there was probably a better option, but then he just gets down and pots himself out of trouble. But I'm not sure how much of a good angle he's got here. Looks all right. Yeah, I thought that. No, he's playing the double off the yellow, isn't he? He's going to have to now. It's a big pocket.
Yeah, he just
didn't seem to like cue it that well, did he? Which isn't really something you say very often.
He's missed it. Oh, he's got it.
I'm not sure if did he play for that? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Or do you think he just landed short?
Yeah, I think he's just landed.
Unless he played it and thought, well, even if I do land short, I'm
going
double
to worst
anyway.
case I'll have the double, but
You'd probably, yeah.
I think the shot he's played into the top right hand corner where he screwed off the left cushion. I don't know if he could have maybe just dragged that and given himself a better angle, but I'm not going to tell Mark Boyle what he's doing right and wrong, but it's easy for... I've always felt when you're sitting in front of the screen, it's mad. You see things that you normally wouldn't when you're walking around the table. There's shots that you see there's many times, it might even be yourself, you come off the table, and I just did it with Dean Shields there. I mentioned a shot and he went, you know, I had a quick glance at it, but I wasn't sure, but I'd already made my mind up. Maybe that was on.
I think when you are, like you say, when you're in the moment, it's easy to miss them sort of shots.
Yeah.
And when you're watching the comms, you don't have the shot clock pressure.
No, exactly.
And obviously, it might be the first option that you see, but when you're out in the midst of it, it's easy to sort of not miss a shot, but you don't get the enough time to evaluate whether it's a high enough percentage to play or not.
I mentioned that the shot clock. When I played Dan, I've played Dan on the shot clock, and it was. You have to. It was the first time I've played on it. You have to make a decision. You have to stick with it because you've only got 30 seconds, and you've been playing on it quite comfortable, but you don't really get to change your mind. Would that be right?
Yeah, it's definitely right. There's so many times where you tell yourself, right, this is the right shot, and then give it maybe 10 seconds left, and you think, oh no, maybe it's not. I've seen something else, but then you're in two minds what you're going to play. Well, he's tried to kick that out, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's tried to get the 2 yellows out in one go there.
Chat at Andrew, thanks for your comments, mate. This is a race to 9, I believe. Yep, race to 9. This is the first quarter-final. We've still got 2 last 16 matches that are in progress, which Adam Griffiths leads Gav Robinson 5-4 now, just as come up on the screen. And Gareth Hibbert leads Scott Anderson 4-1. Then both matches are on stream, I believe.
Yeah,
Unless obviously if you're not treated too much by watching this one, and you want to watch 2 other great games, get yourself over to the other 2 feeds on YouTube.
Yeah, the other 2 feeds don't come with the commentary. So if you want to listen to our voices, stay here. If you want to go and just watch some quiet pool, maybe you're doing the dishes for the good lady, or maybe you are the good lady. But if you want to listen to us guys, then just stay right here. But and off from Harry. Unfortunate. Mark did try and get the yellow out.
I think when you're playing likes of Boyle, like the flowing players. Obviously, I know most are sort of capable of clearing up from anywhere, but when you're playing these flow players, you want to try and keep them away from easy chances early in the match, so they don't get settled and get a feel for like how the cloth's running and that sort of stuff. I mean, Boyle's obviously he's on this table more than the cloth, isn't he?
Yeah.
And rightly so, because he is the best player in the world.
I think that's probably one of the things that a lot of the guys at home don't understand, and we mention it so often about he's missed that by a long way. By a long, long way. That is so surprising.
The commentator's curse. Mark Pickworth is he's a bit busy doing other things at the moment. You're going to have to deal with Lee Shepherd and Stevie Walker at the minute.
Yeah, his soothing voice has been retired, guys. You might hear him towards the end of the day, but we're going for more exciting voices now.
Yeah.
We're going in a new direction.
Yeah, we're having some young blood.
Yeah, that's it. Mark he's good on the TV stuff, so we'll leave him in front of the camera.
Yeah, he's got a face for radio, but he's going to have to do the TV for now while we're looking for some better looking options.
Yeah, and in the last match, I don't know if you guys were on, there was a debate on how many different bald guys I could look like, and it was some of them were okay, but the Elmer Fudd and Uncle Fester one wasn't exactly premium.
Well,
it went from a Mitchell brother to Jason Statham to Uncle Fester, so there was a few variations in there. And then Stone Cold Steve Austin was in there as well.
I mean, you'd have to take Jason Statham, wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely.
He's just a boy, that guy.
And that was a strange shot as well there.
Yeah, these are... When he's going to screw it. Mate, that was always going close, I can't put... That looked... Well, unless it looked different from his angle. But from ours, it was always close to going in the middle. He can't play off the knuckle there.
Surely he's not played the knuckle.
No, because that was... How close was that? But yeah, these little tight times when Harry does get a chance to maybe lay the gauntlet down, I don't always think he takes advantage. I know he does when the clearances are there, but when... Oh, wow.
Well, that's a few mistakes in this frame already. A couple from Mark, a couple from Harry, so there can't be any more. I don't think
I think when you talk about mindset and stuff like that, I think this will be really, really good for Harry. Obviously, you put, and I do it as well. You put these top boys on a pedestal where you think they're never ever going to miss, and then all of a sudden, if they do miss a few against you, you start to believe, you know, maybe I can play at this level, and maybe they're not invincible.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's not taking anything away from Mark and your Hibberts and everyone else, but they are human and they do miss balls.
Yeah, I think there's a degree of invincibility that's tagged on these guys because the level they've played at for so long, but they are human. That is exactly it, and they do miss, they do make mistakes. It's just usually when they make them, maybe a lot of guys that step to the table don't punish them enough.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, a funny one, I was saying about Dunster, I said a couple of years ago I used to think he was absolutely, to be honest, just invincible. I thought nobody's going to beat him. He never misses. He's so good in every single department. And I was saying to one of my friends yesterday before I played him, I said, you know, I don't think he's invincible anymore. I reckon I could take him apart. About an hour later, I got beat 8-2. So that was me firmly back in my box.
Mr. Magoo. Yeah, I've lost Waldo, that's for sure.
Yeah, that was a good little take from Harry there.
He had to.
I think he'd be sat there really happy at the minute.
Yeah, he will. I mean,
I know he's still missed a few balls himself, but
he's gone in off.
If you miss it and he's still taking the frame,
yeah, exactly.
You're buzzing, aren't you?
He's gone in off. He's given away a foul. Mark's had 2 sets of 2 shots in that frame, and he's not managed to get the frame. So if that doesn't give Harry confidence, nothing will. Scott doesn't look like he's on it at all here. It looks like he's resigned himself to defeat before this match even started. And
yeah, I mean, when you're in these pro ranks, and he's been pro for quite a while, hasn't he, Scott?
Yeah.
You have to be coming fancying to be able to take these players.
Scott, he's got so much ability. He plays the game kind of flying by the seat of his pants kind of thing. He goes for absolutely everything, but it's mad to think he's so aggressive in how he plays the game, but yeah, he seems to be missing a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, obviously, like I said, though, the amount of time he's been a pro, he should be sort of accustomed to what these players do and how they play and everything like that. And you've got to become and believing that you can compete, haven't you? And he doesn't look like his body language is showing that. Wow, what a monster! Is that 4 reds and 2 yellows? 3 reds and 2 yellows.
He hits that cut break.
He hits it like a hammered front ball break, doesn't he?
When I do the cut break, and as much as I hit it from the front, I hit it from the... I try my best in both of them. I'm all over the place with my break right now, but if I hit it as hard, or even try and hit it that hard, my white ball's flying halfway through the room. How he keeps it on the table is beyond me.
I tried it a few times, and a few lamps and stuff in the house bit the dust, so the missus put a sign on the wall saying no cut breaks, you are not Mark Boyle. So I said, all right, fair enough, I'll break like a girl instead. No
disrespect to the girls.
No disrespect, because, to be honest, the girls break better than me, so...
Yeah,
it's different. It's weird though, isn't it? Like, the girls who do break, they do hit it a lot differently. I don't know if it's technique or whether it's the style of break or how they time the ball. Maybe, I'm not sure. But there's a couple that I've seen where they don't half hammer it. I mean,
yeah, well, there is definitely.
I think it was Kira was one. I've seen her break before. She must have potted about 6. I'm like, it's a monster. I don't think she's here this weekend, is she, Kira?
No, she's not. I didn't see her in the draw. We were looking at the draw earlier for the elite ladies, and she's definitely not here. There's a few big names missing from the...
Yeah, there is. It's a shame, but obviously you make do with what we've got, and we've still got some unbelievable talent here this weekend.
Yeah, and the main man that we were speaking about earlier, Dan, he's not here.
Yeah, he'd be a big miss in the men's event.
Gives everyone else a chance.
Yeah, I think a lot of other people will be pretty happy he's not here. I think you need to be careful here, because if he does catch that yellow, do you think he could go towards the middle, or is he not going to hit the yellow thick enough? There you go. I had a feeling that was going to happen. On these fine cloths, they just push through obviously it pushes through before it's coming back. On another table, it'd have probably gripped a bit earlier, and you might not have even hit the yellow.
Yeah.
I could see that. I mean, yeah.
That's exactly what we were speaking about a minute ago. You seem to see things here, looking at this screen, which for some reason there's times you miss it when you're at the table. And
yeah, he'll be sat there thinking, how have I just played that? I can't believe that's loose. That though. He's still all right, but he might end up pushing the yellow surf. Oh, he's part of it. Tell you what, if Boyle isn't careful here, honestly, Harry could just run away. Which it's crazy, isn't it? Like, how is somebody who really he's a new pro, obviously. He was amateur last year. Boyle, no disrespect to Harry, but probably never even heard of Harry before this year. And then all of a sudden he's just turned up and he's just playing as if I'm just having a knock down the club with the lads.
That's exactly the way he plays the game. He steps to the table like it's nothing. He doesn't even take a second over a feather. He just puts his hand down, cue back, and pots the balls.
I was laughing at a few of his pals that they've started calling him One Waggle Pier because he literally just goes back once and hits the ball.
I mentioned it so many times yesterday. It doesn't even take a second over the shot. I don't think he broke 10 seconds at any visit. He's a frightening talent, and
I mean, you watch his style, or like I wouldn't believe that if somebody said to me, "Oh, like he's a 100 break snooker player."
Yeah, I know,
because he's just not got a snooker like setup or fundamentals, or I mean, his back arm's straight and stuff like that. But technically, he doesn't look like a snooker player. But he's just so naturally talented. Makes me sick.
Scott.
Oh. I think he's going to have to... Is he going to screw it, or is he going to clip it thin and come round the houses? Yeah, he's hitting it thin.
It's a Scott Anderson type finish, that's for sure. He doesn't...
Well, we were saying as well that... I don't want to jinx him before he plays a black, but... Yeah, we were saying he didn't look like he felt he could compete, and he's 4-all now, isn't it? From 4-1 down?
Yeah, I think... He's got so much ability. He just needs to have a bit of self-belief. As you say, he's been playing in the pro ranks now for quite a while. He's playing against these guys every single tour event. And I think he knows how good he is. I just don't think he believes that he can maybe go as far as...
Do you think he just believes he doesn't have the right to beat them?
Maybe. I mean...
Which is like, you don't want to think that, do you? But
no.
Like, you think that they've paid the dues, they've been there that long, and it's just like it's a formality, like they should win. But at some point, there becomes a time where new blood does come along, and they do take over, and they're the people that people start to expect to win all the time. I mean, Gareth should be slowing down, but he just seems to be getting better.
Yeah, I think the break and disc challenges that Gareth does just keep him so sharp. He's got one.
Yeah, that white is tracking to the corner regularly, isn't it? But if he can keep it on the table, I mean, again, it's a nice little layout. If he can manoeuvre his way around them.
What you're taking here, is it yellows?
Yeah, I think if the yellow to the right of the white now, I wonder if he can play that off the rail, off the red, to then open that pocket up.
He's taking reds.
To be fair, yeah, I didn't realise that left one, the one just above the baulk line on the left went. But it looks like it flies now, looking at it. But you would have to take them bottom three, the bottom three in the baulk end for me now. Because then you're going to have to come all the way back up again. Maybe that red doesn't go, you know.
Maybe play it into the left middle.
If that red to the left went, you would have to have played that into
like
the corner.
Does.
Because now you're having to go back up and down twice. Played a beautiful shot there. He's absolutely perfect. Could not have hit that better. Just needs to make sure that he leaves enough angle off the ball in the middle, which will be his last red, just to obviously come anywhere towards the black spot's fine, isn't it? Just doesn't want to land straight. I mean, even if he does, he's going to put it in the top, but you'd rather be having it in the middle, wouldn't you? Just needs to be careful because these can slide on you. That is perfect.
Yeah, he's taking these well. He's looking like a young man possessed.
Yeah, and he's He's got his nickname Harry Potter Piet, and he's definitely looking like a wizard at the moment.
Yeah, he's been let off the hook a couple of frames ago. But all of a sudden, it's 4 frames to 1. And Mr. Boyle, and Mr. Magic, has got a mountain to climb against this young man.
I think it's getting to the stage now where you're kind of thinking, if I'm in Mark's seat, I'm sat thinking, well, I mean, it's only 4-1. I wouldn't start panicking yet. But you're thinking, I don't want to be getting to like 7-2, 8-3, somewhere around there. You want to try and get back close within 7-6, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Just break it into little smaller sections, so you're not maybe like win the next best of 3 or win the next best of 4 or whatever.
Well, it's Mark to break next, and you feel he needs one of the big ones, but he has to take the finish. He's had a couple of good chances.
Yeah.
And unlike Mark, he's not taking them.
I think, like you say, that his break has actually been good though. It hasn't like it's not like his break's gone scrappy, so he hasn't had good chances. But it is tough for these top boys, and obviously Mark has been ultra busy, hasn't he? The last probably 18 months, maybe even longer. So it'd be nice. I mean, I don't know if he'll ever quite. I'm not saying he won't get back to that level because he still is that level, but I don't know if he'll ever get the time that he used to have based on all the things that he does now.
Yeah.
And sometimes in life you have different priorities, don't you? And what he's giving back to the game elsewhere with the Lola's finals and stuff, like fair play to him, because there's a lot of people that just look out for themselves, and he's not. He's looking out for a lot of people and a lot of things.
Yeah, I think that's became his new passion, and trying to have the hunger to go and put the time into practice. I know for a fact he's not had the time. If any kind of downtime he gets, he's already planning for what's going to happen next and what the next plan is in place for something phenomenal that he's built. As you say, giving back to so many people as well as the charities and stuff that's spun out of it. And it's just the passion he's got for it. I think right now, maybe the pool tour and stuff like that is becoming a bit secondary, but there's nobody anywhere believes that Mark's coming here to get beat. He's coming here still with a determination to win. It's just...
I've got to say about Mark as well, I know this probably sounds a little bit deep, but he makes me proud to be an IPA player.
Yeah.
Like the guy he is and how he conducts himself and everything that he stands for. Like, it makes you proud to say he's one of us.
Yeah, most definitely.
And I think that falls a lot with a lot of people though as well. A lot of these guys on the IPA, they're such good guys and good people and have good morals, and I think a lot of the pros, like, we all get on and we have good crack and good camaraderie, and even like during matches and stuff, it's always in the right. Well, I've never felt like it's not, but it's always been in the right spirit, and if you're the best, then you win, and if you don't, you shake hands and generally have a couple of beers and enjoy yourself with the lads. But ultimately, it's just the respect that you have for each other, and we're all here trying to do the same thing at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's it. And I think you probably nailed it on there. A lot of the guys on the IPA, as everyone knows, there was big moves in the world of pool. But when you look over your shoulder and anyone that had to make any decisions, and you see the likes of Mark Boyle standing by your side, on your side of the fence, you don't actually mind being there. And there's guys like that leading the way if you want.
Yeah, it's just the honesty and sort of the integrity and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm going in the trenches, I'd take him with me.
Yeah, he's one of the guys. He gives you his all, no matter what he does, and he deserves all the success he's had in this game. Right now, he's up against it because young Harry has him on the ropes.
Yeah, I think these are the moments where you see the top players, the bite down on the gum shield. Oh, you bite the bite down on your gum shield, don't they? I think they always seem to come strong. I mean, even earlier on, obviously Harry was, I think it was 6-1 up against Dunster, missed a chance for 7-1, and I'm kind of sat there thinking, this is the time when the boa constrictor sort of tightens his noose around you, and just they just don't then give you anything for free, and then you look back at the chances that you maybe did have that you didn't take, and you never get them easier ones again.
Yeah, it's like you get punished twice.
Yeah, you too.
As you see me, and Craig Brown in the last match had something very similar. He made that mistake, and then all of a sudden he was chasing his tail a bit, and he managed to get over the line in the end. But he seemed to get punished quite a few times for the one mistake, and that just seems to be the way this game is.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's a close one to me, Brownie. He's one of my best mates, and he's needed that result today. I think he's had so many games where he's been really close and he's played really well, and somebody's pulled something out amazing, or something's just, you know, when the pull gods aren't shining on you for a while. But he'll admit it too. He was so negative about so many things with pool, and I said, mate, you just need to get back to enjoying it because you're such a good player. But if you don't enjoy it, you'll never ever perform to your level. And even then, at the end, he kind of looking a bit downbeat, as if he was beat. And I was looking at him, but then he just smiled and thought, well, you know what, is what it is. And the next thing, out of his chair, he got an opportunity, which, because he was positive, that's why it happened. If he was as negative as he's been, he wouldn't have got that opportunity, which, again, I'm buzzing for him, but he's going to be giving me a percentage, I think, because he's been on my table at home more than I have. And he's got himself a key cut, and he lives in there, bless him.
Good on him. It was one of the... In fact, I spoke to Dean after it, and I think Dean was saying that's the first time that he's lost to Craig. So that might have been in his head as well. He's maybe sitting there thinking, not again, man, not again. The amount of chances I've had. And
you know, don't you? You always know if you've got a winning record against somebody.
Yeah.
Like, I could tell you, even like someone in the local league from when I was 14, and he beat me, you know what I mean? I'd never ever forget things like that. But it's easy to forget the ones you win, but the ones that you lose, yeah. Yeah,
that's it. I mean, you hear it quite a lot. There's a certain player that just seems to have your number. You seem to struggle against them. There's one or two guys, you don't forget it. You don't. There's one or two guys that come to my mind right away, so you don't forget that stuff. So he can get that one wiped right off the list now because he got it.
Yeah, that's true. I think I have actually seen Shields beat Brownie a couple of times. Tell you what though, he's looking all right again here. Needs to mind his work a little bit.
Yeah, he just never looks like he's going to miss. He's an exciting kid to watch.
Yeah, he is. And you know what? Oh, he needs to run. Not easy from here. Wonder if he can top it off the side rail and get back. But yeah, it's good to see. I think we're getting a lot more sort of different styles coming through. Like, nobody. Well, I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever seen anybody play pool like Harry. And that's not a dig at him or anything, because I love it, mate. He's one of the best players to watch in full floor. And I kind of, when I watch him, sometimes I think, I wish I could just do that.
Yeah.
But then other times he'll mess something up where I think, I can't believe he's done that. But that's the excitement. Like, no, that's watching robots. It is amazing. Like, watching the best players who never ever miss. But you never know what you never know what you're going to get, do you? And commentating on Harry's games are like, wow.
Yeah,
good luck.
He plays a game a bit like when Jason was young. Jason Shaw was so quick. He went round the table like, I mean, it was quite freaky how natural he was. And I think I've maybe used to say he was similar in style to, in the pool world, to Ronnie O'Sullivan in snooker. Just how natural he was. It was just quite frightening. And Harry's got a bit of that in him, but he just makes it look so easy. I mean, a lot of these guys, Liam Dunsters, Marks, Farnsworth, they all make it look easy, but the way Harry does it is in a different. It's just different.
They make it look easy for different ways, different reasons. Don't they? Like Dunster, he makes it easy because his patterns are so good, and he never plays a shot really that sort of like stays to chance, like leaves to chance. He's just like that methodical and that precise. And then obviously you've got the likes of fans of just a great cueist and can manoeuvre the white, and there's no shot you sort of can't play. Oh, was that a bit of a kick? Or not?
I don't think...
Just seemed to die.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way that he was playing to land where he's landed. I think he was maybe trying to just stun up.
I think he was trying to get towards the bottom cushion.
Yeah,
and
I
then
agree.
Pot the one in the one what he's looking at now in the bottom right, and then screw the white straight back into the yellow.
Yeah, I think he was playing it like a kind of stun run through, trying to get to the top. And
yeah.
What's the plan here?
Surely he can't play for a double. But do you think that red squeeze? It can't squeeze off the side cushion, can it?
I don't think so. I think it's exactly what he's going to do. I think he's going to pot this in the top, play the double. Oh, he's going to play the double here. It's at the back.
I think he's
double.
still got the same problem though, unless he gets back to the middle of the table. I think that's good for Harry.
Yeah, Mark's put his hand up there, but
I'd be happy if I was Harry. Yeah,
he's going to open the bag up at the same time here. I think Harry's
just get in the baulk area if you can, and then as long as you're going to leave yourself a shot at the black. Oh, don't want to be on a cushion though. Get off the cushion.
I think he had to play that in such a way where he was clearing the bag at the same time.
Yeah, I find it hard for him to, get right behind that for the middle bag. I think he's better off just screwing straight down the rail. Oh, he left the shot. You know what? He'll get this. This is flying straight in the right-hand corner.
This is like the shot he played yesterday, although it was at the opposite side, and he cut it in like it was in the middle of the table. It was unbelievable.
Missed it.
Well, that's the first pot like that I've seen him miss.
With them ones that I always feel like you really need to pick your spot and there it's just like when you're down so quick, it's just kind of like just hitting any sort of edge. I think it's a bit tough, isn't it?
Well, the red Mark's going to play now. It was slightly left of that, and the cue ball was in the jaws of the bottom right-hand pocket, and he cut it in the top. It was honestly, it was like it was in the middle of the table, and I couldn't believe how quick he went down and played it. Yeah. It was like it was nothing. I just expect the kid to pot every single ball he goes for.
I'm interested to see sort of, obviously at the minute, a lot of us new pros, the rankings are not really a true ranking because we've only got
you need your 2 years.
Yeah, you need your 2 years. It will be really interesting to see where people are.
Yeah.
After the 2 years, where people are sat. Because I think there'll be quite a lot of the lower ranked pros who maybe looking over the shoulder and thinking these boys are going to take some beating as well. I mean, there's some unbelievable players that have come up with myself from the amateur side, the likes of Greg Davis and in particular Rob Wilson. Rob's really impressed me over the last year or so. I think he's a quality player, Rob.
Yeah, he's actually a class act off the table as well. I've got to know him over the last while. First time I played him was at the World Championships in the doubles. Myself and young Johnny McDermott were playing him and Clint. They beat us in a penalty shootout, but it was a good match. Both teams played great stuff, and it was the first time I met Rob. And since then, we've had a few chats and stuff. He was supposed to be doing some commentary with us last night. I don't know what happened, but he did say he was going to do some over the weekend, so he might pop in at some point. But yeah, he's a good lad as well.
Yeah, he is. Like we say, there's a lot of them that are really good lads, and the good guys to spend time with as well. Like if you are in between games and you get talking to people from different walks of life. Yeah,
the man on the screen right now, Gav, me and him, we had to off a long time ago, right? Gav is mad. He is stone mad. Yeah. But we played each other in a Saltire event in Scotland. He beat me in a decider, and he took 3. I mean, these were crazy finishes in the middle of the match, and they became the difference in the end. And as soon as it's finished, he's like, you know what, son? And he starts getting into the details, and I'm kind of like, I'm dying for him to just leave. Yeah, I've just lost the match, and I'm like, this guy's doing my head in. Yeah. But actually, 5 minutes later,
his heart's in a good place.
That was it, and we played each other again in the Scottish Masters, and I beat him in a decider. And he just as I potted the black, he was walking over to me laughing. And we just hit it off. But he's one of the guys when he starts, you can't shake him off.
No, you can't. But I tell you what, he's very underrated as well.
Oh, I think he's quality. Yeah, I really do.
There's a lot of things that I hear, and there's a lot of things that I hear, and people don't. I don't think they put him amongst some of the better players, but I think he's definitely in that bracket just underneath the elite with the. I mean, the elite for me on the IPAs, you're looking at Boyle, Farnsworth, Hibbert, Clint. And I think them four in particular, and Dan Davey probably I would say Dan's just underneath him, but at the minute I think he's playing at that level. But other than that, I think Gav's in that bracket just slightly underneath with the likes of Brownie, Shields, Corey Reese, and people like that. But there's not much in it.
Mate, 100%. And one of the things that's always stood out to me is he's not afraid of anyone. He is not afraid of, and he believes he can go toe to toe with the best. And you know,
I love Gavin. I've said to him before, your biggest strength, and I hope someone tells him what I'm saying here, because he'll tell you I'm not lying. I said, your biggest strength's delusion. He said, what do you mean by that? I said, because you've never lost a game because you played bad. And he said, what do you mean by that? I said, well, every time you come off, it's, listen, son, the balls, there's something wrong with the balls, or we're on the wrong table, or the cloth didn't play this. I'm like, but it's good, because he doesn't believe that he ever deserves to lose.
Yeah.
So, obviously, there's times when he has, so I'm not giving him a hard time there, but his general mindset is, he always thinks that he's the better player, and you know that's a good thing to have, because it's easy to shake defeats off, isn't it?
Yeah, well, if you don't believe you've actually put a foot wrong, you're not going to go away and kind of beat yourself up. You're just going to be ready to go for your next match. And yeah, he's some guy, but that is I mean, Harry doesn't miss many, but that is there maybe a touch of nerves coming now that Mark's coming charging back at him? I don't know if Harry's that way inclined. I don't know him well enough, but I didn't expect him to miss something as simple as that.
Yeah, I think he just maybe was focusing on a cannon a little bit or something. Took his eye off the ball. But these are sort of chances you've got to be so clinical against these top boys, because you give them one looking, and the next thing it's 3 frames gone.
Yeah,
and you've got to try and keep them in the chair as long as you can. And I know it's difficult because they're that good, and mistakes can happen, but you show them a little bit of light, and that's it, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the likes of, I've played Mark a couple of times, and you don't expect him to ever miss. I see me play my best pool against the best guys. It's strange. Mark's beat me in a couple of deciders. He's beat me 9-6 in the Scottish seniors, and I was 7-1 down, and I came back to 7-6, and he won the next 2, breaking dish, reverse dish. But I seem to always find a level against the top guys. But Mark, he's the one guy that for me, I mean, they're all. I mean, the level of these guys is just yourself in that bracket now. You're in there mixing it. I think you just need to find a little bit of comfort probably at that level, and then once you do, because you blew the amateurs away in that year. Maybe you were riding the crest of a wave. I spoke about it earlier.
Yeah, I mean, obviously last year there was a lot of good amateurs, and maybe at the start I didn't realise. But I thought I was one of the better amateurs, but I didn't think I was the best amateur.
Yeah.
Because there was so many other good players, and then I had so many people saying, you know, you're by far the best, and I'm like, mate, like I'm not, because you've got so many other good players, people like Jake Newlove, and I know obviously he should. Well, it's another story.
Yeah.
He shouldn't be an amateur, but to achieve what I did with them players in it, then I started to give myself a bit of credit, because I thought, you know what, yeah, maybe I was better, or I'm better than I probably thought I was. But I wouldn't say I've necessarily started believing on hype or anything like that. But then I've come into the pro game, and it's a rude awakening. It is the professionalism, I guess, the shot selection and the experience, and the fact that, you know, sometimes when you play matches and you're a couple of frames adrift, and you when you're an amateur, you can't think, oh, I'm beat, and you don't have that professional mindset.
Yeah.
Whereas Boyle there, 4-1 down, didn't panic, bang, back in the game. He's going to be 4-all. That's the difference in he's not panicking. You can be 4-1 down, 5-1 down, you still win because you're that good. And I need to get that sort of mindset, and I will with experience. But it's a pleasure to even be competing against these guys. Like some of these people I've looked up to from being a young boy, and I'm getting to play against them now on big stages, which anybody who has any ambitions to be great at the game, this is where you want to be.
See that right there, guys? That's one of the reasons why we're getting the pros in on the commentary, to get that insight to how different it is between the amateur and the pros. Obviously, there's a lot of top amateurs. Lee was just one not long ago. As I say, he went on. I actually came out the lift in Coventry, and a good friend of mine, Craig Martin, walked towards me, and he said, guy I just played there was unbelievable. Stevie, I believe he could win the tournament. And I says, really? I went, after just that one game? And he went, I'm telling you. And I told him that I believe he could win the tournament. And you did. And he said that to me. I walked out the lift, but I'm walking to play my next match, and I'm thinking, what are you talking about? I'm winning this tournament. But obviously, he thought just in that one moment, and now I'm not saying he's the greatest judge of character, and he can, because Craig had a bit of a amateur snooker background, and in the pool sense, he doesn't see. This is not me disrespectful. He doesn't see certain shots because Craig always sees 3 cushions smash into thing. Now it's like he's opening up the pack, but mate, I think if you just play the balls, listen, it doesn't matter who you're playing, and that professional mindset, that's a great thing for everyone to listen to. That changing mindset.
Yeah, you just when you do become a professional, I think that's exactly what you have to be. You have to be professional, and you have to do the right things. Even just, there's a lot of things that I know other people have worked on, like eating well and keeping hydrated and all that sort of stuff. Like, really, I know people don't see a lot of pool players as necessarily being elite sportsmen, but it's an elite sport, and you have to be mentally fresh, and the mental side of it is probably more, because everyone at the top, the majority of pros, ability-wise, there's probably not a great deal in it, but the mental aspect and the dedication and the professionalism, that's what sets the rest from the best. Yeah,
that's the old healthy body, healthy mind thing. Mentality is huge. I speak about it quite a lot with a lot of people. It's mad. I was always known as the confident guy, the guy that is. But when it comes to these things, a man said to me, really good pool player back in Scotland, played at the highest level in snooker, and he says, Stevie, you could probably walk into any pool room, any tournament, and throw a huge blanket over a bunch of guys, and most of them under it are very similar ability. But it's what's in the head, between the ears, that's the difference on who gets to the top and who wins these events. And you talking about mindset right there, and how your mindset's changed from the amateur to the pro. It just tells you how huge it really is.
Yeah, and the guys who've done it for 10, 15, 20 years, some of them, that's why you see him at the top of the tree.
Yeah.
But then you've got the opposite side of the coin, young Harry now. He's only new to pool, really. He's still a baby. He's only learning. And he's going toe-to-toe with one of the best players in the world, if not the best player in the world. So this, obviously, young kids, if you are watching this, just have a go, enter as many things as you can, and just it's a long process, and you might have to take a lot of beatings to gain the experience that you need, but don't give in. Just keep at it, and you will get there. And they're very valuable lessons, even if your mate's beating you. It was 10 years old, and you just learn things from him, and just keep digging in. You will get better, and you will improve.
Yeah, I would go as far as to say I'm looking at probably the biggest inspiration in the game right now, Gareth Hibbert.
I thought you were on about me there.
His longevity at the top end, not just playing the game and competing. He's always been at the top. And for me, to have that hunger and that desire, he would probably be quick to tell you right now that he's still learning.
Yeah, I think I would say he's my favourite player, Gareth Hibbert. Like, you always have your soft spots, don't you? And I like the way, he just gets on with it, and the level that he's played under pressure that I've seen Gareth Hibbert. I don't think I've ever seen anybody just like so still and calm in them extreme moments, no emotion. He's just, there's ice in his veins. But back on this one here, I think if Harry could maybe nick this frame, I feel like he's going to dish his next break, because he looks like he's pretty calm, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the matches so far where Mark's had to fight to get back into it. He's managed to do that, but then Harry just steps up, blasts the balls open, takes a finish like it's nothing, like he's as you said it earlier, like he's playing one of his mates down the pub. But no, he's playing on live TV against Mark Boyle, arguably the best player in the world, and it's like
you wouldn't know, would you?
No, it's absolutely insane. So I think, and listen, I don't believe Mark's one of the guys that feels major pressure like in that sense. But he said to me many a time that he still gets that buzz, that feeling in the stomach that he knows he needs to be on it.
Yeah.
He'll be feeling right now against this absolute madman on the table that does not miss, that he needs to get him.
Yeah. I always wonder, like, do people like Boyle really feel pressure? But because they win that many things, like, is it just, it's just another day at the office? But He must do, mustn't he?
Yeah, I spoke to Ross Fernie about. I obviously lost my best mate not long ago, and I was talking about having a feeling inside you when you play the game where you're quite nervous, but it gets you on edge. But since that, I've not really felt anything. I've felt as if I don't really care, and I don't know if it's maybe me thinking that the game doesn't matter. But Fernie says, Stevie, I love that feeling, and I spoke to Mark about it, and he says, yeah, I get that feeling. It's that turning in the stomach, but it gets you focused.
Yeah, I don't think it's that you've necessarily lost it. I think sometimes you put things into perspective and think how big are these things in life?
Yeah, maybe,
but maybe with time and a bit of healing and stuff, that'll come back and you'll maybe feel like it's a bit more important again. I know how much you love the game, and that's why you do the comms and everything, because you're the best at it. But yeah, you just life's a funny thing, isn't it? And
yeah, of course. I just think that guys like Mark, I've said it before, you just said it, but Gareth, ice in the veins, they never look like they can feel. I mean, they just look incredible. But for me,
did you just say that, by the way?
What was that?
I'm sure Mark Miyagi.
It's just cleaned out some kind of flying object. He's laughing. He must have hit it.
Shame he's not playing Dan Davey, because he could have said Danielson.
Yeah, I think you're only human if you feel that. I mean, that's a good question for you. Do you feel when you're at a table, do you get that element of? I don't even know if the nervousness is the right word. It's probably adrenaline, but
you know, someone said to me the other day, like, what do you actually want from pool? I said, literally the only thing I want is in 20 years' time, I want a young kid or someone to say, do you remember that Lee Shepherd? He was a great player. That's all I want. And ideally, have a pro title to go alongside it. But if I can just have people say he was a great player and he was a good guy, that's all I want from the game. And that might not sound ambitious. That might not sound very ambitious, but I think that even if you've got 100 titles, people don't say, "Oh, you won 96 so titles," or
no, exactly.
They say he was an unbelievable player or a good talent, or just people to speak well of me. I think that's all I want, really.
If there was two sides of the coin, and one was you could win 100 titles over the next 25, 30 years, but you would be remembered as, well, not a very good guy, weren't very well liked, you were just an also-ran that turned up, won titles, left, or you turn up, you maybe win the odd one, or you run deep in some of them, but you were remembered as one of the best guys on the tour, you were always well thought of. I think it's a no contest, but that's...
Yeah, I think that's worth 100 titles, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is. But obviously, I've never turned up to a tournament not wanting to win it.
Yeah,
never.
I mean, that's not right. Like, obviously, that sounds a little bit like I'm just here to take part.
No, of course,
I want to come here and I want to win 100 titles, and but you've got to be realistic. There's another 50 guys in the pros, and there's another 120 odd amateurs who are all trying to do the same thing I'm trying to do, but. Am I capable of winning a pro title?
Oh, he's enough.
Am I capable of winning a pro title? Well, made two semi-finals in the first year, so yeah, probably am. But
I would go as far as to say that the level you played at the year you finished #1 amateur to turn pro, I would go as far as to say if that Lee Shepherd was playing in any, even the pro events, probably that on the weekends, you would have had a chance.
Yeah,
because you were playing a level of pool that was above the amateur.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Obviously, I've got to put in perspective as well. I mean, I had a great guy, mate me a Q, Jason Owen. And I started using that at the start of the season. And I'd had the Q before the first event. I'd had it a week. And I turned up the first event and made the semi-final, which I'd literally had it a week. And I just thought, you know what? I'm not going to waste time bedding in. I'm just going to get it in my hands and see how we go. And I played absolutely out my skin. I lost in the semi-final to Corey Reese, but it was a late one. It was about 11:15 on the night. I think we started on the Sunday night, and I'll be honest, I should have been better, because I should have been fresher, because I'd run quite a few matches off pretty quick, like 6-7-1s, and not really missing. But I was exhausted come that 11:15, and I just shot a lot of lazy balls in, but. That's that's where the top players, they're still full of energy at their business moments, and that's experience again, and that's what I need to improve.
Yeah, I think like Mark here, Mark Boyle, Gareth Hibbert, they're all playing right now, but Mark, I've asked the question a few times. I actually said to him, we were travelling down to Wales, and I said, I've always, it's in my head where I go, these guys, there could be 100 guys in the event, 150 guys in the event, 250 guys in the event. There seems to be 4 or 5 of a select, maybe 16, that just seem to always be at the tail end. They always seem, and Mark, probably more than anybody in the last decade or so, just always seems to be there. Liam, Gareth Hibbert, even it's just, I just find that even the open event, guys, anybody watching the open event in this has got all the amateurs and the pros in it. That event, you 90% of the time, maybe 99% of the time, you find the last 4 or the last 8 tend to be the pros.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
And it's like, and I see there's a lot of amateurs here that are really good and probably at their best are at that level, but it has to be a mental thing for me that these guys just always seem to get to that stage, and Mark probably more than anybody.
It's because when you've won as many things and as many titles, and you've won as many, not just titles, but matches, like winning breeds confidence, and when you've won that many things, it's just you turn up and you're not worried about who you're playing, because you think, I bet all the top, probably say 6 or 7 players, they know if they play their best pool, 99% of the time they're going to win. Like, if Boyle plays his absolute best, he's going to beat anybody. If Planges plays his absolute best, he's going to beat anybody. And the people say, what if we play each other then? Yeah, but how often do both players play their absolute peak?
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't happen very often, does it?
No, that's it. And I mean, I think someone's dropped something.
I think Harry's trying to put him off.
But yeah, this here, the mental strength, Mark's not been at his best here. But for the first time in the match, he's in the lead.
Yeah, I think that might. I mean, I hope it doesn't, because I think Harry, he showed why he's where he is. But I hope it doesn't break his spirit when you've been a few in front and you get behind. You think, has the game got away?
And you see guys on your screen right now, if it's not for these people supporting Supreme, who have a 24 brand new tables, cloth balls, looking after storage and stuff like that, a new partner, Smart Rack on board, Strachan 861 Aramis. Without these guys, well, we probably don't have the tour we have right now, so we can't do it without them, and we thank them so much for that.
It's got to be said, the conditions unbelievable. This venue is, be honest, it's been my favourite event.
This is next level, this venue.
I mean, I loved Isle of Man last year. Obviously, you like it a lot more when you do well, but yeah, I loved it over there. I thought it was amazing. But yeah, there's just a couple of comments. Howie, yeah, I'll see you in the Isle of Man, pal. Be good to see you, mate. And Liam Roberts, fellow pro, appreciate the comments, mate. But yeah, you're right, this is a great game and it's a great advert for the IPA. It does make you proud when you see players playing this sort of level. Makes you proud to put yourself amongst them. Have a look at the Boyle break again. I don't know how he gets so much power not going off the table.
Yeah, it's incredible. And he's gone in off. And this could be all square very quickly. And yeah, Liam Roberts, I'm a great guy as well, mate. Cheers for that. I'm only kidding, young man. I'm only kidding.
No, you're not kidding, you are.
Nah, I know I'm all right. So is young Liam. He's a good kid.
Is it Liam here this weekend, isn't he?
I'm sure.
I don't think I've seen him.
That's a good question. I thought I did, but maybe I'm. I was actually speaking about him yesterday, talking about the guy. No, he is. Liam's here. I'm sure he's definitely here.
I haven't seen him, unfortunately, but
he might correct me and tell me that I'm imagining it, but I'm sure I've seen him, because I was talking about him yesterday on stream. I think it's his second year in the pros, and the year he actually became a pro. Me and him had quite a good match. I actually think if I beat him that day, he might not have became a pro, because he had a few good runs after that. It might have been me, so find yourself lucky, young man.
He is here. He got smoked by Hibbert.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I knew he was. I knew I seen you yesterday.
The big bullies, these top boys, Liam. It's just they need to just find somewhere else to play.
Yeah, he's a good lad, Liam. Yeah, Harry, he's giving himself a bit of work to do here. That's the thing.
You know, I think when he flicked that ball out, he should have just took yellows.
Yeah. You look at the yellows right now.
If he doesn't, no. Thing is, even there, like he would have only had the bottom one, and then he's having to screw into the yellow, which doesn't really leave him a shot anyway. If he took yellows, like they were all up, I know he would have had to go back down the table for. There was one like closest to the middle of the balk line, but yeah, it's one of them things where you just needs to take a little bit more care.
Yeah, is it maybe? I mean, we've mentioned probably a million times how quick he plays the game, how fluent he is. Is it maybe at this stage now where he's found himself behind for the first time that all of a sudden that he might still be playing at the same pace, but in his mind there's maybe a touch indecision now?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, when you 4-1 up and you think, I'm cruising, then next moment comes along and you're 6-5 down, then pockets look a little bit smaller and the thought process maybe goes out the window a little bit. But I just didn't feel like Reds with the ball there, really.
Yeah, I agree.
And Mark will obviously be thinking, I mean, obviously the way he moved his ball out to then go Reds, he's never really left. Like, I always like to try and maybe leave a ball safe if you can, obviously unless you're leaving absolute dollies. But there weren't really dollies, were there?
No, there was a lot of work to do there. You can see the draw, guys, on Cuesports. If you go on to Cuesports and just put in the IPA pool tour, and it's event number 4, you'll get the entire draw there. You can even go onto the IPA Facebook page and there'll be links on there to take you to the draws, but everything is on Cuesports, guys.
For those that haven't been on Cuesports, our quarter-final lineup is complete. So this is the first match, which is Mark Boyle against Harry Peart, which Mark leads 6-5. Second match will be on stream, is that right, Stevie? Mark Farnsworth against Clint Ironson, straight after this. Yep.
Yeah, it will be, yeah.
Then the third semi-final will be on the stream also on table 1, which is Johan Attard against Craig Brown. And then the final quarter-final will be table 2, Gavin Robinson against Gareth Hibbert.
Yeah, what a lineup that is.
It's stacked, isn't it? I mean, I don't really think it's better being one half or the other. I mean, well, obviously the top half has Boyle and Farnsworth and Clint and Harry. So you can, like...
Yeah.
There's no hiding places in there, is there?
You're talking about the mental strength. Gav was playing Adam Griffiths there. He was behind for most of the match. He's won the game 8-6 in the end.
He was 5-2 down,
yeah. But he was always chasing. And that's that... I think that's that thing we're talking about with Gav. He's one of the guys. He's always got a confidence. He's probably thinking, I'm 5-2 down, but I've done nothing wrong.
Yeah, he does. He is mentally strong, like I've got to say, which is a great attribute to have. But
young Harry's going to have to be here.
Yeah.
He's going to have to be mentally strong.
I think it's one, these times when you're getting the balls out and them finishes are there now, there's a little bit of an element of I've got to get these now because I don't have that cushion anymore.
Mr. Burrell, that is very much appreciated. The setup is unbelievable. As you can see, camera on all the outside tables. You get to see the vast size of this room. The space between the tables is exceptional. This is, I mean, for a pool room, this is unbelievable.
It's the best. It's the best setup that I've been, like, of an event that I've been to for sure. Just the seating around and even the venue itself. It's a smart venue, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's quite swanky.
Yeah, it's up there. I mean, in fact, it is the best. Obviously we've got a little 5-10 minute walk from the hotel, but I mean, you would take that every day of the week, if you ask me. We've got great venues that we use all over, but Harry.
Yeah, it's one of them old things, isn't it? When it rains, it pours.
Yeah,
obviously, the chances have sort of dwindled away now, and you can just see Boyle getting control of this match.
He's maybe... Yeah, it's gone that way for Harry in the last few frames. But as you said, the stream, we've got 3 stream tables. We've got the camera all over, showing all the outside tables. We've got loads of space around it. It is absolutely first class, guys.
Anyone who's in the comments, have you got any predictions on who's going to lift this pro title tonight? I'm assuming the final, well, looking at the times on there, probably around 10 o'clock, isn't it? Somewhere around there. Have we got any predictions for who's going to lift that title?
That was some shot, by the way.
Yeah, Red November. If you look on Cuescore, you can get all the scores on there, mate. That's the platform that we use, and yeah. Hello, Pacquiao John.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm actually a wee bit confused on what you mean by strange place to see it. Cuescore is used vastly now in most Cuesports.
Being used by Matchroom and a lot of big events, hasn't it?
So
to be honest, it's great.
It really
great.
is.
Yeah.
It did take me, I won't lie, it took me a little bit to get used to it, but once I kind of figured it out, it's got so much that helps, obviously, with I mean, quite simple.
Timing and draws and stuff.
Incredible.
Yeah.
It is incredible.
It'd take you a long time, wouldn't it, to come up with something like that?
Pacquiao John, you would love to be here. I'm guessing that means that would be, well, get yourself down. Do you live nearby? Or if you don't, get yourself tuned in. IPApool.com website, or you can go onto the Facebook page. You'll get loads of information. These events you can enter them if you want to play in them. If you want to just watch, you can get yourself down, but spaces are limited if you ever want to play in these kind of events. But if you just want to watch, there is so much room around us. You can watch any match. You can watch numerous games at once if you want. So, oh, you're from Uganda. Well, I hope, my friend from Uganda, you are doing really well, and I am absolutely delighted to have you on watching. It is a pleasure to have your viewing tonight, and I hope you're enjoying it.
Yeah, I think that shows really where the game's going, doesn't it?
That's absolutely fantastic.
When you've got people wanting to tune in from far afield, and it just shows how good entertainment that's on offer.
If Bole wins, we're going for an Indian.
Yeah, well, if Bole wins, you can pay for an Indian. How does that sound? That's a nice little shot.
Yeah,
beautifully controlled.
That looks like Mark Boyle is starting to feel the mojo.
I wonder if he can, it goes up into the top right past the yellow, or whether he has to sort of screw back and put it in the bottom left as we're looking now.
Yeah, has he landed a touch too straight?
He's topping it through, isn't he? He doesn't want it to slide. Well, it's not easy to play that,
Yeah,
like that. If you hit that too hard, it just skids on you, and you're just dead in the water. You don't have a shot.
He had to control that.
I think
That's
the table's playing a
shot.
bit firmer now, so you wouldn't be able to play that in the last event.
And just for safety, in case he missed that black that he hammered in.
Putting Harry in a world of pain.
He's getting black and deckered. Oh, that black ball just get deckered there. As you can see, guys, it's still going on the outside tables. And every time I look at where we are situated, guys, is not a million miles behind that camera. And when you look across the size of this place, it's the space around the tables that makes it for me.
Yeah, it's just, to be honest, it just seems it's a perfect venue. It's not too warm because there is a lot of space. You're not on top of each other. It's not red hot in here. It's the best temperature I've had, because sometimes you go, there's the event in Coventry, and they have to put the aircon on. Yeah. And if you're sat in a certain place, it's right underneath. It's quite cold.
Yeah, that's right. You're going from one extreme to another, but
yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, the Coventry one's it's an unbelievable hotel and great venue, but I can't play when I'm cold. Hands cold, no good.
Yeah, I've actually said numerous times, Coventry for me is the best venue because of it's just the way it's situated. When you go downstairs, you come out the lift, there's always going to be someone you can have a chat to. There's loads going on. And the venue, obviously, it's quite tight for tables and stuff. You still get them in.
Yeah.
But this, as just pool alone, nothing else involved in it. This is the best venue I've probably ever been to for this amount of tables and,
I agree.
and players. It's unbelievable.
I agree. And looks like Boyle's on the hill and he's absolutely hammered the break again. I think as the match has gone on, his breaks got better. Obviously, he started to time the ball better and get his hand on the table. Wonder if that bottom right red just sneaks in this middle pocket. If it does, I think it's curtains closed.
Yeah, they could have came out.
So I think if he pots the bottom right one as we're looking now, he'll kiss the second one on the left, and then he's just he's plumb, isn't he? Looked like it from the overhead, but I'm not sure he will cannon that from that angle. Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, it looked like on the overhead that he would just go full ball.
Yeah. He'll take that.
Yeah, I think he's still going to be pretty happy, isn't he?
He could have had an easier opener.
I wonder if he can just sneak the red down off the yellow into the corner pocket.
Yeah. I think it's looking like it's going to be curtains. I don't think he wanted that to cover that.
No, I struggle. Obviously now, if he does get into a stage where he's going to play the red off the rail onto the yellow, he's probably not going to be able to get the white out anywhere to leave himself another shot now. So he might have to get it out.
He might have to play that next or even now.
Yeah, I feel like he couldn't. I don't know how he would get it back out, unless he's going to play a double.
I think he might. Oh, it's looking tough. He might drop on it right now and then play one of the reds to the top, but
I think where he is, he must play the one left side now.
Yeah.
Get back
get across
about 6 to 8 inches to the right where the white is now. Float it down and then come on and off the cushion and leave the second yellow, red. Sorry,
second
into
red.
the top. Yeah, past where the black is.
He just went into. Oh, what a shot!
Oh, it's come out beautiful as well, hasn't it? But I mean, it was good value that, because no matter what, you think he was always going to be on something, wasn't he? Unless he absolutely butchered it, which he's not going to, because
he's Mark Boyle.
Yeah,
he's that's
Martin Boyle is an unbelievable player. Yep, you're absolutely bang on the money there, mate.
Yeah,
one of the best players in the world, if not the best.
He's feeling it now.
You know what? I think at like 4-1 down, he's just thought, I'm just going to let my arm flow and show what I'm about, and wouldn't surprise me if he won this event now.
Yeah, that's one of the things that you get opportunities against these guys, you have to take them. And I think Harry had a few, but Mark eventually found his rhythm, and this match is all over as a contest.
It is. I just want to say a massive well done to Harry P. He should be seriously proud of himself. Obviously, unbelievable result against Dunster earlier on. And he was in an awful section of the draw, and he's absolutely done himself proud. But Mr. Magic does it again.
What a start he is going to be. He's definitely one to watch out for. He's got no fear. He just ran out of steam a bit here. He's probably gave everything he had against Liam Dunster, and then against Mark, it was just one step too far. But I mean, it's no disgrace losing to a guy like Mark Boyle. He was.
No, I mean,
he played his part.
Yeah, he did at 4-1 up, and he's made Boyle really have to turn it on. But I think he'll go away from this weekend really proud of himself, and he should do.
And all the guys watching from everywhere, including Uganda, see another one on there as well. So thanks, guys, for tuning in. Absolutely first-class match to get watching. And we're going to have Boyle in the studio pretty soon. And Lee Shepherd, cheers for joining us, mate. That was first class.
Appreciate it again, mate, and thanks for all the nice comments, people, and keep tuning in. The IPA is it's the future, so make sure you get on and tune in. Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate. Yeah, guys, so you said it right, but we're going to pass over to the studio, and Mark Pickworth is with Mark Boyle.
Yeah, thanks, guys. And Mark Boyle.
You got something? You got what I've got?
That's what we eat, I think.
Yeah, that's what happened. Honestly, couldn't catch my breath at the start there.
Yeah.
Because this match got rushed ahead, I think there was meant to be a game on in between before we went on, and then so I just had my lunch stroke dinner.
Did you?
And I feel ill. Because I've just stuffed my face that quick. Because Bronwyn messaged, says you're on in 15 minutes. I was like, oh, thanks. So I felt awful there.
Yeah, I think we obviously had to change things due to some match timings, etc. and that. But yeah, I mean, let's talk about that. I mean, the start of the match, 4-1 behind, obviously felt like you was a little bit rushed, etc. What was you feeling the worst at a 4-1 down? Because it didn't look like he was going to miss it at one stage.
I seen Harry in the last game because we were playing next to each other, and it's just lightning. absolutely lightning fast, and he plays attacking, which is good to watch as well. So there's nothing you can do. See when somebody's just clearing up the table. Obviously, I had a couple of chances as well that I never took. But if somebody's clearing up the table, there's nothing you can do. You can only wait and hope you get some chances. And luckily, I did at the end. And luckily, I managed to take them.
And obviously, he beat your fellow Scotsman, Liam Dunster, 8 frames to 4. And you probably did sort of look over your shoulder, knowing that you're going to be playing one of them 2 players in the next round. And the way he come off that win against Liam, did you sort of put any fear into you in a little bit, or?
I look at it as what I do. Like if I play well, I'll win. If I don't play well, you don't deserve to win, so it's all about just trying to focus and playing well. You can't think of your opponent too much, because if you do, then you end up sitting there mesmerised with your opponent. You've just got to sit in your chair and just wait for your chances. Doesn't matter who you play.
And a little bit about yourself. I mean, you've been an absolutely a super busy man over these past months, which obviously taken a lot of time out. Have you find a little bit of time for yourself, and not just for yourself playing, practicing, etc.
No.
Family and time and everything?
I'm going to go on holiday start of October.
Brilliant.
Me and the wee man, we deserve it. We both deserve it. We've not stopped all for the past few years, so just absolutely drained as well. But just keep going, and I'm looking forward to the holiday.
Yeah, I mean, you say like you're really drained with pretty much everything that's gone off, recently, etc. But you still found an extra gear towards the end of that match, because he put you under some pressure there, and you sort of dug deep. Is that where we're going here with this one?
I just think it's experience more than anything that gets you through it. You just keep digging away, unless it's so easy to give in. Because I could have easily sat in the corner and just went to the toilet and chucked it. Yeah. But I just went, no, you're down here for a reason, so what's the sake of just an extra half an hour of trying than 2 minutes going up the road, so you may as well you're down here, you may as well just give it your all.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's in your blood anyway, giving up at any time, is it?
I was ready to, I tell you.
But into another semi-final now. Obviously, hopefully get a little bit of a break, because there's going to be a ladies' final on here as well, and who knows what the next semi-final is in that. But, you're going to try and just prepare a little bit better for this next one, hopefully not rushed around too much.
I'll not be eating anything, that's for sure. Got a few bottles of water, or hot water. Try and break anything down that's in there, but no, just take it easy. Take it easy and just, whenever I go on, that's it.
Well done anyway, and good luck
Mark.
for your next semi-final anyway. Good luck. Thanks, Mark. So Mark Boyle books his place into the semi-final. Kevin just jumped in there for me, hadn't you? And there was a possibility of an upset, especially when Harry went 4-1 ahead. But Mark just said then, a lot of players could have given up by then. Not knowing what to do with him, but he just stuck in there, and experience paid off in the end.
Yeah, I mean, Mark's been around long enough, he knows not to panic. He's seen players like Harry before, and, we said before the match it was important that Harry took his chances, and unfortunately a few of those chances just slipped by. And, from 4-1 it was one-way traffic, really. But, Harry will be back, he'll learn from it, good experience for him, and, watch out.
Yeah, I mean, you said obviously, pre-game about it could be the telling point now on the TV table, the cameras, the shot clock and etc. Do you think that was a bit more? He needs a bit more experience in that area first. I
think it definitely helps, and it's completely different surroundings playing there to on the outer tables. And Mark is he's the number one player in the game for a reason, and it's not just all about front running, it's about digging in when you need to, using all those years of experience, and that's exactly what he did. He didn't panic, he was 4-1 down, missed a couple shots that would normally see him get, but didn't panic, just stuck to his plan, and it was one-way traffic at the end.
Yeah, we both know Mark's been super busy person, and he over the past months and that, doing his own tournaments and that, etc. But that could really take a lot out of him as well. But it just shows what a certain person he is to dig deep at the when it mattered.
Yeah, I mean, he's a class act, isn't he? I mean, he's as we said, he's one of the best players in the world, if not in the certainly top 1 or 2. And he did what he needed to do. It's not always about how good your A game is, because not every time you come to the table you bring your A game, but his B game is pretty good, and that's probably what got him through there.
Yeah, so another person into the semi-finals, Gareth Hibbert. He beat Scott Anderson as well. No surprise there that Gareth's also into another semi-final.
I think he's into a quarter, isn't he? I think
Oh,
he's a
sorry,
quarter,
I do apologise. I'm
Yeah.
getting ahead of myself, aren't I? Because I expect him to be on here, that's why. So he's into the quarter now.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say about Gaz? You know, world champion, 2-time world champion, just an absolutely unbelievable player. And you know, there's also coming up next, we've got another 2 former world champions with Mark Farnsworth and Clint Jansen. It's just building up to tonight's final. It's to an absolutely fantastic finale.
Yeah, you know, I spoke about there is another quarter final. I think it's Johan Attard against Craig Brown. And you know, I spoke quite a lot about Johan with Stephen Walker in the studio, and that, you know, a little bit about the Maltese international sort of players at the moment.
Yeah, well, he's flying the flag for the Maltese players. We know there's some very strong players in Malta. I don't think Clint Greener's here this weekend,
No.
but I know there's a few of the other Maltese that have come over here, and you know, they're enjoying and challenging well. But you know, Johan is the main man at the moment. And you know, what he's done this year has been nothing short of phenomenal. You know, what he did at Coventry, I think he got to the final of the Pro and won the Open.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not many people that have done that. You know, you're talking the likes of Mark Boyle, Gareth Hibbert, you know, Mark Farnsworth, who've done that kind of thing. So, yeah, it just shows what a talent he is. He's in another quarter-final. He's going to fancy his chances against Craig. And, you know, don't be surprised to see him in the final tonight.
Yeah, because, you know, even on his TV table, you know, we say it's sometimes very different, but he seems to be adapted quite well to that surrounding.
Yeah, he's got quite a nice punchy style around the table, you know, and he's never going to die wondering. You know, he's not one of these that just rolls them in, probably like us, you know, roll them in and hope that they go in. He just punches them in, gets on with the job, and yeah, he's shown his class this year, and yeah, just continues to go from strength to strength. Yeah,
so this next match then, Mark Farnsworth against Clint Jansen. I mean, Clint's been out of the winner's circle a little bit longer than what Mark has. You know, Mark's been knocking at the door quite regularly. Not got all the results his own way, you know, due to Dan Davey and Gareth Hibbert mainly. How do you see this one going?
Well, I think Mark's definitely favourite. You know, I mean, I know he's not won the silverware, but the people that have beat him have been at the top of the game. You know, it's taken, you know, incredible performances to beat him. You know, Mark's playing really well. He's putting the hours in, he's putting the practice in, and you know, he's got the excitement back. You know, and that's always a danger for any player. Clint, as you said, he's been a bit hot and cold. We've not quite seen the heights of a few years ago when he lifted the world title. But you know, now's the chance for him to right the wrongs of you know, a pretty average season by his standards.
Yeah, and then obviously after this match there's going to be the ladies' final. One that he's looking forward to because you know, you've got one of your favourite seeds against a bit of an outsider, if you want to call her that. But you know, you've already said that Tilly, you know, she's earned her own right to be in the top part of them players.
Well, it's always great to see the ladies' final because you know, it's about the involvement. You know, we started the ladies' elite a few years back, and we've seen it grow and grow, and we've seen the quality of the players grow and grow as they've got, you know, more comfortable with the, you know, the arena and the surroundings. You know, we've seen some really cracking finals over the last year in particular in the elite final, and I don't expect tonight will be any different. You know, you know, Deb's been around, a lot of experience. You know, she's comfortable in the arena. Tilly's you know, playing more and more in the arena, so the more they get comfortable with the surroundings, you know, the better the performances will be. So I think it'll be a cracking final tonight.
Well, thanks a lot, Kevin, as always. And so our next match-up is going to be Mark Farnsworth against Clint Jansen. So let's get back to the commentary box with Dan Fairway.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, really looking forward to this one. Mark Farnsworth and Clint Jansen, 2 former world champions, going head-to-head for a place in the 2024 International Professional Championships here in Newcastle. Don't be alarmed, this game hasn't started yet. The players get 5 minutes warm-up on the TV table before they get started, and they are just having that. Mark's just getting his eye in, and as he does that, Mr. Barton joins me in the commentary box. Good evening, Kev.
Is it evening yet?
Borderline.
20 to 6, is that an evening?
It's Friday, it's Poets' Day. The weekend started.
Is it Friday? I thought it was Saturday today.
Don't even start me. Yes, it is sad. It's definitely the weekend. It's definitely the evening.
Dan, if you want to call it evening, then let's go.
Well,
Good
it's getting
evening.
dark outside.
Yeah, but that's because the curtains are shut. It's about 40 degrees out there.
Fahrenheit.
Yeah, it is indeed. And yeah, just delighted to join you in your new little plush commentary box here. Have you been adapting well to these unfamiliar surroundings?
I have to say the venue is excellent. The venue is superb. It's one of the best we've been to. You know, from a playing perspective, from a pool perspective, it's different not being in the hotel. It's a different atmosphere, but I mean, just look at that shot there that we've got. You know, there's loads of room around the tables. There's lots of space for people to watch if they want to. There's lots of different sort of areas, and it's really nicely done.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's the first time I've seen it when I came this morning, and I'd heard some great reviews about it. And yeah, absolutely. I think, like you say, the one thing you do lose is that atmosphere and intensity. But you know, everything's a balance, and everything. You know, sometimes you got to trade off a few things. And but yeah, the venue is, and there's what I've noticed as well. There's nowhere for people to walk round. You know, if they're trying to get somewhere, that they're not walking past people playing shots, and you know, there's some really well defined areas for people to walk in without disturbing.
Marshals itself, because there's nowhere to, you know, there's no need to walk around the tables while people are playing, which is always nice.
Yeah, the guys that set up on Wednesday and Thursday, they did a fantastic job.
Those lights all look perfectly straight and level.
Well, I was going to say,
the ones that
apart from the lights, yeah. Yeah, that's just the camera angle, Dan, that makes them all look all different.
Well, that's why I set them up that way.
Yeah, but no, it's a fantastic venue, and I don't think we're back here next year. But don't rule it out in the future. I think the plan is to be back in the hotel next year. But it's certainly been a good experience and one to put away for another time, maybe.
Yeah, it's a nice venue, and we're very happy to be here. Clint Ianson versus Mark Farnsworth. Your thoughts? I know we've just heard them, but have you got a prediction?
Well, I think with Mark's form at the moment, I don't think you can back against him. Someone's going to have to play well to beat Mark Farnsworth, because we know he's playing at a very high level, and the people who have beat him have been playing at a ridiculous level. You know, the likes of Gaz Hibbert and Dan Davey. So Clint, I think, is going to have to up his game on how he's been playing over the last 6 months. He certainly can do it. It's not that's not in question. But can he? And that's I think that's going to be the key to the match.
Essentially a home tournament, of course, this for Mark as well. Local lad.
Yeah, it is. I don't think that'll make a difference, to be honest.
Do you think it might make a difference to the crowd size if he gets to the final? Do you think there'll be a few?
I suspect there will be. There's a few already on the side that are watching. You know, there is naturally a very strong northeast contingent here. And
I do feel like Mark's one of those players that plays to the crowd, though. If there's people watching, he seems to play better.
Yeah, I think that's what, you know, these top players, you know, they do thrive on that kind of thing. You know, it's very difficult to to play in a pretty flat atmosphere. So you know when you've been playing as long as the likes of Mark has, you know, to have a great atmosphere just helps him get up for that game a little bit more. But I don't think he'll take much getting up for. You know, he wants to be winning some silverware. He knows he's in the form to be doing it, but just maybe not quite got over the line as much as he would have hoped this season for his performances. Look at that.
Yeah, his first red was a bit harsh to knock both in and leave himself no shot, but well, he's certainly causing Clint Ianson some problems immediately.
Yeah, his first shot there was not an easy pot, but you know, he just shows the confidence that he's playing with, that he was quite comfortable to take that on. Both these players, of course, former world champions. Clint, the most recent, 2023 was his year. I think that's right, isn't it?
I think so. And Mark 2018.
No.
No?
No. No.
19 then. I'm watching the cogs turn.
No. Is he not 20?
I thought John McAllister was 20.
Was he? Was Mark before John?
Yes.
It was 19 then.
Yeah.
Yep. That epic final against Tom Cousins. 6.5 hours of pure sporting drama. That's a risky one from Clint.
It's not worked out.
No.
I don't know. That red up towards the top left. See, I from the main camera angle, it looked like you might be able to sneak that in the middle, but from this camera angle, I mean, I think it's technically possible, but
yeah,
I don't think it's getting there.
It won't be far off a straight double.
He's looking at it.
Yeah, I think he's fluked it. Ah, well. Craig Brown knows all about that shot.
Yeah, it's carbon copy, isn't it?
Fluke.
Carbon copy.
Yeah. Yep, and Clint in 2023 with another fantastic final. We have been blessed with some great finals in the World Championships. Beating Simon Ward 3-1.
We have. I mean, the Farnsworth final is a highlight. I think this year's final might have eclipsed it.
Yeah.
I think Gareth Hibbert and Jake Newlove might be the best one. But
it could well be.
I mean, you could make a list, couldn't you? You could have a top 5, and different people would pick them in different orders.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the first one that we televised, the Simon Ward Ben Davis one.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a thriller. Even the Gareth Hibbert, Craig Marsh one in 2016. That was a fantastic one as well. Final for him.
That was my first ever pool tournament of any kind. I know.
I don't remember that. Don't think that made the highlight reel. That
it
didn't.
Sorry. No. I did win a set. I was quite pleased with that.
Very good.
I know.
So we see the Godfather there. He's getting his quarter-final underway against the Rocket. I think that's it, Rocket Robinson.
Certainly is. Yep. There he is, the reigning world champion, the first 2-time world champion we've had on the IPA.
Yep. He probably doesn't realise the size of that achievement, because he just takes it all in his stride, doesn't he, Gaz? He's an animal on the table, but about as mild-mannered as they come off the table. And he probably doesn't realise just what an incredible achievement it was.
I think he's probably got the most apt nickname out of anyone as well. I think he is the godfather of blackball, to a certain extent. In terms of longevity, in terms of what he's achieved in the game, I don't think anyone has achieved more, to be honest.
No.
In this particular code, in this particular,
Yeah. And you think about the world final he lost against Liam Dunster. I mean, he played fantastic in that final as well. It's just that Liam was absolutely at the top of his game and was playing, an incredible level. But Gaz, I think against any other player would have won that final.
Yeah, I mean, I commentated on it, and from memory, there were maybe 2 misses in the entire match. It was just madness.
Yeah, Liam was unplayable. He literally was unplayable, and that was a great final as well. The standard that Liam in particular was playing at was no one could live with him. It was simple as that. I don't think he fully gets the credit he deserves.
100% agree.
Liam. And if anyone is any doubt just how attacking Liam Dunster is, just watch that world final.
Yeah, neither player gave an inch in that one, and Mark Farnsworth isn't giving an inch in this one. He leads Clint Jansen by 2-0. In off from the break from Clint. He's not doing him any favours at the moment, but it's early days. Race to 9, of course. The races get longer as we go deeper into the tournament.
Do you get extra payments then, Dan, if a match is longer? You know, if it's when they get to 9 and 10, do you get overtime rates for those
extra
matches?
Mars bar, isn't it? Extra Mars bar.
Yeah.
Can of fizzy pop.
Oof, steady.
I know.
Steady on.
Sorry, is it water now? Have we gone backwards?
Tap water.
Tap water. Yeah. With ice.
We'll see. We'll see about ice. But not the start Clint was after. Break, big powerful break as usual with Clint. He's got a pretty good break, but lost the white straight into the corner. Relatively easy clearance for Big Ray.
Now Mark's first break of this match was excellent. And so's his second, if the 8-ball hadn't found its way in. But he'll get another go.
Meanwhile, the pride of Malta, Johan Attard. He's playing Craig Brown. First frame to Craig. Oh, I tell you what, he was lucky to get over the line.
Oh, yeah, I mean...
Quarter. In that last 16.
Unbelievably so, to be honest. Yeah, one of the most extraordinary matches I think I've ever seen, because how he's missed that yellow to win 8-5, I will never, ever know. And then...
It's called a twitch.
In the last frame, you got the Craig Brown fluke.
Yep.
And I found it hard not to have sympathy for Dean, because even when he did get to the table, even when he had that sniff right at the end, it was a horrible shot he had to take on. Didn't leave him a starter at all, really, Craig.
Yeah, I think I thought Dean would have. I mean, he played the pot and missed it, but I thought he would have played it a bit more attacking and try and get the white around behind the other yellows, so that even if he did miss it, he might have a chance of the snooker. He sort of put all his eggs in one basket, and I think he maybe had another choice there. But
yeah, I think I'd agree with that. Mark's managed to lock the cue ball up off the break somehow. So
yeah. He'll want yellows somehow. He's going to be digging down.
I think he can pot the yellow to the left of the cue ball, but he's going for the one. Or is he going for the red? No, it's definitely the yellow.
Yeah, needs to get that cue out of the way in time. Ooh.
Now, was that a foul?
Seems okay with it.
It's not been called. I mean, to be honest, I think that's one of those where even when you're playing the shot, you can't be absolutely certain.
I don't buy that, Dan. I think you know when you know. It's like a batsman who's edged behind.
I think there are times. I think there are times when you don't. But you don't know what you don't know. Ooh, flirted with the in-off there off the back of that yellow. It's not getting any easier, this.
No,
I don't think he's on anything.
I think I know what his next shot is.
Clint's going to like it.
Like I was watching that one-day international with England and Australia yesterday, and the Australian batsman, he edged it behind, and he...
Oh, when he reviewed it.
And he reviewed it, and it's like, well, you know you've hit it. He looked at the bottom of his bat, so he knew he'd hit it, and he still reviewed it. It was like...
yeah, that one was ludicrous. You could see that he knew he'd hit it. But there's a line somewhere. There's a line somewhere where there's a thin snick and you don't.
If you say so, Dan. I'm not going to disagree with you. Oh, he's not hit it. Has he?
Oh, I think if it weren't for the jaw, I think that might have turned out to be quite a good shot. But
it's probably going to cost him the third frame.
Yeah, I can't really see the advantage in laying on that ball. Because unless you get touching it, he was always going to leave Mark a shot.
Yeah. I'm quite sure, but I think Clint, again, is another one that, he's playing a lot of Cuesports disciplines at the moment. He's playing a lot of Chinese pool. So, very difficult to be at the top of your game in every discipline, and obviously get why he's playing that. There's the potential to win a lot of money and all that fame and everything that comes with it.
I mean, there's so many different Cuesports, different disciplines around now. They just seem to be great. I know the odd one goes out of fashion. You don't see many people playing billiards anymore or anything, but I do feel like there's more tournaments and more codes and more things for people to enter now.
Yeah, well, you look at the stuff that Matchroom are doing, and you look at the stuff that the WPA are doing with Predator, and the stuff with Bole, Chinese pool. There's a lot of tournaments for players to go to, and the travel is not an issue anymore for people now. It's sort of part of life. Traveling to the Far East or wherever it is to play in an event. It's just sort of part of the job.
Did you ever compete in any other games? I would fully imagine that you played a fair bit of snooker.
I started off playing snooker when I was about started going to a club when I was about 15. I was okay, I was a sort of 40, 50 break man, to be honest. But sort of in those days, it was. Wow, what happened there?
I mean, that's a howler by Mark Farnsworth.
Yeah, I mean, look
and
where
to be
the cue
honest,
balls
he's
ended
nowhere
up.
near with. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I thought he was just going to run it in and run the cue ball round.
I don't think it was a bounce out. I just think he missed the pot.
No, he
didn't
missed the pot.
Yeah.
He jawed it. It was.
I must admit, I wasn't looking at the pot 'cause I just took that as a given.
Yeah. It wasn't actually. I mean, it's obviously hit the jaws, but it wasn't like a real rattle either. It was
strange.
Good half ball contact on that near jaw. What a let off.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Clint was probably expecting to be 3-0 down, but now he's got a chance to get right back in it. So yeah, started off playing snooker and got into pool probably a couple of years later. And I played a bit of 9-ball, and I got involved with you remember when Kevin Trudeau came on with his multi-millions international pool tour, the IPT.
Before my time.
I can't think when it was now. It must have been 2000 and something. Anyway, yeah, so went over to Boston and played in the qualifiers there. Obviously got absolutely battered. But yeah, it was a bit of fun. I find 9-ball a struggle, to be honest. Not in terms of playing it, but in terms of I didn't enjoy it. I just found it a little bit too dull. Got to be honest. It's just my view. So
is that because you think it's a little too easy, perhaps, or?
There is a little bit of that.
That's something that's levelled at 9-ball. I'm not necessarily saying that it is, but
there is. I mean, it's obviously it's you've got to learn the skills a bit, but the skills that you need for that game, I don't really appreciate. I think, to be honest, it's not my thing. But I just find the game. I find that I struggle to watch the game because just of the monotony of it. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's. I don't find there's the same drama because the patterns are already set out for you. Whereas with this game, without the numbers, people can make mistakes and go wrong in the patterns. So and that creates the drama. Just my view. That's all it is. But the guys who are playing 9-ball, very skillful players. Very skillful players. It's just not for me.
Yeah, I think it's not something that I've ever massively played. I've thoroughly enjoyed watching it. I went to the Moscone Cup last year, and that was great. As an atmosphere, you can't really get much better in Cuesports for an atmosphere, I don't think, than the Moscone.
Sure.
But yeah, 9-ball the one thing I really don't dislike when I see 9-ball, and it's not every time, but quite a lot of the tournaments are winner breaks.
That's crazy.
I just think it's an awful format.
That's crazy.
I've never really understood why you would give the winner of the previous frame the advantage immediately.
Well, you can imagine travelling halfway around the world to go to a tournament and you might not get a shot.
Yeah.
I mean, how does that make any sense? How is that an enjoyable experience for the player? No, I think it's not the best thing anyone's ever put in place.
Good break from Clint. Not the best layout, has to be said.
Yeah, it's just hanging up this yellow that's nearest the cue ball. Can it sneak into that centre pocket?
I mean, if he misses it a bit wide, it's almost a big pocket, isn't it? But you can't play. You've got to play one or the other. It's not a big pocket in that you can miss it by a bit. Straight in. Keeps the table open because he potted the red too. But with that red all alone in the baulk end, it's definitely yellows that Clint wants.
Yeah, see, I'm not sure about that shot because his foregone position. You know, if you're going to commit to the yellow, then commit to the yellow and try and get good position on the next one. But he feels like he's in a bit of no man's land here. Now he's up against the clock, so he's rushing. Okay, he's got a double kiss and it's gone in. But he's out of position. Oh, he might be able to get this one into the bottom left corner.
He might be able to snick the one who's closest to him, but it is thin.
Yeah. You know, sometimes you've just got to accept what the table gives you. And well, time will tell. But, yeah, I think if that one went in the centre, then he should have just focused on position on the next one. Okay, just missed the pot. Okay, might have got away with it. Not left anything.
Oh, I think Mark's on this one to the bottom right.
Yeah, body language suggests it is, the way he's marching round.
And that yellow is so deep in the pocket that if you get anything close to behind it, he's going to get the skill shot. Or he can obviously go down the other side as well. But it's on these tables with these balls in these conditions, if you're behind that skilly, it's a formality.
Yeah, for players of this class, he'll be eyeing that up. Just like the way Mark's his man around the table, the way he's striking the ball.
He's gone after it now. That's not the best.
I don't think that's too bad.
He's actually quite straight on that red to the centre, isn't he? I thought it was a bit more angle than that.
He can get the cue in the gap there between the yellow ball and the pocket, so he's not hampered by it. He should be able to run this forward a fair bit. Oh, we'd have liked another 6-inch on that.
I'm not convinced that he was playing for that pocket when he played it, though. I suspect he was playing for the opposite corner to come back
Possibly. He knew he had options. If he was over or under on the speed, he had options. I think he can drop this in the bottom left corner and bring the white round off 2 cushions for the other red into the same pocket. I think it's just a natural angle. Don't think it's enough.
No, I think the cube will be running somewhere towards where it is now, but obviously he'll take a bit of the pace off. And
he's screwing. Oh no, he's going. Oh, it goes in the middle. Wow, didn't expect that. Does that go in the middle?
I mean, it absolutely it has to. Yeah.
I didn't see that.
The camera does lie. That's
certainly does. Because there was absolutely no way that went past the yellow. Stun the white up. Use this yellow on the bottom cushion as a guide. Pretty much playing ball, so it's perfect. Frame to Big Ray. He takes a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, I think that's the first frame where Clint will be really disappointed, to be honest. Never, as you say, never really committed to the yellows, and as a result, never had perfect position.
Well, on one of the outer tables, there's cameras everywhere in this place, isn't there?
Yeah. Big shot this for Craig Brown. 2-1 down to Johan Attard.
Absolutely nailed it.
That should be frame ball. Although we have seen Craig bit an easier one than this today.
Yeah, see, Craig Brown now could really kick off from what happened today. He could feel he's like free rolling. He's basically got a life.
Yeah, I mean, is he going to be? I hate to say the next because it's not like he's gone, but is he going to be another Dan Davey? Dan went so long without a tournament win. It was 2016 until this year, and now just seems to be absolutely flying. And you feel like someone like Craig, if he can get that hurdle, then he can do the same thing.
He's certainly got the talent. It's all there. Like you say, you need a little bit of luck. You need it at the right times. But in terms of talent and everything else, he's got it, and it just needs to. It's just got to happen. And sometimes it doesn't happen for everyone. That's just the nature of sport, isn't it? And pretty of a shame if it doesn't, because he's probably got more talent than he actually realises. I mean, he's not. Confidence is obviously a big thing for Craig. But if he could just, believe in himself, I'm sure he'll get over the line. I'm sure he will, sooner rather than later.
But I think it's easy to underestimate the achievements of a player like Craig. So yes, there's no tournament wins on the IPA, in that roll of honour, if you like, but I think is it 2 World Championship semi-finals? He's been a pro consistently for a very long time. You can't achieve that without being an exceptional player. And like you say, maybe it's just that self-belief. Maybe he needs to realise that actually what he's achieved already is exceptional, and that might just push him over that boundary.
There's so many things that goes into winning a tournament, and one thing that I always think is you always need a little bit of luck at the right point in time. Everybody gets luck, but you don't want the luck when you're 7-1 up. Yeah. You want it when you're 6-all. You're 7-6. When he's had a bit of luck in that previous round, and maybe that is the bit now that is going to change him from being a nearly man to to maybe grabbing some silverware. But it certainly seems, in the bit that we've seen there, he certainly seems to be, confident around the table, there with purpose, not just, getting frustrated with everything. Is seems to be, really clued into the match, which is really important. Look at all these cameras and matches and frames everywhere.
I'm getting a headache.
Craig, what are you doing here?
Well, we're currently looking at Gav Robinson, who's 2-1 up on Gareth Hibbert.
Yeah, but that's not worked. Gavin was late for his previous match against Adam Griffiths. Was 1-0 down before he got his cue out the box. Wasn't very happy, I can tell you, but absolutely the right decision.
If he'd lost that match, I would not have wanted to be within 100 yards of him.
I'd have had my WhatsApp notifications turned off, that'll be for sure.
And your earplugs in, presumably?
I just
noise
turned my phone
cancelling headphones?
off. I think I'd have just turned off.
You'd have to leave the building, surely. Massive split from Clint Hansen. How's it come out? I mean, are you brave? Are you brave enough to play yellow onto red as your first shot?
I think he's got to do. I don't think he's got any other option.
The other snag as well. Where does that red next to the 8-ball go? Does it go anywhere?
Well, if he plays this plant and runs the white through, he might have it into the left middle or top middle as we're looking on the overhead.
Yeah. It's possible.
Does it go in that bottom right past that yellow? Not quite sure.
After that, the 8-ball's going to be tricky unless he's got an angle on the red to the move it as well. It's really not an easy table, is it, this?
Well, he's not got a yellow, so he's going to have to play the plant if he's going for the jugular. And that's the mentality now of these players, He could have quite... So there's a run through.
Has it just held up enough? It's really tight, that.
in a few years back, you probably would have potted the red over the top pocket and then look to play some sort of developing safety or something. But not anymore. Everyone's in a different mindset. And that's the beauty of the game. The rules allow you to have that mindset.
Or just squeeze that in with a bit of side.
Yeah.
That 8-ball's not going to be easy. I think the only place it really goes, well, bottom left or left centre, but...
Yeah, well, he's got a few obstacles to get through first. He's played that well. One thing about when Clint's on form, he's very, very robotic and doesn't make any mistakes. Very, very solid. Just everything's as it should be, kind of thing.
Yep. A slightly heavy contact, maybe.
Yeah, but settle for that.
He doesn't seem too unhappy, but I expected another inch on the cue ball after that one.
Try and just stun onto the yellow. This is a very Clint type clearance.
Again, it's going to be a little bit of bravery. How nicely do you want to get on the 8-ball? Because you could probably drop the last yellow in and leave it long. Or do you come down into the corner and go at it from the middle pocket?
Well, how brave do you want to be? Like you say, he's got a big area to come down to this bottom left area as we're looking on the overhead for the black into the middle. He's only just got to get, he's got to get a couple of feet past the centre pocket, or he could just stun it down to the centre of the table and try and clip it into the bottom left. I mean,
this is spot on.
You just play it like that. When you're a top player, you just play it to where you want it to be, and it's pretty easy black to level things up.
Mark Farnsworth was making all the running early on in this match, but Clint Ianson has levelled the scores. 3 apiece going into the 7th frame. And we'll have a quick look at how Craig Brown's getting on. We've spoken about him at length at this point. 2-2 with Johan Attard.
So if you've got any questions you want to fire at Dan, our expert commentator, then fire away.
Where is he?
Test his knowledge of the game.
Dan Davies not here this weekend, mate.
And if he's watching, I think he's having a little sneaky peek in where I've been told he's in Sardinia. Is that right?
Is he?
I know he's at a wedding, I think.
He is. I knew it was at a wedding. That's right. It is Sardinia. Actually.
Is it?
Yeah.
Very nice there, isn't it?
Yeah.
You think much rather be in Sardinia than Cosforth Racecourse?
Do you know what? We joke, but there's going to be a massive part of Dan with the way that his season's gone, where he's going to be a bit gutted not to be here.
He will be, definitely. The way he's playing at the moment. Believable, Paul.
But if you're going to be forced to be somewhere else, Sardinia is not a bad option.
It's not a bad plan B. It's not a bad plan B. Yep.
It's another awkward table, this. There always seems to be a problem at the moment off the break for a player to solve.
One of each, but neither suit offering much enthusiasm.
No, he doesn't really have a yellow to start, I don't think. See, if you had a yellow to start, you could possibly think about playing the bottom of those 3 yellows closest to the camera off the red at some point to open things up. But if he can pot a yellow, the only one he can pot is the one that he'd want to do that with.
Well, this top one just squeeze past.
It will.
Easy.
So, yeah, that's... I mean, it's his colour decided. I don't know what else it is. Because he can pot this yellow, but it's the yellow you'd want to leave there.
I'm pretty certain he won't be potting any more yellows.
I mean, does he just cover the pocket here? Is this just...
Yeah, he's covering.
Take control?
There's absolutely no way he was going to be potting any more yellows there. So he's played that in such a way that the yellow and the red plant on. So Clint has to be careful here.
Yeah, it's clever because now Mark can play it as a plant. I think the only potential drawback with that is that Clint can also use that to his advantage. And that dropping in, which he definitely did not want, means that Clint might have to go for something now.
To be honest, I don't think that was the right shot, because even if he covers it, it leaves Mark the yellow into the top right corner with a chance to just knock it in anyway. So I know he was trying to cover the bag, but he's always going to leave Mark a shot. So plan B, probably just double this red back.
I mean, if he does double it back and he gets the pocket, arguably it's a better shot. But,
okay, that's pretty good. Good containing shot. That's all it is.
Yeah, I mean, it stopped Mark playing that 3-ball plant.
It does for now.
And if Mark is going to be aggressive and he chooses the yellow over the pocket to attack that with, it's hard to see that yellow coming out. So Mark's got to sort of develop that again now at some point, you would think.
Yeah, there'll be a bit of tickling about here, and Clint will be looking for, skill shot opportunities. It's the only way he can win the frame at the moment. If he can play some sort of combination shot and pop Mark's ball over the corner pocket at the same time, that will quickly put him in the box seat. And you can see he's lining up these this red so that he can play something super aggressive.
I wonder whether Mark might just choose to flick his yellow out now between the gap. If he could just run into them and make that plant not there anymore.
Yeah, but again, with these rules, you've got to be so careful, because you're going to leave your opponent opportunities.
It's harder for Clint to play that skilly now, though.
Yeah. She'll be snookered after this one anyway. So Clint's he's working his way back into this frame. It's Mark. If he's going to come off a side cushion, then obviously it's a risk. He's got to hit it harder. Hit it hard to make sure it's a cushion. If he just tickles onto this yellow down here, then he's going to be right up behind the red that's next to the yellow. So hence he's played that one at the top end. But Clint, I think he's going to look to attack here. If he can put this one in the centre and screw the white off the side cushion. Oh, it's just gone too far. It's just
slid, didn't it?
Slid.
Big slide off that cushion.
I mean, he's still got the option. He can still attack, but he's trusting to a little bit of luck. He can put the one into the right centre, just screw the white back maybe 6 inch, and then smash this red into this bottom right corner and send the white into that cluster of 3. And pray.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't want to be hampered.
Oh, that couldn't be worse. Could not be worse, that.
That is not good. It's going to kill the amount of pace he can get into this.
I'm actually surprised he's still going for it. I thought he might just try and contain again. What an effort. What an effort. That's so unlucky.
Yeah, but he was always struggling.
Oh, of course.
Bridging over.
But if he knocks the yellow in, he's got,
Yeah.
half chance. He's done well to get it there, frankly.
A referee, Fiona Atkinson, from Scotland. In charge of...
Made of gutters.
yes. In charge of proceedings here.
Oh. Well, not quite sure how the yellow's still on the table, but I mean, Mark's just got to hide the cue ball, hasn't he?
Well, he can attack here if he wants. He can, this yellow that's... He can play that onto the reds if he wanted to plant them in. No.
I can understand the reticence there of not going immediately for it.
I thought he might have been tempted just to knock that yellow towards this right corner, play the plant.
I suppose the snag here is I think Clint's just got to go for a fluke here, hasn't he? I mean, what else are you going to do?
He's not shy of going for it. He's looking at...
I mean, red off the red might double in.
Yeah, triple into the top. Here it goes. Oh, it just checked back off the cushion.
Not going to get there. Nice effort, though.
Well, a bit more speed, and it was going in on the quad. But this should be easy pickings for Mark Farnsworth. Striking the ball. He's really striking the ball really well. As his results and performances over the last sort of 2-3 months in particular have shown, always at the business end. But him and Dan Davey are developing a bit of a rivalry.
Now then.
Friendly rivalry, but, competitive
You
rivalry.
love a rivalry, don't you?
We like a rivalry, yeah. But, Dan's done him a few times. Mark won't want to sell for that for too long.
No, he has become a bit of a bogey player for Big Ray, hasn't he, Dan?
Yeah. He's become a bogey player for most people, to be honest, over the last few months.
I mean, that run, I remember, I wasn't there, but looking through that run of results at the Welsh Grand Prix, it was just like a who's who of pool. And just Dan's just, I've beaten him.
Yep.
He was on there. And that's Gareth Hibbert for 3-all in his match against Gav Robinson. And here is Craig Brown trailing Johan Attard by 3 frames to 2.
Wasn't sure whether to bring my golf clubs today, Dan. I thought I might get to the driving range. It's like spitting distance away, isn't it?
Quite literally, yes.
Yeah.
A stone's throw, if you like.
But
I'm surprised you didn't have a round.
It's busy on a Saturday, isn't it?
I heard that. I don't know if this is right, but I did hear someone. So there's a big sign outside saying it's an open qualifying venue, but apparently that was on Thursday or Friday.
Oh, right, okay. I've played the course here. There is a couple of courses, I think, here. There's one that crosses the race course, so you play a couple of holes that go across the race course. Which first time I played, it was quite bizarre because I didn't have a clue where I was aiming.
Sounds painful for the horse.
It was, yeah, and the jockey when it. But yeah, anyway, I didn't find the fairway on that hole. I can quite. It was in the bit where I wasn't meant to be.
Sorry, mate.
Yeah, I was near one of. I think I ended up near one of the fences.
No early tea time for you tomorrow, then I take it.
No, I'm back down the A1 quite early tomorrow.
Ooh, just a bit shy of pace that from Clint Ianson. I think he should be able to dig into the cue ball and screw across into the yellow.
Yeah, but he might just screw into the red and just pump that away. Something like that.
Just a little bit in between shots here is Clint. Just taking his extension to make absolutely sure. He wants to leave one of these two yellows as his last ball to get on the 8 ball. Not for the first time, just a hair short of pace.
Yeah, this is, whilst it looks easy, it's actually a little bit more tricky than it first appears, because he's got to make sure he's got the right angle on his last yellow so that he can hold for the black.
Yeah, with that black being right in the middle of the bottom cushion, if he gets too much angle on this, it's going to be really difficult to hold.
Ooh, I think it's just okay.
Barely. He might play this with tons of left-hand side.
He's going to be close to the black.
Is he going to try and move it?
Screw across. Oh, that's great control.
This is about as much of a tester as you get for a straight pot, to be honest, queuing out the pocket like this. Nailed.
No mistake. Meanwhile, Gareth Hibbert, Gav Robinson, locked at 3-all.
They're all running close, these matches, aren't they? We've got 2 3-alls.
Yeah, and coming up after this quarter-final concludes, we will have the final of the Ladies Elite. So looking forward to it. I think that's going to be a cracking match.
Yeah, Deb and Tilly.
Yep.
Tilly having a bit of a breakout year.
Yeah, definitely. I was saying to Pickers that, you know, that's the beauty of the Ladies Elite section. We're seeing the likes of, you know, we saw Rhiannon early on in the season, and, you know, the likes of Ashley and Tilly, you know, really coming to the fore. And, you know, in the mix when it comes to handing out the trophies.
I think it's bound to happen. It's one of those things, isn't it, where, you know, if you build it, they will come, and then the standard will go along with it, and that's certainly proving to be the case. Had some cracking matches.
I think he's dry.
Yeah, it's probably the worst one he's hit, to be honest.
Dry, and a good look at probably reds. Oh, well, there's a case for both here. I think I like reds more.
Neither are gimmies, but neither are hard.
Tricky.
Yeah.
Is how I think I'd
Yeah.
describe him. Tricky. But he likes yellows.
I think I like yellows, to be honest. I think with yellows, the only major issue he's looking at it immediately is just making sure you're far enough over to the left-hand side to get on that 8 ball nicely. He'll want to get rid of this one down the bottom end ASAP as well, but he might have to wait until last couple of yellows to do that.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the game, isn't it? You know, put 10 different players in this position and you probably get 10 different ways out.
I don't think this will have been his absolute first intention, because I feel like the yellow he potted previously to that one down the rail would have been the perfect one to get on the 8 ball. I think it's now just getting a little harder every time he comes to the table. Back in good position now, though.
Yeah, it's worked him out well. It's very easy to get carried away on these type of finishes, you know, and think, oh, yeah, easy to get these and just get down and start potting them. Then you think, oh, crikey, no, that's not actually going to plan.
Yeah, about 5 balls in. Oh,
yeah. So you've really got to work these out. Yeah, he hit that a little bit thick.
Yep. Yeah, he caught the near cushion, that's for sure.
And what a chance for Mark to attack straight away. Could put this red into this bottom right corner. Try and free up.
Is that a little bit thin? I mean, he might go into the red, but is there a chance he could end up behind the yellows if you played that?
Well, there's every chance. But you sort of think, whilst you're on it, why would you not? So he's clearing out the tricky bits at the top end, and then he's going to come down and attack this at some point. Maybe he's looking at a skill shot. I mean,
I think that's Alton. It's funny, you were talking about it earlier, about the sort of different styles of players, but I reckon 9 out of 10 players outside the sort of top level would have, with that previous shot, played onto that red next to the 8 ball and just left Clint behind it.
Yeah, but he's judged it well. He's judged the...
Oh, that's a beauty. It's come out lovely as well.
Yeah. Ooh, that jumped a bit.
Not the first time I've seen that today.
But it's okay. He's still got plenty of options here. Who was in no man's?
No, it's fine.
It's just run up. Oh, it's just run up. Ooh.
Well, he's held his hand up, so he sort of apologised to Clint for it. It's not great, this. But that is.
Yeah, that was a class shot there from Mark. Really got into the cue ball there, bounced it off the side rail and freed up the red and developed it into absolutely spot on potting position. So the hard work is done in this frame. Just needs to dot the I's and cross the T's, and he will go back again into a 1-frame lead.
Yeah, no one's really grabbing this game by the scruff of the neck. Both are playing well, but no one's able to get away from the other just yet.
Meanwhile, on the outer tables, Johan Attard, Craig Brown, currently 4-3 to the man from Malta. Gav Robinson, he's 4-3 up against Gaz Hibbert. So everything still all to play for. The only person guaranteed in the semis at the moment is the number 1 ranked player in the world, Mark Boyle. 9-5 winner over Harry Pert, who I'm just kicking himself a little bit for that performance. Got himself into a good position. Just a few little errors, and that was pretty much it.
Got an unbelievable future, though.
Oh, crikey, what a talent. Incredible. Shouldn't be allowed.
No. One of... we get accused of hyperbole a lot, and it's probably fair, but I think in terms of natural ability from someone I've never seen before this season, he might be just... Yeah, I think he's blown me away. I don't think I've ever seen anyone as natural, like this early.
Yeah, Well, he's definitely up there. Well, incredible talent.
You know, there's probably a case that players like Simon Moore, Ben Davis, Mark Farnsworth, that they probably had that as well, but I wasn't there to witness that. But I feel like I am witnessing the birth of a star potentially with Harry if he can continue to do what he's doing. It's scary, his talent.
Yeah, certainly doesn't lack any confidence. So it's going to be interesting to see how he develops and progresses over the coming years. But, I think his match yesterday, he was first on the stream. I was watching a bit from home, and was it something like 13 frames in 40 minutes?
I think it was 43 minutes.
Yeah.
I sort of had it pegged at between him and Kean. And, you know, there was the odd silly shot thrown in there, but broadly it was just a masterclass of potting. Oh, Clint, what have you done here?
Yeah, again, it's just misjudging him, hit a little bit thick. You know, sometimes when you're not practicing as much of this, and you're playing other Cuesports, if he's playing a fair bit more of the Chinese, you know, it's those kind of shots where, you know, just catch you out.
What's he left Mark Farnsworth? He's obviously straight on the one he's closest to, up to the top left. Is there a possibility of a double here?
I think that yellow might just clip in the right centre, won't it? Those three that are in a little triangle, does the bottom one not just clip in?
Possibly. I just wonder if those two reds make that a big pocket for the double, because that would get rid of his most difficult yellow.
He's attacking it straight away. Ooh.
Wasn't that big. I think he had a massive margin there. It's harder to tell from this camera angle, but
I think he'll be disappointed. He did have a couple of ball widths there to get the cue, to get the object ball in, but
yeah, we saw Craig Brown miss a double earlier in a really similar way. Actually, he missed it low. So whether that's sort of a difference between the outer tables or the tables that they're used to and this TV table with the bounce off the cushions, I don't know. But I didn't expect him to miss it by that much.
No. Anyway, it's in the history books, and it looks like Clint is yet again going to peg back Mark. Couple of easy pots, and then the black into this top right where this red's going, and we'll be locked up again at 5 frames apiece. This is going down to the wire, isn't it, Dan?
Yeah. They just can't get away from each other.
It's going to be 8-all. And then a few drama and twists in the last frame, just standard classic IPA.
Absolutely.
Quarter-final.
I mean, if there's as many twists in this one as there were in Dean Shields versus Craig Brown, I think I might have a coronary.
I better go get the defib.
Get the defib. Yeah, get the defib out.
Yeah, have we got an IPA defib kit? Have we got one installed?
Definitely should have.
Well, Johan is at it again.
Purely because of all the heart-stopping drama, of course.
Of course. Who is he? Oh, he's okay.
Yeah, he's fine. It was a bit stabby, wasn't it, that one? This will be a 2-frame lead for Johan Attard, and it is the first 2-frame lead in all 3 of these remaining quarterfinals. Every single one has been going frame for frame up to this point.
Yep, it's still anyone's to grab a place in the semi-finals.
Gareth Hibbert here, trailing by the odd frame. Just potentially turning the screw there on Gav. Gareth definitely in control of that frame.
In just a couple of words, and while we're waiting for the players to come back in the arena, about some of our partners. who, without them, these events just simply can't happen. Obviously, the tables supplied in perfect condition by Supreme Pool Tables. And cloth by our partners at Strachan, the 861 in powder blue that has become the sort of signature for the IPA. Aramith with the Pro Cup balls. I remember when I first saw them in 2011, I thought, oh my goodness, got to have these.
It's a sort of unbeatable combination, actually. This cloth, this table, these balls. They just kind of work.
Show there from Gav. And Raffle House, a mention of Raffle House. I don't know if you've seen the post we put out on social media. There's a £4 million house up for grabs.
That's just selfish, really.
£4 million house that somebody has to win. And if you get your tickets in this month, you can also get a Porsche Cayenne.
Ooh.
And if you don't want the house and you don't want the Porsche, you can take the cash alternative.
Oh, good. I'll be honest, I don't like the Porsche.
Yeah, and I don't want to move down to Surrey either, so...
Really?
No.
I feel like the southern life would suit you, Kev. You could work on your tan.
Yeah. I'd rather go to Jamaica or somewhere and work on it there than Surrey.
I'm not going to argue with that. Yeah, there's only so far I can take that.
Yeah, but yeah, check them out. Check the links on our socials page. Get signed up. Give yourself a bit of fun and excitement, but obviously gamble responsibly.
Now, this is an awkward one for Mark because he's clearly forced into taking reds. They are by far the better colour set. Apart from the red that isn't a red, that 8-ball on the side cushion, that's in a horrible spot.
It's definitely not red. You're right about that, Dan.
That's my colour blindness test pass for the year.
I mean, at the moment, he's got a back double into the centre pocket. Is he just going to play for that? I'm not sure he's got...
Not that else, is there?
There's not much where he can sort of play a shot, try and move it, and guarantee to be on something. I can only see him leaving it to the end. Anyway, Craig Brown's got back to business as usual, so there's only just one frame in that one now. He's pulled one back in pretty rapid time. Just trails Johan Attard by the odd frame in 9. So I think it's a double, Dan.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a lot of choice. So, I mean, the positional shot is key here because that 8-ball's so close to the cushion that you've got to be low on it, really.
Yeah, he wants to be on the blue spot.
Yeah.
If you imagine a blue spot, that's where he wants to be, somewhere around there.
He's played that one absolutely perfectly to leave himself on that rail.
He can be too hard, but not too soft.
Ooh.
That needs to...
Oh, I don't think that goes. I don't see that going.
That's tight.
Have you seen that shot where someone double kisses this one in? Because it almost looks like that.
He's got to put pace on it to straighten it up.
Done it.
Played it well. Played it very well. Very well.
I wasn't convinced he could avoid the double kiss there. Might be a trick of the camera, but
yeah, it's always difficult to tell from here. But no mistake, straight into the heart of the pocket, and yet again, Mark Farnsworth pulls away by the odd frame. What can Clint do? Can he keep responding?
there will come a time where someone gets a couple of good chances in a row.
Maybe.
You would think. You would think. Law of averages. But, it might be one of them gets kicked in off from the break, or... The thing is, these two have played exceptionally well, but neither of them have really set the world on fire in this game. It's just been very, very solid.
Workmanlike.
Yeah.
Workmanlike. But yeah, I mean, Clint is a. I don't want to sound disrespectful to Clint because he's a fantastic player, but he is a workmanlike player. He just gets the job done pretty efficiently. He's not a flash player.
No, he's not. He's not a flair player, is he?
But he gets the job done with usually the minimum amount of fuss, and that's why he's so good.
I feel like his sense of personal style helps as sort of feel like he's more flair, has a bit more flair than he does, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
He sort of looks the part, so you think. But you're right. Like, his actual style of play is just solid.
Yeah. Yeah. That's how he won the world champs. He just played super, super solid. The odd big shot when he needed it, but it's not really in his DNA. He is just about getting the job done.
Yeah, you don't see the cue ball flying around the table very often with Clint. It's not particularly expressive in that sense. Still brilliant. I mean, if anything, it's more difficult to do. It's more difficult to be consistent at that.
Yeah.
And Mark's in a similar vein, really.
Yeah. Mark's, he's renowned for having a great cue ball control. He's not he probably can play a few more big shots, but it's not really his thing. He's one about getting the job done, moving that cue ball exactly where he needs it, and making the game look like super easy. When we know it's not. Gazzy, but you don't really associate him playing flare shots because he just has a cue ball in exactly the right spot.
Yep.
Every shot. We might never know if they can play flare shots because they never need to.
No, absolutely. Every now and then, though. Every now and then.
Yep.
Particularly Gaz, actually. Gaz really is capable of the odd absolute magic shot. This needs to run a little. Not great. He doesn't like it. I think it's okay, because if that red does pass the 8 ball, which it must do, I'm sure he could just screw across into the yellow, hold for the 8 ball.
Yes, I think the black will go into the left centre. So he should be okay.
A bit more angle on this than I initially thought, mind.
Played it well. Played it well. So this to peg back Mark Farnsworth for the 6th time, probably.
And he has. Just super, super solid stuff from these two. And here is the state of play between Gareth Hibbert and Gav Robinson. 4-4, so Gareth got over the line in that previous match. Frame, rather.
Yeah, this one looks a little bit messy, this one, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean... Right, so Gav's on yellows. What a terrific pot that is. Wow. So can he just... he can't get round the back of that yellow, I don't think. So he's going to have to nudge it.
He can. I think he can if he hits it quite full and a little bit of right-hand side.
Thing is, if he plays it that way and catches it, he's nowhere. Whereas if he plays to move the yellow, I feel like he might have more chance. Yeah. Doesn't want to be dead straight, though, and this looks very straight.
That looks an awful angle. Back to the arena. Mark Farnsworth to break, and he's gone dry. Oh, but look at... Oh. It was looking good for either colour a few seconds ago, but that red and yellow tied together. Can he get into it?
mean, he wants to get into it early, but I don't think he'd do it off his first shot. So,
Well, he's definitely going reds. I can't see any value in yellows with that yellow near the black. So he's got to go reds.
yeah. So which ball's the best one to attack from? The red in balk is the sort of obvious choice, but actually getting the cue ball into that area.
If he can run this through, he can force it. Oh, he didn't quite get through it.
Tried it a bit more. He was willing the cue ball on there, and he didn't will it enough.
Yeah, just didn't generate the top spin on that shot. Just probably needed a little bit more, but I think he can get into it from this one.
I mean, it's a good shot. What's it left him? How easy is this plant? I can't see a lot else on.
Yeah, it'll definitely be playing a plant. It won't be hitting it too hard.
No, that's the thing. Doesn't want the other red to skip off the cushion too far. Perfect.
It's pretty good. Pretty good from Clint. This is a really good chance now after those few shots. Just asking for the cue ball to be cleaned.
I can only assume he spotted something on the cue ball there pre-taking the shot, because it didn't look like a bad contact or anything before.
No, there has been a couple of kicks in this match, so this is going to be a little dead weight one. So he just wants to make sure he can avoid the kick. I'm surprised he didn't ask for the red to be cleaned as well, but just hit that thick so he could hold the cue ball. Still got work to do though.
Yeah, I'm assuming that the red in balk will be last, which makes that positional shot on the 8 ball just that bit more difficult, because you've got to be so careful with that yellow that close to the 8.
So I think he's going to have to stun this off the side cushion. I don't think he can dead weight it in. Yeah, off the cushion. Now rakes and rakes of the left-hand side, I think, here.
Do you think, is he aiming at the yellow here as a sort of stopper for the cue ball?
He just wants to be anywhere
just,
on the
just
left.
somewhere there.
Just anywhere over there.
Just, yeah. Even if you go through the gap, at least you got a shot.
It's no problem.
He has gone through the gap. I mean, it's come out a bit thick. This is fine, but it is just a bit thinner than you'd like.
Yeah, it should be okay. No danger with the cue ball. Yeah, in it goes. So I think that's the thing about Clint. He's not spectacular, but how efficient has he been? Over these last 3 or 4 frames, just no drama.
Ruthless. He has been ruthless. Every time he's come to the table, he's cleared the balls, even when they've not looked great.
Yeah.
But he hasn't. There's been no sort of spectacular shots involved. It's just been
proper shots.
Yeah, pinpoint.
Yeah, proper shots.
Gav Robinson looking good for a 6-4 lead, you would say?
Yeah, it's been a bit quiet as Gav this year, and after he won the Masters.
Really?
Not vocally, but on the table. It's not been... he's not really kicked on. I think he's had a few issues, but certainly good to see him back to some good form, because he's one of those unpredictable type characters, but such a determined character on the table. And yeah, really good to see him back with some good form. There's the white.
And just as Clint Jansen had taken the lead, he screws straight in off and leaves. I mean, Mark's surely going to get rid of that red and then go yellows.
Yeah, I think he will. Or he could just bounce the other red out. Yeah, he's got to go reds and put yellow. So just if you're new to blackball pool and you're not quite sure of the rules, it's so the first shot is just a free shot, so it doesn't matter if you put anything, as long as it's not black, of course. So the next shot is your first legal ball that you put, and that is the colour that you're on. Just a big shout to all our viewers on Billiard TV who are watching in their very, very large numbers. Glad you're with us, enjoying the action here. Some phenomenal viewing figures on Billiard TV.
Go on.
Oh, it's just, I haven't got the exact numbers on me, but I'm talking over 1 million.
Is there have you got a sort of list of countries? Is there anywhere that...
No, we don't have that level of data.
That's a shame.
We just have the number of unique viewers.
I want to know if there's someone watching in Papua New Guinea or...
Oh, there will be 100%.
Yeah.
Even if they like Googling, pull parts or something, or, they end up clicking on the wrong link and end up watching a bit of pool.
Technically, it counts.
Yeah, it's another stat.
Mark Farnsworth levels the scores again. We're back on serve.
I just noticed something very concerning, Dan, that our tournament director, Bron Ward, is not at her desk.
No.
Why, who's let her...
Actually,
unstrapped her from the desk?
You can normally see that on the camera as well, but...
Standards are slipping
she's
around
not
here.
there.
Standards are slipping around here, Dan.
Did you give her the key?
I didn't give her anything. What a job Bron does these events.
Phenomenal.
Incredible job. Meanwhile, Craig Brown, he's won 3 on the spin since you talked about that 2-frame gaff, and he's 6-5 up against Johan Attard.
Gav Robinson also opening up a bit of a lead. He leads Gareth Hibbert by 6 frames to 4. Johan and Gareth with some work to do, but right now it's Mark Farnsworth
in a best of 3. Just a reminder, it's a race to 9 frames for a place.
Oh, is this dry? It's not. There's a yellow in.
And reds are there.
Reds are pretty nice. It's just the one that's going to be mostly blocked by that yellow down towards the bottom left.
But what an angle he's got on this red to play off it. I mean, he might not need to, if he gets the right angle on the one that's nearest the top cushion as we're looking, he could pot that and then just nudge into the yellow. There's a few options, but that's all you want at this stage. You just want chances. Is he going to try and move the black?
I can see the argument for it. Just don't want to push it right onto the yellow.
You mean like that?
A little bit like that, yeah. It was a difficult ball to get on. It's now an impossible ball to get on without moving it, you would think. It might go right centre, but good luck getting the cue ball there.
I mean, he doesn't look too concerned about where it's gone.
And he does have a nice angle on that one you alluded to earlier. Now, no. It's sticking at this end of the table. Missed that by a mile.
He can't have played safe, surely.
I mean, if he did, it's a terrible safety shot, let's be honest. Just wonder, the yellow next to the 8, can Clint clip that in? And then possibly play yellow off the red. Can he get past the other red? I don't know if he can clip that yellow in either. Looks tight.
Laura Jones, Yvonne Lawrence, table 19. Table 17, Laura Gillett, Sam John. Laura Gillett, Sam John, table 17, please.
Well, he's used his extension and he's still not sure what to do.
No, understandably so. It wasn't that.
Well, without stating the obvious, that didn't work out too well. Hope he's got a plan B.
I mean, I just wonder if he's going to try and take the pocket here.
He's just making it messy.
That's a good shot.
Yeah, it keeps him in the frame. That's certainly for sure. Meanwhile, Johan Attard has tied things up. 6-all against Craig Brown.
Just wonder whether Mark might pot a red here and then maybe try and get better cover on that pocket, but that doesn't appear to be the plan. Not sure about that, because now Clint can just cover that pocket, can't he? I mean, he can make a real mess of that red for Mark.
I think I'd be doubling that yellow back just to knock that red into those two yellows.
Yeah.
If that shot's on. But again, because of the nature of the rules, you know, you can look to pot something and crash into it and try and develop it, and you know, you're never dead in blackball rules. That's the beauty. You might look down and out, but you can soon turn it around with a bit of creativity. So, Clint's in this frame. His one problem is the yellow and the black, of course. But he's not pulling the trigger just yet.
Wisely, I think.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. Although, you know, Mark's got that little cluster at the top. He could pot one and just try and tickle in, try and draw the foul.
I think that the biggest problem for Mark, to be honest, is still the 8-ball. Because he doesn't want to go too aggressive unless he knows he's got a shot to get that out as well.
Yep. I'm not sure about that one.
Did he want it in? Did he not? His body language suggested he was annoyed, but I'm not sure whether he was annoyed because he thought it was going to drop or because it didn't.
Yeah, I didn't really understand what he was even trying to play there.
I wonder whether we'll just see Mark almost roll up onto the red there, just to try and sort of force Clint to move one of those yellows out of the way. Do you think that yellow next to the 8-ball goes?
It doubles.
It definitely doubles. Is this the first real sign of intent in this frame? Does Mark think he can get that pocket? He's just had a look.
Well, he's got a few options. They're all a bit, not straightforward, but
no, not willing to attack just yet. It's beginning to feel to me like this is the frame of the match. Whoever wins this one, they're just a big favourite.
I was just wondering if one of those reds in the centre of the table, the left-hand one, would go past the yellow into the corner pocket.
Well,
I don't think it does now.
I said that, previous shot. That's what I thought he was looking at.
Yeah.
But he obviously either felt like it was the wrong shot or felt like it didn't. And I suppose he's hesitant to put another one of his balls safe. If it doesn't work, then he's just putting another ball in trouble.
So he's attacking it now. If he's got the angle, he's going to put the one into the centre, try and free up. This is all about pace, because you've got to be very careful with these smaller cue balls.
Yeah.
If he gets the pace wrong, he'll just end up hitting the red at the side.
But it's got to have enough on it to get the yellow, the red out. Oh, has that worked out all right? I don't think it has. I'm not sure. Oh, that's so tight.
It was such a good shot, to be fair.
Please, Daniel Jones and Elliot Gaunt. Daniel Jones, Elliot Gaunt, table 5.
I think that goes.
Thing is, even with the overhead camera, because the overhead camera isn't directly over that ball, you still can't. Yes, he
didn't. And what he'd done is he'd left the angle there to put the red into the right centre and to kiss into the yellow and black. But it didn't go.
Has he left Clint on that far yellow? This end of the table. I don't know if he has. If he hasn't, this isn't straightforward either. Didn't. And what can Mark Farnsworth do?
What a set of two boring old fudges.
I know.
Unbelievable.
Mark's so far behind in the frame now that he's going to have to do something, isn't he? Even if it's not this shot, if he comes back to the table, he's going to have to go big.
I don't think he needs to do anything dramatic just yet. If that's not touching, that's okay.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah, that's not going to help us.
Wasn't touching.
Oh, that might be
Is
touching.
this? If it's not, then it's a good shot by Clint. If it is, Clint's going to find himself back in a very similar spot.
He's looking at sending the white over here, so I suspect it's not.
The thing is, he doesn't want to move that red too far, but there is a chance that he could get down the table in behind the black here, which is exactly what he's done.
It's a good shot.
It's not. I don't think it's quite got the cover though. But it's easy for Clint.
Table 23, Kieran Wright, Wayne Regan. Kieran Wright, Wayne Regan, table 23. And table 11, Corey Williams, Bole Thirsk. Corey Williams, Bole Thirsk, table 11.
Getting harder and harder to see a way out for Mark here. I wonder if this would double, but I'm not convinced that it would get past the yellow. I don't think it would back double either. Oh, he's fluked it.
He's got a flick.
He's fluked it. And he's going to knock the black out.
Oh, my
Oh.
word.
No way. No way.
But there is a little bit of good news for Clint because this is awkward queuing. And that red into the top right corner is a little thin.
Yeah, I mean, how do you get around that? How do you...
Can he
Can he play this off the back of the yellow?
cushion?
So close, but it's not there.
You've got to hit them harder. You can't do it at that pace on them shots.
And surely now, this is the opportunity that Clint Hansen's been waiting for. I thought the stars had aligned for Mark Farnsworth just then to get the fluke and get the 8-ball out in the same shot.
Maybe he played it, maybe that's not a fluke. Maybe he played it to glance off. You just can't rule
I
anything.
mean, he's a great player, but
Well,
mate,
you can't rule anything out these days.
no,
These
no.
guys are thinking outside the box.
That's a long way outside the box, though.
He's cued that well. He's put no effort into that. Look at that reaction on the cue ball.
I can believe he was trying to play a double plant and play that red onto the one up the table. I can't believe he's played for that kiss. No.
Anyway, we can debate that, but Clint has got this black up the rail to be one frame away from a date with Mark Boyle.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Yep.
Plenty of people that enter a raffle for that one. Maybe
Yeah,
we should get onto
girls.
Raffle House.
You think, well, I'm already in. I've got my in. I've got my subscription in. If I win that,
That's not
$4
the
million
prize, though, is it?
If I win that £4 million house, I shall send you a text from wherever I'm.
Whichever
Sunning.
part of Mauritius you end up in.
Yeah. There we go. Look at that. £4 million Surrey dream house. And just remember, you don't have to, if you win, you don't have to have the house. You can take the cash alternative, but it's only £10.80.
And I'll be honest, I don't want the house. I don't actually like it.
Have you seen it inside? It's
No.
unbelievable. There's a
Yeah,
video on the website.
I could do better for 4 million.
Absolutely
I'll
bonkers.
buy some 4x2. I'll build one myself. Be much nicer.
Look at that. Look at that. That's what 4 million buys you.
Yeah. It's in Surrey, though.
Is that leafy? Is
Yeah.
it leafy, sorry?
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Yeah. Well, I'm in. I've subscribed. I think it's 20 quid a month I've put in.
Yeah,
Just
there's
like-
options, aren't there? You can
Yeah.
get 10, 20, 30,
Yeah.
presumably all the way up to as much as you like. But,
Probably. Yeah, yeah.
Um,
But I'll just say get on board, and there we go. On board,
Hey.
one of our partners there,
oh, that was smart.
Rack. Yeah, do they all link somehow? Do we need to?
Supremely done. I'm going to struggle with Strachan. I'm not going to lie. An Aramith, I've
Yeah.
no idea.
Yeah, 861's going to be a struggle, but anyway.
It's not an £861,000 house, is it?
No, but that's how much it might cost you before your ticket comes in. No, it's a you look it's a bit of fun.
Someone's got to win it.
Bit of sensible fun. You know, it's nothing too ridiculous.
Johan Attard is 2 balls away from another IPA professional semi-final rather, and he's ended up behind the red.
Wow, not just
Has
behind
Craig
it.
Brown entered the lucky prize draw? 'Cause
He should get a ticket in now, shouldn't he?
absolutely.
Get a ticket in, Craig. Honestly, it's got your name on it.
I'm going to go and ask him for his lottery numbers later, I think.
Wonder if Craig fancies living in Surrey. You think he'd like to move to Surrey?
I think he'd
Up
like a £4
northeast.
million house. Although that would only be 500 grand where
No.
up north. I'm just jealous. That's all it is. I'm just
Could buy
jealous.
a village.
I
Buy a
bought-
village for 4
I
million.
can't afford my own house, and I'm just jealous.
Yeah, raffle house. What a great idea. They're such big business now. These raffles. You know, you say Omaze and all. There are one or two others, but you know, raffle. The beauty of the raffle house is that you don't have to have the house.
Yeah.
You can take the cash alternative. They don't all offer that.
Table 8 defeats quarterfinal
It's nice that it's a subscription service as well in some ways, because you can't forget.
Yeah, and the charity angle as well. So there's a whole host of charities that you can choose that a portion of your subscription goes to. I can't remember which. I think I picked a prostate charity cancer for my bit, but you know, there's quite a few on there, and that's another good angle for it as well. Meanwhile,
well, I've said whoever wins that frame was a heavy favourite to win the match. This break from Clinton Jansen, I mean, it puts him in pole position, but it's not perfect.
he's not going for these, that's for sure.
No, I mean, I would assume he'll take a red and then find some control.
Well, we'll see, because if he takes the yellow onto the red plant at the top, then he is going for him. And he is going for him.
That 8 ball doesn't want to go too much.
He wants an angle. Has he got an angle?
Not really. Not enough.
Obviously, his plan would have been to leave a nice thin angle onto that one, into this bottom right-hand corner, and to cannon into the red that's tied up, but that's not on anymore, but he allows Mark to the table.
It's a good shot, that.
But Mark can play a nice little container here. Just these two yellows together. I think he might just flick one out a little bit, just leave the white, so he can't see the red that's tied up, as it were. He is giving Clint a free go, but I'm not sure what else he's got on. He's been a little bit lucky there just to block those two yellows. I wasn't quite sure that was the right shot to play, to be honest, but anyway, he's fighting hard. Gav Robinson, meanwhile, is a steamroller in ahead against Gaziva, 8-4 ahead. So at the moment, it's looking like Johan Attard and Gav Robinson in the second semi-final.
It is, although you definitely can't write off Craig Brown, given what we saw just before the start of this frame here.
No, and you can't write off Gaziva either.
No, absolutely not. But 8-4, that would be one unbelievable comeback, to be honest. I mean, 5 on the bounce against Gav.
Yep. What has this frame got installed now? So, Mark Farnsworth on yellows. What can he conjure up? All you hundreds and what that are watching, tell us who's going to win. Who's going to win the tournament? Is it going to be Mark Boyle again? Or are we going to see?
Oh, he's gone for that.
A different name.
He's gone for that, and it's not worked out. And this could be the moment for Clint Jansen.
Yeah, it just depends on those two reds at the top end of the table. Can he flick one of those in?
I
think, a bit of side?
I think the left hand of those two will go.
Yeah.
Just as long as you're behind it. You want to be straight on it. Yeah, it definitely goes.
Yeah, it looks like it does.
The right hand doesn't.
And, well, it'd probably go after yellow anyway. So
True. So is he playing this plant first up, round the back, and trying to double kiss it in? It's not there.
Wow, another twist.
So there's a life for Mark Farnsworth.
It's a twist, and that looks like perfect for a combination shot.
Yes, plum. Yeah.
Oh.
He's going to have to play that as well.
This is getting me. These are the matches that we want to see. These really get the juices going, don't they?
Well, this is surely the moment. He's not getting much nicer on it than this. He could take the yellow to the centre first. If maybe he wants to be slightly further over on the table so that when he screws back, he'll be going up towards that yellow on the rail. But either way, whether it's now or in a shot's time,
he's definitely going to take the centre one, I would have thought. Might as well just get it out of the way, surely.
I don't really get it either, to be honest, but
okay.
Played that very well. But absolutely, why would you not get rid of that one in the middle of the table? Because now It's just added another step
to
this finish.
That's why it's travelling. Maybe he just underscrewed it a little bit. Maybe he thought he could just draw that back another 3 or 4 inches.
Even so, I still don't fully get it. He'll probably take these out now and make us look silly, but he won't. What's he left?
He hit that way too fat. He's not left too much.
Table 18.
There's not a lot on here at all.
Table 18, Charlie Hindley, Colin Finn.
Just wonder whether Clint might start to feel like things aren't quite going his way. I can't see a shot. So those 2 yellows, is it possible to play them as a plant double with a sort of big pocket behind that yellow near the cue ball?
Well, that's an interesting shot.
Not worked.
I'm sure he can slice this in.
He can certainly slice the
Top right
the one he's
corner.
closest to in, if not.
Well, this is it. This is the shot.
Where's the cue ball?
It's not in.
It's not.
It's not in. And this is the chance for Clint Ianson to wrap up this match.
Been a couple of shots there, but I think that one, as well as any, proves that these pockets don't play that big.
They've been playing as they should do this weekend. They've been
yes.
Oof, crikey.
Just as we say that.
Yeah, they've not been very forgiving at all, and you know that's what we want. We want it to be a true test. We don't want balls falling in all over the place.
But there have definitely been moments where that would have gone in.
Yeah.
This cue ball needs to hold up.
Where's the cue ball?
Oh,
Where's the cue ball?
Clint Ianson, what are you doing to us?
It's still. Is it still moving?
How's it? How's it still there?
That's almost more in the pocket than it is on the bed. And the thing is now, if you can't put this one into the centre and get the one that's nearest the black, he's going to have a right job to get on it.
I wonder if he's just got the angle almost to top it through and get behind it. I don't. Oh, he's going to have to take the thin one, like you say. Getting between these 2 reds now.
He's only got a small area to get the cue ball in, and sometimes these you can just. He's probably going to play with a little bit of right hand side. He might just get it a little bit thick.
Yeah, I mean, if he can hold it up, 3 or 4 inches below the centre pocket, he should be okay. Thin little snick. He's actually under.
He's short on it. He can still pot it, but whoa, pressure.
It was better under than over.
Is he going to have to try and come off the cushion and kiss into the black?
Where's it going to end up?
He's going to have to play it. If he's doing it that way, he's going to have to play it dead weight. Here we go, folks.
He's kissed it. Where's the cue ball going to end up?
It's going to be awkward. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. How about this for a place in the semi-final?
Imagine having to take this on to beat Mark Farnsworth.
Knowing that if you don't, it could be your last shot of the match because it's Farnsworth to break if there's a decider. Here we go. He's missed it. He's missed it. Wow, what drama. What drama here at the racecourse. I mean, whoever wins this, it's going to be a short head.
There it is, yeah.
A short head.
Wow. I cannot believe. That was an interesting way to play that shot, to be honest.
Yeah, it's nice. Just managed to get everything out in the open. But what was Clint feeling now? Because that could be his last shot. As I said, if this goes to a decider, it's Mark Farnsworth to break. What an incredible match. We called it earlier anyway, Dan. We said it was going to a decider, didn't we?
We did. But
Just didn't.
a couple of minutes ago, didn't think it was.
Yeah, just didn't quite get through that one. I mean, this should be routine, but punches it in. Wow, what a life for Mark Farnsworth.
Nothing's routine at this point, is it?
Crikey, I'm getting nervous watching them. What are they going to be feeling? This is what it's all about. This is why we do these events.
Yeah. Oh, what a shot that is, Gav Robinson.
Yeah, that's when you know you're playing well.
Well, that should be the match winner.
Got your bit between your teeth. You're pulling out the big shots. Everything's coming out for you. It's a great feeling. I remember it once. It was
I don't.
I think it was a Tuesday.
That's a rubbish tournament if it's on a
That's
Tuesday.
what I mean. Did it when it didn't matter. Yeah, great to see Gav coming back to some form. A little round of applause there. Get back to the main arena table. Final frame thriller between these two gladiators. It breaks. It's dry at the moment.
It's still dry.
Still dry. Meanwhile, the action's everywhere. Gav Robinson, he secures his place. He is going to be up against Johan Attard to the second semi-final.
Two big questions here. Does the red Clinches closest to pass to the bottom right? If it does the black go?
Yeah.
Because if both
definitely.
of those answers are yes, then this is a chance. But, I mean, does the black go into that bottom left? Is the yellow in the way?
Well, I think
Looks really close
I think
from
it
this
goes.
angle.
I think it goes. We'll know, because if it doesn't go, he's going to be playing some sort of tactical shot.
He's got that one. That's in. Mark sort of started to move out of his chair there, but he was always in that.
The speed that he played it, I think he played to cover that, but covering that bag was absolutely no use to him at all. So
I wonder whether that might have been a bit of a hangover from the previous Miss Black, where he was queuing over in the last frame, and this time he just thought give the pocket every chance.
yeah, I mean, fair play to the table engineer. That went straight as a die at such a slow pace.
Oh, that red needed to come out more.
This is getting tough now.
I think he might have been trying to manoeuvre that to over the middle to give himself a tilt at moving that 8-ball.
Yeah, this is getting tough.
The 8-ball double. You wouldn't want to take it on, but it will double into the corner.
Yeah, I think that goes in the corner. I think that's why he's going game. If it didn't go, I think he would have shut up shop earlier.
Oh, this is a shot. What a shot that is.
Now then. Now then.
Even this positional shot isn't that easy. Bridging over the red like this. Easy to get stuck behind it.
Oh, there's more twists in the story.
It just won't come out nice for him, will it? It just won't.
It sort of threatens to do, and then something happens. So this is a tough shot. Oh, he's short, skidded off the rail.
Yeah,
He's not on it.
Killed it. Surprised he played it that way, actually.
He got down and rushed it. You've got to play them at a slightly different pace. You can't punch them in. They're just going to slide.
What's he going to do now? I mean, can he try and play a safety here? Can he actually
Cocked out? Has he got a cocked out on?
Oh, even if he does, how's he getting on the black? Might be a cocked hat.
Worry about that later.
I suppose, yeah. Cocked hat. Cocked hat is close, but it's slid off the last cushion.
Well, I can tell you one thing now. Mark Farnsworth will not be going for game on this visit.
No.
He's going to pot a yellow.
Yep.
And then he's going to be tucking in.
Yeah, I mean, you get anywhere in this bottom quarter of the table, like there, and Mark's got such an opportunity to open up a couple of those yellows and leave Clint absolutely nothing.
Yeah, he might not be too greedy here. He just wants to...
It's more important that he leaves him no shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He can get one out and guarantee the snooker. Might not want to risk anything more. He could nudge another one up, but no, just keeping it tight. And what he's done there is he's covered the black into this corner pocket, so he's not trying to overhit that. Good hit from Clint.
It's a good hit, and it stayed in the middle of the table, which will please Clint Ianson.
Yep.
You know, it hasn't gone safe. It hasn't gone to a rail. It's still going to be hittable. And Mark is going to have to play another safety shot, you feel. You know, he's going to get back to the table.
Yep. Pressure sort of turns a little bit now, so it goes back onto Mark a little bit.
Oh, how aggressive are you feeling? This is a lovely angle. It's a really nice angle.
Maybe at 8-2 up, but not 8 all. He's just going at the middle of those three yellows.
Boring. It's a good shot. Very good shot.
And still keeping that bag covered as well.
Yeah.
Although, like you say, it's just still double. Should Clint get a slice of good fortune? Oh, I tell you what,
He'll take it.
He'll sell for that. Is Mark going to be tempted? He could play a double.
I mean, you could so easily flick off that the yellow that Clint's just moved and put Clint back into trouble. So if you didn't go for it in the previous shot, I don't see why you'd start now.
Ooh, he's left a cushion. If Clint can hit this and somehow leave the white at the right-hand side of the table...
I mean, I think it's attention all pockets, isn't it?
He's not going to be in bad shape. He's giving it a whack. Here it comes.
He's missed them all.
He's missed it.
Might go back again.
So, Mark Farnsworth, unexpectedly, has a chance to win the match when all looked gone. Doesn't want that to bounce up. Ooh, that's...
I think it's all right. He can play the other one as a plant. It'll clear it. It could have gone wrong.
Yeah, I think he can get the bottom one, so I think it's okay.
Table 23, referee table 23.
What a match. Hope you have enjoyed it as much as we have. It's been a fantastic battle.
It's been incredible. I think it's easy to forget when we step away from these events how many great matches there are over a weekend.
Yeah.
There's always like some that are memorable. Obviously, some of them live long, but there are almost too many to count.
Mm. Yeah, I bet if we went back and we said, oh, yeah, do you remember that one?
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
that one as well, yeah. So, the final few pots of what has been a fantastic match. But it looks like victory is going to go to the man from the northeast. Barring anything unbelievable.
It's there. Mark Farnsworth
Oh,
through to yet another IPA semi-final with a terrific single frame win. Not single frame. final frame win over Clint Jansen. What an unbelievable game from both players. Both were brilliant. No one deserved to lose that.
Yeah, it just came down to a run of the ball because, you know, Clint had a fantastic chance to win the match 9-7. Left himself that incredibly awkward black, probably a 1 in 10 shot. And a little bit of nip and tuck.
No. I thought we'd just seen a loss of frame there for a second. Anyway, yeah, unbelievable match.
So yeah, fantastic match between you know, two of the greatest players that the game's produced, and it lived up to all the hype and didn't fail to deliver. It had absolutely everything. It had some fantastic clearances. It had some unbelievable misses. It had some amazing luck or unluckiness.
Yeah, I think Clint will feel a little bit aggrieved at his run, not at Mark. But,
yeah.
His run in the last couple of frames was just a tad harsh. You couldn't have come out worse on that black that he did miss, for example. Anyway, we'll see what the man himself has to say. Here is Mark Farnsworth. He's in the studio with Mark Pickworth.
Yeah, thanks, guys. And wow, what a fantastic battle that was. Mark Farnsworth over the line. Did you think you was ever going to get over the line? Because at one stage, you did look like you was probably going out the tournament.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm probably my own worst enemy. I went in the match just playing really, really well, confident. I've got massive respect for Clint, you know, but I just thought, obviously, playing my own game the way I'm playing, hopefully I get the chances. I went 2-0 up and made a stupid mistake in the third frame. Came back to bite us a little bit, you know, and then I made another daft mistake. Clint I had a ball to double in the middle bag. I shouldn't even went for it. I was just playing confident, thought I can't miss the double. I'd give another frame away, and then obviously Clint's such a fighter and battler. And then he, like you said, towards the end of the match, he was big favourite, you know, so got to just hang in there, you know, and fortunately I got a bit of a run at the right time, so delighted to get over the line, but I think Clint probably deserved it in the end.
Yeah, obviously you say, you know, Clint's a massive fighter in the game. Do you think he lifted his game, knowing how well you've been playing recently, and pretty much like everybody else does as well?
Yeah, well, Clint's a very, very good player anyway. He's capable of blowing anybody away, but when the chips are down, there's not many better players than Clint that'll like grind out a frame, you know, which I think he done at times there. He didn't make that many mistakes early on in the match, you know, but it's just a strange one. I felt as like for a change, I'm actually feel as if I'm breaking well, even though I was horrendous in that match. I feel as if I've been taking a little bit off it because I've been confident getting the ball in previous matches. On these tables are so reactive. I've been trying to put a little bit more into control in the white again, which I shouldn't have. But in that match, the break just completely deserted us. I think I've had 4 or 5 dry, which I haven't hit very well. And at the end of the day, it comes down to how we hit them. You need a little bit of luck at times, but I felt as if I just wasn't putting enough into it. I had to take a little bit off, thinking I would get a ball, and obviously I wasn't. So you're playing catch up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of the tournament, before obviously we all kicked off and the draws were done, I mean, the top half of the draw looked very, very tough. No offence to any of the players that are in the draw. Did you feel that yourself? And, you know, if you did got through, you know, you knew it was going to be tough all the way through?
To be honest, I don't really look at the draw. Like I think I'm just outside the top 4 seeds, so you're always going to get a relatively tough quarter of time. I knew Mark was at the top of the draw, and I was like the top half, you know. So you sort of don't, because you can get upset, you know. You got a little bit extra frames in the pro event, so it does suit the higher ranked players or whatever, you know. But you take every match as it comes. But like I said, I've been playing full of confidence the last few months. I've just been running into people in semis-finals and finals that's been playing brilliant against us, you know, making a few mistakes here and there, but I'm feeling confident, and I feel as if I get my hand on the table, I'm not really going to miss much, you know. But at the end of the day, you still need your chances.
Yeah, I mean, you're very used to playing these long race matches, etc. And you know, obviously, sometimes the better player prevails. You know, how much of this is it going to take out of you? You know, because that was a big old tussle there against Clint.
No, I feel champion. To be honest, I didn't sleep great last night, but I feel champion. Just again, when you're on the main stream to the 30 seconds, even though I've played on the stream loads and loads of times over the years, and I've played on the 30-second shot clock loads of times. But when a match is important to you, which that one was, sometimes the shot clock catches you out, and we look like 2 beginners at times. And I think one of the frames there, I got a little bit of brain freeze, because you think to yourself, what are you trying to do? And obviously sometimes you need that little bit extra time. Not even so much composure. Sometimes you don't, when you're in the heat of the battle, you don't see the right shot first, you know. So that plays a big part in matches like that, you know. And I think looking back, I think I played probably a minimum of 2 or 3 shots, the wrong shots. shots because I was pushed for time, so I think Clint will probably feel the same, so, but I feel fresh, so I think I've got Mark in the semis, isn't it? I'm not sure what the
Mark Boyle, you're in the top half of the draw.
But I look forward to the match. I've had a lot of good battles with Mark, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, then I'm going to let you have your rest period now. I think you've got a little bit of time to yourself, so good luck for your semi-final, and hopefully we'll see you again soon. Thanks a lot, Mark Farnsworth, into the semi-finals, where he's going to be playing the number 1 seed, Mark Boyle. Kevin, just jumping into the studio, what a battle that was. I mean, you commentated throughout that match, and one of the IPA classics once again.
Absolutely, yeah, and it was always going to be between two great players, and I thoroughly enjoyed that match. It just seesawed, Mark pulled ahead, Clint came back, then at the back end it looked like it was Clint who was going to get over the line, but the pool gods just didn't. We're not smiling on Clint tonight. Where he left himself on that black to win 9-7. I mean, that was horrible. And Mark showed his grit and determination to pinch it 9-8. Great match. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah, I think that's good to say about Clint. Obviously, I mean, he's 1 or 2 balls away from getting a really good result against Mark and getting into a semi-final and a chance of picking up the trophy at the end. But as you said, sometimes the pool gods aren't with you, and the table, it played really tough for Clint, and he had to work hard for his frames.
Yeah, he did. He showed determination throughout the match because, as I said, Mark kept pulling ahead, and Clint kept fighting back, and it was just nip and tuck all the way, and it was 2 inches away from winning the match 9-7 and handshakes and being sat here with you. But where that white ended up, it was the worst place on the table, and left him I don't know if 1 in 10 shot probably. Horrible shot.
Under shot clock pressure as well.
Yeah, so. I mean, he could have missed it by 4 or he could have slotted it, and unfortunately it was the former. And Mark held it together and found a way to win in the end. Great match.
And Mark's obviously got it's going to be another superb battle against Mark Boyle. What do you think that last match there is going to take out of Mark Farnsworth? He weren't giving too much away. It seems like he's very fresh, looking forward to it, used to playing long races in a lot of matches throughout the day. Do you think it's going to take a bit out of him, that one?
No, I don't think so. He's got a bit of time to refresh and get his focus back for the match against Mark Boyle, which will be on the stream, no doubt. And he'll be relishing the challenge. I think we've seen over the last few months. Mark is up for the fight. He wants his number 1 spot back. He's got a lot of work to do to get there because Mark Boyle has been pretty dominant over the past couple of years. But I think he's got the bit between his teeth. He's putting the hours of practicing, and he's ready for the battle. So I think he'll be 100% fired up and ready for it.
And the other semi-final, Johnny Attard against Gavin Robinson.
Yeah.
Did you really sort of think that was going to be the actual next semi-final?
Well, Johan Craig was. I think I fancied Johan to win that one. But I wouldn't have been surprised if Craig had won it. But what Johan has showed this year on the table in the arena has been nothing short of spectacular, to be honest. And Gav beating Gazzy, but no, I didn't see that one coming. I've not seen any of Gav's previous matches this weekend, so I don't know what type of form he's been in. He's obviously found some form because he's been a bit quiet this year. And Gav is the world champion. He's one of the hardest men to beat on the tour, and to beat him 9-4 is some performance by Gav Robinson. But as we know, when Gav's on fire, he can play.
Yeah, he can, and quiet and Gav Robinson don't normally, the 2 words go together with him, do they? But as you said, Gav Robinson, he's found a little bit of form, found a bit of momentum. That's going to surely help him against Johan. But Johan is such a great battler and a brilliant tactician as well.
Yeah, both great players, both very different players, and that'll be a fascinating semi-final, which we'll be able to see on the second stream table. It could go either way. I think Johan, for me, is probably a marginal favourite. But Gav Robinson, since he's won the Masters, he's been a little bit quiet. But we all know what he's been capable of for a couple of years before that. He's been threatening to break through. Like I say, he's been quiet since. But it looks like he's found what he had, around the Masters time last year. So he's a handful for anyone.
Yeah, like you say, men's semi-finals, they've got a little bit of a rest period now, so they're just going to refresh themselves, get them ready for them battles that are coming along. So this next match, though, Deb Birchall against Tilly Edwards. Tell us a little bit about that one, Kev.
Well, Deb, she's won everything in the game. She's won multiple IPA world titles back when the ladies started, and she won the first 2. And she's been the dominant player really for 2 or 3 years on the ladies section, and in the elite she's number 1 by a fair few points. And but she hates losing. You know, she hates losing, and nothing annoys them more than losing, particularly in finals. And she lost in the last final, and she's had a couple of defeats recently, and I think she's wanting to set the record straight a little bit. And but Tilly is one of these players that has come on leaps and bounds since the start of the elite. And she's been picking up some silverware. She won a couple of titles, so she's not going to be intimidated or being daunted by playing in the arena. They're a lot more comfortable playing there now as they've had more experience doing it. So I think this is going to be really close, and I think Tilly could win this. But Deb's obviously the favourite, but Tilly has come on leaps and bounds in the last 3-4 months. So. Let's see what happens.
And also, do you think a bit of a factor in this? Obviously, Deb, she is a favourite for this. Does that give her a bit of added pressure? Also, probably not winning the last elite final as well. Maybe she's just lost a little bit of the mojo.
Well, we'll soon find out. I mean, it'll probably come down to a couple of shots here or there, and for either player, whoever just gets that, that little bit of running at that crucial point, may well go on to win the title. But I think it's going to be a great match. It's going to be a great advert for the ladies' game, and I can't wait to see what they produce.
Well, thanks a lot, Kevin, for your insight there. And I think it's about time now. I mean, the girls aren't quite ready yet, but that final is definitely coming up very, very soon. So we hand you over to the com box now with Stephen Walker and Yvonne Ewing.
Thank you very much, guys. And I am delighted that Yvonne Ewing is joining me. And I'm going to ask, how are you, Yvonne?
I'm very good. Looking forward to this final. It should be quite good.
So you know these two ladies more than I'm going to know them. So can you explain maybe a wee bit of what you think might happen in this match?
It depends. I watched Deb's semi-final. She was playing Rhiannon Graham and won that 7-3. But Deb's missed a few in that. However, managed to go over the line. It was 3-3 in that match before Deb sort of put the foot down and got over the line. Tilly beat me in the semi-final, and any time I missed, Tilly cleared the table. She played really, really well. So if Deb's miss, I would fancy Tilly to pick up, frame after frame with that. So it just depends who's going to miss the first ball, Stevie.
Well, I seen Tilly first hand at the pool party back in Scotland not so long ago, and I must admit I was pretty impressed. She always looked like every time she would get a chance she would maybe take it. So
yeah, I think she won the Open, didn't she? Or was it the ladies? I don't know. It was her and her partner Kelly that both qualified.
That's right.
I think Tilly won the Open, so she's went up to Scotland with 80-something entries,
That's
male,
right.
Female, kids, and came out the winner there. So one frame pool. She's played internationally for a number of years. Probably one of the better B girls, and the only thing I could say if she's up in Scotland, she'd be definitely chatting at the door of the A team. So I'm looking forward to this. It should be really quite close, I think.
yeah, that's good. I'm sure all the viewers at home will be ready for this one. Deb's obviously been quite dominant according to the guys in the studio there. So Tilly will be wanting to get one over. She's already beat some class acts on the way, and the two finalists, Yvonne, one of them was you in the last one, you and Ashley. She's managed to go over the line against both, so she'll be feeling good.
Yep, 7-6 with Ashley in the first round. Then she was 7-6 with Rachel Tucker, and she hammered me 7-3. So it'll be close. I'm looking forward to it.
You see at the outside tables, still loads of pool happening right now. There's a big game happening between two Scottish lads, Johnny McDermott and Gio. I don't know what the score is in that. In fact, I'm going to have a look. But what do you think of that match? Who do you fancy before the result comes up on my screen?
Johnny McDermott up in Scotland's been playing absolutely phenomenally. But however, so's young Gio. So I think that'll go really close as well. I think that's the amateur quarters, isn't it, Stevie?
Yeah, it is. I'm trying to find on the screen. Is that the Open there? I don't know if that's the Open. It's Corey. Hopefully get the result for these, how it's coming in right now. Yeah, that's the Open we've got on there. I don't seem to have the amateur. I'll have a look. You see all the games going on right now. The place is buzzing. What do you think of this for a venue?
It's certainly really spacious, gives the players plenty of room. Sometimes at these events they bump into each other a wee bit because the tables are closed and the rooms aren't just quite big enough for the amount of tables they need for the the entries, but this one is really spacious, really nice. The food's lovely, and it's even, you know, quite a bit cheaper than a hotel. Loads of people have been remarking. And I had the loaded fries there, where it was like a squashed up cheeseburger, and it was awesome. That was my food after I get beaten in the semi-final there, but never mind, a wee bit of comfort food.
I actually had, well, I got some dinner yesterday for myself and Craig got the steak pie, and he was saying, how much was that? Not that it mattered, but I think it was half the price of the same, well, not the same steak pie, but a steak pie dinner that he got in the hotel, so that's a bonus. Good value for food.
Absolutely, Stevie, yeah.
Danny Turner on my screen, one of the Scottish lads closest to us. He's on the yellows. He seems to be playing okay as well. The happiest guy in Scottish pool.
I can see Johnny and Gio up sort of the second table for the top, and Johnny's just come off a wee bit disgusted with himself, so I'm guessing he's missed something and Gio's in.
Yeah, Johnny is 3 frames to 2 down in that match. Preston McInnes, a young Scot, is also in that quarter-final. He's 4-2 down to Jonathan Bushnell. The other quarter-final scores: David Compton 1, Michael Rhodes 5, Adam Myerscough 3, Liam Farrell 3. Adam, who won the first tour event, and Gio's won one of the other ones as well. So a lot of these guys getting to the later stages.
I was watching Adam earlier. He played Andy Lucas, so I was sitting watching it, and you know, he's lost 3 stone. He's sort of, you know, it's making a big difference to him. Concentration levels better, and you know, he's playing really well. He beat Andy in a decider.
Andy beat me yesterday. He's almost gone in off 4 times in the match. The cue balls landed in the jaws of the pocket, but for some reason, and he was in a bit of trouble each time, he just kept potting, and next thing you know, I was shaking his hand. He looked like he was never going to miss, so I fancied Andy to go quite far. But Adam has been one of the best amateurs this year, so no surprise there.
Yeah, I think Andy's break's been, you know, it's been hurting him. He's breaking, getting nothing, and people are finishing against him all the time. However, my poor breaking cues went from Ashley O'Neill using it and tapping everybody in with it to Andy Lucas breaking, and he won his last one 6-0.
Now here we go, the lag off for the Elite Ladies final.
I was chatting to Tilly earlier. She was saying she was quite nervous. So here we go.
Yeah, well, that's something I've actually been talking about over the last couple of days. That I used to get that feeling where I was really nervous, but it made me play good. And over the last while, I've kind of lost that a bit. And it's like, I'm not saying I don't care, but it's, I think you need that. I think you need that desire to really do well. So maybe she might be nervous, but it might maybe draw her in to stay concentrated, but she's going to have to be right on top of it here.
Yeah, definitely, because Deb, I think she got beat by Rachel a couple of events ago. She wasn't in the last final, so, you know, this is, I don't know who won the first one, I can't remember, but this is sort of her first final in the last couple of events, so she'll certainly be gunning for the title.
Yeah, she did one of the, I think it was the first Newcastle one. She did the final with myself. I can't actually remember who was in it, but Deb was in doing the commentary with us, so that tells you that she wasn't in that one.
Here we go, big first break here for Tilly.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Tilly anytime I've seen her, so I think she's got a good chance here. Deb's obviously hard to beat, and that's not the start you want.
They call that the commentator's curse, Stevie.
Yeah, I've got a good habit of that over the last few days. That's a good table, a good chance right away.
Yeah, definitely. I think she'll be going yellows here and having a go.
Yeah, maybe just get those 2 yellows into the open. Oh, she's looking like she's going to go reds. No. She's leaving those 2 yellows at the top left. I know they're okay, but I would have maybe been bringing them out and playing from there. But Deb's got another idea. She's going to go reds, I feel. After that. No, she's still going yellows. I don't know what colour set's best here. I think reds are best.
Reds are better now, I think.
Yeah, I really do. But she might change her mind. This is a tough finish from here.
I just think if you were going yellows there, you should have went to, as we look at it, the sort of right-hand side of the table and turn the one into the middle.
Yeah.
That would have opened them completely up. And the blacks, the black doesn't go into the bottom bag.
Yeah, those two yellows are awkward. It's an awkward table now. With that free shot, maybe could have developed something a bit better. But she obviously has a plan.
I'm wondering if the bottom one just sneaks into the middle. The way she's looking.
Maybe considering taking one of those yellows in off the red to clear the pocket for the black. But it just seems to me that it's a bit more work than she would have had if she'd taken reds there. She's deciding to move it. It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. She's got the slightly longish one. Take it back and prime, or she could even play the yellow she's nearest into the middle.
Just use the red as a cushion.
Yeah.
Just sliding off, that's a good shot.
Yep, all of a sudden the finish is there. Depending on the angle, she might need to run past them, but I don't know what angle she's got into the middle there.
Yeah, it looks slightly wide, but I think you might be right. Might have to just come down this side of the table. So a tough yellow into the top right hand corner. Probably just dropping through it so she can hold the cue ball. Maybe the black into the same bottom right corner as the last yellow.
Yep. This will be a good settler if Deb manages to take this finish out.
I don't think there's any doubt that the yellows, for me anyway, were the tougher colour set here. And she's took them well to this point. And that red, the two reds together, a bit of a safety net at the top. Yeah, superb.
I think Deb's is right up for this. You can tell with that shot there. Just a wee stun on and off the rail now. And she should have black into the same bag.
And this is an indication that Tilly is going to have to be bang on it, because Deb looking right now like she is. Superb.
Absolutely perfect. Good first frame from Deb's there.
Superb. As good a finish as you'll see this weekend by any player.
Yeah, good finish, Deb's. 1-0 Deb Burchell. And we're away over to young Greg here. What a potting machine this lad is.
He's had a bit of a time of it lately. I was talking to him outside. He's just been struggling with a few things, and he's deciding he's just going to try and play in the odd event that he can and build things up at his own pace. He thinks he's just went a bit OTT, trying to play in every single thing, and it's maybe caught him out a little bit, but he's a good lad and a fantastic player.
That was the commentator's curse for me there. That's 1-1, Stevie. I was thinking earlier when I said I would come and commentate in the ladies' final, I thought we might need subtitles, Stevie.
Mark Farnsworth was in here with me last night, and after he was leaving, I says, "Can't I thank you enough, Mark? Absolutely fantastic. Hope everybody at home loved it." And he said right away, "You may have to get this redone with subtitles on it." I went, well, that is a possibility.
There we go, Deb's in off as well. So, Tilly, can you return the favour?
Slightly awkward.
Yeah, I think I'm the yellows here as well.
I think it's just using the opening shot. A few options here.
I'm just listening to Craig. He's saying the overhead's frozen a wee bit, which we've seen there. So we'll be getting this view for a wee while, I would imagine, until he fixes it. One of the best streaming service I've known. He's absolutely fantastic at everything he does.
He is so OCD with everything he does. He demands perfection from himself. Doesn't give an inch.
We're blessed to have him up in Scotland, Stevie.
We are.
I like Tillio.
I actually quite like that shot. I thought of maybe playing it in such a way where the red would go off the bottom cushion and inside the yellow towards the cushion. But all the yellows are still there.
Yeah, I think she's kind of forced to go yellows now. I'm not sure she can see the red beside the black, the right hand side of the black into the middle, so I think she's forced to go yellows. Nope, she's not. She's going the long red.
Maybe cutting it into the middle. Oh. Quite surprised there. I think you just take your medicine, go yellows. Unless that yellow didn't go into the middle, but it looks like it does.
No, the way she played against me in the semi-final, she would have just rolled that in and went. And I guess that's the difference. It's experience, it's pressure, the final. You know, I'm hoping she settles quite quick to make it a good final and a close final. Because she certainly has the ability and talent. She's a talented wee player to take Debs close here.
Yeah, just needs to settle down a bit. I don't know if that can of Red Bull is going to calm her down any, but she needs to not let the occasion get to her. And at least don't let Deb get too far ahead before she settles.
I was chatting to Debs earlier. She went 2-0 down in her semi-final as well. You know, so she was 2-0 down. She's won at 7-3. So she's won the next sort of 8 frames 7-1. So it shows you, you know, even going 1 or 2 down.
Yep. It's a big part of one of the things a lot of people, when they come in here, they talk about Liam. Liam plays 1 frame at a time. I know that sounds like a cliche, but a lot of people think, I'm 4-0 down, the race to 7, I'm beat. Whereas it doesn't matter if he's 4-0 up or 4-0 down. To Liam, it's just the next frame.
Absolutely.
Just play the next frame, and you can only do 1 at a time. And I think that's one of the big mental things that's made him such a success. So I know I've been guilty myself of doing it and looking at the scoreboard and thinking, that's me in trouble here.
I remember chatting to him at one of these events. He was 4 or 5-0 down the race to 8, and he won 8-5. And he said, 5's never 8. Absolutely frightening. Just to have that resilience, that mental strength, you know.
A big chance for Tilly to fight back into this frame.
Yeah, it's went a wee bit messy down here at the bottom end of the table.
I think I'd maybe just hide up near the top, even double the red down. But she's going to be aggressive here.
She's a wee attacking player. She'll know, you know, if she can go for something, she'll go for it rather than that every single time, Stevie. And for me, if she stopped that, you know, and sometimes played a little safety shot or went, you know, hiding somewhere, it would enhance her game so much. But a phenomenal plotter of a ball, so, you know, it's what she likes, it's what she does, it's how she plays, and it's got her the success she's got so far. I'm pretty sure in Isle of Man, I think she beat Ashley in the Open final, is that right? Yeah, Ashley won the amateur, I think she beat me in the final, and then she played Tilly in the Open last year, and Tilly beat her in a final frame decider there. So, you know, she's got pedigree, she can win things, she's done it.
She just has to be careful here and leaving too many of the awkward balls and try and get them into position here while the yellows aren't great.
Just for Toby, whilst I understand you want to watch the men's quarterfinals, there is a second streaming table that's got a man's match on it if you want to watch it. However, this is a ladies' elite final, so give it the credit it deserves and let them play it.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that first frame was enough for anyone. The finish from Deb was as good as any single player that you'll see this weekend take out. So credit where credit's due. Very deserving of being on the mainstream table, the Elite Ladies Final. What can Tilly do from here? She's got control of that top corner, and that is big. That's the kind of shot that you were talking about that maybe she could play a bit more of.
Yeah, because these two are probably, you know, the Elite Ladies are quite attacking, but these two are probably slightly more attacking than most, and they want to go all the time when they go to the table. And I think that's what sets some people apart from others.
That's a good shot. She's now big favourite in this frame. Ah, okay, Toby, that's fair enough, mate. It just looked at first glance like maybe a slight dig towards which match was on the mainstream table, but I stand corrected.
Sorry, Toby. A good shot for Debs there. I don't know what she's going to do though.
Yeah, I
What
still
do you think, Stevie?
I mean, she might pot this and then play a double plant and then pot the yellow and then smash the black around the table. But I think this frame's there for Tilly to win. I don't really see anything that stands out to me in way of a finish for Deb here. She might correct me, but it's gone even more wrong. Those two yellows
Tilly,
at the bottom.
this is a good chance for you, Tilly, to get your first frame.
She can play the cut plant and kick at the same time, or she can keep it simple, pot the one in the top left, come across, play the plant down the cushion, and then she's got the red into the opposite bottom pocket. Probably the easier.
Yeah, that's the way I'd go. I'd go top right, clear the bottom.
So it looks like she's going to leave the top red to last now. I would have maybe took it now and then played this shot. I think she's going to have to take the one over the pocket, then the one at the top, and then this red. I don't think the plant's a shot here. She could lose a cue ball, but
I've seen Tilly just stroke one of these doubles in before and get the finish for there, but I think it's the top, yeah.
Oh, Tilly.
She's maybe just on the bottom one. Debs is having a wee look, as you can see.
I think the problem comes from if she takes the one over the top bag first and then plays the plant down the cushion. I think she would have been in a lot better position here, but it looks like she's still got a shot. That's a great shot. Great shot, Tilly Edwards.
Yep. Just get a shot on it, trust your potting.
And I don't want to curse Tilly here, so I won't say anything.
I like what she does. I like how she, her pre-shot routine. That's something I know she's worked on. Takes her time, sets it up and goes. She's played that well.
Yeah.
Played it really safely, checking off the cushion.
I was slightly worried that she would maybe just decel on it a bit, but she gave it a good, she just powered it in. Good cue action, which meant that the cue ball came high. And that was a potter's finish in the end.
She's far too young for decel, Stevie. That happens when you hit your 40s or above.
Yeah, fantastic finish. A great red. She got herself, she had to pot her way to that finish there. A couple of slack positional shots.
Jake Dillon Newlove on the black here.
He's playing Curtis Lee. Curtis has already got his break cue in his hand. I'd have probably just took the frame there. Well, Curtis, you've obviously conceded.
I sometimes look at Jake and think, why are you still an amateur, Jake? But it's obviously through choice. I would think that that he doesn't.
He avoids the top four mandatory and then refuses his option of being in the top 16. Now that might change due to the numerous changes on the IPA. He might decide that now is the time after this year.
Yeah, we were chatting yesterday. I think if you refuse your pro status, you don't get playing that year or something now?
Yeah, if you finish in the top 4 and you're mandatory and you say no, you need to basically take a year out. But if you finish in the top 16, well, from 5 to 16, you get offered pro status, but you can refuse to just stay on the amateur. So
we're betting he finishes 5th?
yeah, as he did last year. Quite unfortunate there. The yellow and the red both tried the middle left corner, middle left.
Yep.
And both of them rolled the knuckle.
So Deb's using her extension early in this frame, working out where she wants to go. I was going to say I'm sure it'll be yellows, but I think the reds look better, but I don't think she can get a red.
Again, nothing easy here. She's just making sure she's getting the colour set that she wants. The yellows were obvious. There wasn't really anything else on. So the 2 yellows in the middle of the table, closest to the black spot, they are in all kinds of trouble. So there's a lot of work to do here for Deb. Oh, that one obviously goes. She's on it right away. Yeah, so it's just the one ball.
I think I'd begin, try to clear that quite quick. The hard one for me is the one up the top and then getting back to the bottom of the table.
I think she can take the yellow one off the red, putting the red on the cushion here at the same time.
Yeah.
And then leave the angle. Well,
no, she's just potted it.
Clean. I think if she takes it in off the red, she gives herself a better angle as well. So
yeah, and it sort of puts the red in a cushion, which makes it slightly more difficult.
Maybe she's just going to roll this in and take the yellow one off the red. We'll find out. Yeah, it looks like she's screwing into it. Yeah, I don't think she had the angle. I think she had to play the one into the middle a little bit more wide to create that angle.
She's now committed, I think. She's, the reds are... You're pretty good apart from the one up the top, but she can go onto that quite easily. I think she's sort of... Try to screw back into it now. No. Trying to force it a little bit here.
Yeah, I think it's one of these situations. You've already mentioned that a lot of the elite ladies are very attacking, and I didn't really see a standing out finish. No matter if you were Deb Burchell or Von Ewan or Mark Farnsworth or Mark Boyle, there was nothing that really stood out there on those yellows. There was always work to be done. And the thing for me here, she's left Tilly on that bad ball. If she pots it, she's got a finish. And if she doesn't, she's still big favourite in this frame.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, this is an inner over.
Yep. She's not even looking at it.
And for me, that's probably she's thinking get a snooker here instead of playing the sort of attacking safety where she's, getting that yellow in her the red in her over. I would say that's the only bit that Tilly needs to do a wee bit of work on. Because I'd have been on the red, Debs would have been on the red, Ashley Neal would have been on the red. But I'll tell you, when she gets that side of the game sorted, she'll be the one to beat.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, it's the attacking safety shot, not really giving much away. Yeah, you could argue Deb can then go and smash that yellow out, and who knows what might happen, but every red on the table would have had a pocket at that point.
So for Neiman, now, if that red wasn't there, she wouldn't need 2 shots to finish.
Yeah.
She could have just went for there.
But it's no guarantee. I don't know if that's a straightforward plan. So that red still, I think she has to play it out the way. Need to play it at pace. Oh, it did just drop.
In the ladies' event, please, on table 19, Laura Jones, Caitlin Heptonstone. Laura Jones, Caitlin Heptonstone.
Now just sort out your path, Tilly. It's all there for you. And these are the finishes she was getting, in the semi-final. She was getting these every single time she went for them. And that was to her credit. She was really, really good.
And this looks very straight. She has to be careful here. She could play a snooker. Don't get me wrong, I think if she was going to play a snooker, it would have been that shot there. Bounced the red out at the top end of the table. Snooker, well, this bottom left corner was covered, but she's on the one to the middle. Just needs to get the right pace. And she's taking the top one. She was never going to have a shot from there.
Yeah, she's no on. I think she needs to snooker now though and just take the one up she's beside up the top and hopefully get the two. And even if she doesn't, it means Debs is moving the yellow for there.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yep.
It's more or less the shot I thought she could play while she had the two corner pockets covered. And it's okay, it's a couple less balls on the table. Just don't want... The thing in my head is my opponent might get a hit, but she might kill one of my balls at the same time. She's gone in off. And what you thinking here, everyone? Kill the yellow or just pot the reds?
I'd probably kill the yellow because that's the way I've been taught. However, sometimes I look at the table and Stephen think, I'm not missing for there anyway, so what's the point in doing that? But me being 52 and getting older, I always still love to have the wee safety net.
Well, see, I'm thinking that if she just kills the yellow, she's in prime position for either the highest of the two reds into the bottom right corner or the red into the middle, and the safety net of having that yellow out the way. And it's not even, I think it was just for a better position in the cue ball. You just bounce that yellow out the way and you've got options, unfortunately.
And that you can't do that against Deb Birchall. You can't gift the frames like that. If you get the chances that Tilly just had there, you need to take them if you've got any desire to win the title.
Yeah, that's a gift from Tilly to Deb. And Deb is going to take it every single time. Unfortunately, that side of the game that you're talking about, to me, that's not it's not even the dirty side of the game. That's just the obvious. That's the right shot at the right time. You hear people say that quite a lot, and right there, that yellow, even though you could still go and finish all of them, that yellow, to me, it's just in the way. Just if you want to get to the left-hand side of the table, you could always end up in trouble with that yellow there. So I just think the right shot at the right time just evaded Tilly there.
Yeah, you don't even need to kill it, Stevie. You just double it away from there up the table, out the way, and you're on the two at the bottom. Or one of the two at the bottom, like you said. So this is a big frame now for Tilly. She's just gifted Debs that. And these are the frames that Debs generally, if she gets you in the ropes a wee bit, she'll just go for the jugular. And
it's a good break.
It wouldn't surprise me if this is a breaking dish.
It's going to be yellows, I suggest. I think Deb would love a red. There's only one awkward red bridging over the ball.
And she get a cue in there to the yellow anyway. So
yeah,
for me it's the yellows because she can get one. And the only one she probably needs to move, she needs to move the two yellows down here. Probably.
I'm not sure. I think she's on the one to the bottom left corner, but I'm not so sure that there's enough angle to maybe get the cue ball away from the cushion so that Deb's got an opportunity to maybe screw into them.
I'm even wondering if the one at the right of the red, the two together, goes up into the
Maybe
top
into
right
the top
bag.
pocket, yeah.
I think that's what she'll be looking at.
Maybe have to play it with a bit of pace here. She's looking at the one, the right hand side of the red. She's looked at that to the top right corner. Maybe has to play this with a bit of pace to get out. She's deciding to go cushion first. It's not getting in. That's not a bad shot. I think she's tried to pot it to get off the cushion, but she's got a bit fortunate there.
Yeah, that's a good second prize. I wonder if Tilly can see the far right one, the lowest of them, and just flick off that and get up in amongst those reds, but I'm not sure she can see it. I can't see it for the camera angle we've got.
It's a kind of nothing shot from Tilly. I don't think she had too much on. She didn't want to bring any of those yellows into play, but I'm just looking at where the balls were. Maybe the opportunity to play a double through the gap into the opposite middle, but what is Deb thinking here? Maybe that yellow does pass to the top right-hand corner. Looks like she's looking at it.
Yeah, she's looked at it a couple of times, so I'm guessing it does go.
Does she use the one over the pocket to get into them?
And she's going for the other one into the top. No.
And what can Tilly do here to try and get herself into this frame and to stay in this match as close to Deb as possible?
She's left Deb on her bad ball.
Yeah, she's on the one.
She's down in it quick, so I think she'll just be nudging this out. I'm not too sure of that one either, Stevie.
Yes. Maybe a strange choice of shot. I think Deb just couldn't believe her luck that she's on a bad ball, get it into play, but maybe just rushed it a bit. And in doing so, they've not exactly come out as good as she would have liked.
And she gave Tilly one into the middle to get her started, so.
I might have taken the one a touch higher there, cut it back and just nudged the Reds into the open. She's going to have to pull something out the hat here. Well, she's going to cut this in to the right, to the left-hand middle. It's thin. It's not easy. I think that's another one where she could have just dropped that and then played the one into the right middle.
Yeah. I'm wondering if she's maybe trying to be a bit lower, Stevie, and take, you know, if she's a 6 to 10 inches lower, she'll maybe get a cut on the red into the middle and kicking the other red, but she's probably left it a wee bit in no man's land.
She might have a double in off the two reds. She'd have to play it at real pace to try and get the other red out, but...
Yeah, and that's what she's doing.
Riley James, Gerard Boyle. Riley James, Gerard Boyle, table 7.
She's decided to play the thin cut. She got lucky here. Oh, she's left the big pocket now.
Yeah, I think Debs will be going here.
Yeah, Deb's in good shape here. I think she'll just drop this in. Play the yellow across the bottom. Giving just a nice angle. And the old inner over will do Deb here, but she doesn't want it over. She wants it in.
Yeah, I think she'll play this with a bit of pace and get on the one. Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic shot. Cued that well.
I was just bringing up the ladies amateur there, Stevie. That's getting down to the nitty-gritty sort of losers qualification through to the quarterfinals. Shona Lucas, Caitlin Kennedy, both from Scotland, and Nikki Bones are already through at the quarterfinals. That's getting played at 10:15 tonight. So that you know, that's 3 through into the last 8, and the rest are all playing to join them. So, you know, a wee bit of talent in there. Young Caitlin got beat in the final of the last one.
Yeah, that's right.
Shona's just come back over from Ultimate Pool, back over here, so that's why she's in the amateur. So that's a good addition for the ladies event.
Yeah, definitely. Seen Caitlin, actually, she must have just finished her match. She was heading down, but she had earphones in and walked past me. I actually thought I was invisible.
That's Caitlin. I've went for being competing at these things to be in the bar runner for her fries and straws for her juice.
It's become a lot more tough, this black. Deb could have got a lot closer. Maybe worried about the reds. Took a bit off it. Oh, she's got it.
Oh, she's flicked it in the
Lord.
middle. That's where you smile and go, it's all right, you take your luck, but you're thinking, what?
Oh my. Tilly with a kind of smile towards Deb, but it was
Oh no, that's a grimace.
it was one of their looks.
And you know, that's the difference sometimes, Stevie. You know, Tilly's had a chance to do something, you know, get the game open and go for it. And she's not, and she's left Deb's the finish, and Deb's just the wee bit fortune, and that can turn matches completely.
Yeah, but I think we're now in a stage where Tilly needs to be settled. We're 4 frames into this final. She needs to start thinking more clearly, or this could really get away from her really quick.
Yeah, it could, yeah.
And there is no time like the present. It's her break. She has to hit back sooner rather than later.
I'm sitting here sniggering, I'm watching Deb's mannerisms there. She's smiling, nodding her head and smiling and nodding her head. She's delighted to be 3-1 up after that.
Yeah, that's that. Oh, I thought she was getting off in the same pocket again. That's the old...
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, pretending to be embarrassed by the luck when inside you're doing cartwheels.
Yeah, absolutely. I sometimes wonder why we all say sorry when we get a wee bit of luck. Enough goes against you, you should just go, oh well.
I remember old Mick McGoldrick, who I had the luxury of playing with for years and years, and he used to go off his head if he ever seen you apologise for a bit of luck. He used to say, he said to me once, "Why are you apologising? Because I know for sure you're not sorry." And I'm like, but it's nice to be nice. And he's gone, but you're not sorry, so why you? So you're at it, you're not sorry, so don't apologise. And I was like, right, okay, but, and see now, if I get a wee bit of fortune, I don't really do anything. I might put my hand up after I've won the frame, but after the match, I'll maybe say to my opponent, I got a few rubs there, so it was just one of their games. But it stuck in my head because he used to go crazy about it. And he's right, you aren't sorry, so why pretend?
Absolutely not even a bit sorry.
Deb is sure as hell not sorry. 3-1 up in the final. Going over to Tilly to rub salt in the wind by saying, "Oh, that was terrible, wasn't it?" While dancing inside.
You even get the people that think, you know, when they've a wee bit of luck, they go to the loo or something just for that wee minute, just so that person's sitting there thinking, "Oh my God," they're ruminating over it, getting through their head. How did I manage that?
The amount of times that happens, you're in the toilet, you're saying, "Oh, I really apologise for that." You get into the toilets and you're fist pumping, and
yeah,
it's
beauty.
about time I get that little bit of luck.
Oh, that's a bad miss for Debs. I wasn't expecting that. Now, Tilly. Yellows are hard though.
Yeah, I think just the one closest to the left middle. It looks like there's a tiny gap. It maybe just drops in, but they are there. It's just a really, it's as tough a finish as you're going to see. But Tilly's strength is potting. They're in the open. They've all got a pocket. Can she find the position to put them in?
See, this is where I wonder if I'm getting too old to play this game. Stevie, I'd have been down at this one, going into the bottom right and getting up the table for there.
Yeah.
You know, she's
that.
She's going to play it now, but, you know, if you miss it, you've covered the bag for the red that's there.
Yeah. I think the shot Tilly's played there, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, it's the kind of shot when you're kind of learning the game.
Yeah.
You take the obvious one, the one that's closest to the pocket, and I think maybe she just wasn't sure what to do, so 30-second shot clock, I'll just go down and get this in, whilst maybe still thinking about, and now she's playing the right shot. And that's a good shot, even though that yellow went. She's maybe got a chance to pop this one in the top left, she doesn't need to clear the pocket up there, but she's not getting off.
That's right. I can't see the proper angle, but even the one into the middle, you know, if you slow roll that and hit the red, you're on the bottom
you're on
yellow.
the one at the bottom left.
But yeah, I think she's playing the shot you said, Stevie, into the left bag, top left.
Just needs to make sure she doesn't quit on it.
And you see that there, I was just watching, you know, Tilly's hand when she was queuing there, all completely relaxed, so
it looks to me like she decided she was going to screw off and kick the yellow on the top cushion, which, well, obviously she didn't have to because it's got the pocket in the top left. Just play on it, but if she gets it and gets it right, it looks fantastic. But she's almost went in off, which kind of tells you she's probably played it the wrong way. But this needs to take a bite.
Maybe just keep her in it, Stevie.
Yeah, I think it might just go, but it makes things awkward.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure Debs will get on that quite quick, and, you know, if the worst comes to the worst, she just puts it over the bag. If it doesn't go.
A tough next shot. I always find the toughest ball to get position off is one hanging over the pocket. There's no guarantees here for Deb. And she'll land in it. And the thing is, she needs just the right angle. She doesn't want to be anywhere behind the yellow. That's absolutely perfect.
Absolutely perfectly played.
Fantastic
Good shot. Deb Burchell. You can see the confidence start becoming Deb. She's doing that stridey thing she does.
If she landed cushion side, she was in trouble. The white would be travelling. And if she goes too far behind the yellow, she had a small window and she's landed absolutely bang on. Yeah, it looks like Deb has a head of steam here.
Yeah.
Can Tilly stop the train? It's a tough ask. She's obviously a fantastic player, fantastic potter, but she's just been caught out a few times here. She does need it to change. Deb doesn't look like she's going to make too many mistakes, so... And yeah, you can see the swagger's there.
I think Deb believes she's won this already. However, she'll knuckle down and she'll make sure. A vastly experienced player.
Is this Tilly's first time? And obviously the elite ladies is relative. Is it this year new or was it last year?
She played Beck Sweeney, I think, in the first final, if I remember right. And Beck Sweeney won that.
Right.
The first or second final, I'm not sure what one was Stevie. But the two of them played in the arena, and Tilly spoke about how it made her feel. She just was really nervous, you know, struggled with it. And even the way she was talking today when she came in for the final, you know, she was still the same. Yeah. I'm really nervous, you know. I remember the last time and sort of, you know, thinking about that instead of thinking, I've been there, I've done it. And, you know, we spoke to her and said to her, you've been there, you've done it, go and enjoy it. Play the way you can play and just see what happens. But sometimes you reflect back to a negative experience rather than thinking, well, I'm having another go at this.
Yeah, that's probably a good point. A lot of people at home won't realise that although she's been there before, in her mind, the memory of it was a bit nerve-wracking and possibly too much for her. So coming into this, rather than looking forward to that buzz and saying, oh, I can't wait to get back in there and go and have another go and maybe get a different result this time, maybe, just maybe, that negative effect has just lingered on her a bit. But she looks relaxed when she's at the table. It just looks like in her mind the shot choice is just kind of evading her. She's just maybe picking the wrong one at maybe the right time. And
at times I think she's trying to dolly things in.
Yeah.
You know, dolly as in run things in. For those that don't know Scottish dolly words, I'm sorry, but she's trying to run things in instead of playing them in.
Yeah.
And you know, that's the difference. Debs is playing everything in. You can see her hitting everything with a bit of conviction. And that's easy when you're winning, you know, 2-1, 3-1. It's hard when you're getting beaten. It's hard when somebody's punishing your mistakes. And I felt that today against Tilly in the semi-final, and it was to her credit. I missed. She cleared up behind me, and every time I missed, I thought, here we go again. And it turns negative instead of positive. But you never know. You never know. The two of them have away for a wee comfort break.
Yeah, I think it's big. The shot choice, I'm actually seeing Deb mapping out her finishes really early, and she seems to stick to them quite well, not far out. Whereas Tilly's looking to me just maybe a wee bit not sure. But like the one a minute ago, she's popped the ball in the middle, which was obvious it's hanging over the pocket, but it was like a nothing shot. She ended up back to where she started, and all of a sudden she's a ball down, a ball that can help her maybe to get onto another one. And I just think maybe a wee bit of indecision's in there, but she's 4-1 down. There's still a long way to go in this. She needs to go splash some water on her face and start believing in herself.
She should bring Liam Dunster over to her corner. 4's never 7.
Exactly, that's it.
As Tilly come back in, hopefully she just went, as you say, splashed some water on her face, come back quite relaxed and thought, right, here we go, I'm going to have a go at this. I don't want to, I don't want to get hammered in the TV. I don't want to get gubbed in the TV. I want to go out and give it a go and, show people, show the public how good I really am, and hopefully she'll have that mindset. Because I'll tell you, she's good, Stevie.
Yeah. I think to get the results she's had, especially this weekend, it's just a tough draw all the way to this final. And you've obviously got to have some kind of steal, especially in 2 matches where it's went to 6-all. So you've got to have something. There's got to be something inside you, that grit, that determination to go over the line. So she's got that. She's proved that. It's maybe just the setting of the arena, the lights, the cameras. I don't know. But to me, there's probably just a tiny wee thing maybe been bothering her. But a splash of water, that's it, a laugh, a bit of carry on with someone at the side. Might just relax her enough to get going in this match. But she's obviously very talented. But you don't want to let Deb get too far ahead. And she's done that already. So
yeah, just one frame at a time and see what happens.
You sometimes got to tell yourself it's just a game of pool. But I'm the world's worst for that, so...
Oh, is that? I mean, I came here, I had surgery last Friday, Stevie, and just a small personal matter, and I wasn't going to come. And then I thought, do you know what? I'm going to go and just relax and enjoy it. And I had no expectations, but I'll tell you, my first game, I struggled. The second game, I played really well against Beck Sweeney. My third match against Tilly, it was like I hadn't played pool at times. I was missing, but it is only a game of pool, and I'm a little disappointed, and I would love to play the game again. It is only a game of pool.
That's the thing for me. I beat myself up quite a lot. A lot of Renzi, Paul Corrigan, they go, Stevie, you're far too hard on yourself every time you come off that table. But it takes me, maybe it could be me heading home from a tournament and I'm like, what is it? Why are you reacting in such a way? Why are you beating yourself up so much? It's just a game. But it seems to be at that time you consume yourself. And I think most players are quite guilty of it when you get caught up in the whole emotion of the game. But at the end of the day, it is only a game.
Yep, and it's because you care, and it's because see that practice table form, you want to be able to take that into matches all the time. And Stevie, I look at you, and the way I look at you, I see you managing a Scotland team, you're getting out and you're competing with the Scotland's top players week in, week out, and you can do it. Aye. So it's just about you trusting yourself to do it here, and see if you don't, you're still going to hate with the misses and the kids and things like that. You'll still come back and try. Life.
That's a very good shot. I think that might be a snooker. It should be easy enough to get out. But the thing that stands out for me is all Tilly's balls now are in a good position.
Yep. They've all got their bag. And I think with Paul and Stephen, the Saltire coming on board with the IPA, and taking it forward for the next wee while, I think that's an absolutely fantastic thing as well, because we see what they do up in Scotland with the Saltire tours. And, they're two guys that their passions pull. And I think there's a wee buzz about the IPA again with them coming on board. You can feel it, you can hear it. People are talking about it really positively.
You can see the kind of stamp those two have put on the game of pool when the amount of guys south of the border, now a load of them come in and sit next to me in this booth, and they are absolutely buzzing that these guys are now in there helping to take the game forward. And to see the excitement on them, that's all right, the Scottish guys that know them all really personally and we see them on a daily basis or whatever. These are guys that maybe, all right, they might play in some of the tournaments and the Saltires and what have you, but to listen to Mark Farnsworth last night saying, I just can't wait for the future. The guys that have been here have took us so far and it's amazing what they've done, but I just think that it's time, and the two guys that have stepped in, that are stepping in, are really going to take us in a different, not in a different direction, but in a really good direction.
Yeah, it's getting up the way. I mean, you see straight away a deal done with Supreme tables. All of the tables are the same, and that's one thing. It's all the same. They all play the same. Even the one in the arena, it might be slightly quicker because of the TV lights, but they all look the same and play the same. And players love that. They love everything being the same. It's hard sometimes, and I know people have done their best, and I wouldn't decry anyone for the effort they make. However, when you turn up and you're on different tables and different kinds of tables, it is hard sometimes.
It's been a gripe of mine coming to some of the events when maybe some were reclothed somewhere and you would see that the TV table would always be the same one. I think it was wrapped with certain sponsors and stuff on it at one point, but now, which I found out today, that TV table there is most likely not the one that was a TV table at the last event, because when they come in, they're all the exact same. They've all got the same cloth. They've all got... So the conditions are the same for every single player, which is... It's absolutely phenomenal, if you ask me.
And that's all pool players want. You know, they want consistency. They want things to be the same. I mean, Alan Yates does the tables. Alan's brilliant, 8-ball direct. He wraps the tables and does what it has to do with them. But the one thing that I notice is none of them are wrapped. They're all the same.
Yeah.
You know, so you're right. It will be the same sort of different tables. You know, but they're exactly the same as the ones in for table 1 to table 24. Just letting Tilly work her way through her finish here.
Yeah, I think she just wants to get close to the one down the cushion. Doesn't want to bring the middle pocket into play, but she shouldn't be anywhere near it. She could be play it quite safe and just run it in. But I think if she just stuns down, maybe 2 or 3 inches from the right hand cushion.
I just worry she might play this to move the black, knowing Tilly.
Yeah. It just goes to show Yvonne does know the game of her peers. But that black wasn't in a terrible position. Or maybe just playing on it was a better option.
And I think if she gets high on it, it'll be fine. But she now needs to put this one and, you know, hold for the other one to give herself an angle to get back up the table. Or take it long, whatever. But this is a shot for me here. As you can see, Deb's peering over her shoulder.
I'm actually surprised she played it like that. However, I think to get the right angle, you either push that in and come round the 2 cushions, and then you've got the angle to get up, or maybe just roll it in and then you're this side of it, playing into the left bottom corner, and then just a little stun up the table. And she might have to get around the back of the reds now.
Yeah,
Can she
she's
run
just
it in
looking for the... Make sure she wasn't getting off there.
Loads aside, maybe.
I'll tell you, that's a cracker of a shot.
A chap on the floor from Deb Burchell of a Q. It still looks tight to me.
Yeah, give this a little bit of care it needs, Tilly.
And
Good shot.
That's the finish that Tilly Edwards has been crying out for. They were not easy, everyone. That was a cracking finish.
Yeah, great finish. I mean, even with kicking the black, she's moved the black into a harder position, but she's played that round the table past, you know, Deb's balls and up to give herself a shot in the black really, 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 really well.
Fantastic. Tilly Edwards back in the match. Maybe a splash of water was all she needed. She definitely looked a lot better there, a lot more aggressive. And actually, I'm saying about the shot down the bottom, just drag that and leave yourself the angle to stun up the table. But she did bang it in, just as you were talking about, just rather than just dollying everything, she actually just... And maybe that's just a bit more confidence in her stroke. And what a finish. The black wasn't easy, believe me.
It's either that or Kelly Egan, who's Tilly's partner, sitting listening to the commentary, Stevie, and says you have to bang balls in instead of try to dolly them in. So a big break here. You know, if Tilly manages to break and dish this, all of a sudden it's game on. Oh, Tilly.
That is... She's went in the right-hand middle once, almost in it, the last one, and into the left this time.
And look at the yellow balls.
And you know the way she breaks, I think she would have a very good cut break.
Yeah, me too. She chats to Ashley O'Neill in Scotland. Ashley struggles with her break sometimes. And she keeps talking to Ashley and trying to get her to stand up a little bit when she's breaking, right down the middle.
Right.
And that's how Tilly's breaks are normally monster, but she can see if she gets a bowley and keeps the white out, she's got a good finish.
Yeah.
Or could finish.
She's really close to the middles almost every time.
Yeah. And that's why I don't break from the middle anymore, Steve. I used to get off every single time and leave tappers. And you can't do that at any level of the game, so you've got to adapt a wee bit.
It looks to me like she times them so good, and I think if she was to cut break, the cue ball would stay in the table and the balls would absolutely fly open. So, I mean, listen, there's 16 balls on the table, including the cue ball. Something, you're hoping for a ball to go in. Unfortunately, sometimes it is a cue ball, so I just think that's 3 breaks out of probably, is that Tilly's 3 breaks? Is that 3 or 4 breaks? That's a 4th break. So out of her 4 breaks, 3 of them, 2 have went in off, and the other one almost went in off, so
Yeah.
she's dicing with those middle pockets quite a lot.
And you know, it's given Debs that potentially 3-frame advantage back. It's just like hanging out after that finish she's had in the last frame as well.
And the thing is, I don't see anywhere for Deb to make a mistake here.
No, I wouldn't think so. She's far too good for that.
Needs to get a grip of the break. Tilly, before this match gets right away from her. I'm surprised at that. I thought she'd have dropped that in for the one into the right middle.
Yeah, I think she's going to take the hanger now and then, take the middle and just run.
I think she just, if she goes too far,
Yep.
she's running towards the yellow at the bottom right. So this is tough, needs to land absolutely spot on here.
We're playing just to get it level with the black, I'd imagine.
Good shot. Just a little drop in.
Yep, drop in and a tiny little screw back, and she should be alright as rain and take a 5-2. Oh, she's fine. I think I'd have tried to get straight in that.
Yeah, I mean, she could have just maybe played a soft stun and just killed the cue ball.
That's that shot that when you turn, you'll not know yet, Stevie, but when you turn 50, 45 to 50, you put in a lazy shot, and then you have to do something to take. That's a good shot, Debs. You have to do something to recover for that lazy shot.
I don't know if I'm convinced she was playing onto the red there. I think she put her hand up to Tilly on the way by.
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, hand up again. So she was trying to just swing around. She's managed to cannon the red and land absolutely plumb. But to be fair, no matter where the cue ball landed there, she was going to have a shot on that black.
Yeah. So 5-2 in the final now, and the race to 7. I think Tilly will need to win the next couple. Try and keep Debs away for 6 as long as she can.
Yeah, it's massive now, and she needs Deb to make a mistake. Off the break would be the preference. Unfortunate, Tilly, that was a cracking finish she took, but then the cardinal sin on her break to go in off, and Deb is punished up. Can she kick on and get the title here?
It's dry, but safe dry.
Tilly sitting chilling out in her chair there, realising that she was almost at 25 seconds and had to jump.
Tilly's probably wanting to say, just have another shot, Debs. You've left me nothing. And there's nothing back to you. Debs is just putting that in behind that rail there, I think.
Surprising. It's okay. She's left a shot. Nothing easy. She's
Doing that whole trying to move to the side of the TV, Stevie, to see if I can see a different angle. I did that the last time I was in the commentary as well.
I mean, one of the first times I was doing commentary, that's one of the things I was doing, and I was getting looked at as if, what I'm trying to see a different, as if as if everything's going to move with me. Can she cut this in, or is it in the top? Lovely pot.
Good pot, Tilly Edwards.
I tell you what, this is a big chance here.
Yeah, definitely, Stevie. She's got to get these.
Should be able to run towards the red, which would be prime position for one of the 2 yellows into the middle. You want to get one of them played first. Yeah, she can play the top one of the 2.
She just needs to put her full effort into getting this finished to get back in the match. I would love to see this to go to a decider.
Yeah, I think for the ladies, for the viewers, for us sitting here, for everybody in the arena watching, that would be great. I think she's pushing through here. I'm kind of surprised, but she's okay. She's just going to have to play the yellow into the opposite corner now.
Yeah, I think she'll roll the one to the bottom left, maybe. Then take the longer one and then she's get middle. Possibly. The only thing with this is she needs to be pinpoint to get perfect handle to get high in the last yellow.
She's okay. She can push through it, but it's the angle, as you say, to get on that last yellow. This is not easy.
I don't know whether I'd maybe take this long into the next ball long into the top. Just play that position so that I'm safe.
I think this is the key shot. You can't, there is no other pocket than the top. She is absolutely perfect here. Just needs to cue this in, just push through anywhere towards the middle of the table. This will be another cracking finish, but this is not easy. Has to give it her full attention.
Calling a wee extension just to take her time and make sure she gets it right.
I really hope she doesn't decide to take it in the middle. She could kill the yellow close to the pocket if she does. I think she is, you know.
I think she's playing it to the middle, Stevie.
I hope she gets it clean. She didn't. That was my worry. This is not easy now. I know I've said that a couple of times, but I think the way she landed on that Avon, she had to take it in the top.
Yeah, I'd have went into the top, because even if you overhit it, you're hitting the red, and the red's moving out the way and you're on the yellow. This is all about the pot.
Still cuttable.
Yeah, tough, but cuttable.
On table 11, please, Adam Griffiths, Nick Power. Adam Griffiths, Nick Power, table 11.
Yeah, just get caught out there. Almost a time foul against her right on the 1 second. But that all comes from the decision to take it into the left middle. I did say that she might knock the yellow high. And that is a risk.
And that's pressure pull, isn't it? You know, it's that the split second you've got to make that decision.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the things that people get when they say when you're under pressure, it can make you miss. I think it's the decisions that it makes you make. You sometimes have some indecision. You make the wrong choice because the pressure gets to you and you start to kind of go away from what you would naturally do. I tell you.
Yeah, I was listening to Mark's interview, Mark Farnsworth, for his last game, and he said the same. You know, I've played with the shot clock hundreds and hundreds of times, but it still catches you out sometimes.
Yeah,
and that's for one of the world's best.
It's definitely, well, I've only really played, in fact I have only played once, and it was in the Grand Prix in McGoldrick's, and I was okay. I've played under the shot clock when the referee comes over and says I need to put you on the shot clock in this match, but actually on the TV with the beeps and stuff like that, I actually quite enjoyed it. I didn't realise, I think I only made it to the beep once in the full match. I don't know if it was because I knew the shot clock was there, I was playing quicker, I've no idea, but I've seen a few people right enough get caught out. Greg McMillan, he get caught out on it.
I like the shot clock, and I think, you know, if somebody could, ingenious out there, Alan Yates, this is for you, 8 Ball Direct, could develop something that the shot clock automatically happened, and I know it's like pie in the sky and dreaming, but you know, I think it would make pool so much more attractive to people watching. They would want to watch it, because sometimes I sit and watch some pool, men and women, and it takes forever.
Yeah. There's a guy that plays pool in McGoldrick's. He's a software developer, and he said he heard me talking about a couple of ideas for trying to get the shot clock into obviously we use tablets, some people using their phones now, to get it added in, to even have an app or something on the phone that you can, like a game of chess, after you play your shot you press a button and you maybe go sit down and then someone else plays their shot and go and press a button. So this guy's actually currently trying to come up with something. He's writing some software just now, and then he's going to come. He says, Stevie, I'll come and speak to you after it, and maybe you can speak to the powers that be, and we'll see if we can take this idea and roll it out. He said, I don't know if it will, he says, but I've already started doing it.
Brilliant.
So who knows, maybe there is something there.
Tilly's get out the snooker there and hit her yellow.
However,
but it's moved the red over this bottom left bag, and that, for me, is a tap-in for Debs.
She's left Deb on the angle to get on her only slightly awkward ball.
Yeah.
If you want to call it that. Well, it looks like Deb is going to get on the hill here.
Yeah, I don't see Debs missing for here.
Yeah, it's hard to find a mistake. It's just not been Tilly's. I don't want to say day, because she's had a good day, but it's not been Tilly's final. To this point, it's still not over.
You know, I think she could do a wee bit of reflecting from it, because you can see the negative body language with Tilly now. She's got legs crossed, her arms crossed, completely negative. And at the moment she thinks she's beat. So, you know, she'll reflect for it, she'll learn from it. And hopefully she'll take it, and then a third time lucky maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
But it ain't done yet.
That's the thing. 6, if Deb gets to 6 here, is definitely not 7. And Tilly is a talent. And she will learn from this. And she has to be encouraged and get into the final again. But as we say, it's not over yet. And she does have to up her game if she's going to haul Deb back from a 6-2 lead.
Oh, she was lucky that dropped.
Using the full pocket there.
Sorry, no sorry.
It looks like Deb is enjoying herself now.
Yeah, completely different body language. Look, she's turning, she's chatting, she's quite relaxed now. She knows she's got this in the bag, I think. And it's all down to Tilly to get frame after frame after frame and put a wee bit of doubt in Deb's head. Special mention, the referees here, Stevie, they work long, long, long days, and they're absolutely fantastic at what they do. Without them, we'd be struggling. You know, they go for TV table to arena to timing, you know, round about the place. It's a long shift for them.
Well, that's probably a good point, because most people at home maybe just think it's the referee in front of the TV that's working. But there's someone on the shot clock, there's someone doing the floor for all the other tables. There's constant, close to that middle pocket again, constantly on the go. It's always at least 3 of them, sometimes 4 of them on the go. So, yeah, a tournament of this size, 24 tables, all these players would not be possible without the referees. So they definitely do a massive job, a great job.
I know Bronnie as well. She sits there from start to finish every single day, never leaves.
Yeah, I think Bron's absolutely phenomenal. I mean, first one here, last to leave, just does not stop. I've always said it about most tournament directors. It's just, it can be a thankless task, because there's always somebody that's going to complain about something. There's always, I mean, we're pool players, we're never happy. That goes without saying. But yeah, I think the job that gets done with all these people is second to none. And without it, well, we've not got any to it, because who else is going to step in and do all that stuff? So a massive thank you to all the people behind the scenes. Dylan Stanfield, if Debs fell out of a plane, she would go up the way. Is that one of the old, if you fell in the Clyde, you would come out with a salmon or something in it? The old Lucky Debs. Yeah, we might get home early on a Sunday if we had a shot clock at the Supers. Might finish on a Saturday night.
Hopefully your pal will develop it and I'll test it at the Supers.
He just approached me he plays for Davy Markey's pool team, and he approached me one day and he says, Stevie, that's what I do. I heard you talking, I think it was me and Mark Boyle. He said, I heard you guys talking about how we could maybe get a shot clock in. He says, well, what I do, I actually write software and leave it with me. I've already started to write some stuff, and then what I'll do is I'll come and get the ideas of what you think, and we can maybe get it added in and put it together, and who knows, maybe there is something possible. And it's just a case of getting the players to buy into it. If at all we do get something that's good enough to use.
Well, as the Scottish TD, if he manages it, our Supers are starting just shortly. I'll be willing to do some live testing for you.
Definitely.
And Deb's here on the yellows, you know, one frame away for winning our next elite title. I'm not sure how many she's won, but quite a few, I would imagine. At the top of the rankings by a country mile.
I think she's going to want to take it in style, so she's going to want to finish this year. I don't think she's got the full bag at the top right corner. She's having a look right now.
Yeah, that's one thing about Deb. She always wants to finish frames well and play well, and she gets really frustrated if she doesn't play well. And you know what? You need that. I think Debs is what? Sorry, Debs, if you're not, but 50 plus as well. She's had a tough time personally. You know, her mum's not very well, so she's going through all of that as well. And it's hard. You know, it's really, really difficult when you've got somebody you love and care about.
Yeah. That can consume you at the best of times, never mind when you're trying to go and succeed at something that you're passionate about. I'm sorry to hear that, Deb.
She was showing me some photos earlier, and her and Rachel's her partner, their mums, they took them away on holiday last week, and both mums were in their little scooters going up and down the hill, getting each other toes and stuff, so Brilliant. It was lovely, you know. So hello to both mothers.
And Tilly, this is a cracking chance.
Yeah, she needs to get this, you know, even for her self-confidence and, you know, her belief.
I think more than anything, the fact that the 3 yellows are stuck to the side cushion. I know the one at the top's relatively easy, but having the 3 of them in a row aren't easy to get.
No, and you know, I'd probably bet my mortgage until I finishing this year.
Yeah.
You know, top, middle, bottom, black, wherever she wants to put it. And it's weird, Stevie, I'm sitting watching this and it's sort of reminiscent of the game that Tilly and I played this afternoon. Although Tilly's me this time.
Every mistake being punished.
Yeah.
I think even there in that situation, although she couldn't take the cue ball back the way she could have maybe just a light screw towards the kind of black area just to give her the angle to run on and off the top cushion. She's going to have to just stop the cue ball now and leave the red long. She could have got a bit closer.
Just play this and run into the yellow just to hold it.
Yeah. And maybe at the same time, leave that yellow to join all the other ones on the cushion.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing to lose here, Tilly. Everything to gain.
Oh, this is the pot. She gets this, she wins the frame.
Now, does that black go? I think it does. I think she's got about 3/4 of the pocket, so she should be okay. I think she's got the angle to stun up past the black as well for it in the bottom left corner. It looks to me like she's just going to drop it.
So it's looking like 6-3.
It is 6 frames to 3. Good finish, Tilly. One that was more needed than any other time in this match, as Deb is on the hill.
A wee round of applause there for the watching crowd, trying to encourage her to keep her going.
Yeah, she needs to just chip away, one frame at a time. I know it's an old cliche, but she has no other choice now. There is no margin for error. Deb will just be waiting to try and punish any mistake. 6 frames to 3.
So it's Deb's break this time, isn't it? Frame 10.
Deb's break's been okay as well. She seems to get that yellow flying towards the left middle every single time. She just seems to leave the cue ball quite low, and it's landed awkward a couple of times, but what a time it would be to get that big break. It was tracking towards the middle. It's been kicked in the top. And a cluster towards the left again.
I'm thinking the Reds here, Stevie.
Yeah, I think just looking at it, Deb doesn't need to really force the issue here. She's on 6. I mean, it looks to me like she's looking at a plant to start us off, which during an open table is very risky. I think you would want to get yourself on the Reds first and then play that plant, but
It's a sign of her confidence and,
yeah, risk-reward strategy.
belief in her ability. She just knocked that red up above the black safe, probably, and the other one below it.
So all of a sudden, although Deb has the bottom left corner covered, there is now 2 reds and a bit of bother. Is she going to try and get them right now?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, no, she's just touching it up over the bag. Well, that surprises me a little bit. But again, as you're right, she's at 6. She doesn't need to force it. Tilly's the one that needs to push it on a little bit and, try and pick away and get frame at a time.
Yeah, Tilly needs to, I think she needs to just leave Deb off the 2 reds that's in the middle.
So I think, is it Mark Boyle, Mark Farnsworth next for the watching public?
Yeah, I think it might be.
And the other semi-finals going on the other streaming table, I think, at the same time. Jonathan Attard and Gav Robinson, I believe it is.
Johan.
Oh, is it Johan? Sorry, Johan.
Johan Attard of Malta, who has been a breath of fresh air since he came to the IPA this year.
Yeah, I've watched a couple of his matches, for a distance, and what a potter that boy is.
Yeah, he's absolutely frightening how he goes around the table. His demeanour is so good, so energetic, so positive. He has been absolutely first class since he's came over. And listen to him talking to a lot of people. I haven't had many conversations, but I heard him talking to Greg Davis outside. Super positive energy. Just seems a really, really nice guy. So good to have him here in the IPA.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you see the setup in Malta. They love the pool. And I'm looking forward to going there in, the beginning of November for the World Championships. You're going to Coleraine before that, aren't you? Yeah.
I only just realised the other day when Mr. Bushnell, the man that runs the Welsh team, he posted, can't wait, 5 weeks to Coleraine, and I was like, whoa, I had to give myself a shake. I'm like,
yeah, I
5
think it's
weeks?
about 3 weeks now, isn't it, or something?
Honestly,
it's quite close.
So round the corner, I couldn't believe it.
The old Lodge Hotel. I could tell you many stories there. I remember in 1996.
Wow.
Pat Holtz won the European Gents Singles Championships. I won the European Ladies Singles Championships. And we had black and white photos.
I was scoring goals for Dundee Football Club in 1996.
Shows you, doesn't it?
I wasn't even lifting a pool cue.
I think I've still got the photographs in the house, actually, the old black and white photographs that we got for that. My first ever major title, the 1996 European Ladies Singles Championships. I don't think Debs is going to be missing for here. I think this is her title now. It's just the order she takes them.
Yeah, red at the bottom left might become the last ball. Just a little screw off the cushion and across.
Yeah.
The black into the left middle. It's getting close.
Yeah, because she takes this one into the middle now. Stevie, she's got an angle. You know, she just needs to miss the yellows and she's on the black. But it's where she leaves it. She doesn't want to hit any of the yellows on the way out.
And guys, I think I've just seen there that it's Johan Attard and Gav Robinson that might be on this table.
Yeah, it's just come up Mark Boyle and Mark Farnsworth. They'll be on table 1, which is the other streaming table. And
She's
Mr.
gone too
Attard.
far. I think she's gone too far.
Yeah,
here.
she's gone too far. You can tell with the body language. Mr. Attard and Mr. Robinson, will be on this table after the ladies' final. Who's your money on for that title?
Do you know, in the last match that Mark was playing against Harry Peart, Harry went into a good lead. He actually looked like the only one that was going to win that match. Mark Boyle was struggling a bit. He actually spoke to him after it. He said that he hadn't really been comfortable. He'd not long eaten. He didn't know he was on. He was sitting in the room. He got a phone call. It was all a bit quick. And when he started playing the match, he just thought, you know what? I don't really feel it. So if I lose, I lose. It's one of these things. But then he went to the toilet and came back and went, well, do you know what? I'm here. I might as well try. And he dug in. And it's one of the mad kind of Mark Boyle moments where I think he could end up going on to win this now. From a point of, I'm feeling like he couldn't be bothered, but like it just wasn't meant to be. And then all of a sudden, he starts doing Mark Boyle stuff. But, I mean, Johan and Gav are two absolute class acts, but I think the winner comes from Mark or Mark. And that's no disrespect to the other two guys. I just think right now, Mark Farnsworth, for me, is in the conversation for Player of the Year of the men's game. Himself, Gareth Hibbett, and Dan Davey, who has been unreal. So I think the winner comes from that. But I think to beat one of the other two guys, you're going to have to scrape them off the table because Gav and Johan don't go anywhere.
No, absolutely not. And you know, Gav, I mean, he's a 9-4 win against Gareth Hibbett. Now, Gareth Hibbett's been fantastic all year. I didn't see any of it, but that's a fantastic result.
I think before that match, there's not many people that would have gave Gav a chance, but I don't think they would have gave him that scoreline. Yeah, I was hoping till he was playing an aggressive safety there. Get that yellow, just bounce it out into the middle of the table and take the white up there. She almost potted it, which would have had her in so much trouble.
Yeah.
She's obviously tried to play it in such a way to kind of get it out, but now
I mean, that's a total Debs off, you know, near the knuckle, in behind it. Oh, she's tried to pot it, I think, Debs.
Now, the only good thing here is she can play the top yellow and get over to the side cushion.
Yeah, over the right-hand side.
What are you looking at, Tilly?
I've been looking, just flicking that, yeah.
That's the shot.
Oh. She's been a bit fortunate there. I don't think she's played the double kiss over there. But sometimes that's what you need. Let's Farnsworth and Boyle will be on table 1, the second streaming table after this ladies' final. I believe they're starting at the same time, both of them.
I think there's another snooker or two in this frame.
Yeah, absolutely. She needs to hide again, and you know, the two yellows together, just below the black as we look at it. She needs to get them open.
She's going to try and get them open. Just now, play up and slide off. I don't think she can. I think she would be clipping the black and maybe give Deb a shot. She needs to be careful not to put the yellow on the cushion as well. And she needs to hit a cushion, and she's not going to. It's 2 shots, I think. Yeah, I think it's a foul.
I think that's 2.
Did the top yellow get there?
I don't think so. No.
Deb's shaking her head. Yeah, I think that the referee's called that it's got there.
I didn't think it did, but however, we're on a TV screen, Stevie.
I seen Deb's face though. Deb looked like she was surprised. She had a little grimace, as if to say she wasn't sure. But who knows if the yellow's resting on the cushion? It's no debate.
Yeah, I was going to say that if it's touching it, good hit, Debs. If it's touching the cushion, she's definitely hit it. So Tilly should probably be calling this frozen here.
I think she just said it's not frozen. Don't think it'll matter. I think the white will hit the cushion here. Yeah, good shot.
Yeah, good shot, Tilly. A wee acknowledgement for Debs, a wee tap on the table.
Yeah, very good shot. There's no obvious escape here. I think Deb has to go behind the yellow side and try and get this here. She got a choice of going 2 cushions, and she's tried to just come one. Well, get that white lifted, get that yellow played down the rail.
Yep. And all of a sudden it's 6-4 potentially.
That's just about good enough. I might have been trying to pot that there.
Yeah, I think I'd have tried to pot it. I'm going to predict a Mark Boyle and Johan Attard final in the men's. However, I don't know how Mark does it. I mean, with all of the Lola Boyle events, which finished a couple of weekends ago, I just don't know where he gets the energy.
And it's all getting started again.
What was it, about nearly £13,000 for charity? 12,000 and something. Absolutely fantastic.
Looks good enough.
Yep.
Just has to run through. Yeah, it's first to 7. I think it comes up on the stream.
Yep, I think that'll do. It's looking like 6-4 now. And it'll be Tilly's break.
Yeah, Tilly's not going anywhere just yet. Yeah, good finish. Tilly Edwards.
So that's the first time Tilly's won 2 in a row, 6 frames to 4. Pool player 36. Yeah, I think world rules are now international rules. It's the same rule set. Oh, Mark Boyle and Mark Farnworth started. We're just flicked over to that. I'm guessing this is maybe the first frame.
I was talking there without the microphone on. But if anybody wants to watch that game, you can switch over to the other stream. 2 of the biggest names in the world of pool going at it in the men's semi-final. Got back to the elite ladies final. Tilly Edwards hanging on in there. And Deb Burchell getting ever so close. Can Tilly catch her up and maybe steal the title from her hands? Yeah, one thing is for sure, everybody does not play international rules.
Oh, there you go, Stevie. She's broke differently. Kept the white in the middle of the table and went dry. such a big shot in the game now, the break,
Yeah.
isn't it?
So huge.
Even in the female game, you know, the women's game, it is absolutely huge.
I think the thing here is there's nothing easy. And if I'm Tilly, I'm hoping that Deb goes and pots a bunch of balls. Maybe clears the table a bit for me. Not finishing it. And then gives me a chance because the reds look good. Deb, to me, hasn't got an easy one. So she's going to take yellows. And there's work to do on them. The one closest to the black spot. The one on the right cushion.
Nope.
But the reds, for me, are all there. It's just, I think the one close to the black spot looks like it might pass into the right middle. But even if it doesn't, there is a few balls. If Tilly does decide to have a go here.
I always get a wee feeling she's going to go yellows.
Yeah, she is. I'm quite surprised at this. If I was going to go yellows, I think I'd be taking the top yellow and then taking the one into the middle and opening the one up closest to the black. She may be leaving it up there as a safety net type thing. But after what I've heard, she doesn't seem that type of player. Especially with what I've seen. Very attack-minded, likes to pot. She's going to cut this back. She might cannon the red onto the yellow on the side cushion. Worst case, it stays over the pocket.
Okay, so on table 1 we currently have Mark Boyle and Mark Mountain in the semi-final, and on table 2 we'll be having the semi-final, Attard and Gavin Robinson.
I've just heard an announcement that the Johan Attard and Gav Robinson game's getting started on table 2. And that's not in the stream, I don't believe. Unless they can, when this is finished, they can flick it onto that. I'm not sure, Stevie.
Yeah, that is quite surprising.
You will get the final in a race to 10 later on tonight here, scheduled for round about 9:30, but it's obviously going to be later than that because they've just started, so I'm guessing probably nearer 11.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what other matches. There's a good chance there might not be any other match on until that final.
Tilly's played a wee pot and kick there.
And it might be
He's got a chance now.
Yeah, might be due to time constraints that they've had to get that on, just in case things drag on a little bit.
Yeah, I would think so. They're seeing, Tilly just having a wee go and potting. It's now 6-4, potentially 6-5 if she nails this long one.
She has to play. Time is running out here. I think it's been a big part of this final is time management. Tilly has struggled a few times and she's been striking down on the cue ball on that last second more than once. And she's in a bit of trouble now. I wonder if she can play that yellow in the middle of the table off the red. What is she playing here? A bit of a hit and hope there.
On table 19, please, Alexander Kuna, Lauren Chandler, Alexandra Kuna, Lauren Chandler.
I think if I'm Debs here, I'm not going, Stevie, although it's all there. And
She's
I'm just saying,
got time on her
I'm just going to wait a little minute and just make, doubly sure that I'm getting this finished to win the title. Snookerer, if she gets out it, she's going to hit a yellow and move a yellow away for the reds and, then finish it. But
She
left
us,
her a
yeah.
sniff at the top one. It's not easy.
And this is one of the moments Tilly could pot this. Kiss off the top right hand cushion, off the top knuckle, back down and land absolutely plumb. I've seen it before. That usually happens against me.
That's stunt pull for me, Stevie.
There's a chance. Oh, why did you not play it the way I suggested? Hundreds of pace. The thing is, for me, she could never get out by playing it at that pace.
No,
so
you're right, Stevie.
It was
She
no
had
guts,
to.
no glory kind of thing.
She had to wallop it.
Can she see an edge? Is it a total? Is she called a total? It looks like it. Looks to me like that yellow sticking out.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
If she can get an edge, maybe she can cut it back. No, she's going across the table and the timer's running out again.
I don't think she could have got it coming off there. I think that was a two cushioner.
Table 15, please. Mark McAllister Jr., Corey Reese. Mark McAllister Jr., Corey Reese, table 15.
I'm just reading the status, and Preston McKenna's just get beat 6-1 in the semi-final of the amateur event. So I'm wondering if they're going to play the final of the amateur event next, Stevie. Preston get beat in the semi-final, so they must be at the final stage for that.
Table 16, please. Clint Jansen, Andrew West. Clint Jansen, Andrew West, table 16.
I'm going to try and have a wee sneaky look.
Does that? Do they not usually play the amateur final on a Sunday? Is it always on a Saturday? Is it only? Surely it's not only the open finals that are on a Sunday. Is this? This is Saturday, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm losing days here.
I'm just going to check. I know the ladies' semi-finals and final. Yeah, it's scheduled for Sunday at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, I knew there's been quite a few times over the last while where I've generally did the pro final on the Saturday night and the amateur final as early as I was, now whatever time it would be at on the Sunday, but you had me wondering there, thinking maybe they are just going to play it tonight and they've moved that other match. But
Yeah. So Michael Rhodes beat Preston McKenna 6-1 in the semi-final, and the second semi-final, Liam Farrell is 4-2 up on Gio Edgar at the moment.
And Liam has beat Adam Myerscough as well to get to that point, so I'm pretty sure those two were playing each other, am I right?
Yeah, he beat him 6-3 in the quarter-final.
Yeah.
Deb's in a chance to win the title here, 3 balls away.
Couldn't have placed it better with her hand.
No.
How do you get the other table on? Just go onto the YouTube. You will have options of table 1, 2 and 3. Go onto IPA pool. You should already be on it if you're on watching just now, so it's just a case of picking what table you want to watch. As Deb Burchell rolls in the last red, I suggest, of this match.
Yep, just a nice easy black into the middle to win the IPA International Ladies Elite title.
Settles herself down, takes her time. And she's missed it.
Oh,
She's missed
dear,
it.
Deb
Oh
Burchell.
my.
I don't know why, but wow just came to mind. I was not expecting that.
Do you know what's crazy? She was in full flow there, and then for some reason she took a bit longer than she has done on any other shot. I know it's the biggest shot, but you have to treat it the same.
Yeah, you just pot it.
Just go down and roll it in. Cantilly punish Deb for a massive mistake. She's keeping it simple. Did she try and pot that there?
Oh, she tried to pot it. And that's just, I mean, that's the difference for me. You know, Debs is now geeing herself up, going round and round and round.
Yeah.
I can hear her puffing her cheeks and blowing for here.
This is 10 times harder than the one she just missed.
Oh, she's nowhere near that either.
Not even close. The nerves are showing. It's not easy to get it over the line. Tilly trying to keep her as far away from that title as she can. And Deb, you can see her head down. She's disappointed. Massive, but she has to watch her time. Tilly.
I think I'd be playing the back double here, Stevie.
There's the beep again. She's been rushed so many times. I think she's forgetting about the 30 seconds because she seems to keep getting caught out on the time.
Oh, Tasha, what that?
And the white sign off. It's all over. It is all over here.
And you know, I think that's why I went the back double. There's no danger of the white going anywhere. You're not having to play around the table. You're backing yourself to get the double to take it to 6-5. However,
I just feel that she just got caught out one too many times by the shot clock. She's still walking around the table as
Deb Burchell pots the black and secures it. Congratulations, Deb.
massive.
Unlucky.
Congratulations, Deb.
And unlucky Tilly. Well
Tilly.
done, Brian, the referee.
Yeah.
And Stevie, thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely phenomenal, Yvonne. It was great to have you in here.
Yep.
Absolutely delighted for Deb. Commiserations to Tilly. She ended up making it a final in the end. She dug in there. It obviously wasn't to be for her, but she never went away. That's a big thing. It's a
Yeah.
big plus.
And you know, it's been 7-4 in the final, and that's it's closer than she got the last time. And she's playing the IPA Ladies Elite #1, so she should take a wee bit of, you know, I don't know what word to use. Encouragement,
that's it.
encouragement for that. You know,
You've got to take the positives of any situation, and I think it was looking at one point she was going to get rolled over. She didn't look like she was maybe going to get. I mean, it could have ended up finishing 7-1, but
yeah.
instead she's managed to take a couple of really good finishes and keep herself in there.
And as we said earlier, her route to the final was difficult. I mean, Ashley O'Neill's won the last elite event, beat me in the final. They beep. You know, Ashley's phenomenal, and she's beat Ashley in a decider. She's then beat Rachel in a decider. You know, 7 frames to 6. Rachel's played international pool for as long as I can remember. And then she's absolutely schooled me this afternoon. I made mistakes and she picked them up and finished it every single time. And then she's contested the final there and been beaten, 7 frames to 4. But Tilly, take the positives. Debs,
Right.
Congratulations and well done.
Right, we're going to hand over to the main area now. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, thanks, guys. And as always, this ladies' final seems to have all the tension and all. I think first of all, let's have a round of applause for both players, please. Well, Tilly, do you want to come up now? Are you ready? I feel like not interviewing you now because you wanted to obviously get up here to have an interview. You just pick up the microphone for me. Tilly, second elite final. Obviously, you're going to be a little bit disappointed, but surely you've got to be really happy with your form this season.
Yeah, really happy. I think I was confident coming in this tour, so I'm happy with the way I played. A couple of little shots, but yeah, no, happy.
And obviously got a little bit of a mini comeback there, obviously making Deb sweat a little bit. And did you really think that you could go on and maybe, really push Deb to the deciding frame?
Yeah, absolutely. I love coming from behind, so it's really, it's I like pressure, so it's seemed to do better apparently. But yeah, just a bit unlucky with the enough, but apart from that, it was all right.
And obviously you got a great following in your corner there as well. Do they sometimes help to, with a little bit of that pressure as well, or do they add to it?
No, not at all. I think, they were really, really good, really supportive, and you got to love the Scots behind you, don't you? So, yeah, no, it was good.
And any aspirations for the rest of the season? Obviously, you're in really good state. 2 elite finals. You won the Open event last year as well.
Yeah.
So, you're in really good form, to be honest.
Yeah, I had a target this season, which I've done, but it's just going that one better now. So there's still one to go. So hopefully that's the aim.
I mean, even though it wasn't your night tonight, you still got the bragging rights in your household as well, though, haven't you?
Absolutely. Yeah. No. Hopefully we can meet in the final at the Isle of Man. But yeah, you've got to play a bit better when you're playing against them. So.
Absolutely. Well done for tonight, and well done in the final. Okay, Tilly Edwards, everybody. Well, Deb, you've done it again, haven't you? I mean, let's talk about your record this year so far. I mean, you've not won an elite title yet, but somebody else in your household's also won one already.
Yeah, right.
Which obviously that must be hard for you to take as well. But finally got an elite title this year in your CV. So you're happy with that one?
I am. Yeah, I've won some opens, and I just feel like I've not performed as well as I could do. So yeah, I'm really pleased to have took this one. Yeah.
I mean, what amazes me about you, Debs, obviously every time you come back battling all the time. You're the number one player. There's obviously a lot more pressure on you.
Yeah.
And even though this is another title of very, very, very many, you always feel the pressure when coming towards the end of trying to pick up that one.
I just can't believe I missed that black at the end there. I don't know. This lot laughing at me, huffing and puffing. My adrenaline was so bad that I had to just try and blow it all away, and then I missed the black in the end anyway. But yeah, I don't know, everyone's been fantastic, and I just don't know how I keep doing it, to be fair. I mean, I've had a bit of run there, to be fair. I've been a bit lucky here and there, but I have played some good stuff as well, and Tilly's obviously brilliant, and I know Tilly really well, and I'm sure she'll pick another one up.
I mean, obviously you're just kicking yourself with some of the frames that you give Tilly back there, but obviously the mini fight back there, was you starting to get a little bit worried and never know you could have gone into a deciding frame?
There's always a thought there that somebody might come back at you, but the way the match had been going, I thought I'd just get one, a chance and take it. So I was, always thinking I was going to get another one before she got towards 6. So, but you never know, do you? I mean, she's come back a couple of times. She beat Rach 7-6, and Rach should have won that. She missed the black in the middle to win 7-5. So then, but Tilly did a brilliant reverse dish at the end to take it 7-6. So there's been a couple of scrapes through from Tilly, but I feel like I had a bit of run today.
I always like reminding the players about sort of stats regarding sort of finals, etc. I mean, you've only won one final this season out of 4. I mean, was that going through your mind as well?
No.
Just simple as that?
No, it wasn't. What was going through my mind, and I'm a bit emotional really, is my mum, because she's terminally ill, and I just wanted to win one for her. This is my last tour this year because I've got to play for England at the last one, and I can't make the Isle of Man event, so I'm really sorry about that, but I'm sure Tilly be happy. But my mum was poorly, and I can't do anything about it, but what I can do is win and keep winning and show her that she can be proud, and she just loves watching, so I'm really proud to win. Well, I'm sure she's very, very proud indeed, and on that note, I'm going to now crown you International Ladies Elite Champion. Deb Birchall, everybody. Thank you.
Well done. Well, we're going to just finish up here at tableside with the end of this presentation. But the other semi-finals, the men's semi-finals, they're on the other stream table, so we'll join you as soon as we can.
Stephen Walker, Matt Davis, Stephen Walker, Matt Davis, table 12.
Well, guys, I'm going to come and join you for the rest of these frames in these men's semi-finals. I mean, what a fantastic ladies' final that was, and all the tension, all the dramas. But Deb Birchall got over the line against Tilly Edwards and picks up the elite title. Who is going to be winning this men's professional title? Is it going to be Mark Boyle? Is it going to be Mark Farnsworth, Gavin Robinson, Johan Attard? One of them is going to be crowned the champion. So this match, though, this is one I know that everybody's been looking forward to. Mark Boyle against Mark Farnsworth, and I know that you just seen an absolute spectacular shot from Mark in that previous frame. Just to take that to a 3-2 lead now. But Stevie Walker, you know, he's gone on to play a match now. Hopefully he'll be back for the final, all depending on how quickly these two semi-finals are, and obviously how quickly Stephen get himself back to the commentator's chair. I hope you're all enjoying the coverage at home. Obviously a little bit later than what we anticipated, but sometimes that's what happens in sport and live TV. Don't always go to plan. That's what makes us keep coming back to watch it. Just never know what's going to happen. But Mark Boyle here, he's looking like he could be taking a 2-frame lead. On the other stream table, Johan Attard and Gab Robinson. You know, you prefer to watch that one. Obviously, there won't be any comms on that one. You know, you're going to have to put up with me with the comms on this match. That's currently locked at 1 frame apiece. Yeah, nicely delivered that shot there for Mark, and now simple black into the top left-hand corner to open up this 2-frame lead. And you see it, 4-2 he now leads. So yeah, the men's amateur semi-finals, they're being played currently. I think Michael Rhodes has already won his semi-final, 6-1. So he's into the final for tomorrow. And then the other semi-final, that's currently going off. Don't think you can watch it on any streams, so it'll just be down to looking at your latest scores on Cuesports. But that final, that will be played tomorrow. That'll be the opening of our show tomorrow at 12 o'clock, the men's amateur final. Men's Open, well, yeah, the Men's Open competition, that's already started. Started around, I think the first session was 3:15, something like that. So they're well into getting into the, a bit deeper down in the tournament now. Hopefully by the end of tonight, we'll be into the last 64 stage of that. And that will conclude tomorrow, along with the Ladies Open, which will also conclude tomorrow. Good break there from Mark. Yeah, just give you some confirmation on that men's amateur semi-final. So Michael Rhodes, he beat Preston McKinnis 6-1. And currently it's Liam Farrell 5, Gio Edgar 3. So Liam, he's 1 frame away from getting himself into the final, where Michael Rhodes is awaiting the winner. Like I say, that'll be the first match on our stream tomorrow at 12 o'clock. I'll keep you up to date with that score. At the moment, Mark Boyle, he looks in control of this match so far. Yeah, looks like he's okay here. Just glance down past that red. See the crowd's really all watching this this contest here between the two Marks. Mark's always followed very heavily here in Newcastle. At the moment, Mark Boyle, he's not making any mistakes at all. Mark Farnsworth, he's been locked in that chair, and he's now 3 frames behind, trailing by 5 frames to 2 in a race to 9. So frame number 8. Mark Farnsworth to break. Been a bit of spectator at the moment, these last few frames. Oh, he's got a ball, and these are open pretty well.
On table 6, please, Andrew McKee, Adam Myerscough. Andrew McKee, Adam Myerscough, table 6.
Someone asking in the chat, Cole Paul, is Gio's game being streamed? Unfortunately not, mate. Both men's semi-finals, they've had to go on stream number 1 and 2 tables. So they're currently on the stream tables at the moment. It was currently 5-3 to Liam Fowle in that match, so he is only 1 frame of going out. But, you know, if he does make the comeback, you'll definitely be able to watch him tomorrow at 12 o'clock if he does manage to win that match by 6-5. Gav Robinson, he's taken up the 3rd frame, so he now leads 2-1. Mark Boyle, though. Mark Farnsworth just going about his work here. Just trying to reduce this deficit. Needs to stun this through the gap. Done it perfectly. I can tell you, though, the Geo Agda game is over. Liam Fowle has won that one by 6 frames to 3. So tomorrow's men's amateur final, tomorrow at 12, is going to be Michael Rhodes against Liam Fowle.
Table 3, Dave Walker, Jason Hill. Dave Walker,
Gio, though, he's been so consistent in that amateur. You know, he's the leading amateur so far. I mean, you know, if he has another good run in the Open as well, he's going to take some catching in the amateur rankings. It's going to take a complete disaster in the final tour if he is going to lose that number 1 spot. I mean, you know, whether he finishes number 1, number 2, you're going to see him probably on the pro ranks next year anyway. You know, when you talk to him, that's exactly what he's aimed to do this season. And he's been Mr. Consistent, to be honest, in the amateur. And, you know, he's shown some brilliant performances and will deserve a pro spot come the end of the season. Frame number 9 here, Mark Boyle. He's breaking off, and I suppose all that Mark Farnsworth can do is just wait for a chance. Is he going to get one here? Is there going to be a dry break? Is there going to be a foul break? Or is Mark just going to continue break and clearing? Break, got a ball. How's it turned out? Little bit scrappy. Little bit of work to do on this one. So is Mark going to get a chance in this frame? We all know, though, these blackball balls, one shot can just open up the frame just like that. Yeah, you feel like here he's probably going to have to take reds, unless he can open up that top pocket with the red there. with one of the yellows that's near the black, but he's trying to open up on a yellow as well. Trying to get yellows. I don't think he's got any choice but to go for reds here. And reds it is. There's that red tracking too. Not bad. So the only problem he's got is the red at the bottom half of the table. Just in that cluster of them 3 yellows. That's going to be the tough one for him.
On table 21, Alvin Chan and Ivan Parry-Williams. Alvin Chan and Ivan Parry-Williams, table 21.
Yeah, quite a clever shot there from Mark. Might have left the 3-ball plant, but there's still a problem for Mark Boyle down here. Yeah, another containing shot there from Mr. Magic, Mark Boyle. 2-2 in the Johan Attard and Gavin Robinson match. Yeah, I think we're going to see a bit of cat and mouse here. It's going to be these next few shots. Not sure we're going to see too much be moving. Yeah, so it's quite a clever shot there from Mark. Just trying to get a red over here, and no doubt he'll be able to send it down into this corner. But I think Mark's he's alert to that, so he's just knocking it out the way. Neil Jackson asking, Alan Jacko, hope you're well, my mate. Is there any spaces left on next year amateur tour? Yes, there is. Not many, I can tell you that for sure, certain. We're still taking deposits at the moment, but I know that door will close very soon because it's the end of this month is when they've all got to be in. They're going to be cap numbers next season. So anyone wanting to join, you really need to get your deposit in there already. Everything's available through the website, through the shop. That's how you get onto the IPA tour next season. All the dates of all the tours, all the places what we're going to, they're all on the website. So anybody interested, get them deposits in. Yeah, this frame here turned into a bit of a peculiar one, really. Yeah, while this bit of cat and mouse game's going off, you know, if you've got any other questions you want to ask me, I'll try and answer them as good as I can. Can't promise I'll answer them correctly, but I'll always try my best, I promise. You know, but also there is another stream tab if you want to watch that game instead. Johan Attard and Gab Robinson. It's currently 3-2 now to Johan Attard. Johan, he's already won a tournament already here at the IPA this season. Made 2 finals. Clever shot there from Mark. Put in the black. Covered by the reds. This frame is in a mess. This is going to take some sorting out. Only 1 ball potted a piece as well, so this could take a while. Hopefully not too long, but they'll be looking to try and develop these areas of difficulty as soon as possible. I mean, just looking at the table, probably Mark's got the best opportunity to hide the cue ball, especially in this cluster of 3 down in this corner. So Mark will be trying hard just to make sure that he's not got any opportunity of doing any of that. Because you do feel if he potted that one over the pocket and then just glued it to the cushion. Darren Barnard, Gavin, you're asking why do entries close next month from the IPA tournament? Is that a question, or because you have put when do entries close? I mean, we say the end of this month. That's when they're actually closing. I mean, there will be cap numbers next year, so it's important that you get deposits in All the information, it's all on the website.
Referee table 4, please.
Yeah, this is the area that I thought Mark will be tracking towards. This is what Mark Boyle needs to stop Mark Farnsworth doing. There's a cue ball. Oh, thought that was just going to clip that red then. Yeah, if Mark gets this shot right, you know, you feel like there's going to be a chance.
Table 13, please. Stuart McCulloch, Matt Schofield, table 13. Table 14, Dean Shields, Jamie Craig. Dean Shields, Jamie Craig, table 14.
Mark's giving him a little smile there. I mean, sooner or later there was always going to be one of them shots. It's the only way of opening up this frame. You know, whether you call it unsportsmanship or whatever. I mean, it is part of the rules. So, and you'll just see Mark just try and get control of this pocket now, opening them up. Used his free shot just to try and open the table up, and now we should, you know, we're probably going to see, you know, in a few more tactical shots maybe, and we should see the conclusion of this frame. So just that one shot has tidied it up a bit, really. I mean, it didn't take too long, what, 5 minutes, 8 minutes, something like that. You don't see too many tactical frames like that where the balls go really awkward and block each corners, etc. But it does happen, as it does in pretty much all forms of pool. It does happen. But these guys, you know, at the top of the game, they're always looking at ways of getting out. You know, they don't want to be bogged down into a tactical battle with balls going difficult and all that. But Farnsworth, he's got himself to the table. And if he can open up this top right-hand corner, he's going to have a chance at this. But he needs to get down there, down towards the yellows. Yeah, this is where he's going to try and open it up now. Big shot, but comes out. Needs a little bit of luck and run, obviously. Yeah, I'm surprised he played it at that pace. Thought he might have played it a bit more pacier or off the cushion. Try and go into it with a little bit of pace. Wow, that's uncharacteristic miss there, and I think obviously that shot where the yellow didn't come out, you know, that's been playing on his mind. And now, can Mark Boyle, can he get this, can he get the black out? Does it pot? Has he got a potting angle? Or does he need to develop it? We're going to find out either this shot or the next shot. Oh, I think he's tried to clip that off the black, has he? He was ever so close to it. Yeah, I'm with you, Mario. I thought off the cushion would have been a better choice, but, you know, who are we to question these top guys? Yeah, he needed to develop this black. And now, pretty simple. You know, what was looking at a bit of a stalemate frame, you know, soon opened up. Where's this cue ball going? Is it okay? Trying to make some drama out of this frame. So in the semi-final, Johan Attard, he's 4-3 ahead now against Gavin Robinson. Another close battle. And just as Mark Boyle opens up a 3-frame lead, he leads now 6 frames to 3. 3 frames away from getting into the final, which will be shown tonight. Might be a late one, but, you know, these pool players are all used to that. Late nights, early starts. It does happen, especially in pool. Yeah, remember, got 2 stream tables on. 3 in total, but obviously one's not being played on now. We're just holding back the mainstream table for the final, which will start as soon as these 2 semi-finals are over. But there is another stream table that's showing the other semi-final, Johan Attard against Gavin Robinson. So Mark just taking a quick comfort break there. Yeah, so in off there from Mark Farnsworth. Not what he wanted, especially 3 frames behind. Here. Do feel like, you know, this is probably going to extend to 4 frames now.
Waiter Jamie Craig, please, on table 14.
So these yellows looking very inviting here for Mark Boyle.
In the ladies' event on table 19, please, Shona Lucas and T.S. Bender. This is a quarter-final match. Shona Lucas, T.S. Bender. Table 19, please.
Yeah, I'm assuming the way Mark's going for this finish here, the yellow that's next to the black, that must pass into the bottom right-hand corner. Unless he's going to get an angle to drift down, take it into the top left. And if he's in between shots here, I mean, he's got a nice angle just to drift around the two cushions and get himself back into prime position. Yep, that's fine. I think he might have landed a bit straighter on the one into the right centre, but I don't think it makes any difference really. All about this shot here. Nicely done from Mr. Magic. He is looking like he's opening up a 4-frame lead. 7-3 he now leads Big Ray. In the other semi-final, it's Johan Attard 6, Gavin Robinson 3. So, frame number 11, Mark Boyle. Yeah, it's got one of each off the break there, and the game is a bit wide open. No clusters this time. Just probably the black's the toughest ball now. I mean, the reds are the obvious one to get the black out, but with that red on that left-hand cushion, which is covered by the yellow in the pocket, that might just change his mind, and he might just elect these yellows. And then he might just have to take the medicine on the black and try and just drop it in down the cushion. Opening shot on yellows is definitely a little bit easier as well. So just dropping this in. Yep, leaving himself. Try and drop the one in the bottom left-hand corner. And you feel like he needs to clear these ones down the bottom half of the table first. And then go up table, where you'd say he'd be opening up the 5-frame lead then. But a little bit of work to do, but should be okay. It's all about leaving himself the correct angle, and he does want to drift up table, and he's had to slow down. Don't want to be leaving himself too straight. Gavin Robinson, he's pulled a frame back, 6-4 now. He trails Johan Attard. Remember, both these semi-finals race to 9. The final will be a race to 10 though, Where's that yellow? It's stopped out. Yeah, so there was a little bit of work to do. I mean, also, Mark, he's going to have his difficulties here. Red on that left-hand cushion. He's going to have to get down there somehow and knock it out. Unless he takes out a double. Is he going to try and get the black out here first shot? I don't think he will. Yeah, just try and develop that. Because that red on the side cushion, that's the key for Mark. I mean, nice little nudge there as well with that red, just pushing it near that middle pocket. You feel that'll be his last ball. You know, if he does go on to getting this red out of the way on this left-hand cushion. But work to do, just as Mark had. Yep, nice shot there from Mark. Worked these out well. Has he got the right angle here? Over to cannon into the yellow. Or even just to drift up and down the table. Not sure what angle he's got here. I think he's going to be cannoning into the yellow, I think. No, he can go up and down. A great shot. Don't want that to go past there. Oh, that's a disaster, really. That's gone wrong. Yeah, sometimes, you know, when you do cannon into balls, it can go against you, and that's what's happened there. I mean, yeah, he's got a red into the right centre, but he's the wrong side of it. What has he worked out here? Is a reverse double. If he drops this red in the right centre, is a reverse double on the one of them reds in the left side of the table. No, he's trying to force something now. I think he tried to kiss that off the black. We run inside to take the cushion and run up table. Yeah, things aren't going Mark Farnsworth's way at the moment. What can he work out here? Is there something on? Is he looking for the plant? This is super tough. Super, super tough. Or is he playing off the red and maybe the reverse double? Not sure. Gonna find out. Oh, that's unlucky. It's a good effort. But even if that did drop in the corner, he'd have had even a more difficult shot. So now you'd expect Mark Boyle here to take this frame out and then probably go one frame away. Yep, nice shot.
On table 22, please, Caitlin Kennedy, Caitlin Hexenstall.
Got a nice angle on this. Is he going to just play behind the black to drop it into the right centre? Can he come off two angles and play the black into the right? Yeah, he did. He just had enough angles to play the spinning side just off the side cushions. He's dropped quite nicely on this one. It's black then. Go one frame away from getting into another pro final. Gavin Robinson, he's pulled another frame back. 6-5 he now trails. Oh, he's missed the black. Mark Boyle. Wow. Didn't expect that one. I didn't see that one coming either. I mean, Mark Farnsworth, he's still got an issue here with his red on this side cushion. Is Mark Boyle going to get a chance to come back to the table? Oh. Just needs to... Oh, is he okay? No, Has he played that there, do you think? Or so I reckon he tried to finish, another 4 inches down, then he could play the reverse double. But I think now he's got to play the double into the bottom left. Big shot. Oh, he's played the reverse double and gets it. Well, this match isn't over yet. (7-4). Mark Farnsworth to break as well. Some errors are creeping in here in Newcastle. How many more errors are going to be occurring? And can Mark Farnsworth just keep taking his chances? And, you know, you never know. He's not out of it yet. The longer he can keep Mark Boyle away from only 1 frame away, the more that'll be keep going through Mark Boyle's mind. But yeah, great shot, great reverse double there by Mark Farnsworth. Stephen Andrews saying on the chat, this goes to the decider. Wow, it's a big call. It really is, but yeah, all the makings of it. Frame 12. Mark Farnsworth to break. Desperate for a ball off the break. Gets 1. Gets 2. 1 of each. The reds don't look bad. I think the red that's next to the black, that definitely drifts into the bottom right-hand corner. So you've got to say, this is a good chance. Yeah, Stephen Andrews, maybe you're right. Maybe this has got a chance of a decider. If he takes these reds out, game on. You always have to spoil it, don't you, Mario? Hey, just don't like the dramas, do you? 9-6 to Mark, he says. No, all that Mark Farnsworth can do is just play 1 frame at a time. Just he's lost that out, makes it a bit more easier. So Stephen Andrews now saying, I think Mark will win. So that means he's going to go to a decider, and then Mark Boyle wins the decider. I gather that's what you mean. Yeah, I like that Stephen Mitzi one. Didn't put whether it's a C or a K. I think Mark will win. Yeah, that's sitting on the fence, isn't it? Well, just when we thought Mark Farnsworth was out of it, you got to say, he's back in this one. 7-5 now. See Gavin Robinson, he's at the table. He's training 6-5, but he's had a bit of momentum. Won the previous 2 frames. Martin Wilson says Farnsworth wins this, no doubt. Yeah, I think we definitely see Mark Boyle. He's lagging a little bit out there, but we know he digs deep, doesn't he? You know, remember he was 4-1 down against Harry Peart. Looks like he was down and out, but dug deep and, you know, got something out of the game. Oh, that's why he said it. He's saying deciding frame's going to be broke by Boyle. He's got a ball. Where's the black going? Is it going to be re-rack? No, it's not. But look where the cue ball's gone. On the cushion. But again, these colour sets are both opened up. And much of them previous misses and previous errors is playing in the Mark Boyle mind. Yeah, got to agree with you guys. Reds I mean, the opening yellow's horrible. Yeah, but Reds definitely on here. Just got to drop this red onto the other red. I mean, you just play it thin and drift the red down to the cushion as well, but he's missed the red. Got some drama. That is a huge error. And Mark Boyle, you know, some wheels have fell off at the moment. Wow, we're seeing it all. Mark Farnsworth back to the table. I don't think he expected to get back this soon, especially with that opening chance. Six, Johan Attard and Gavin Robinson. All the drama's starting to happen now on both tables. 3 frames on the bounce for Gavin Robinson. He's not out of that one yet. Another fighter, as always he has been. But Mark Farnsworth is going to go within 1, is he? 3 more reds to go and the black, which is hanging over the pocket. Will be Mark Farnsworth to break as well. In frame 14, if he goes on just to clear these up, but these are unmissable. Just this red into the right centre. Should be natural for the black. Yeah, there you see it. Going within a frame. Was 4 behind, he's now only 1. 7-6. Mark Farnsworth to break. Game on. Keep saying it, but it's definitely game on now. You feel if Mark Farnsworth here gets a good break. Wow, momentum is definitely swapping over. Well, we're going to the best of 3 then. But yeah, all brilliant action. Hope you're enjoying it. You know, just when we thought Mark Farnsworth was dead and buried and Mark Bole had it in the bag, we're back to 7-6.
On table 18, Joe Carmack and Gareth Ibbott. Joe Carmack, Gareth Ibbott, table 18, please.
Mario, you always don't want to spoil it, don't you? Dry break coming up. We're in off. We want to see 7-all, don't we? Here we go then. Frame 14. Mark Farnsworth breaking off. Licked in the cut break. It's a good connection as well. Black's stayed out as well. He's got a ball. Little cluster in the middle of the table there. That's going to give him something to think about. But there's balls on each colour there just to try and log them out. Yeah, Pepsi, we miss you too, mate. You know, you ever get down here at all, come and see us all. So, Mark Farnsworth, can he level this match up? Reds it is then. So, one good shot here. Yeah, nice little shot there. Keeping it simple. He knows he's got a chance now. God, Pepsi, is that how long ago it was? 2009-10? Jesus, where's them years gone? Yeah, been some amazing times throughout the years as well. I know that you played your part in some of them as well. It's nice to see you still, keen, to watch the action. Keen supporting it as well, which is brilliant. Oh, that's just wobbled in. Played at a good pace. He's in between shots here. Oof. He's obviously going to take the one on the top cushion. I can tell you, Gavin Robinson is now 7-6 up. He's taken 4 frames in a row. Is Gavin Robinson going to get to the pro final? Nice shot there from Mark Farnsworth. He seems to have found another gear. A good shot here from Mark. He's back in this match. 7 frames each after this black. There you see it. We're into a best of 3. 7 frames each. Who would have thought that when it was 7-3? Need to go back into the chat here because obviously, was it Stephen Andrews? He said that it's looking like a decider. Oh, Stephen, this is obviously it's on. Best of 3, but Mark Bole, he's breaking and he's going to have the chance in the decider if it does go to a decider. Still work to do. Mark Farnsworth, he's putting on the pressure though. That's how you do it at this level. So as Mark Farnsworth, he's just given Mark Bole a little bit of his own medicine, kept him sat in the chair. Frame 15. Mark Boyle. Desperate for a ball here. He seems to be potting a ball every time. Has he got one this time? He hasn't. He's dry. Yeah, you're right, Callum. Big Ray's on a mission now. He has got an extra spring in his step. I can tell you though, James, there's definitely a lot of people around watching that game. They know what's going off. There's just no microphone over there. Again, this colour set, it's been a good break from Mark. Just not got a ball. They've opened up. Yell as it is. Pepsi, you're welcome, mate. I enjoy doing the commentary and hope you're all enjoying it at home. Really pleased that you're that I'm giving games like this, to be honest. Love to see all the dramas unfold. Just pleased that you're all watching it at home as well. But Mark Farnsworth, not sure where this has come from, where he's dug this from, but it's working. These yellows are at his mercy. Still 7-6 in the other semi-final. Johan Attard and Gavin Robinson. Remember, Gavin has taken 4 frames on the bounce. 6-3 behind he was. We're seeing comebacks all over. Yeah, David, you're right. Boyle's not had a chance since he missed that black. Go 8-3 up. Completely right. A good positional shot here from Mark. Has he got it? Is he okay? I think he's all right on that one in the centre. If it is, he's going to go in the lead in the match. Not sure if it's the first time because I missed the start of the match because I was watching the ladies. But I know it's been a while. Yeah, didn't take the one in the middle, just leaving himself the gap. He's perfect. This black then take the lead. Who would have thought it? That Mark Farnes would be leading 8-7 when he was 7-3 down. He is leading 8-7. One frame away now, and he's going to be breaking in frame number 16. I'm not sure how much more we can put up with this, but we're enjoying it, aren't we? Stephen Unit, yeah, the final will be on pretty much straight after this. No doubt they'll have 5 or 10 minutes, whatever it is, but we'll be getting that coverage to you. I love all your predictions, by the way, guys. It really is good. In off or dry breaking coming. You love the dramas as much as me, you must do. Frame 16. Mark Farnsworth is now leading 8 frames to 7, 1 frame away. When we thought that Mark Boyle, 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, wasn't he was going to go 1 frame away. And you think, we had that really tactical frame that, I'm pretty much sure the whole of the chat had given up on it. But since then, it's been scintillating, Paul. And the man at the table at the moment is producing it. The cup break, it's been working for him. Is it going to continue to work? But it's a dry break. Oh, the dramas continue. Stephen Andrew was right. Dry break incoming. But the split is probably not that great, not that simple, so he's got work to do. And, you've got to think, though, Mark's been sat on his chair just admiring Mark Farnsworth just, racking up the frames. But, yeah, maybe we've still got a chance of a decider. Not sure where these players have found the energy from here. And if Mark does go on to clear these, then, wow, we're in for an absolute classic last frame. Yeah, the easy opener's definitely on reds here. So, again, probably been forced into that colour set. It's not a bad thing. I mean, I'm not sure that... Oh, is he overdone this? Is he okay? He's all right. It's fine. So, obviously, the red that's near the black, that's going to be his last ball. But that red left of the black spot above that yellow, that's a tricky one, I think. Might have it into the right centre. Definitely got it bottom right. But... it's going to be tricky to get on. Can he get on it after this shot? Don't think it goes with that red that's right of the black spot. So might just have to navigate his way around. So yeah, he's come around to have a look at this red just above the yellow, or in between the two yellows, however you want to see it. Just sees if it definitely goes into the right centre. I think it does. There's a little bit of a window there for him. Yep, looks like he's found it. And wow. we're probably in for a decider here. Surely can't go wrong from here, can he? Or has the pressure just got too much for him? But we're on about Mr. Magic here, aren't we? Yep, just dropping it in. I think it's imperative he leaves himself the right angle on the one in the top half of the table as well. So he needs to nudge that yellow away. So this is probably the key shot here. About which angle he leads, because you don't want to be leaving it too short, or where he's going to cannon into yellows. Yeah, he's played it nice. Looks like he's got a good angle here. Probably come off 2 cushions. Yeah, he's looking at that angle there. Not sure, he can play this off 1 cushion or 2. I like the 2 cushion because obviously he can then direct the cue ball where he wants. So he's coming off just the 1. No wrong with that. He's got himself a nice angle. Just got to make sure he navigates this cannon correctly. And we're going into the decider. Where's that yellow ball going? Is it okay? Just. There you go. I know you guys at home predicted it. Well, 1 or 2 of you did anyway. Definitely wouldn't have betted on against a decider though, surely. Well, 8 frames apiece. A 1-frame shootout. Mark Boyle will be breaking in the final frame. Yeah, I know you did, Stephen. 7-4, you did call it. Yeah, these last like 4 or 5 frames have been fantastic, to get this drama. Yeah, Mark Farnsworth, he looked dead and buried, to be honest, and then all of a sudden Mark Boyle did. And now we're into a final frame decider. There's the little handshake. So, final frame. Gavin Robinson, he's 8-6 up now in that other match, the other semi-final. Taken 5 frames on the bounce, he has, Gavin. Back to this one, though. Has he got a ball? Yes, he has. First glance. Okay, but definitely got a 1 problem ball. But that yellow, I think it passes into the right centre. But can he get that first yellow? That's the important one. Don't think he can. Is there an opening yellow? Are we going to see some more drama? Can he get one? Does that yellow pass the other yellow? Are you doing to the middle, into the corner? Yeah. Oh, no, he's taking reds. Leaving himself the angle here just to get the red out. Yep. I think he might have took yellows if he could have potted one. But, yeah, these are probably the right colour set here. So, big shot. Is it going to come out for him? Is he on a red? He is to the left centre. The red that's in the middle of the table, right at the blue spot. That's got, only a couple of pockets that can be potted in, I think. Maybe 3 pockets. Yeah, it looks like obviously the lag at the start of this match is going to play pivotal in this result. Still got to hold himself together though here, Mark. Definitely be a little pressure out there, you know, making another final. And obviously playing... Oh, that did pass the black. Wow, that is a bit of a bonus there. I didn't really think he could get that past the black, but that's made things a hell of a lot easier now. Obviously a little bit straight on this one, to the bottom right. But you've got to say, surely it's game over now. Screw this back up towards the 8 ball, or was it on off the cushion? He had a bit more angle than I thought he had. Played that nice. Well, you guys saying it's all over now, and you know, you've been right so far, so credit to you. Oh, that's rattled in. Where's the cue ball going? Is he on the red? That was a nervy one. Can he? I gather he can see it to pot it. Camera angle I'm looking at, it looks like it's tight, but I think he's okay. Oh, he's fine. But look, wow, what's he left here? Does that clip? Or is he going to come? He's surely not going to come off the top cushion. I'm not sure this clips. Tell you, there's pressure out there. Massive respect for both of these players. You know, they've got for each other as well. He's coming off the top cushion. Incredible. It's on its way. And he's potted it. What a shot there from Mark Boyle. What a finish as well. Incredible. You can hear the noise now, can't you? Wow. Brilliant shot, brilliant finish. And is this match still going off as well on table 2? Well, I'm going to bring you coverage of this one as well. It's got 8-7 on the scoreboard at the moment. But wow, what a match there between the two marks. Just when we thought it was one-way traffic from Mark Boyle. Brilliant to come off that top cushion as well. Wow, what a finish that was. So that's your latest score on this one, I think. I don't think it's 8 all. Not on here. Not yet, anyway. Surely we're not going to get another decider in the semi-final. We can't have 2, can we? Obviously, it created a lot of noise now in the venue. But yeah, class game that was. Really was. You got to say, not one of them deserved to lose towards it, you know, that end of that match. Stephen Andrews says another decider. But it's Gavin Robinson, he's going to be breaking. Yeah, Mario. Yeah, it's a good idea, mate. Thank you for that. Yeah, incredible last rain. The dramas continue. Here we are. We're going to get some more drama. Is Gavin Robinson going to create some of his own? I mean, it's in his hands here. He's breaking off. One frame away from getting himself in the final against Mark Boyle. He's got a ball off the break. He's got 2. 1 of each. What's he got an opening pot on here? Has he just got a plant? I don't think he can get through to the yellow into the right centre. So, let me tell you, there'll be pressure in this one as well. Yeah, especially all the drama that's just happened on the Everstream table. All of a sudden, all the eyes are on this one. Going to the red, top corner. Don't look like he's got all the pocket. It's on its way. Great shot from Gav Robinson. The rocket. And Gavin, he'll know his fellow North East man, Mark Farnsworth's got beaten. He'll be wanting to do this for the North East as well. Getting into the final. But great chance here for Gav. Yep, he's on it this time. Might have been a bit tight last time, but I don't think he's happy with the angle he's left. Can he get through to the one top left? Not sure the one in the middle of the table. Does that pass that yellow into the left centre? I don't think it does. So he'll be feeling it out there, let me tell you. Some good positional shots here, and he's away. Oh, that looked a bit nippy now. Does this? I suppose this is the key shot now. If that passes into that left centre, if it does, makes things very simple. Maybe he'd not got all the pocket. Might be just to play it off the jaw, drop it in. Just got to hold himself together. And he's going to find himself in the pro final. Yeah, it did go. Don't look like Johan's going to get a chance in this frame. You feel 2 stun shots here. And this match is over. Stun this red in and stun that red in and drift the cue ball over to the right hand side. And then it's all in his hands. Just needs to stop this there. No, I like that, but pressure. Got a bit more angle than he wanted here, I think. He's going to have to really stun this off the cushion and hopefully it straightens up and drifts over to the right hand side. Hold your hats. Has he got enough? Yes, he's okay, I think. It's black then to see Gavin Robinson into the pro final against Mark Boyle. Also, with a brilliant comeback as well, Gavin has. It's there. Gavin's into the final. Brilliant comeback as well. Gavin Robinson, he was 6-3 down in that match. Then he went 8-6 up. And Johan's come back 8-7. And wow. We know what the final's going to be. Who's going to be in it? Mark Boyle and Gavin Robinson. Wow, I'm not sure I can put up with another match tonight, but I hope you've all enjoyed that. There's one more to go. Going to be the men's final. That's coming up next. Make sure you join us and don't go too far because the men's final is next. Gavin Robinson against Mark Boyle.
2. Table 13, Sean McGiff and Ryan England. Sean McGiff and Ryan England, table 13. Table 15, Kyle Evans and Steve Rhodes. Kyle Evans, Steve Rhodes, table 15. Table 1, 23, Darren Cook, Adam Stevens. Darren Cook, Adam Stevens, table 23, please. So we will start the professional final now on table 24 on the streaming table, and that is Mark Boyle and Gav Robinson. Mark Boyle and Gav Robinson, table 24, professional final.
fairest, happiest I've ever seen him.
When you see it on the screen, it's like we're sat on it.
Well, welcome back, and here we are in the studio. Nearly caught us out there, Kev, didn't they?
No,
they didn't. No, they didn't.
Just let them believe.
Yeah, the men's final is next, and Kevin, what about then semi-finals? Unbelievable, towards the end there. When you thought, obviously, Mark Farnsworth was out of that, he came back to win that, and then Gavin Rompton, he was also possibility of being out as well. But all of a sudden, we've got a magnificent final coming up.
Yeah, I was watching both then semi-finals on the tables, and I'm sure everybody watching was tuning in as well. And Mark Farnsworth 7-4 down, pulled it back 8-7 up, but again, Mr. Magic produced it when it needed. Broke condition the last frame with that famed cup break of his, and he got home by the narrowest of margins. And the Johan Attard Gav Robinson semi as well, that was pretty close as well. That was 8-7, and Gav broke, got a ball and took out a very, very nice clearance under pressure. And he was definitely feeling it, was pulling all sorts of facial expression, but got over the line and into a final for Gav, first one since the Masters at the end of last year.
Yeah, I mean, we started at 2 o'clock this afternoon. We saw Mark Boyle earlier on the stream against Harry Peart, and he had to dig deep in that one as well. He was 4-1 behind. How many more times can he start, keep digging deep?
Well, I mean, as we said before, he's such an experienced player. He's a class act, and he doesn't need to panic. He can just trust in his game, and we see all these swings and momentum shifts in these races. Race to 10, it's a pretty long race, and so 4-1 down for these players is not anything that they're going to be too concerned about. They just focus on the next frame, and things happen. Things happen in Bole, and 4-1 can suddenly turn around and you win in 6-7-4. So Mark Boyle obviously favourite in this match, but we all know Gav. When he gets the bit between his teeth, he is a tough man to move.
Yeah, obviously before the start of today's play, we'd probably never even had Gav even trying to get into the final, But along the way, he's beat some brilliant players and probably deserves his place, the way that he sort of ousted him in the way.
Oh, absolutely. He's played absolutely fantastically, what I've seen. The match with Johan was a high quality match, and can he keep that up now in the final against Mark Boyle? Because you've got to play pretty faultless pool to dislodge the pro number one. So if he can bring his A game, then he can take the title without doubt.
I mean, we've always said Gavin's definitely had it in his locker to go on and maybe lift the title one day. But is this going to be a really big ask? Do you think? Obviously up against number one, but there's no reason why he can't do it either.
No, definitely. He's proved he can win. He's won the Masters, and he has had a quiet time since then. Hasn't really performed at the levels he'd be expecting. You would have expected him to kick on and build on that. Hasn't quite worked from this season, but it's obviously whatever he's done in the last month or so, is reaping the rewards, and is in the final. And whilst the Masters is a great event to win, I think if he can take this title tonight, that will be the biggest achievement of his career.
Yeah, because obviously, I mean, you look at not this season, he's probably you'll be quite disappointed the way that he's performed over the season. But the last 2 years before then, he was one of the most consistent players, on the tour.
Oh, absolutely. It was there or thereabouts nearly every event. And we talked about him. When was he going to win something? Well, he brought that hoodoo with the Masters. And can he win his first IPA Tour event? Well, we're about to find out.
Yeah, we certainly are. And I think on that note, I know we're still a few moments away from this final starting, but let's get over to the comms box now with Stephen Walker. And one thing for sure, I'm going to be joining him as well.
Thanks, guys. Much appreciated. And what a final we have in store for you guys at home. You can see the venue at this late time still absolutely buzzing out there. Mark Boyle, Gavin Robinson. As was said to you there in the studio, probably nobody giving Gav much of a chance. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. He's just not been in the scintillating form that he showed over the course of the year. Well, the last year that when he won the Masters in Glasgow. He is now in the final of the International Pro event here in Newcastle. You see us jumping between the tables in the Open. Andy Lucas against young Preston McInnes. I played Andy yesterday. He was in great form. And I think he lost to Adam Myerscough in the amateur. The balls are not set up properly. You can't break the balls, my friend. You can't break those balls, or is it just a practice? It might just be a practice, you know. I could be wrong, but it looks... I hope it is a practice, because he's just flung those balls in, but they're not set up properly. Yeah, it doesn't look like a practice to me. Mark is having a clap. I don't know what the rules are around that. Mark has let it go. He doesn't see it. Someone has to have a word and let him know that he is not setting them up properly. But here's young Preston McInnes. And remember, guys, it is the match between Mark Boyle and Gavin Robinson that we're going to be tuning into. The pro final. Look, Job, yeah, I think it is a foul, and I don't know if it's my place to call it. It is on the outer tables. However, Mark Farnsworth didn't see it. And it is, and it's not even like it's almost a bad setup. It's a shocking setup. The balls were all over the place, so I don't know what the script is with that. But Mark still sitting in his chair, as you can see. The balls were set up in such a way it looked to me as if he was maybe just having a bit of a bash. And just about to join me, guys, is Mr. Mark Pickworth back from the studio. Welcome back, Mark.
Yeah, here I am, and just waiting for the players just to watch the warm up and that, see how things are going.
We just had a bit of excitement there in the Mark Farnsworth match. His opponent set the balls up in such a crazy way, it looked like he just flung them in for maybe a practice break. He's broke off.
Saw it.
And they were all over the place. So people telling me here it's actually a foul break. I have no clue about that rule, but...
Yeah, I mean, it takes some proving, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Unless you've got... I mean, doing it on the stream's probably not the best
video
thing to
evidence.
It's probably not the best thing.
I actually thought he was just having like a hit about, but then I seen Mark giving him a bit of a tap in the leg to say good break. I don't think Mark took any notice.
Yeah, and I think after that defeat, he might be a little bit deflated.
Yeah.
After coming back into that match when you think he was dead and buried, and then obviously just losing decided without getting a visit.
And there you see Uncle Andy and young Preston going at it. I just actually noticed Mr. Ross McInnes was on Facebook talking about how much Preston is going to dominate in the future and what a bright future he has. He's a cracking kid as well. Absolute diamond of a boy. His dad always argues that he's not. But he's generally on holiday with his Uncle Andy. Yeah, that's what he says. No, you guys don't get to see what I see at home. But to me, he is a cracking kid. Really good kid. And what a young player he is as well. Bright future, but he's against his Uncle Andy here.
Yeah, and Andy, you want to keep him at bay. You don't want him to take over any of his titles just yet.
Yeah.
He's a brilliant competitor, still winning titles throughout the UK. I'm sure he'll continue to do so for some years yet.
Yeah, it's actually good to see Andy back. He's one of the kind of play. I mean, I played him yesterday. I can't even say he was flawless. He got a few wee rubs here and there, but the potting, some of the pots that he pulled off, do you know, they actually reminded me, and I know it's probably the opposite way about, but Harry Peart actually reminded me a bit of the way Andy played against me. Like he was all over the place, balls, and he just went down and stroked them in.
It's a bit harsh to Harry.
Yeah, no, I don't mean it but just the way Harry could be in all sorts of trouble, but he goes down and strokes a ball in like it's in the middle of a table, like it's nothing. And that was the way Andy was yesterday. So not in a disrespectful way to Harry, not as if he was... But just the way he goes down and doesn't even blink. You see some players when they're in trouble, they feel a bit over worried. But back to the big game over this weekend. Can Gavin Robinson get his second IPA title? He's beat some top guys to get here.
Yeah, he has. I mean, at the start of the day, I don't think any of us had Gav Robinson on getting to the final, but he fully deserves his place. And I mean, that's not the start he wanted, but you know, he deserves to be in this final. And a race to 10, remember, the long old race. This one, he's going to have a chance.
Yeah, Mark Boyle, as I mentioned before, he was not feeling too well earlier. He said to me personally about 10 minutes before this was due to go on, that he's like, Stevie, I don't know how I've managed to get in this final. I wasn't feeling it. I could have been doing with my bed rather than being on the table, but I'm here, so I'm going to fight for it. And I think you get to see the type of competitor that Mark is. When he's not feeling his best, he still won't go away. But Gav won't make it easy for him. It's got the makings of a cracking final.
Yeah, I know when I've interviewed him in the studio, you know, it's in his blood. He don't give up. You know, he just keeps going and going. You know, he's another one of these players. You've got to peel him off the table, and you know, it's good to see that that's what it means to these players. But yeah, I think we're in for a cracker. I really do.
I think it's quite refreshing as well. I spoke earlier of the guys that have been. Both of us have spoken about the guys that have been really at the top end throughout the year and maybe throughout previous years. But Gav winning the Masters, then he kind of fell off a little bit. But getting him back in there, Dan Davey really flying this year. It's quite refreshing that some of the other pros now starting to kind of get themselves into a position to win more titles, and I think it's good for the game. It's quite inspiring for some of the other pros like Lee Shepherd, who was in here earlier talking about where he wants to get to, Greg Davis and other guys. So Gav's shown what can be done with hard work. I think Mark Boyle epitomises the words hard work. The guy just doesn't stop. He deserves every reward he gets. This won't be easy.
No, and again, you're probably going to find he's going to have to dig deep as well to try and get another good performance out. You know, these guys, they've been playing since 11 o'clock this morning in this pro event, and it takes a lot out of you. It really does, you know, because it's not just about, obviously, the stamina of it. It's mentally draining, this game, especially when things aren't going as easy or smooth as possible, and that can be a really draining effect on you.
Yeah, I think the mental side of the game, it was something Mark Farnsworth spoke about last night. And there's loads and loads. I mean, even in the amateurs, the ability most players have is probably as good as most of the pros, the ability, but it's that mental toughness that these guys have got to, as you say, to go all day, to have the stamina and the willingness to dig in. Sometimes when they're tired and it's not going their way, and you see the rewards that these guys get from that hard work and effort, but that mental strength is absolutely massive. And Mark Boyle definitely epitomises that side of it.
Yeah, but let me tell you, you know, the Rocket, Gavin Robinson, he's going to take some stopping as well. He's going to be really up for this. He wants to get back into the winner's circle.
I absolutely love Gav. He's one of the guys on the IPA tour, out with the Scottish lads that I got to know first. We met in it was in Falkirk at one of the events up in Scotland. We had a match against each other. We hit it off, and I just think he's an amazing guy. He's mad. Do you know he remembers every single shot of every pool game he's ever played?
Mental.
It's absolutely mad. He can remember what cushion you came off, the way it clipped the yellow or the red. It's absolutely mad. He just seems to have one of those mad pool memories. He's just got a brain for it. He absolutely loves it. But what a guy. Yeah, a couple of people shouting for Boyle on there. He won't have it easy. As I say, Gav's not only a class act on the table, he is off as well. So all the best to both these guys. Back to young Preston. He's had a cracking weekend, beating the semi-final of the amateur.
Is it Michael Rhodes beat him, wasn't it? 6-1. I mean, he's a good player, that Michael Rhodes, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a top player, Michael.
Yeah, he's been a former pro on the IPA tour.
Yeah, I actually thought
Did he
that.
have 2 years, maybe a year? I can't remember now. I think it's 2 years he had on it. And he went off to do other things, you know, because he does play over Cuesports as well.
Yeah.
So, but it's nice to see him back. Nice to see him competing, and that's going to be an interesting final against Liam Farrell in the opening to the show tomorrow at 12 o'clock, the amateur final. But this is the final that's being played at the moment. Race to 10. Mark Boyle breaking in frame number 2. Hope you've all stayed with us after them epic semi-finals. You know, not sure we can promise the dramas in the final, but you never know. Anything can happen here at the IPA. And at the moment, we've seen 2 dry breaks. That's the second one. Gavin Robinson, chance now to reply.
And can he reply like Mark Boyle did to him with a finish, a reverse dish, as we call it in the world of pool? I'm having a look here to see what he might have. And it's nothing easy. It looks like he will go yellows, I would imagine. It's a tough one to map out. Is he going to go reds, do the thin cut? It's tough. Looks like he's going to kick into the one just left of the yellow at the top.
Who's all the chat voting for then, or wanting to win this match? Is it all about Mark Boyle, or is it about Gavin Robinson? Who's your vote? Who are you cheering on? Let us know.
Yeah, brilliant first shot from Gav. He's giving himself every chance here. It's just about how he gets on the one to the top left-hand corner. That should give him scope to get on the one on the top cushion. And I think he's going to want to get there as early as possible, especially with the black in the position it's in.
Yeah, and I think obviously the 2 yellows in the top half of the table, they're going to need some navigating. I don't think it's straightforward. So still work to do in this clearance, as you said.
I wonder if he'll come over for the one over the right middle just now, and then maybe just drift up the table, leaving the one in the centre of the table for the black. But as you say, Mark, this is not easy. He's going up for it right now. It's just he's overhit it. However, he's on the yellow to the bottom. And he should be able to get the position that he's looking for.
Yeah, you feel like if he's going to go for these, he's going to take the one into the top left on your screen now, but the one that you mentioned, bottom left. He'd love to have the one on the cushion now. That's what he's played for. But, you know, I'm with you a little bit. I feel that he should have, if he was going for it, he should have took the one in the right centre next. So, but he's going to have to navigate a little bit now. Is he on that one into the top left? Not sure.
I think he's came too far. I think to get it, he's having to put the opposite side of the cue ball that he would need to get to the top cushion. You can see it from there. Yeah, he doesn't like it. I think he can pot it, but I think he's going to have to put a touch of left-hand side, and that's not what he wants. Can he just drift it in? The answer's no.
Oh, it nearly dropped. But would he have been on the yellow along the cushion? I suppose that's the question.
The answer's no, by the looks of the overhead camera. And there was a shot very similar in the ladies' final. The elite ladies, I should say. And the ball did not drop. And I mentioned again in that as one of the big positives of these brand new Supreme pool tables that we've got here. They are playing a whole lot tighter. The players are loving it. Well, I suppose in that moment, Gav wasn't. But for Mark here, definitely not easy.
Yeah, he's got work to do here. I'm just wondering if his only option is to play the skill shot, the red onto the yellow. The red, obviously, next to the yellow in the top half of the table. That would be the one for me if he was going to play the skill shot. Because the one on the left-hand cushion, I don't think it's difficult, isn't it?
I think if the yellow was maybe out a touch to the right-hand side, he would have had a chance, but I totally agree with you. may decide to play from the one into the top right corner and just swing into them. Oh, that's a clever shot.
Do you know what? After all the frames that Mark's played today, he's still thinking very clearly out there.
The endurance that you have to have, and believe me, guys, I've been in here from this morning. I've obviously played tonight as well, and the level of endurance and stamina and mental toughness that you need to go all those hours, all those long matches. And remember, these guys have been playing all day, just to have that thought process, not to just go crazy. And look at this. And he's on it. And he's on it.
What a shot that is. It's got to be one of the shots of the day, has it? It must be.
And you know what? If anybody out there doesn't believe he played that, have a look at the overhead right now. He couldn't hit the one over the middle pocket. He was only going for one ball.
Yeah, he had to play it with pace as well, so it straightened up on the final bounce off that final side cushion.
And he got the tap on the leg from Mark. A bit of appreciation.
I think he's done all he can with that cue ball there. Is it enough? I think it is. I mean, the cue ball probably going to be travelling a little bit.
I think he might have
Or
both of these into the same pocket here if he plays this right.
Yeah.
We're about to find out.
Oh, Gav. Just hit that on the thick side.
Yeah, far too thick. He had to just shave it in.
He'll be kicking himself. It's a chance missed.
Yeah, I feel, the shot to get out the snooker, not only pot it, land on the one at the top. He's landed it so tight in such a way. As you said, he's done all he could to get out, give himself a chance. Yeah, you can't feel that he's done the hard work there. He's done the big stuff. But unfortunately, he hasn't managed to execute the final yellow. And this led to Mark Boyle having a chance here. But it is a race to 10. There is a long way to go in this. And these two guys have been on the go since this morning. I expect some fireworks. But you always expect some mistakes at this time of night. So this could have some serious drama. I don't know about you, Mark, but I hope it does.
Yeah, I mean, we always like a bit of the IPA drama coming into it. I mean, we don't want to see one side of the affair. I mean, whoever goes on to pick up the trophy, come the end of the night, they've obviously deserved it, playing all these frames, all these matches throughout today. But yeah, let's have a bit more drama. I'm sure there's definitely got to be a little bit more. But Gavin, he's going to want to get a frame on the board soon. He needs to settle into this match. This is first final, for 10 months, since the Masters final. So, yeah, he's been out of that routine a little bit. So, yeah, he wants to get a frame on the board soon. But he's probably going to have to sit down a little while longer because I'm sure, is it Mark Boyle to break? No, it's Gav to break next, isn't it? So he's going to come back to the table anyway.
Yeah, that's right. It was the dry break in the first from Gavin and a dry break from Mark straight after. Yeah, unfortunate for Gav there. He just didn't manage to execute that shot.
Obviously still quite a few games going off in the Open. Try and find you some results of this match and some of the others. We'll pick some out. Bear with us. Just getting all the devices out.
Table 22, please. Corey Williams, JP Billingham. Corey Williams, JP Billingham, table 22. Last one of the night.
(5-1) to Andy Lucas.
Oh, that's bragging rights right there, isn't it?
Yeah, I think young Preston will not be too chuffed with the scoreline so far, but there is no disgrace in losing to someone of Andy's calibre. There's a lot of games going on just now, Mark.
Yeah, I think that every table's going off at the moment. Just looking for the Mark Farnsworth match here, 6-2 ahead, look, needing one frame. I mean, obviously we'll be devastated losing that last frame decider, but you know he's got back into it. There's still another tournament to play for. So looking like he's going to get into the next round of that. But yeah, straight after that semi-final, no rest for him, straight playing the open match. So dry break again then for Gav. I haven't seen the ball potted yet, have we? Off the break.
Yellows aren't easy unless that yellow does go between the reds. It looks very tight to me. I think you might have to take it off the low red. We will find out.
Liam Dunster, he's coming up in a match there. He's playing a best of 3 now. 5 frames each against Keith Karuna. He's from Malta.
And that is one amazing thing. The Maltese contingent have been absolutely exceptional since coming over. None more so than their main man, Johan Attard. He will be playing Arnie LaRouge in the Open.
Gareth Ibbott, he's been beaten in the Open. Joe Cammock's beating him 7 frames to 4. Bit of an upset, that one.
Yeah, I seen a bit of that match, and it was quite uncharacteristic. Some of what was going on with Gareth, he just didn't seem as if he was at it. I only seen a couple of frames, so I won't get too into it but he didn't seem like he was the normal Gareth that we've seen so far this year. Maybe this just sneaks past. Yeah.
But somebody who is at it is Mark Boyle. Where does he find this energy from?
What kind of hunger do you have inside to be Mark Boyle? It is absolutely unbelievable. Well, Gav is going to have to pick it up. He's going to have to get something on his break.
Yeah, he is. He's not going to be doing it in the next round because it's Mark Boyle to break. And he's winning 3 frames to 0. There's Nathan Bridges there on the table on the right, just second table up. He's 6-5 down against Kevin Shembry from Malta. So he's got it all to do. There, and looking at that shot, it's a bit of a nothing shot. Yeah, so if anything, he's looking in trouble there against Kevin from Malta. Yeah, back to the main table. 3-0, Mark Boyle. Frame number 4, and he's breaking.
Jason Shaw, he is available here. Confused about that, my friend, if you can elaborate. But Mark Boyle, can he get one? He does.
I think he's asking if Jason Shaw is available in this.
In this event?
Either in the event or... He don't really play a lot of 8-ball now, does he? He's more 9-ball and he's...
I think it's like Chinese 8-ball or 9-ball. I mean, any kind of big ball games, a small ball game, not really Jason's forte anymore. But he is that kind of wizard with a cue. He can take to it like a duck to water. He was a former world champion.
Yeah, and I know he comes back home a good few times throughout the year, doesn't he? Obviously comes and sees you all up at McGoldrick's. You know, you have your couple of really top tournaments there, ranking tournaments as well in McGoldrick's,
right.
don't you? The 9-ball. So, yeah.
Yeah, he comes back for a few weeks, and usually over those few weeks he gets his accent back, and then we see him 6 weeks later on TV and it's gone again.
Yeah.
And back to this. Is Mark cutting this yellow into the middle pocket? He is.
Great opening shot, that.
I think he was hoping that yellow would be on to the top right-hand corner, but the red has covered it. I don't know if the yellow at the bottom right passes to the left. He might have to go up the table here. I think he will.
Yeah, still going to have that tricky yellow on the left middle. Don't think how much gap there is for him. Is he on it now?
I tell you what, I think he is.
It's close, isn't it?
He's had a quick look. I think he's on that gap.
How much of a gap is between them reds? That's the question.
If he is on that gap, I believe this frame will be finished at this visit.
Surely he's not. Has he come too far?
He's just going to clear the top pocket and take the yellow in there.
He's trying to find that gap. There's definitely room there because that's the second time he's played that gap. Is he on it this time? Don't know. His body language suggests possibly.
Yeah, he's a tiny bit higher this time, so he might actually be on it.
No.
He's going to take the yellow into... Is he going to take it in the bottom? I think he might even take it in the middle and just screw across.
Yeah, not quite on it just yet, but that yellow definitely still passes top left, so, you know, there's no need to play the gap. Oh, isn't that cue ball's got away from him a little bit?
Yeah, he's not played that. He's put his hand up there, giving Gav a slight apology. As he's actually landed okay here, he can drop this in the middle. Leave the yellow over at the left-hand side to last.
Liam Dunster, he's taken that 11th frame, 6-5 ahead now.
Yeah, he's played on it right now. Good shot, Mark. I did not think he had. I thought he was going up towards the red at the top end there. I didn't think he could hold the cue ball as much as he did. Fantastic shot, Mark Boyle. And he's about to race into a 4-0 lead, barring a big mistake here.
Yeah, looks like that of a match between Andy Lucas, Preston McInnes that has now ended. Oh no, it's race to 7, isn't it? Oh no,
yeah,
it's not.
yeah,
It's 6-1. Yeah, it's 6-1. So Andy still needs a frame. So, you know, if you do want to watch that match, it is on the other stream table. Still, the other 2 stream tables are still going. No rest for us here at the IPA. Just coming up to midnight. This final is one-sided at the moment, but don't you dare. Right off Gavin Robinson. 4-0, Mark Boyle leads. It's all about getting Gav's break working. He's had 2 dry breaks and he's been pretty much punished every time.
What a shot, Andy Lucas. What a shot. He's simply just rolled back the years there. And again,
wow,
he's underdone it. But
he's
what I mean,
showboating.
he is showboating. Look at Preston's face.
Yeah, what's he doing here?
He is.
What's he doing now?
He's going to cut this back. No.
Oh, he's tried. Look at him. He's giving him the look, hasn't he?
Yeah, a bit of showboating from Andy Lucas.
Preston's not going to let him off here, surely. 1 free shot, 1 visit.
Let's go, young man. Put him back in his cage. 1 frame at a time.
AJ asking on the chat, how much does the winner take of money in this event for the weekend? I mean, all the information and that, we don't hide anything here. It's all on the website for all the competitions, what money goes out. But it's £5,000 for the pro event. And this one. Oh, cue ball.
Oh.
Things aren't going Gavin Robinson's way. A disaster, that is. Gotta say, very unlucky as well.
Yeah, he's changed his break there. He's made a decision to change it up ever so slightly because of the first couple of breaks. And all of a sudden, he gets a ball, he gets them open, and he goes in off. It's a tough one for Gav to take. Yeah, it's not I feel like I'm doing a disservice here. They're not easy. But you're talking about Mark Boyle here. He's just going to develop these balls down the bottom and then make them easy. But you have to feel for Gav right now. It just isn't going his way. And the break-off shot has become the most important shot in this match so far. Yeah, unfortunately. Gav now looking like it's going to be a mountain to climb in this match. But if anyone can let it go and just focus on what's ahead, that's probably one of Gav's biggest strengths. You maybe just need to... I mean, I don't even know what he needs to do. He's changed his break, he's gone in off, he's broke dry there too. He's only really had one decent chance that he had to manipulate himself getting out of snooker and then powering in a ball into the top right hand corner. He's just missed a thin nick, but out with it. All he's got to do is watch Mark Boyle punish every break. Unfortunately for Gav, it does look like it's going to be 5 frames to 0 here.
Yeah, Mark Boyle to break in the 6th frame as well. And maybe that pain's going to continue. AJ asking, what about the amateurs? How much do they get? As I said, AJ, everything's on the website. Just have a look at it, ipapool.com. I'm going to keep commentating on this match while you look that up. Okay, and Midland Railway pool room asking what's coming up. I mean, we need to get this tour out of the way first. This is only the 2nd day. We've got a 3rd day tomorrow where there will be 2 amateur titles claimed, and then obviously the Open will be our final event for the men's and the ladies, so we'll see who's going to be claiming them 2 titles as well. And then after that we go to the English Open in Bridlington, October 20th, I think, 19th to the 20th, 19th, 21st, or whatever it is. I can't remember now.
Yeah, I think it is that week. And then
that weekend, anyway.
Yeah.
But we're there.
That weekend, yeah.
We're there managing the BI Worlds as well. Just been asked by BI to come and do their World Championships, so you'll be hearing a bit of our voices throughout that weekend as well, throughout that full week. And then after that, not too much rest because we're in the Isle of Man.
Isle of Man, I'm looking forward to that.
And then we'll be your neck of the woods then in December
Yeah,
for the
right,
Masters.
for the Masters.
Yeah, it really is. Still, so we're on every month now, all the way through.
Yeah, I've always said this is the best time of year for pool. This is when we get it all. This is when, especially for us guys in Scotland, he's got it.
Oh, wow. And Andy's just giving the smile. I mean,
that's what you get,
6-3
Andy.
now, this is.
That's what you get, Andy, for showboating.
Yeah, 6-3. Is there a comeback on? We've seen some tonight.
I tell you what.
Not. Surely not. And he looks like he was breaking in the next round as well. Anyway, back to the main table. Mark Boyle breaking off in frame number 6. He's got a ball again. Devastating when he gets a ball, but we've got a cluster in the top corner.
Yeah, but I think he's okay. I think he can get through to that red.
Yeah.
Well, it looks to me like there's a chance here for Mark. One awkward red, if you want to call it that, down the bottom. I think he might actually have an angle to get on it right away. So
I'm just looking, is there a potting angle for the black as well? It's hard for us to tell. I mean, Mark, he's obviously made his decision here.
Yeah, I think he might play the one over the pocket early. I think he maybe play this in the top, then that one, and just flick off the black, not the yellow away, and then have the choice of the 2 reds. But I've been wrong before.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a little bit of work to do before he gets down to the black. But as you said, he's going to have an opportunity to get it out probably. Yeah, he's just looking now. Scott Anderson's on the chat. Should be down here working, shouldn't he? Should be on the comms.
Yeah, Scott, I hope you are doing well. Yeah, you should be hanging about here with a microphone, son.
ain't seen your result, actually. I'm going to start looking for... Unless you're going to tell me, Scott, are you?
Yeah, I think Scott played Wayne Fryer, and
Yeah,
he was on the
did.
table next to me. I don't think it went Scott's way.
No, it didn't. Lost 7-4. Yeah, AJ, you're right. His break is nuts. I mean, the amount of power he generates on that cut break is berserk. That's about the best word I can explain about it. I think this has gone wrong, has it?
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the way Mark's gone here, and that, I mean, it's not something I would say very often about a man of Mark's calibre, but maybe that black always went. Maybe it looks to me like it might. So he didn't have to move it. So he's tried to just get that out the way so that he can play on these, but can he get on and off the cushion? Oh, wow.
Brilliant. It's all about, has he got the potting angle on the black now? You know, if he does screw this back into the yellow, can he see enough of the black from that position? I'm not sure.
Yeah, the overhead made it look like he is on it. Well, not on it, but he can pot it. But he has to come towards that yellow, like you said. And that is not the place Mark tried to be any of the two yellows.
You got the double into the left centre, top centre on your screen now. I'm not sure he's got enough angle to get through there. I'm not sure at all.
Yeah, I'm not so sure.
Yes.
I don't think there's anywhere to hide with 7 yellows on the table. Can he cut it back?
Wow. Yeah, containing shot. Even though he's 5-0 ahead, still piling on the pressure on Gavin.
I think he would have loved to leave the cue ball on the yellow there. But Gav, as you can see, guys, from the overhead and on this view, there's not really any shot. He can maybe slide off this yellow, leave the cue ball on the right-hand cushion. Gives Mark a 1 cushion escape, but there isn't many options here for Gav. I think it'll just be nice and easy.
Oh, he's got to go.
Oh. It's got to stop. I don't think it has. Yes.
No, it's okay, just.
Yeah. He's got away with one there, Gav. He's got away with it, but it is what he tried. It's just he played it a touch heavy. So Mark's going to go off the side cushion towards it. You're going to have to check it ever so slightly. The yellows are in play.
He's played that double as well.
Yeah, he has.
Good effort.
Watching from that, Niall, thank you very much. It's always appreciated. Any time we're in here and we get any kind of compliments, it means we're doing something right. So thank you very much from myself and Mark.
Yeah, and he's put serious quality, Mark B, #1 in any rules. So, you know, obviously means, you know, he's like the world best player in any rules. Is that fair to say? I don't know. But,
yeah.
But thanks for your complimentary about a commentary as well. We're just pleased that we can bring it to you. And hope you're enjoying it at home, even though it is a little bit late. But we're still here. And we're going to bring you this final right to the very, very end.
What else are you going to do on a Saturday night?
Yeah, if you hadn't already done it, you'd have gone out. You know, you'd have left us already. So, yeah, it's a little bit late for you to be going out now. Oh, it's never too late, though.
Yeah, that's it. The world is now 24 hours a day.
Just looking at the latest score here, Liam Farrell 6, Richard Swaffield 6. So Liam Farrell is in the amateur final tomorrow against Michael Rhodes. He's up against professional player Richard Swaffield. That's gone to a decider. We've had a few deciders out and about and around, haven't we?
Yeah. Rich was it was actually quite funny. She was struggling to find his way from here to the hotel on Thursday night. And me and I think it was Greg McMillan, we walked out and he says, "Listen guys, do you know where you're going?" And we thought he was meaning the venue. So we went, "Yeah, you just go through that door." And he said, "No, I've been out here for 15 minutes trying to find my way to the hotel and I don't know where to go." Wow. And we walked down. We walked. It was so dark, Mark. So we're walking all the way down, and then he stopped, and it was like, Rich, it's just down this way, and he's went, yeah, but this is starting to get a bit suspect. And I've said, do you think we're taking you down here to bury you in the woods? And he went, well, the thought has crossed my mind, but he was so serious. So we put the torch on and we got him back to the hotel. But yeah, he was lost.
Torch on him. Jesus.
It was quite funny.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I walked back last night. It's still quite a bit of a walk.
Yeah,
I mean,
it is, and it's pretty dark.
It's tricky. It's tricky walk home. It really is. Not one street light, is there? I don't think there's any electric in that area anyway. Definitely not. So, Gavin Robinson, just back to that one. Was going off the subject here. But Gavin Robinson now chance to get his first frame on the board.
No, Smudge Smith, that's been asked before, but that's never going to happen. Not as far as I can tell, and I wouldn't want it to. That's just my opinion, but hopefully not.
No, we're within the structures here, Smudge, you know, so we're affiliated to the WPA, and the blackball rules is the one that we have to be affiliated to. So, no, there's no international rules in WPA, all about the structures. We do it the right way here, and that will continue, God, for many years, no doubt.
I mean, this is maybe, it's not just my opinion, it's the opinion of a lot, but I think blackball rules far outdo every other rule set. So, for me, I think it would be silly, and I don't think it's ever going to happen anyway. I hope not in my timeline. So blackball rules is what we play, and I am glad of that. As one of the guys that play, yes, Gav Robinson, he's got it. Well done. He needed that one. It was always going to be the only awkward ball on the table for him, and he's managed to drop one the double, and he's played it well.
Yeah, surely that's going to cheer him up.
There's one of our co-commentators in the distance, Mr. Daniel Fairway.
Yeah, let's see how he's getting on. Let's have a look then, Dan. He was one of the last games to go on, weren't he? Yeah, Dan Fairway was playing Jonathan Bushnell. He's 2-0 behind.
Tough game. Young Bushy has been playing really well lately.
He had a good run in the amateur.
Yeah,
he
did.
16s or quarters.
I think he had a decent run as well in the Welsh Grand Prix. I know he was at his home event, but the quality of player that was in it, I've noticed over the last while, he's really upped his game. And I think having the club now down in Wales and Abercrave, which is absolutely fantastic, will definitely help his game.
Oh, Niall's back on the chat. He said the red wine's flowing. Mrs. has gone to bed. It's IPA pool time. Yes.
Get in there.
Well done, Niall.
He needs a ball. He's got one.
Look where the cue ball is, though.
Has he got a chance?
It's horrible.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a tough break for Gav there. The one thing he wanted to try and gather some type of momentum was to maybe have a good chance here. He might still be forced to have a go at something, but I'll only see the yellow over the top pocket. And after that, the reds become big favourites when that yellow leaves there. So, does he play some kind of containing shot? Can he play one? He's going to have to watch the clock, though.
You haven't got any choice here. That's all he had. That's all he had, and it's just going from bad to worse.
Yeah, it's really hard not to feel for Gav here.
I think he can pot this one, though. Now, if it's this thin, he's obviously the cue ball is flying. He's taking it on. He's got no choice.
To be fair, this might be a blessing in disguise.
How's it come out?
And you know what?
Ugh. Is it okay? I think he's all right.
I think he's all right. I think it could have been worse.
I suppose the yellow is closest to now. That's the key shot now. I think he's got to take it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gav right now has to look at this table and think, prior to that shot, he was in all sorts of trouble. The yellows didn't have a pocket. All of a sudden, everyone does. So it's not easy. But if I'm Gav right now, I'm thinking to myself, I've got a chance here. And I've got to take it. And I tell you what a chance it's become. And it's all his own doing, Mark, under all sorts of pressure. He's dug this out.
Yeah, he's still in this at the moment. He really is. I mean, one good shot here. Good positional shot. What's he done here? What has he done?
Can he still pot it? That's the question. Or is he just shot?
I think a bit of the body language suggests he can't.
The overhead makes it look like it's slightly possible. I think he can, as he looks like he's swung.
Got to play it with a trace of left-hand side as well, hasn't he? He's had his extension.
Oh, this is a surprise. He's got
Great
it.
effort. Yeah, a little bit careless, that one.
Yeah. That's the tough part there. He's done the hard work. And then when it came to just getting it over the line, he's made a big mistake. You have to feel for him. This is not perfect. Now, Mark Boyle, what is on the agenda? This is tough. Is he going to move it, or is he going to contain? He's made a big mistake there.
Yeah, we're still on about the rules bit. I mean, we'll never be able to swap to international rules, so we're blackball because that's how it is. You know, the only way we can swap is if we come out of the structures, and that's not really the way forward. We stay within the structures, you know, throughout the WPA, and that's just how it is. So we don't get any choice. You know, and no doubt it'll all be split opinions about international rules or blackball rules, but there is no plan of us changing. I promise you that one.
Yeah, I have for one, and I think most are happy with that. And the thing is, not in a disrespectful way, I think most guys that play the game do prefer black ball, but each to their own. They go and do what is best for them, and good luck to everyone. But we play black ball here, and we like it, and we are watching two quality players playing that set of rules right now. Mark didn't want to leave the one cushion, but he didn't have a choice. The only issue for Gav here is he has to go above the middle pocket with loads and loads of sides, so it's not easy. Or does he go top cushion, side cushion, and then down?
Wow. I think he's only got the one cushion escape with side, hasn't he? And the harder he plays this, the more chance he's got a chance of missing it. Busted under shot clock pressure, only just missed it.
The next competition in Scotland, is it December?
The Masters.
Yeah, the Masters in December.
Yeah. And as you've already mentioned, there is a new event in Scotland next year in the Tour. Not a new event, but a new venue.
Yeah, a new venue on the Tour.
Normandy Hotel.
Yeah, I mean, I look forward to every one of these events. I'm looking forward to that one. Maybe get some of the friends along to watch some of the pool that don't usually get to see the talker playing when he's down south. And then they might come along and say, "You told us you were good. You're rotten." Yeah, it should be fun. I must admit, it's I don't mind the travelling. I actually love it. It's a massive part of this. Getting to go and meet people, socialise. The world of pool is fantastic. We're all one big family here. I think that gets said quite a lot, but it really is true. And if it wasn't for these events all over the place, half of the guys that I have became friends with, I probably would never have met in my lifetime. So pool is more than just a game.
Yeah, and as you said, you know, we're one big happy family here, and that, you know, we all talk to each other. You know, we don't bite or anything like that, and you know, come and see for yourself. And everything we say it is true. I promise you. don't think we're very cliquey here. I just think
No.
we're all
Most definitely
all one.
not.
We're all like, pleased to see everyone. Come and support the talk on there. So this Normandy Hotel, Martin's just put on here, hotel not long been refurbished, and what a great venue that will be.
Yeah, that's exactly a few people said to me, I was in there years ago and it was a bit dated, I'm trying to explain to people, I'm in there quite a lot. There is boxing shows in there, and my best mate, unfortunately, who passed away not long ago, his 2 boys are boxers, and both of them, I'm in there so often watching them fight, and the Scottish Open darts event gets held in there. It is a fantastic venue now. It's had a lot of work done to it. It's a great one to add to the tour, that's for sure, and it will be a very exciting one, especially on home soil for guys like me, but it's a great addition to the tour. Mark Boyle, scintillating form. Gav, I think he'll take a couple of moments here, but they're the guys on the screen, Mark, that help us do it all.
Yeah, without these guys, obviously part of the IPA, we don't have a tour. Supreme Pool coming on board this year has been a huge factor for us this year, and supplying the tables, storing them, etc., is a huge bonus. Smart Rack, obviously Alan and his team, obviously with the innovations and the Smart Rack that we're using on board, sportswear, all the t-shirts the sports shirts that you see all the players wearing. Not just that, they just pretty much anything else as well. The tracky tops and all of that. Strachan 861, we've been using this cloth, 6-7 years now at least, probably a little bit longer. And the Aramith billiard balls, the Pro Cups, we was the first organisation to use them, and everyone's followed suit since then.
Yeah, I mean, they've become the standard balls in the world of pool, whether it be in the Scottish Pool Association events, even league events. In my home league, the Glasgow League, whether it's a pub or a club, every team must have a set of Pro Cup balls to play in the league. So they have become the standard across the board, and as you say, they started here in the IPA. The 861 cloth, I was not the biggest fan in the beginning. I will not tell any lies on that, but now I just can't see by it it's just when it's brand new and the balls and it just, guys, we are so spoiled here. The new tables from Supreme, the cloth from Strachan, the balls from Aramith. I mean, you don't get better conditions than this. And maybe, just maybe, if you're interested, you should come along and see for yourself, whether it's just to watch. Maybe one day you might want to be involved. But as a pool player, I do feel very, very spoiled here at the IPA. And that's thanks to all the partners that make it possible.
Niall McKenna, he's put pity the blackball rules didn't have a following over here. He's from Ireland, didn't he? So the international rules came in and that was that. Got to admit, the IPA comps are top notch, and Supreme teams are easily the best. I mean, that's the thing about the mixture of the rules. I mean, in Scotland, they're about 98% black ball.
Yeah.
Is that fair to say? Even in Wales as well, I think that's very high percentage. I mean, the UK, got to say, is quite mixed. I don't know what the percentage actually is, but it all depending on which part of the country you're in, depending on which rule sets that the leagues are playing.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously Scotland is more or less a black ball nation. There is some small pockets, mostly up north, that play international rules and things like that. It used to be the old world rules, but there is not any kind of desire to change or you get the odd person that wants to play in different things, and they may mention different rule sets once in a while, but over the piece, it's mainly all black ball, and as you say, Wales is very similar, so it's one of the things. I mean, you mentioned having mostly one rule set over there and you struggle to play black ball. Well, you, my friend, could be the man to start it all up, so why don't you create a black ball buzz in Ireland? That would be fantastic. I'm sure the guys here at the IPA would love that. Get more of the Irish boys over.
Andrew C. saying, is there a place to meet up with people in the reception area at Coventry? I wish you would mention if there was. I mean, that's that's amazing. It's one of the best part of that venue, isn't it?
For me,
I mean, there's great atmosphere at the Coventry anyway, because it's all in one room. But obviously the meeting up in the lounge and that, there's always plenty of stories to be shared in there, definitely.
For me, it's second to none. It was the first IPA event I played in was in Coventry, and I just took to the place, and it was that area. Meeting new people for me, catching up with some old faces, and I think that is by far, for me, the best venue that we have, just because of that area, that foyer-typed lounge area where you can meet up with new people, make new friends, and catch up with old friends. It is absolutely fantastic. So Coventry, for me, has definitely got the place if you want to go and meet people.
A dry break from Mark Boyle has got Gavin Robinson back to the table. 6-1 he trails at the moment. Desperate for frames on the board. He needs a run of frames really to try and get back in this match.
Yeah, he doesn't want to let Mark get any further ahead. It's already a tough ask from 6-1 down. But he's got a chance here. And it's a good chance. He's not got a great opener on yellows. I think he would prefer yellows. And he can start off maybe the one just above the black, or maybe the one to the bottom right. It's not easy though. Oh, he's going reds. I think he's gone a bit further than he would have liked there. You know, I actually don't mind the fact that he's gone reds here. He could decide to leave that red down the bottom cushion to last and just screw back past the middle pocket just ever so slightly for the black into the top left. That's a few shots away. But I believe Gav will already have that in mind. He may decide to take it in one or two shots. Take it then, have one into the middle, one into the top. So he's got options here. I actually fancy Gav to get these.
Yeah, and you feel like these are the chances definitely needs to get. Especially if he wants to try and keep in this match. Because at the moment, it's one-sided. So he's desperate for this clearance. James Hodgkins asking if I still play in the IPA. No, mate. I hung my cue up in just after the 2022 season. So it's very difficult to do both, really is. And do you know what? I'm probably enjoying the tour more because I'm just doing one thing. And I'm just pleased that I can, bring you these brilliant matches to you. Obviously do a bit of commentary, a bit of presenting. Hope you enjoy that at home as well.
I don't know if Gav was deciding to take the one at the top first there. He's now going to play the one down the cushion. And this could be frame ball. For me, it's a tough one, but I think he'll get it. Is it going to fall? It's not. Maybe played it just a touch too quick.
Yeah, it's not happening, is it, for Gav? Missing these chances. Probably played it a bit pacey.
Yeah.
Because it looked like it was tight to that cushion, so it just hit it just off the cushion as well.
He doesn't want to give Mark the kind of chances that he is giving him. I think he's in that situation where he's kind of chasing. He's really up against it. And now feeling like he's forcing the issue a bit. And one of our very own, Dan Fairway, has turned it around.
And how 2-0 down he was against Jonathan Bushnell. 3-2 ahead.
Absolutely phenomenal.
Does out to get out of Coventry, that lad.
Winning games of pool to stay away from the microphone. How dare he?
I know.
That will Mark Boyle punish Gavin Robinson here. It's hard to see that he won't. He's going to leave. Is he going to play into the yellow over the other side first? Is there a gap? I don't think there is. He looked across there to see if there's a gap between the red and the cushion. Maybe there is just enough angle here now. Will he drop on the yellow? Or will he decide to try and get it out of there? And you can see if he can just screw it towards the red in the bottom, he might have the option of playing the yellow into the left middle. Yeah, fantastic stuff from Mark Boyle. He is really in the zone now.
Yeah, and the pain is continuing for Gavin Robinson here. Not what he really wanted to be on the end of here. But this is looking like 7-1 now. Perfectly on this yellow. Left the perfect angle as well. Just drift up for the black.
It's starting to look ominous for Gavin Robinson. He's not done a whole lot wrong in this match. He's had to force the issue 1 or 2 times. But Mark Boyle has been relentless here. And that is the reason why he is now 7 frames to 1 in front. And a mountain is what Gavin Robinson has to climb. And what a prize that is.
Yep, another one of our partners, Raffle House. And if you're not into it, obviously gamble responsibly as well. You can't win it. But yeah, loads of different options on there. You don't just have to go all up with 100 tickets or anything like that. You know, there's only one winner. So for that £4 million Surrey Dream home.
Yeah, I'm looking at that house and thinking, wow.
Yeah. And you've seen inside it, and it's absolutely outstanding. And
it just doesn't look like there's enough room to get a pool table in there, to be honest. So
there's loads of other prizes on there as well. It's not just about the £4 million house. There's so many more things to win as well. So, you know, but if you don't enter the draw, you won't be winning any of them. But you know, obviously, please only gamble with what you can. You know, there's no people forcing you or any nasty emails or anything like that. You just do whatever you can. But yeah, they're one of our partners as well, and you know, great to have them on board as well, because without any of the partners, there would not be at all. There really wouldn't. But we're pleased that we can bring you these top matches, and obviously with the help of them, we'll continue to do so. Frame number 9, a dry break. I'm feeling his pain out there. What about you, Stephen?
Yeah, I must admit it's becoming really, really tough to watch for Gav. I'm feeling his pain. I've complained for quite a while about how my break has been destroying my game. I am not playing in a final against one of the best players to ever lift a cue. And the one thing you need going for you in this situation is your break, and Gav has just not had it in this match. I feel everything he's going through right now, but unfortunately, that is just the way pool and the gods of pool seem to work at times, and in Gav's case, they're just not in his favour.
No, really not. And at the moment, all he can do is just sit and wait and just see if he gets a chance. But at the moment, it's one-way traffic. And Mark, you know, he's not in any mood to be giving him any more chances, to be honest. I mean, this is not an easy clearance on these reds, but you feel that he's probably going to, you know, take him out.
Yeah. I think he's going to go and maybe leave the 2 reds at the bottom to last. And that's telling me he's going to come down right now. And can't he? I mean, in an ideal world here, he might drift through the gap and land on the one at the bottom cushion first. That is a small window to get through, but Maybe he's came too far. He has. He's playing a different shot. I think he's just overcooked that last one then. It looked like he was coming down. This cue ball. He's controlled that so well. That was such a thin nick back into that pocket. It is unbelievable the way he controlled that there. That's not easy. That cue ball was always going to be travelling. Little trace of side on it just to kill it off the second cushion. And absolutely perfect position wise from Mark. Evening Dale, how are you, my friend? And a big thank you again, guys, to everyone tuning in at this late hour. That is all appreciated. We are watching the final of the professional event here.
Yeah, we're over 700 watching, by the way, which is absolutely unbelievable. Really appreciate you staying with us at this late hour.
Brilliant coverage for you guys. Look at that crystal clear picture on your screen. It really is a first-class event. I've loved every moment of it. The venue's been superb. At these table conditions, the balls, and Mark's made a mistake.
He has.
I'm actually surprised he's tried to force it round. I thought he might have just tried to come back through the gap. Worst case scenario, have the red in the opposite top bag. But he's thought he could miss that yellow, and he hasn't.
Can he put this into the middle of the top cushion, or he's just going to try and rest behind it? I think he has to try to rest behind it. It's not. I don't think it's... Is it okay? Has he left it the one in the cut in the middle?
Yeah, I don't think he's left Gav anything easy, but I think he's maybe left him a safety where he can slide off it. Maybe try and bring the cue ball over towards the bottom left corner. But even at that, it's filled with danger. He's going to be going close to the pocket. It's really thin because if he catches it thick, he's going towards the middle pocket. So it's actually a very good shot that Mark's played. Oh, he's going to swerve round the red and try and pot and take the cue ball down.
I don't even think he's got that. I think he's left it sticking out. But that cue ball, not sure what the angle is, but could be drifting close to the top right hand pocket.
Yeah, it looks a natural one off. I remember Mark saying a while ago, sometimes you have to just pot the ball. Yeah, he's just played the ball out, giving Gav a chance here. I think it was obviously, as pointed out, going to be close to that top right hand corner. I think every frame now is a must win for Gav. He's not going to want to let Mark steal any of them. So he has to get these. There is no doubt about it. Gav Robinson so far behind. But I have to say, I know him so well these days. He won't be going anywhere. You're going to have to drag him off this table. He will not be giving up no matter what the score is. A big character. A phenomenal player. He will fight to the very end. I think he'll just run this through and then drop the one closest to the right cushion into the right middle. I don't know if he's got the angle to maybe come back. If he can, that's maybe the shot. And then get between them. He could. He wasn't having much control over it because it was just off straight, but I think he's okay. I think he's okay. I think that was always the problem. He was trying to create an angle that wasn't really there. A good shot. Very good shot. From Gav off the cushion. It might seem straightforward in most situations, but you're 7-1 down, guys, in a final against one of the most relentless players of our time. And Gav staying composed. He won't go anywhere. He won't be hiding here. I think he just wants to leave himself just... Is that too straight? I'm actually surprised, guys, that he's not just maybe either screwed back a couple of inches. Yeah, he's not happy. Screw back a couple of inches, or maybe just push through, and then he can run off the cushion and across. But he's actually ending up leaving himself just off straight, as you can see. He might be able to force the angle here. Yeah, good shot, Gav. He had to dig down on it. As you can see, he's still got a bit to do. But he's got a shot in this black. And he'll be more than happy that he's at least got that. Yeah, good finish, Gav. Well done. Frame that he had to get. Yeah, Andrew, I mean, that's a distinct possibility, and it's something that might get looked at because, as you can see, a lot of people leaving the venue now. I don't think it was ever the case that they were expecting to play it at this late hour. However, we do have a final on our hands. We do have arguably one of the best players to ever, in fact it's not even an argument, he is one of the best players to ever lift a cue. And he's playing against a guy that won't go away. Gav Robinson, he'll fight to the bitter end. But the one thing I will say is, yeah, we probably could have organised it a touch better after we realised what the timescale was. But this is a massive match, regardless of the time. I'm sure that everyone will agree, regardless of time, it's been a relatively good match. Looking out into the distance, I see young Bush at the table against Dan Fairway. I seen Shawn Michael McGiff with a cue in his hand in his match. He was 3 each, and any Scots watching, he's still 3 each. So it must be a bit of a frame going on there. Top 5 snooker players ever in order. Ability-wise, I mean, that's ability-wise, depending on what you like. You know, Ronnie O'Sullivan, Jimmy White, Alex Higgins, these are the guys that had freaky ability, but you're talking about solid players. You're talking Mark Williams, Stephen Hendry, John Higgins. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it depends what you like in a player. Stephen Hendry, Steve Davis, and John Higgins. Ronnie O'Sullivan, obviously Mark Williams. I mean, it's a tough one, and some of the older generation will go back to the likes of Joe Davis and that, but yeah, it's a tough question. It really does depend on what you like. But Mark Boyle, I'll tell you what he doesn't like, and that's going off on the break. In off, should I say. In off on the break. Gav has an opportunity here. One of my favourite sayings is opportunity. This is a massive opportunity for Gav Robinson. And if he gets it, which I think he will, he just needs to stay composed here. And he can get another frame on the board. So Mark Boyle goes in off there, Mark. And he's giving Gav a chance here. One free shot, one visit. You feel he has to take them.
Yeah, every frame's crucial now. It's critical that he gets them. So, Gav got a chance to pull another one back here.
Now he's got me thinking of what colour set he wants. I thought from the position he was in, he maybe want the yellows. It's looking to me like he maybe want reds now. But the yellow and red close to the black spot, slightly awkward. You can maybe play on it right now if he just drops on the yellow closest to the bottom cushion. He's tried to screw onto it. He's missed it.
Do you know what? I thought he had a natural angle to come off this bottom cushion and cannon into the yellow. I don't know. Probably he's just not seeing the right shots. Whether that was the right shot or not, I don't know.
Yeah, it's exactly the shot. It's exactly the shot I seen myself. It's what I thought he was going to play. Just one cushion, nudge onto it, and he would have been natural onto the red, but he'll get another go at it.
Yeah, he will. Yeah, evening, Ben. Good event. Yeah, I've got to say it's been pretty eventful 2 days as always, isn't it? You know, always busy and hectic and that. But yeah, good event, mate. Thank you. Hope you're keeping well yourself. You got your fans on here, haven't you? Hey, Chris Martin, evening Walker the Talker. Let's go Team LPP.
Yeah, we've had a bit of that today.
Yeah.
We had that from Drew, the DJ, earlier. It was actually, I think it was Dan Fairby that was in there, and he says to me, you'll have to educate me on this. And I says, Lola's Pool Party, LPP. And he went, I walked into that one. I should have known that.
Yeah, you knew that was coming, didn't you?
Yeah.
He's famous, you see, now. That's it.
Yeah, that's... I mean, I might need to start getting an autograph sorted here for this many fans.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the last thing they want is me signing their name. However, I must admit, it has been great. Turning up to the building and getting called Ali McCoist at every turn. This is the shot. He's tried to screw onto it again. I think he's got fortunate there. Again, I think it's one cushioning on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if he had the chance of the in off there, but that cue ball was tracking towards the pocket
it really
at one
was.
stage.
And now the problem he's got is, I don't think there's a full bag at the top. I think he's got 3/4 at most. Yeah, you can see from that angle, he's only got maybe half a pocket.
And this needs to run through probably 1.5 foot, maybe 2 foot. Oh, he's cued it nice. Probably too well. Or did he have to play it in the middle?
I think he did. I think he's deliberately tried to go as high as he could there without endangering the pot. Is he still taking it in the top? No, he's not. He's missed it. He's missed it. I have to say, I know it's a race to 10, but these are chances, no matter what the score is, that you have to be taking in a final of this magnitude. And Gav, unfortunately, is just coming up short on certain chances that he's had. Yeah, it's tough. It's not easy. I wonder what Mark will do. Will he play the yellow down the cushion in off the black? I think the evidence of that shot tells us exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, he really is. Just going to drift this yellow ball down. Just move this black a little bit. To play this off the cushion or straight direct to the black? I think both are effective.
Yeah, good shot. You can see he was trying to get himself just to the opening of the middle pocket, just so he could cue the yellow into the top corner. So it's landed slightly awkward. Cueing across the top part of the pocket is never easy. ruthless Mark. Really turning the screw here. Any mistake that comes from Gav, unfortunately, Mark has pounced on every single one. Lands just a touch straight, no problem, on and off the cushion. And 8 frames to 2. Gav, he's had his chances, he's had his moments. It's just been the smallest of margins. And that's all it takes against a guy like Mark Boyle.
Yeah, Gavin's had a few more chances than obviously the frames that he's got, so he'll be disappointed on that front. He's done fairway at the table. He's 5-3 ahead.
5-4.
Oh, 5-4 now. Oh, it was 5-3. 5-4. He's at the table though. Can he go one frame away? Oh, I think he's missed the red in the centre every time we go to him. There's always something drama that happens with him. But that was a sitter down fairway. Jonathan Bushnell at the table. Is he going to level the match up at 5 each?
This is looking dry.
It is.
That's not the first time that cue ball has ended up in that top corner after a Gav Robinson break. He's ended up there a couple of times. The last time he landed there, he did get a ball and he didn't have a shot, but this time it's maybe not all bad. He hasn't left much. Yeah, Mark Boyle has played other Cuesports. He was a phenomenal snooker player. He played in the pro snooker scene. Although he didn't make it to the dizzy heights at the very top, he played against the best of the best many times. So yeah, Mark Boyle has played other Cuesports. He was a top snooker player at one point in time. As I say though, although he didn't make it to winning top titles and stuff in that discipline, he was mixing with the very best.
Yeah, he played World Championship qualifiers as well, didn't he? Over his snooker career.
And he's still good friends with a lot of the guys, including the likes of Ronnie O'Sullivan, Matthew Stevens, numerous other players that you see every now and again. Giving Mark their wishes on the Facebook pages. So yeah, he done well. He's got a good background with a cue in his hand, that's for sure. Yeah, fantastic stuff, Gavin Robinson.
He's not giving up yet, is he, Gavin? Yeah, that's one of his best shots of this match so far. That one, cued it like a dream.
That was gutsy. He had to get it. It did not even touch the sides. That's the big thing about Gav. One of the things I like about him the most is he is not phased by it. He's 8-2 down. A lot of people will be defeated right now. Gav will just be thinking, it's just another frame. It is what it is. He normally doesn't take the things that go wrong very bad. He usually sees the positives in them. So I'm sure the only thing on his mind is getting these reds and the black taken and another frame on the board. IPA Tour number 4, the International Professional Final. Can Gav peg Mark Boyle back here? I'm pretty sure Paddy's in his bed. He might be loud. He's louder than me, that's for sure. This is a cousin of mine, a Scottish boy they're talking about on that, Mark. He's
Okay, I was going to say we can't really hear anything for the back of the arena.
He's quite loud. I think they're actually trying to say that I'm loud. I think they're telling me they can hear me at the front door.
Still a few matches going off, so it will be quiet in the arena.
Gav Robinson, fantastic shot. Great control, great composure at this late stage in the match. He needed that. And it's not too late, because 8 is not 10. Well done, Gav Robinson.
It's tickled you, that, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
Well, I'll let you talk about it. I'm not.
No, I thought it was quite funny, yeah. So Mark to break. And every frame's important, but for Mark, he's going to want to get to 9 as quick as he can. He doesn't want to let Gav get back in this match. There might be plenty of people sitting at home thinking this is already done. I can tell you one guy that won't be believing that just yet, and that's Gav Robinson. He will fight to the very end. What kind of break can Mark get here? He's not got one. This is dry.
Yeah, played pretty mean, the table has, in this final.
Yeah, it has. He hasn't left anything too easy here.
It's a tricky table as well. It's got its challenges.
Yeah, good shot, good opener. It did not look like a plant. And you can see where the yellows ended up. He's had to make it. And he's made it well.
Yeah, these reds though, they're not easy. Obviously the one on the left cushion does go bottom left. That's a nice shot.
He's potted both. He's unlucky there. It just seems to be the way things have gone for Gav, but he's still got a chance here. It might be an option to just drop this in bag weight. Yeah, fantastic stuff. I've said it before. I'll say it again. He's not going anywhere. He just is not that type of character. Yeah, he's overrun it a bit. I think he could have just nipped that on the cloth just to hold. But he's not in any trouble. Just needs to be careful here. Drop it in. Doesn't want to fall through.
Yeah, not a lot to do with the cue ball, so just nice and easy. Drop it in.
And a chance to get one more frame on the board for now. And it will be Gav to break. A tap on the leg from Mark. That was a good finish. Good starter. A couple of really good pots involved in that. He was unfortunate when the red dropped into the left middle. But he's managed to get the finish in the end. And it is 8 frames to 4. It's actually a good question. And the thing is, I've spoken to Mark before and he's mentioned his cue. I'm not 100% that it is a Jason Owen. So I wouldn't want to be quoted on that. And it wasn't even that long ago, so my head feels a bit like a sieve here because we were only travelling to Wales, maybe, was it 3-4 weeks ago, whatever it was. Maybe just a bit longer, but he did speak about what cue he was using at that time. Now, I'm not 100% sure. And I'm not in the position to guess, so maybe find out for you after this. I'm sure if he wins this and he's in the studio, sorry, not even in the studio, when he's getting interviewed, if he gets over the line, I'm pretty sure that question can maybe be asked for you guys. I don't feel it's very important, but we'll see what we can do. Maybe even get a photo with Mark with it.
Yeah, to be honest, I think Mark obviously gets hundreds of messages,
Yeah, he does.
Each month. So, fire him a message. He's always on social media. I think TikTok he's huge on. Fire him a message. I'm sure he'll get back to you as soon as he can. Obviously a bit busy tonight, but, yeah, no doubt he will reply to you, and then, he'll tell you whatever you ask him.
So one really awkward yellow on the left-hand side. Maybe he can play it off the red. It is quite a distance up the cushion, so it will be easy. It won't be easy. He may be going to play a double. Or will he drop the yellow in the middle first and then play it off the red? But it looks like he's looking at... Does it maybe drop in the middle? I think that's your answer. One of Mark's big things that he says is, if it goes, don't ever kick it. Don't ever move it. If it already goes, just make sure you can try and get on it in that pocket. And there is your answer, guys. A tap on the leg from Gav in appreciation for the way his opponent is playing here. He's going to want to get high enough that he can just screw off one cushion and down for the black into the left middle. Yeah, he's not anywhere near where he wanted to be. You can see it in his face there. A bit of respect from Gav, getting out his way in the line of where he's queuing. I think if the venue was full, Gav would have been happy to just sit there, but giving Mark the freedom of the table here. And that is a fantastic shot from Mark Boyle. He is about to go 9 frames to 4 in front. And he is on the hill.
Yeah, have we seen Gavin Robinson's last shot? Because Mark Boyle, he'll be breaking in the next frame.
Yeah, speaking to him earlier, watching that match with young Harry, who raced into a lead against Mark. Mark looked a little bit worse for wear. A few mistakes later from Harry, Mark punishing them, and then all of a sudden kicking on. And he did say he wasn't feeling great. He was going away to try and help himself feel better, relax for a bit. And from then on in, he was in a mammoth tie with Mark Farnsworth. And now the final against Gav. He said to me that he couldn't believe he'd managed to get through to the final because of the way he was feeling. But here he is, one frame away from another title. How does he do it?
Yeah, 11 o'clock this morning he started. And to still be, getting all these frames on the board. Brilliant achievement. But as we said, he's on the hill now. Can he see this match out at this opportunity? Table's been playing quite mean, really, off these breaks.
Yeah, and it's not the most inviting of tables again. Yellow covering the bottom right hand corner. The red and the black just above the middle pocket. Yeah, they just haven't been the easiest of openings after the break. But he got a ball. He's in control of the table. Does he feel like he has a chance here to get over the line at this visit? I was just about to mention the plant into the middle. The only problem he has is the possibility of the yellow going over the black. It looks like he's slightly cutting it away, so he might be okay, but it's not easy. So red balls, the obvious choice. Is he on the one through the gap? I think he is. And what is the shot choice here? Is he going to screw into the one with the black? Oh, off the top cushion. Well, unfortunately, he's not on anything here. He's not on any shot at all that I can see.
Yeah, it's finished pretty much in no man's land. Not sure what he can even attempt. He's used his extension, so that clock is going to be ticking down.
Yeah, kind of nothing shot from Mark there as he was getting hurried by the clock. A little smile from him there. There wasn't too many options. The attempted pot kick just did not come out the way he wanted. Oh, Gav taking his extension. I'm not too sure about the yellow on the right hand side. It might play cushion first and off the red. So there's definitely a half chance here for Gav. You feel these are the type of chances, 9-5 down, you cannot afford to miss. So one problem ball. The black is not easy. But that's a long way away. He's still got reds all over the table that he has to stay away from. And that one into the middle. He's tried to move it. It was obviously too tight. And these two reds are in a bit of trouble, Mark.
Yeah, they are. It's hard to see what he's going to do first shot there. I mean, can he develop anything? I mean, is there any value in any of that? But really, he wants to try and get these Reds into play, but just trying to contain it. Just forcing Gavin to either go for a finish or, try something outrageous. Mark's just going to pick up the pieces afterwards.
I think Gav is in the right area here. I think he just wants to get that yellow into play, because he's got a shot of possibly playing a 3-ball plant at the bottom end of the table if need be. So he is still big favourite in this frame. I think Gav can maybe double the yellow across to the top right hand corner. If it goes in, he's got a chance. If it doesn't, he's got control of the pocket where the black is. And that, for me, is definitely the best option here. And he has nailed it, so he's got a chance here. Yellow in off the yellow is on straight away. He's obviously got the 3-ball plant that I mentioned earlier. He's got options.
Yeah, I suppose it all depends on what he does in this shot here. I mean, for me, I quite like the 3-ball plant. It's just whether that yellow will stick to that red when he plays the yellow onto the red onto the yellow. Cutting this in. Running out of time though, you heard the beeps. He must have been down to the last second.
Yeah, that is going to be the 3-ball plant. He just wants to catch the top end of the red. And just a nice pace, just so the yellow will just drift over. Oh, he's played it. Oh, that is so aggressive. What a fantastic shot that is from Gav Robinson. No messing about there.
Yeah, even though it was played at pace, it was still well controlled.
Yeah.
He knew where that was bouncing off.
Yeah, he played it in such a way. The thing I liked the most there was he planted the cue ball and gave himself a chance, no matter where the yellow was coming to, that he was always going to be on either two yellows at the side of the table on the right hand side. A very good shot from Gav. He's underhit that by a bit, but he's got it in the top. He'll just bring the cue ball back maybe an inch or two. The one into the middle will be his last ball, and the black into the top right.
Yeah, I think one thing we can say, Gav's not rolling over, is he? He's really just trying to stick himself into this match as long as possible.
Yeah, he's just not that type to roll over and hand the title to anybody. And he's not going away. He's got another frame on the board. It's a long way back. Gav will still feel he has a chance in this match.
Yeah, he's going to be breaking in the next one as well. But his break's definitely not been working.
It has been a long, long day for these two guys. Into the small hours now. And frame number 15 coming up. Dan Fairway on the hill against Jonathan Bushnell. That'll be a big result. As I said earlier, Jonathan Bushnell has been playing some phenomenal pool over the last while. That just goes to show one of our own commentary team He's playing some good pool of his own.
He's got a ball, finally.
This looks like possibly the best break Gav's had all evening. And every ball has a pocket, probably out with the black, but I'm pretty sure he'll fancy his chances of getting on it.
Yeah, maybe that yellow that's in the bottom half of that table. Could be his last one to drop on the black into the left centre. This looks quite tricky now from that camera angle. Maybe I just need to change my mind on that one. Oh.
Yeah, tricky start here. I think the one into the middle is quite thin. Is he going to try and drop on the red? Yeah, he was trying to just drop onto the red. Just came a bit too far, but he might be on the top one. It looks like he is. It is really thin, but he is on it. Needs to get out. I don't think it has, you know. I think he's in a world of trouble here.
That just rolled another couple of millimetres. I think he's on probably the yellow into the bottom right hand corner. But I think he's snookered.
Yeah, I think this could possibly be Gav Robinson's final shot of the tournament. It wasn't easy, but he did have a chance. Mark just marking the way he's going to go, or should I say mapping the way he's going to go. Figuring out the way he wants to start and where he's going to finish for the black. This is the frame that could lead to the title, so Mark won't want to take any chances here. He's going to want to be positive and go and grab it with both hands. And a fantastic opening shot to get on. Arguably the most awkward of all the reds.
Yeah, I suppose just about that with one. I think it passes bottom left on your screen now. Probably not got all the pocket, but you'd expect him to get these now.
Yeah, starting to look like Gav Robinson has played his last shot. But another fantastic. I mean, he's had a tough time over the last while. He's not had the big runs in the event that he would have liked. But all of a sudden, he's had one phenomenal run this weekend, beat some phenomenal players. And he is in the final against Mr. Magic Bart Boyle. But unfortunately, it looks to me like Gav Robinson may have played his last shot. Where is the white going? Yeah, fantastic shot. Judged to absolute perfection. Just a stun out. And guys, I said it earlier, Mark was not feeling his best. He couldn't believe he was in the final. But not only is he in the final, he's this black away from being the IPA International Champion here in Newcastle. The professional title
is Mark Boyles. Massive congratulations to one of my good friends, a fantastic player, all-round great guy, Mark Boyle. Superb stuff into the small hours. I have to say, it's been a bit of a day. It's been a long slog, but Mark has been fantastic all day long. He wasn't feeling great, but he's got over the line, and he is your IPA Tour number 4 professional international champion. We will be going to the presentation in a few moments. It's been an absolute pleasure, guys, being in here, keeping you all going all night. So I appreciate everybody tuning in. And if you wait a wee moment or two, you will get the presentation team giving Mark his title.
Thanks, Stephen, and well, another great final. Gav, come and have a few words from me. Gav Robinson, everybody. Gav, not obviously the result that you wanted, but you've got to be really pleased to, you know, at the start of the day to make a final, and you know you've had a bit of a quiet spell since you made the Masters final, but got to be pleased with yourself.
Yeah, I just feel like Mark deserved to win that. Before I've missed a couple of sniffs, but I don't think I broke well enough to beat him. I know he hasn't broke brilliant, but he's still 50-60%. I think I've had 1 or 2 balls and can't do that at that level. Just the way it goes sometimes. I'm just happy to pot a few balls. It's been a while since I've been deep in a tournament. Well, say in the last 3 or 4 weeks, I've been starting to play better again. But late my first match 11 this morning, so it's been a long day, and can't really say much else about it, to be honest with you. I think Mark deserved to win, and there's not really many people who is obviously going to, how can I put it? Not so much you want him to win, but you know he's a good guy and obviously deserves it and puts time and effort in. That's why he's number 1.
Yeah, and as you said, both of you, you know, you've been playing since 11 o'clock this morning. You know, to go through that whole of the day and you know try and play top level pool, it's tough out there for you all, both of you.
Yeah, definitely. It's obviously late now, and a bit of a spell in between the quarter and the semi. I think took it out of us a bit, like. So just happy to get back playing, and I think that's two major finals. I've won one, lost one, so can't complain. But he got a bit lucky, like.
You know, I don't think you know your game's too far away. Or you know, obviously the past sort of few months has been really difficult for you, but you know you've stuck at it, kept at it, and you know you're getting the rewards, and sooner or later you'll be picking up another IPO title. Yeah,
to be honest with you, I knew I was a bit flat going into that. I think I used a lot of energy in the semi, and if I needed, I convinced myself I needed to get off to a good start, and can't really get off to a worse one than being 5-0. But I think I had a sniff to go 1-1, and I've not really made a mistake apart from that, so I can't complain, to be fair.
Well, thanks very much, Gavin. You played your part in a great final. Well done to Gavin Robinson. Well, he's done it again. Mr. Magic, Mark Boyle. Mark, as Gavin said, 11 o'clock this morning, you started off with, obviously, your campaign here, and you've got to be really pleased, you know, come just after 1 o'clock to pick up the title.
Yeah, it's been a long day, long night, but it's been worth it. You know, I've had to play, well, dig deep. None of us really played well all day, to be fair, but I just had to pot the balls when they came, and luckily for me, the balls went my way a wee bit tonight because we both struggled with the break. I know how good Gavin is, you know, so you've got to take your chances when you get them, and luckily I did, so that was the difference tonight.
And as a player, you know, it's very difficult, you know, playing a little late at night, etc. But for you to really dig deep, and you know, the way that you started off in this final, it was pretty good standard.
Yeah, it was good at the start, and then the dry breaks kicked in for both of us, and it went a wee bit scrappy. But it's just one of the games. You've just got to take what you can get, and sometimes it goes for you, and sometimes it doesn't.
and a little bit of what it means to you. I mean, you've been a very, very busy chap over these past few months, etc. I mean, you know, for you to pick up this title, you didn't really, you know, have any aspirations of that happening come the start of the tour?
I thought it was about 5,000 to 1 today, to be fair. So I'm lucky my opponents have kind of gave me a few chances, and my break sometimes was working really well today. That's what kept me in, and because I've missed a good few howlers today as well, which is quite funny, because you know yourself, if you start missing easy ones, you know, you can let it get to you. But I just kind of just laugh them off now because I know the reason behind it. But I just dug deep today. That was all how I won that today. I was just digging deep.
Well, dug deep you did, and Kev's now going to present the trophy with you, and you are the IPA professional champion. Well, Kevin, it's been a pretty long day for all of us, and no more than these two players. You know, it's tough to play out here, you know, especially when the balls, and this table's played pretty tough in this final.
Yeah, it has, and I don't know if the atmosphere is a little bit cool, so whether that was impacting the break of the balls. But you know, Matt Boyle just showing once again why he's the #1 player, and like you said, he probably didn't have his A game with him tonight, but it just shows how good his B game is. That you know, he's a comfortable winner in the end, and deserved winner.
And Gavin, nice to see him back in the final. No doubt sooner or later be picking up a bit more silverware.
Yeah, it was like the Gavin of old, wasn't it, that we've seen, you know, in the run up to the Masters in those sort of 18 months where, you know, he said, you know, it's only a matter of time. And you know, he's been quiet since, but you know, this getting to this final and the way he's played, you know, take a lot of confidence from that going into the back end of the season.
And before we close off, obviously there's been two champions tonight. Deb Birchall winning the ladies' event as well. You know, both worthy champions.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they all say cream rises to the top, and the two #1 players have taken home the elite and the pro titles. You know, they're not the #1 for a reason, and that's exactly why.
Well, thanks very much, Kevin. And well, that's it. At these early hours in the morning, we're back to later on. I'm going to say tomorrow, but it's back later on. We're back at 12 o'clock with the rest of the tour. We'll see you later.